Chapter 1449. Her heart's blood. As Su Yuyao concluded her words, Shi beside her chimed in, "Your Highness, every word spoken by my lady is the unvarnished truth." Shi had been by her mistress's side since childhood, having heard tales of her phoenix-like destiny. "If your Highness has doubts, you may summon the elders of the Su family to inquire. My lady is the sole individual capable of curing your affliction." In her determination to save the prince, she had bravely risked her own well-being, extracting her heart's blood. "If you doubt me, just take a look," Shi said, gently unveiling the fabric over Su Yuyao's chest, revealing a vivid crimson stain. Li quickly turned away, unwilling to witness the scene. However, Chu Xuancheng coldly directed his gaze toward them, to him. Su Yuyao's chest was merely flesh, devoid of anything that warranted shying away. His eyes scanned the area, landing on the white gauze that wrapped around her torso, now soaked in dark blood, even staining her outer garments a deep red. "Is this concoction truly capable of alleviating my poison?" Chu Xuancheng's voice emerged, tinged with a haunting curiosity. Seeing his interest, Su Yuyao wondered if he was beginning to believe her. After all, the sight of her blood was indeed chilling, likely to inspire trust. She nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Without a doubt, within it are 49 medicinal herbs, complemented by my heart's blood as a catalyst. If your Highness remains skeptical, you may summon a physician to verify the contents." Chu Xuancheng remained silent, instead grasping the bowl of medicine, his hand trembling slightly. Observing this, Su Yuyao mistakenly thought his condition had worsened. "Your Highness, do you truly believe me now?" she exclaimed in delight. "Your Highness, please refrain from drinking it just yet. Let Dr. Lin examine it first," Li interjected hastily. Su Yuyao smirked inwardly. She feared not Dr. Lin's arrival. The herbs were genuine, but the blood was not her own. She was not foolish enough to mutilate herself for a man who did not love her. This was the blood of a deranged murderer, filled with vengeful energy. Should Chu Xuancheng consume it, his condition would deteriorate further. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng regarded Su Yuyao with confusion. "Who are you? What is this medicine?" "Your Highness, do you not remember? I am Su Yuyao, Miss Su. This is the antidote I crafted for you," Li urged swiftly. "Su Yuyao? Antidote?" Chu Xuancheng shook his head in distress. Su Yuyao observed him closely, noting a disconcerting disarray in his demeanor, as if he were devoid of thought, unguarded against anyone. Had he truly forgotten her so swiftly? Was he genuinely afflicted with amnesia? Yet, could it transpire so rapidly? Recalling the last time he and Yun Ruoyue feigned illness to deceive her, she scrutinized him with suspicion. "Your Highness, you truly do not remember who I am. What of our encounter at Minghua Tower? Do you recall anything about it?" "What Minghua Tower?" Chu Xuancheng inquired coldly. His question plainly indicated that he had forgotten. Observing his demeanor, Su Yuyao's doubts lingered. If he had indeed lost his memory, it might be a fortuitous turn of fate. Perhaps he would forget his grievances against her, thus granting her the opportunity to draw closer to him once more. Su Changshao had mentioned that the most severe consequence of the heart loss pill was to induce amnesia. Indeed, the effects of the heart loss pill were escalating rapidly. She gazed gently at Chu Xuancheng, coaxing him softly. "Your Highness, please trust me. This medicine can indeed cure your poison. Look, I have even sacrificed my heart's blood for you. Please, drink the medicine. It will relieve your affliction." Deep down, she secretly wished for his amnesia to deepen, never truly hoping he would be cured. If only he would consume this bowl of medicine, her objective would be achieved. Chu Xuancheng held the bowl and stood up coldly. Suddenly, he commanded Li, "Seize her." Li and Mo Zhu immediately advanced and captured Su Yuyao. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why this sudden turn? The king intends to apprehend me? You claim to have sacrificed your heart for me. Someone check her. Verify the legitimacy of her wound." After Chu Xuancheng's command, two maids promptly entered. One of them went straight to Su Yuyao, tearing away the bandage. As she uncovered her chest, it became evident that although blood was present, there was no actual wound. She reported immediately, "Your Highness, I have examined her. There is no injury, only traces of blood." With that, she placed the bandage on the table. Simultaneously, the maid grasped Su Yuyao's face, revealing layers of makeup. "Your Highness, she has applied excessive powder. She has deliberately disguised herself to appear as though she has lost a considerable amount of blood." Upon having her deceit unveiled, Su Yuyao's face flushed with anger, her gaze flickering with guilt. "Let me go? What do you intend to do in broad daylight? Do you think we wish to capture you? Were it not to expose your lies, We would not bother, Emily retorted, releasing Su Yuyao. Once freed, she hurriedly fastened her buttons. Her eyes constantly darted, indignantly protesting. Chu Xuancheng, I came to assist you sincerely, and you allow them to treat me this way? Sincerely? Did you not claim to have sacrificed your heart? Yet, there is not a single mark upon you. Tell me, whose blood is this? Chu Xuancheng's voice resonated with a chilling authority. Realizing her ruse had been dismantled, Su Yuyao cast aside her pretense. Does it truly matter whose blood this is? You do not love me. Why should I offer my heart's blood for your salvation? If you cared for me even a fraction as much as Yun Ruoyue, I would unhesitatingly save you, even at the cost of my own blood. At this moment, a cold smile graced her lips. I confess, I lack the courage to sacrifice my heart for you are not my husband. If you were my husband, I would undoubtedly lay down my life to save you. But alas, you are not. And what of Yun Ruoyue? If she possesses the fate of a phoenix, do you truly believe she would forsake her own life to rescue you? Do you think she genuinely loves you? People are inherently selfish. When faced with peril, she would undoubtedly prioritize her own safety over yours. Thus, my choice is beyond reproach. I merely seek to preserve myself. Do not mention her in my presence. You are unworthy. In Chu Xuancheng's eyes flickered clusters of flames, his dark gaze akin to a wolf lying in wait upon the grasslands. Unworthy am I? Princely, do you presume I lack the courage? Does Yun Ruoyue dare? He challenged. Shall we wager? Go ask Yun Ruoyue if she would willingly offer her heart's blood for you. Observe whether she is driven by a fear of death or if she truly loves you. There's no need. Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. I have no desire to test her sincerity, for I would never allow her to undertake such an act. He would rather face death himself than harm a single hair on Yue, let alone resort to such trials. He was the protector of Yue. Even if she were willing to sacrifice for him, he would refuse. All he wished was for her to live well. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated Chu Xuancheng's deep concern for Yun Ruoyue, nor his refusal to let her carve out her own heart. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted to the bowl of blood before him. Yesterday, the Jingzhaoyin reported to me that a deranged murderer had died in their prison. The criminal's heart had been cruelly perforated, yet there were scarce traces of blood on his body. I suspect the blood that has vanished now resides within this bowl. Initially, when the report had reached him, he had harbored no doubts. Yet upon seeing the blood, and recalling the deranged state of the criminal, he could not help but connect it to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao had sought to deceive him with the blood of a madman, undoubtedly intending to exacerbate his condition rather than provide an antidote. Surely, a person's blood cannot amount to merely this small bowl? Emily interjected. Your Highness, I surmise that the remaining blood may still be in Miss Su's chamber. Is Miss Su preparing to drink the blood of so many herself? Mo Zhu added mockingly. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend. Su Yuyao's malicious scheme had been unveiled, her eyes flickering with agitation. She had not foreseen that her every action lay within Chu Xuancheng's grasp. With a gaze as sharp as a blade directed at her, he declared, Since you are so intent on having me consume that criminal's blood, it would be remiss of me not to return the favor. Bring forth the antidote and administer it to her. Ah no, I refuse to drink the blood of a condemned prisoner. Su Yuyao shrieked, attempting to flee, but was swiftly seized by Li and Mo Zhu. Upon capturing her, they delivered a forceful kick to her knees, bringing her to the ground. Once Su Yuyao was subdued, the two matrons approached with the medicine. One held her chin, while the other poured the antidote into her mouth. Miss Shear, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. As the dark, crimson liquid filled Su Yuyao's mouth, she erupted into a fit of violent coughs. Spilling a mouthful of the concoction from her lips, it sent foul and bitter. No, she gasped. But the matron seized the opportunity to force the remainder of the potion down her throat, emptying the entire bowl into her. Su Yuyao immediately succumbed to the urge to vomit, expelling a large quantity of the potion, while simultaneously feeling as though her insides were being twisted in agony. Her entire being was overwhelmed with discomfort. She was not ill, and thus, consuming such a concoction indiscriminately was nothing short of torment. Upon witnessing her finish the medicine, the matriarchs finally released her, as did Li and Mo Zhu. Once liberated, Su Yuyao immediately lunged towards the doorway, retching uncomfortably. Unfortunately, having swallowed the potion, she found herself unable to heave. Chu Xuancheng rose, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. How does the taste of human blood fare? He inquired, advancing towards her. Startled, Su Yuyao spun around, fear gripping her. Do not come any closer. What are you planning to do? What do you think I intend to do? Chu Xuancheng replied, lightly blowing on the dagger. Please, do not approach me. Although the antidote I provided contained the blood of the convict, I am willing to offer my own heart's blood to save you, if you would spare my life. Su Yuyao, believing he sought her demise, paled and hastily made her plea. Chapter 1452, Frightened Away. Her words inadvertently acknowledged her role in using the convict's blood against Chu Xuancheng. He remained silent, steadily closing the distance between them. I speak the truth. I am destined with the phoenix's fate. Only my heart's blood can save you. If you take my life, you shall not be saved. Su Yuyao implored, her voice trembling. Chu Xuancheng chuckled coldly. Your heart's blood? Even if it could cure me, I would refuse it. If it were given by Yue, even if it were poison, I would willingly drink it. This is the difference between you and her. You refuse it? I am the sole possessor of the phoenix's fate. If you slay me, your salvation will be lost. Su Yuyao stared at him in disbelief. You possess the phoenix's fate? I do not believe you. If someone like you can claim it, it only proves that heaven has lost its sight, Chu Xuancheng retorted. Confronted by his words, Su Yuyao's confidence wavered, her eyes blinking nervously. No matter how many lies she spun, he could see through them all. This man was simply too formidable. Her beauty, her pleas, her pretense of kindness, none were effective against him. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng suddenly declared, I have changed my mind. Miss Su, your sincerity compels me. It would be a disservice to disregard your heartfelt intentions. He then tossed the dagger coldly at her feet, his voice deepening. Since you are willing to offer your heart's blood to save me, I grant you this opportunity. Take it now. Emoli, bring a bowl. Su Yuyao's face drained of color at his words, her gaze fixated on the gleaming dagger on the ground. Trembling, she pleaded, Your Highness, please do not. Are you not courageous? Then take it. Chu Xuancheng's voice was icy. At that moment, Emoli suddenly picked up the dagger and offered it to Su Yuyao. Miss Su, it is time to prove your loyalty to the prince. Did you not profess your love for him? Do not keep the prince waiting. Su Yuyao quivered at the sight of the dagger. What's the matter? Are you afraid? It seems your love for me is but a facade, Chu Xuancheng taunted. No, it is not false. My love for you is sincere. Su Yuyao blurted out. If it is sincere, then shall I wield the blade myself? As Chu Xuancheng spoke, he had already taken the dagger from Emoli's hand. You are so eager to offer your blood to this king. If I do not extract your heart's essence today, I would be unworthy of your devotion. Do you not wish to reside in the Li Wang mansion? Once your heart's essence is drawn, you may stay as long as you desire. With that, the dagger in his hand lunged towards Su Yuyao's heart. No, I do not love you. Nor do I wish to live in the Li Wang mansion, Su Yuyao exclaimed, suddenly rushing towards the exit, her movements frantic and disoriented, clearly terrified. She fled like a madwoman, fearing that Chu Xuancheng would rip her heart out. Seeing this, she, equally alarmed, hurried after her. The onlookers witnessed Su Yuyao's disgraceful flight and deemed her utterly humiliated. With such a cowardly disposition, how dared she attempt to deceive in the Li Wang mansion? Who had granted her such audacity? After chasing Su Yuyao away, Chu Xuancheng found himself longing for Yun Ruoyue and decided to visit the Feiyue pavilion. Upon arrival, he observed Fenger and others drying herbs in the courtyard and inquired, Fenger, where is the princess? Your Highness, the princess is in the apothecary preparing an antidote for the prince. She has insisted on maintaining silence and requested no one disturb her. Why not wait here until she has completed her work? Fenger replied. Although she spoke thus, a sense of oddity lingered in her mind. Typically, when the princess was in the apothecary, she would allow them to assist her. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she had barred anyone from entering and had been secluded for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng nodded. Yun Ruoyue preferred solitude when concocting potions or treating ailments. Thus he resolved to wait outside. However, after the passage of a fragrant incense's burning time, Yun Ruoyue still had not emerged. He cast a glance toward the apothecary window, an unsettling feeling creeping over him, as his heart began to race, and his left eye twitched, as if foreboding misfortune. Normally, sounds of activity would emanate from the apothecary when Yun Ruoyue was busy, yet today it was eerily silent. He promptly asked Fenger, how long has the princess been inside? Your Highness, she has been in for over 2 hours and has yet to come out, Fenger answered. What? Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, immediately rushing toward the apothecary. As he reached the door and pushed it open, He was struck by the sight of Yun Ruoyue collapsed in a pool of blood. "Where?" he cried, dashing inside and finding her unconscious on the floor, blood pouring from her chest, with several peculiar syringes scattered around. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had been hollowed out. "Where? What has happened to you?" He knelt, cradling her in his arms. Suddenly, he noticed his hands smeared with blood. As the vivid crimson reflected in his eyes, a wave of pain surged through his head, and his vision turned a deep crimson. He cast a swift glance at the table and was astonished to find a bowl of medicinal liquid resembling that which Su Yuyao had concocted. Within the dark, viscous potion, a hint of fresh blood mingled. However, the scent of this blood was markedly different from the foul odor of Su Yuyao's concoction. Instead, it exuded a delightful floral fragrance. Gazing at the potion and the bloodstains on Yun Ruoyue's chest, his body trembled in disbelief. Could it be that Yuer had used her own heart's blood to create an antidote for him? A wave of profound sorrow washed over his soul, rendering him breathless. Just then, Feng'er and Jiu'er arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing this sight, they gasped in alarm. "Your Highness, what has happened? Please awaken." Feng'er anxiously inquired, "Your Highness, how is she? Quick, summon the physician and also call for Master Qingfeng." Chu Xuancheng commanded sternly. "Yes, Your Highness." Feng'er and Jiu'er responded hurriedly as they went to fetch help. Once they were gone, Chu Xuancheng tightly embraced Yun Ruoyue. His pupils were bloodshot, his heart constricted, and his entire being trembled uncontrollably. "Yuer, what is wrong? Please awaken. Do not leave me." At that moment, Yun Ruoyue slowly opened her eyes, weakly gazing at Chu Xuancheng. "Your Highness, you have come. Yuer, you are awake. How wonderful!" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes upon seeing her consciousness return. He trembled as he looked at her, noticing her pale, fragile complexion, colorless lips, and the appearance of dehydration. In chapter 1454, having drawn her own blood, he exclaimed, "Yuer, why is there blood here? Did you carve out your own heart's blood to save me? Why would you be so foolish?" Observing the blood on her chest, he felt both heartache and shock. He could hardly fathom that she would sacrifice herself for his sake, and his heart felt as if it were being torn apart by a knife. Simultaneously, a sharper pain throbbed in his head, nearly causing him to lose his grip on Yun Ruoyue. Yet he gritted his teeth and held her tightly, determined not to let her fall. Realizing that Chu Xuancheng had misunderstood, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. Rest assured, I did not carve out my heart's blood. I am fine. I merely fainted from excessive blood loss. This is the antidote I developed for you. It can neutralize your poison. Please drink it." Weakly, she gestured toward the potion on the table. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had no mind for the potion. His concern for Yun Ruoyue overshadowed everything else. He doubted her words, convinced she was merely trying to comfort him. With blood on her chest, she must have sacrificed her heart's blood to save him. Pain welled in his heart as tears blurred his vision, engulfed by a great sorrow. He finally understood what it meant to feel utterly heartbroken. Cradling her delicate face, he whispered, "Yuer, do not worry about me for now. Let me see your wound." As he spoke, he gently lifted the fabric covering her chest. Yun Ruoyue hurriedly insisted, "I truly did not carve out my heart's blood. I am not so foolish. I simply spilled a few vials of my blood while drawing it. That is why my clothes are stained. Please do not misunderstand. No, I cannot accept this. Yuer, why must you be so foolish? Until now, you still comfort me. I must personally inspect," Chu Xuancheng declared as he hastily unfastened her garments. As he did so, a pool of blood appeared on her chest. Alarmed, he reached out, only to find that he touched nothing but the blood stain, not the wound itself. It was then that he regained his composure. "I told you I did not carve out my heart. Do you still not believe me? Just now, while drawing blood, I accidentally spilled several vials, causing the blood to stain my clothes," Yun Ruoyue explained. "Did you mistakenly assume it was something more sinister upon seeing the blood?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng finally exhaled in relief. "You truly did not carve your heart. Then I shall rest easy. However, you mentioned drawing your own blood. From where exactly did you draw it?" As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a piece of gauze wrapped around Yun Ruoyue's wrist, with blood seeping through it. Grasping her wrist, he exclaimed, "Yuer, you drew blood from your hand? How much blood did you draw? Why is your hand bleeding, and why do you appear so weak?" Yun Ruoyue replied softly, "I drew blood from my body, including my heart's blood, but I merely sought a vein in my arm to extract it. Master Qingfeng examined my fortune and my palm, claiming I possessed the fate of a phoenix, which prompted me to try using my own blood. Although I am skeptical of such remedies, I felt compelled to pursue even the slightest chance of success. Yue, how could you be so foolish? Yang Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue with pained eyes, his myriad of unspoken words condensed into a profound embrace. At that moment, Master Qingfeng arrived. Upon seeing the blood on Yun Ruoyue, he gasped in shock. Surely, the princess did not sacrifice her heart's blood to save the prince? He exclaimed, Princess, how could you jeopardize your health and that of your unborn child for the prince? Chapter 1455, Consuming the Antidote. Master, you have misunderstood. Feng'er, escort all the bystanders away. No one is permitted to approach this place, Yun Ruoyue instructed urgently. Once Feng'er and the others had departed, she reassured the master, rest assured. I did not draw blood from my heart. It was from the vein in my wrist. I merely spilled some blood on my garments by accident. Chu Xuancheng added, Indeed. Master, I have already inspected her. There are no wounds on Yue. Drawing blood from the wrist? May I inquire, Princess, how did you accomplish that? Master Qingfeng inquired, perplexed. Yun Ruoyue unveiled the gauze from her left wrist, revealing only 2 faint puncture marks. Every individual has veins in their wrist. I utilized a vacuum blood collection needle. When I inserted it into the vein, it automatically drew the blood. Moreover, blood is uniform throughout the body. It is unnecessary to draw from the heart, as blood from any other part suffices. However, Master, those without a blood collection needle should not attempt to draw blood themselves, as it may lead to complications. Master Qingfeng, observing the scattered blood collection needles and tubes on the ground, was astonished. This princess is truly remarkable, possessing such peculiar instruments. He remarked, Your Highness, I have examined the princess's birth chart and assessed her features and palmistry. I can confidently assert that she possesses the destiny of a soaring phoenix. Since she had already risked her life to draw blood and brew the medicine, why not test the efficacy of the antidote? However, Chu Xuancheng held Yun Ruoyue tenderly and inquired of those outside, Has Dr. Lin arrived? My lord, there is no need to summon Dr. Lin. I've merely lost a bit of blood. A short rest and some nourishment shall suffice, Yun Ruoyue replied. Chu Xuancheng gently cupped her small face, his expression gravely concerned. Your complexion is devoid of color. Do you truly believe you have only lost a little blood? Bring forth some nourishing food for the princess at once. Upon hearing this, the maidens hurried to the small kitchen to prepare the requested sustenance. Yun Ruoyue, filled with urgency, looked at Chu Xuancheng and implored, My lord, please drink the antidote. I painstakingly formulated it. Do not delay. Indeed, my lord, do not disregard the princess's earnest efforts. Although she has not sacrificed her heart, she has lost considerable blood and is weakened. This antidote is precious. Drink it and see if it proves effective. If it does not, I shall seek my master for the true remedy, urged Qingfeng the Taoist. Upon hearing their entreaties, Chu Xuancheng first assisted Yun Ruoyue into a chair before rising slowly to retrieve the bowl of medicine. The blood atop the concoction had darkened to a deep brown hue. An unappealing sight, yet he perceived it as the most exquisite sustenance in the world. Could it be that by consuming Ruoyue's blood, they would become one, a true family? With this thought, he resolutely lifted the bowl and drank. The potion seemed infused with floral tea, its fragrant aroma masking the bitterness of the herbal medicine, making it surprisingly easy to swallow. I know you dislike drinking herbal medicine, so I added some sugar and floral tea. They will not diminish the antidote's efficacy, and this will make it easier for you to ingest, Yun Ruoyue explained. Thank you, Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng sincerely expressed after finishing the potion. Immediately, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, a refreshing coolness within, and his spirits lifted. Seeing him consume the medicine eased Yun Ruoyue's worries. The effects may not manifest until tomorrow. I shall reassess you then. She turned to Qingfeng the Taoist and said, Master, I appreciate your assistance tonight. Rest assured, I am well. If the princess is well, then I am at ease. I can tell at a glance that she possesses the true fate of a phoenix. We shall await tomorrow's results, he replied, waving his whisk. Thus, I shall take my leave. With that, he discreetly exited, allowing the couple some privacy. Chu Xuancheng had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue was indeed the one destined with the fate of a phoenix. The more he observed her, the more he perceived a noble and sacred aura about her. Compared to that deceitful Su Yuyao, his Ruoyue was the quintessential phoenix. Once Qingfeng the Taoist departed, Chu Xuancheng hurried to close the door. Suddenly, a soft gasp escaped Yun Ruoyue's lips as her frail body slipped to the ground. Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng rushed to her side, and lifted her into his arms. Are you all right? Should I summon Dr. Lin to examine you? No longer. His presence bears no significance. I must consume nourishing delicacies to swiftly regenerate my blood. Fear not. I have not bled excessively, and with a brief respite, I shall recover. Most importantly, your presence alone brings me comfort. Yun Ruoyue leaned against Chu Xuancheng, feeling a warmth in her heart. Chu Xuancheng's heart trembled slightly. It dawned on him that as long as he was by her side, she would find solace. Thus, he vowed never to part from her in this lifetime. As night fell, a hazy stream of moonlight cascaded through the window. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, adorned with countless stars, outside. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms. Unable to restrain herself, Yun Ruoyue spoke. Your Highness, I have spent the entire day in the apothecary and feel stifled. Would you be so kind as to carry me outside to gaze at the moon? Of course, Chu Xuancheng replied, swiftly lifting Yun Ruoyue and settling her on the threshold outside their chamber. Mo Li, observing the scene, discreetly withdrew. In that moment, all was silent, as if the earth had donned a veil of silver mist. Yun Ruoyue tilted her head, gazing at the moon suspended in the night sky, its crescent form seemingly smiling down upon her. The twinkling stars appeared to wink playfully, prompting her to smile in return. Chu Xuancheng watched her, noting her frail figure. Her face was as small as a palm, her skin pale as fresh snow. Her smile radiated tranquility and grace, yet she exuded an undeniable fragility. Unable to resist, he gently caressed her delicate face. Moon, you are so foolish. If I were present, I would never allow you to harm yourself in such a manner. Yun Ruoyue met his gaze, but shook her head. You once said that my love for you pales in comparison to yours for me. Yet you remain unaware that my love for you has already permeated my very bones. No one has ever loved me as you do. I have never experienced such happiness. I thought it was a dream. I cannot believe that a woman as ordinary as I could marry you. Thus, I often doubt myself and struggle to accept this reality. I fear losing you, which renders me hesitant to reciprocate your affections. At this juncture, she suddenly coughed lightly. You coughed? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, tightening his embrace, his gaze filled with concern. Rest assured, I am fine. I am not so fragile, she reassured him. Chapter 1457. Borrowing a corpse to return to life, Yun Ruoyue continued. In truth, I am deeply afraid of losing you, which is why I dare not love you too fiercely. I fear that the deeper my love, the greater the pain I may endure in the end. My love may lack your fervor, yet it resides hidden within my heart. I dare not believe I am so fortunate to have garnered your affection. At times, I feel that happiness has come too easily, making it all the more likely to slip away. Thus, I refrain from grasping it too tightly, hoping to sustain these feelings for a little longer. Having never experienced love in modern times, she was a workaholic and a homebody, and no man had ever taken the time to treat her with such care. For those men, her demeanor was rather dull and humorless, her profession exceedingly monotonous. She resembled an old scholar, disinterested in personal adornment, donning a white lab coat and glasses as she navigated the corridors of laboratories and hospitals. Consequently, no one sought to understand or love her. While she exuded confidence in her medical expertise, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority in matters of love. Thus, when she encountered Chu Xuancheng, she found it hard to believe that such an outstanding and exceptional man could harbor feelings for her. If she were to revert to her former ordinary self, she doubted he would still be enamored with her. Her insecurities led her to love him with less fervor and confidence than he possessed. All of this belonged to the original owner of her body, yet she had taken her place. If he were to discover this truth, would he still cherish her? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng was profoundly moved. He quickly embraced her, holding her close as if to shield her from the wind. So this is how you perceive things. How could you think this way? I must say, encountering you is a blessing I have cultivated over 3 lifetimes. I am truly the luckiest person in the world. If you were ordinary, then there would be no extraordinary individuals in this realm. Your medical prowess is remarkable. You are astute, resourceful, and clever. How could someone like you be deemed ordinary? Chu Xuancheng said gently. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him and suddenly inquired, have you ever heard of borrowing a corpse to return a soul? Borrowing a corpse to return a soul? Chu Xuancheng's expression was one of perplexity. Yun Ruoyue looked deeply into his eyes and explained, yes. It means borrowing a body to attach one's spirit to it, thus living through this person's physical form. Chu Xuancheng's pupils widened in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Yun Ruoyue, filled with shock. Seeing his reaction, Yun Ruoyue assumed he was frightened by her and her expression dimmed. She continued, "Do you not feel that I am quite different from you all?" Chu Xuancheng nodded. "Indeed, your words and actions are unlike ours. You are so casual, unconcerned with rules, indifferent to status or authority, and perceive everyone as equals. In your eyes, there are no distinctions between royalty and commoners. Everyone is merely human, none superior to another. Thus, I have always questioned your origins, how you possess such extensive knowledge, why you wield such peculiar weapons and herbs, and why you are so unlike us." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly sparkled with illumination. "You err. This has long been a mystery in my heart. Is it now time for you to reveal your secret to me?" This indicated her growing trust in him. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's lack of fear. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. With a sigh, she said, "If I were to tell you that I am not of this world, but a wisp of a soul from 1,000 years hence, that I survived by attaching myself to the corpse of Yun Ruoyue after my death in my own world, would you believe me?" Chapter 1458. I am not Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng was utterly astounded by her words. He gazed at Yun Ruoyue, gently caressing her face, his fingertips trembling. "After a tragic accident in my world, where I was struck by a car and presumed dead, I awoke to find myself transformed into the late Princess Li, who had taken her own life by drowning. The shock of this surreal experience left me utterly bewildered and frightened, as I could hardly comprehend how such an extraordinary event could transpire. As I recalled the moment of my arrival in this new existence, my complexion grew increasingly pale. At that time, I harbored a deep resentment towards her, even contemplating marrying Nangong Ro to provoke her, and I was consumed by thoughts of her demise. Reflecting upon those tumultuous emotions now sends chills through my soul. Upon hearing my revelation, Chu Xuancheng stood there in astonishment, unable to process the enormity of what I had just shared. Observing his bewilderment, I quickly rose to my feet and offered him reassurance. "Do not be afraid. Although I have borrowed this body, I am neither a ghost nor a monster. I would never drain your vitality or cause you harm. Strangely, it seems my soul is intricately linked with this body. We have become one. I can feel her joys and sorrows, her desires and aversions. I cannot fathom why this connection exists. You are not Yun Ruoyue. You are someone entirely different, hailing from a millennium ahead. No wonder I always sensed your uniqueness. This is your true self," Chu Xuancheng murmured in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the bizarre circumstances that had unfolded before him. Yet, the undeniable reality pressed upon him, revealing the truth. "Now that you know the truth, are you frightened?" I inquired. "Why should I be afraid? You err. You are someone who loves me. What is there to fear in the presence of love? The true horrors of this world lie not in spirits, but within the hearts of men," he replied. I sighed, burdened by the weight of my existence. Because I am not the original Yun Ruoyue, merely borrowing her identity, I feel as though everything I possess is illusory, which is why I hesitate to accept your love. Moreover, my true visage pales in comparison to this one. If you are enamored with this face and body, I would never impose myself upon you. I would willingly depart from your life. You need not worry. How could you even contemplate leaving me?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, grasping my hand firmly. "I am merely taken aback. I need time to process this revelation." His eyes, filled with concern, locked onto mine as he suddenly enveloped me in his embrace. "You err. How can you utter such foolishness? What does it matter if you are beautiful? Am I the kind of shallow man who judges by appearance? Without you, she would not have survived. You have saved her, granting her a second chance at life. This intertwining of destinies is fated. You must honor her by living fully." His words struck a chord within me, awakening a profound sense of responsibility. In that moment, I realized I bore the weight of a mission, to live on for the original owner of this life, to love those she cherished, to fulfill her wishes, and to ensure that she harbored no regrets in the afterlife. Upon this reflection, Chu Xuancheng remarked, "To speak candidly, prior to your arrival, I harbored no feelings for her. My heart has always belonged to you. Whether you are a fleeting spirit or Yun Ruoyue, it is you as a person whom I cherish. Regardless of the visage you don, as long as it is you, my affection remains unchanged." Chapter 1459. She is the one of the future. I merely cannot fathom the existence of such a phenomenon as borrowing a body to return to life. Your misfortune has already rendered your plight tragic. How could I possibly hold you accountable? Do you truly not blame me? Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in disbelief. Why would I blame you? None of this is your doing. On the contrary, I am grateful that fate has brought you to my side. Without you, my life would lack joy. Since you have taken residence in her form, it signifies a bond between you. She, too, is a pitiable soul. Your transformation into a specter was no less tragic. Now that you have merged as one, you are she, and she is you. There is no distinction. So cast aside your unfounded worries. In truth, had it not been for Xuancheng, he would not have harbored such resentment towards the former Yun Ruoyue. Years ago, had he not felt compassion for her plight, he would not have leaped into the frigid waters to save her. Burdened with a profound vendetta against his mother's death, he could have chosen indifference, allowing her to drown, yet he was moved by pity and rescued her. This bond is both a curse and a fateful connection. Without her, the current Yu would not exist. Therefore, he ought to express gratitude towards her, to cherish her. She and Yu should be seen as one, without division. Curiously, Chu Xuancheng inquired, "Could you share with me what the world 1,000 years hence will look like?" Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of relief. She had previously researched. The Chu kingdom she inhabited is an unrecorded nation in history. All countries on this continent remain undocumented, as if they are an enigma within a historical void, mysterious and ancient. Now, as Chu Xuancheng asks about the world a millennium later, she mused that, with the progression of history, it would likely be similar. Gazing towards the distant stars, her dark eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. 1,000 years hence, what a splendid vision it shall be. The development of society will be ever evolving, with advanced technology transforming human existence. In that world, all individuals are equal. No one is required to don intricate garments. Boys will sport short hair, and girls will no longer be bound to traditional hairstyles. Females will have the opportunity to learn, to read, to become educators, police officers, female generals, and even hold governmental positions. Medical technology will be remarkably advanced, eradicating contagious diseases such as smallpox. Warfare will no longer rely on swords and other cold weapons, but rather on firearms. A single atomic bomb could obliterate a city or annihilate a nation. Computers, automobiles, airplanes, and artillery will be among the high-tech marvels of the time. In summary, the populace will lead lives filled with happiness, and conflicts between nations will be rare, creating a profoundly peaceful world, Yun Ruoyue articulated. Chu Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue, who, while speaking, slightly tilted her head back, her face radiating joy and pride. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, revealing the beauty of the world she described. It was no wonder she was so formidable. She hailed from a future realm. His astonishment grew as she spoke of those advanced weapons. If he possessed such armaments, he would have no fear of avenging his grievances. He longed to witness that world, yet he understood the impossibility of such a desire. "My lord, the meal is prepared. Please proceed to the dining hall with the princess," Funer announced, approaching them. Chu Xuancheng promptly took Yun Ruoyue's hand. You have worked hard today. You must eat more, or I shall be quite uneasy." He fretted over her modest appetite, concerned for her well-being. Touched by his unwavering care, Yun Ruoyue nodded, assuring him, "Do not worry, I will take care of myself. I need to regain my strength." After their meal, Yun Ruoyue felt her spirits lift, though her complexion remained pale. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng wished to hear her recount tales of the future, leading her to the Star Pavilion. Chapter 1460. They embraced through the night. He cradled her on the opulent couch near the window, quietly watching the world outside as she narrated her fantastical tales. As she spoke, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Noticing her asleep in his arms, he quickly called for Funer to bring a blanket to cover her. Concerned for her frailness, he held her close, remaining there throughout the night until dawn broke. Despite the discomfort in his body, he persisted, reluctant to release her, fearing that if he did, she might vanish. Reflecting on her mysterious origins filled him with melancholy, and he found himself restless throughout the night. If she were indeed a wisp of a soul, what would he do if someone sought to reclaim her essence one day? Thus, he held her tightly, terrified of losing her. Yun Ruoyue was roused by the cheerful chirping of birds. Upon opening her eyes, she met Chu Xuancheng's deep, dark gaze. It dawned on her that she was nestled in his embrace. You are awake?" Chu Xuancheng looked at her with a glimmer of delight. Confused, Yun Ruoyue regarded him, wondering why he seemed so pleased by her mere awakening. Remembering her confession from the previous night, she glanced around, realizing they were still on the couch. Had he truly held her through the night? Exhausted from her earlier efforts to assist him with medicine, she had slept soundly, unaware that they had not made it to the bed. Hastily, she stood and exclaimed, You didn't hold me all night, did you? How foolish of you. Why didn't you go to bed? Chu Xuancheng gazed at her earnestly. I feared that if I let go, you would vanish. Thankfully, I was mistaken. You are still here. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue comprehended the source of his joy. It stemmed from his fear of losing her. Since merging with this body, I have become her, and she has become me. I am a living being, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should not simply vanish without reason. Don't worry. Yun Ruoyue hastily reassured him. What do you mean by unforeseen circumstances? Could there be something unexpected? Chu Xuancheng felt a pang of uncertainty within. The fact that she could inhabit this body implies the possibility of departing from it as well. Anything is conceivable, which is why he remains unsettled. Yun Ruoyue chuckled lightly. That's not what I meant. What I imply is that all beings experience the cycle of life and death. I too shall age and eventually meet my end, which could be termed as an unforeseen circumstance. Upon hearing the word death, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened immediately. However, he did not express anger. Instead, he spoke earnestly, refrain from uttering such ominous words in the future. Neither you nor I can afford any unforeseen circumstances. He had faced too much death in his lifetime, and he could no longer bear to hear that word. Noticing Chu Xuancheng's somber demeanor, Yun Ruoyue quickly shifted the topic. By the way, time has passed. Please sit down so I can draw your blood for a follow-up test to see if the antidote is effective. All right, Chu Xuancheng replied, settling down calmly. Yun Ruoyue swiftly took out the blood collection needle and drew blood from him. Soon after, she hurried to the apothecary, seizing the opportunity to rush the samples to the medical system for analysis. During the testing phase, an interminable wait ensued. After the incense had burned for a while, the results emerged. Yun Ruoyue promptly accessed the medical system with her consciousness and printed out the report. Chapter 1461, Detoxification Successful. Upon seeing the array of normal values on the report, she trembled with excitement. Marvelous! The poison within Chu Xuancheng has indeed been purged. She quickly withdrew her consciousness, secured the report, and proceeded to the starry pavilion. Upon entering, she found Chu Xuancheng standing quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blooms filled the air, accompanied by a waft of lotus fragrance that was soothing and refreshing. Chu Xuancheng stood there with a distant gaze, his eyes illuminated as if they had regained their former brilliance, shedding some of their previous dimness. Nevertheless, his overall demeanor appeared more aloof, mature, and domineering. It seemed as though an innate barrier surrounded him, isolating him from the outside world, exuding an aura that deterred approach. You've arrived? Chu Xuancheng suddenly noticed Yun Ruoyue, turning to look at her intently. She rushed forward, brimming with enthusiasm. Do you realize? The antidote is genuinely effective. Splendid news. Every trace of poison within you has been eradicated, and your heart-dissolving poison has finally been resolved. Really? Chu Xuancheng's face reflected disbelief. Yun Ruoyue nodded vigorously. Indeed. It's true. I reviewed your blood test results, and every value has returned to normal. This signifies that your poison has been neutralized. By the way, when you were sitting here last night, did you experience any of those previous headaches or discomfort? Chu Xuancheng quickly shook his head, saying, No, last night while holding you, I leaned against the concubine's couch and fell into a deep slumber. I slept soundly, without even a dream, and felt no headache or discomfort. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yun Ruoyue borrowing a corpse to return to life, momentarily forgetting the most crucial matter. It turned out he had indeed fallen asleep last night, and quite peacefully at that. Now, reflect upon your parents, think of the emperor and my father, and see if that brings on any headache or even irritability, Yun Ruoyue urged with concern. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes slightly, sinking into contemplation. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind, the moment when Yun Qing killed his mother, blood splattering against the wall. His heart ached sharply, and he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath in distress. Are you all right? I apologize. I shouldn't have asked you to think of such things, Yun Ruoyue said, her expression filled with guilt. She had expected him to react with the same fury as before, but he merely pondered for a moment before looking at her with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. I am fine. I merely felt a pang of sorrow and heartache, nothing more. He soon regained control over his emotions, becoming tranquil and indifferent, a stark contrast to the rage and darkness he had displayed while poisoned. Yun Ruoyue noticed this transformation. Though he appeared cold, he was no longer volatile, marking a significant change. You err, The matter of my successful detoxification must remain confidential. No one else should know. For now, we shall declare that I have failed in my attempt and remain as I was, Chu Xuancheng stated suddenly. Why? Yun Ruoyue asked in confusion. Because it is only in this way that I can discern who is truly loyal to me and who may betray me. There are certainly those who would seize this opportunity to undermine or assassinate me. I shall turn the tables and ensnare them, Chu Xuancheng replied. Ah, I see. Very well. We shall keep it secret, Yun Ruoyue agreed. Chapter 1462. Natural disasters and human calamities, my lord. Master Qingfeng has arrived, came Feng'er's voice from outside. Please, let him in, Chu Xuancheng said, stepping forward to personally welcome the Taoist Master Qingfeng. His ability to detoxify was greatly due to the master's guidance. Upon entering, Master Qingfeng saw a revitalized Chu Xuancheng and chuckled while stroking his beard. Welcome, master. Please take a seat, Chu Xuancheng said, then turned to Feng'er. Bring tea. There is no need for such formality, Your Highness. I came to ascertain whether your poison has indeed been resolved. Seeing you in this state, I can tell it has been, Master Qingfeng smiled. Chu Xuancheng replied, Indeed, Master possesses keen insight. My poison has been cured by you. I owe this success to the detoxification method you provided, and I shall remember this kindness. In due course, I will send someone to Qingfeng Temple to light 10 everlasting lamps in gratitude. Master Qingfeng chuckled. Your Highness is benevolent. It appears I can take in a few more homeless children. I thank you on their behalf. However, Your Highness, what I seek is not merely a few lamps, but a world where no child is left without a home. The old man desires for every citizen of the Chu state to have a home to dwell in, clothing to wear, and to be free from the turmoil and uncertainty of wandering without refuge. Chu Xuancheng's pupils constricted in surprise. Master, what do you mean by this? The prince, having resided in the capital for an extended period, found himself amidst its flourishing prosperity, which starkly contrasted with the outside world. Are you unaware that the realm is far from tranquil? The Taoist Qingfeng stated solemnly. I have recently heard some rumors, mentioning that the southern regions have been beset by unprecedented floods while the northwest suffers from drought. Due to these calamities, the populace is displaced, their livelihoods devastated, and many are reduced to starving, with some even resorting to cannibalism. The prince continued, I have recently been poisoned, feeling quite unwell, and have lacked the energy to investigate these matters. Now that you have arrived, I implore you to share with me all that you have witnessed and heard during your journey. At this juncture, he added, now that my poison has been alleviated, I am resolved to assist them. Moreover, the people are the kin of the Chu family. As a member of the Chu lineage, I cannot stand idly by, indifferent to their plight. I shall take on the responsibility of rescuing the nation and its people, Chu Xuancheng asserted earnestly. Upon hearing his declaration, Taoist Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. He regarded the prince with admiration, realizing that he had not misjudged him. Indeed, Prince Li was unlike others. Beneath his cold and arrogant exterior lay a fervent heart brimming with compassion. Knowing he could offer support to the people, he had traveled great distances to provide a remedy for the poison and share the tales of his journey. He then spoke. The floods in the south this time are far more severe than in previous years. I estimate that by June or July, when the major flood season arrives, the situation will worsen. During my journey, I saw numerous fields and homes already submerged, with refugees scattered along the roads. Yet, the most heart-wrenching aspect was that despite the court sending officials to manage the flooding and distributing relief grain, these provisions were embezzled by corrupt officials. Those in power protect one another, misappropriating disaster relief funds and food, leaving the common folk with nothing but sand-infused porridge and rotten potatoes. The people, unable to fill their bellies, resorted to foraging wild fruits and digging up wild herbs. When those ran out, they gnawed on tree bark, consumed clay, or even resorted to cannibalism. Some perished from starvation, while others were swept away by the floods. The emperor, however, turned a blind eye to these issues, indulging in pleasure alongside court officials, neglecting the plight of the populace. Thus, this calamity was both a natural disaster and a man-made tragedy. Chapter 1463. The princess line. Upon hearing this, both Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue were struck with astonishment. Yun Ruoyue, who could not bear to witness the suffering of the common people, felt her eyes welling with tears. Angrily, she exclaimed, the emperor is the sovereign of the Chu state. How can he be indifferent when the people are in distress? He spends his days ensconced in the halls of power, oblivious to the suffering of the populace, and thus remains ignorant of their hardships. Moreover, those corrupt officials, fearing trouble and the loss of their positions, deliberately downplay the severity of the disasters, misleading the emperor into believing the floods are not dire. Ultimately, this falls upon the emperor for not being a wise ruler. Had he been truly enlightened, he would have known the reality of the calamity long ago and sought ways to save the people. The populace would not be left to suffer in famine and despair. Unheeded, Taoist Qingfeng's anger flared at this moment, while Chu Xuancheng's eyes reflected a fierce fire. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming with fury, "Ah, that Chu Yuyao! Through nefarious means, he has usurped my father's throne, yet he shows no compassion for the people, leaving them to suffer and become displaced amidst this calamity." At this juncture, he turned to Taoist Qingfeng and declared, "Rest assured, Master, now that I, Chu Xuancheng, am aware of this situation, I will not stand idly by. Fortunately, my health has greatly improved. Though I only command the military and do not oversee disaster relief, I vow to exert every effort to rescue the people from their plight." Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng was filled with great admiration for him. He replied, "Your Highness, as the one in charge of military affairs, your duty is to protect the imperial city and the nation. However, since you are willing to aid the common folk, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on their behalf." At these words, his eyes glistened with emotion. Just as he was about to bow to Chu Xuancheng, the prince suddenly grasped his hand, saying, "Master, please rise. It is I who should bow to you, for you have saved my life." With that, he deeply bowed to Taoist Qingfeng. He then continued, "There is no need for you to thank me, Master. As a member of the royal family, it is only natural for me to care for the welfare of the people. Allow me some time to make the necessary arrangements, and I shall set forth to provide aid." "Very well, I shall await news from your Highness," replied Taoist Qingfeng. He had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng, a prince wielding immense power, would exhibit such humility and courtesy towards him. Such a person, possessing grace and decorum, unpretentious and modest, is undoubtedly destined for greatness. If the fate of the Chu kingdom were entrusted to him, the common people would surely find salvation. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng suddenly said, "Master, I hope you can keep my recent success in detoxification a secret. Rest assured, Your Highness, should you encounter any setbacks in this endeavor, I shall devise another method to assist you." Taoist Qingfeng spoke with a solemn expression. Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but cast him a glance, thinking him a theatrical performer, delivering falsehoods with such authenticity. "My desire for secrecy is also for the sake of the princess. Master, is it true that she possesses a phoenix fate?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. Should Emperor Hongyuan discover this matter, the Li Wangfu would surely face dire consequences. Taoist Qingfeng glanced at Yun Ruoyue and smiled. From the perspectives of fate, palmistry, and physiognomy, the princess indeed embodies the essence of a phoenix fate. Beyond that, she also bears the princess line on her palm, signifying her as a truly blessed individual. Princess line? Chu Xuancheng looked at Yun Ruoyue with curiosity. She extended her hand, saying, "Look, on both my left and right hands, there are two intersecting lines. The master claims this is the princess line, indicating I possess a princess fate, though I do not fully understand what that entails." Chapter 1464, Belief Brings Existence. Disbelief brings absence. Chu Xuancheng gazed at the two lines, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that RuoyueShe's origins are linked to these princess lines? However, Taoist Qingfeng remarked, "Indeed, the princess line is present on the princess's hand, yet this is merely a form of mysticism. The presence of two lines does not necessarily denote a princess. It is merely my conjecture based on the principles of divination. It signifies that the princess's fate is exceptionally favorable, akin to that of a princess. But there is no need for your Highness and the princess to take this to heart. After all, the Li Wangfei is the daughter of a noble family. How could she possibly be a princess?" Thus, Master Qingfeng refrained from making any hasty declarations, as he, too, could not draw conclusions on such matters. In truth, the prince, harbored doubts regarding these superstitious beliefs. However, the master's assertion that Ruoyue possesses the fate of a phoenix leads me to worry that if this information were to reach others, it might invite peril upon her. Chu Xuancheng remarked with a solemn expression. Master Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that particularly superstitious individuals might indeed harbor such thoughts. Nevertheless, it is commonly understood that possessing a phoenix fate signifies a fortunate destiny, not an indication that she is destined to become an empress or threaten anyone's position. Many individuals in this world bear such fates, yet the number of those who ascend to the role of empress is exceedingly rare. I have traveled to several nations and encountered a few empresses, yet I discerned no signs of a phoenix fate among them. Thus, this is merely a form of metaphysics, not to be relied upon. Yet, Yuer's blood, combined with that elixir, undeniably alleviated my poison, Chu Xuancheng pondered. Master Qingfeng responded. Perhaps it is solely the antidote that holds true efficacy. In other words, that blood may be of no significance. Is it possible that the antidote alone can counteract my poison? Why then did Li Chonglu imply otherwise? Chu Xuancheng inquired. He may have intentionally posed such a challenge to increase the difficulty of your detoxification, or perhaps it is indeed necessary to obtain that blood for a cure. Ultimately, many matters elude our understanding. Since the prince's poison has been resolved, he should relax and not dwell excessively on these thoughts. If the prince wishes to protect the princess, he should inform others that the detoxification was unsuccessful and that she does not possess a phoenix fate. Should the prince later desire to reveal that he has successfully detoxified, he may claim to have found another antidote, thus dispelling the emperor's suspicions, Master Qingfeng advised. Chu Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Master Qingfeng spoke wisely. Many affairs in this world are steeped in metaphysics. Belief lends them substance, while skepticism renders them void. The overly suspicious Hongyuan emperor will undoubtedly believe in these matters. Therefore, he must safeguard Yuer's secret. As for this princess lineage, it serves as a clue in the quest to uncover her origins. From this moment forth, he will pursue inquiries regarding Yuer's lineage based on this princess connection. After Master Qingfeng concluded, he departed for Qingfeng Temple, as he needed to assist the villagers below in evading the impending flood. Before his departure, Yun Ruoyue dispatched a contingent of guards for his protection and provided him with several carts of provisions for the journey, hoping to aid the children of Qingfeng Temple. She had not anticipated that disaster would strike so swiftly. Thus, she needed to hasten her thoughts on methods to manage the flood, hoping they would prove useful. Although Chu Xuancheng's poison had been resolved, only those close to him were aware. The servants believed that the princess had failed in her detoxification endeavor. Amid their disappointment, they expressed sentiments of admiration. The princess truly cared for the prince, willing to sacrifice her own heart's blood for him. Such a selfless act commanded their respect. Aunt Bing was also taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's willingness to risk her life to save Chu Xuancheng. Fortunately, she had survived, or the princess' residence might have been thrown into chaos. Recently, she observed that the prince, in his effort to protect the princess, was willing to harm himself, while the princess, in her endeavor to save the prince, was willing to offer her own heart's blood. Chapter 1465. Growth. This couple was prepared to sacrifice themselves for one another. This profound affection, one that does not wish harm upon the beloved, was something she had never encountered before. Such feelings are truly beautiful, yet they are also tinged with profound melancholy. Initially, the empress had poisoned Chu Xuancheng in hopes of inciting rebellion against him. However, to her astonishment, he demonstrated remarkable fortitude and restraint, choosing not to harm others, thereby winning the loyalty of many. Now, the entire Li Wang residence has grown increasingly devoted to Chu Xuancheng. If the empress were to learn of this outcome, she would surely regret her decision to poison him. Previously, when Chu Xuancheng sent people to search for those with the phoenix fate, the emperor was already aware of it. In his letter to her, he specifically instructed her to keep a close watch on Yun Ruoyue to ascertain whether she indeed possessed the phoenix fate. If she did, it would imply that she could potentially become empress, indicating that Chu Xuancheng harbored an imperial destiny. Such a scenario would spell peril for the Li Wang residence. She dared not betray the emperor. If the truth were uncovered, she would be obliged to report it accurately. Simultaneously, she feared this very outcome, for revealing the truth to the emperor could spell disaster for the couple. Fortunately, the recent attempt to antidote the poison failed, confirming that Yun Ruoyue was not the one with the phoenix fate. This revelation would alleviate the emperor's suspicions and safeguard the lives of the couple. Upon learning this outcome, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She did not wish for their demise. Thus, she hastily dispatched a message via carrier pigeon to the palace, informing them of Chu Xuancheng's failed antidote and Yun Ruoyue's lack of the phoenix fate. Surely, this would assuage the emperor's concerns. That night, Chu Xuancheng dismissed everyone and stood alone before the window, gazing at the moon outside. His silhouette appeared cold, and his expression had grown profoundly contemplative. This poisoning incident had illuminated the precariousness of his situation. The emperor now supported the virtuous prince, presenting him with yet another formidable adversary. Meanwhile, the Ruoyue and Yin Wang were covertly preparing for conflict, their eyes keenly fixed upon him. Despite the Jin Wang's decline, the empress's faction had not relinquished hope. Coupled with natural disasters and societal turmoil, the populace was in dire need of salvation. These events underscored the necessity for him to grow stronger in order to protect his family and his people. His foremost priority now was to enhance his own strength and consolidate his power. He bore the weight of many responsibilities and faced numerous formidable foes. Thus, he could no longer afford to be careless, nor could he indulge in personal sentiments. As the Li Wang, he must transform this enmity into motivation, lest he be defeated in due course. With threats and crises looming, it was clear, this time, it was either his life or that of his adversaries. When Yun Ruoyue arrived at the Xuancheng pavilion, she beheld the deep contours of Chu Xuancheng's profile. He appeared inscrutable, seemingly matured overnight. Had the experience with the heart-loss pill catalyzed his growth? His demeanor had become more aloof. He was destined for greatness, and perhaps this newfound maturity was not a detriment. Sometimes, individuals cannot return to their youthful selves. You have come, Chu Xuancheng said, turning to see Yun Ruoyue. He approached her with a gentle smile. Upon witnessing his smile, Yun Ruoyue finally felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, although his demeanor had grown colder, he remained gentle towards her. I am here to conduct a follow-up examination to ensure that no residual toxins linger within you. If all is well, then the poison shall be deemed truly eradicated, Yun Ruoyue remarked. Chu Xuancheng nodded with a smile. Very well. Chapter 1466. The lights have yet to be extinguished. With that, he stepped forward, taking Yun Ruoyue's hand. Leaning down to gaze deeply into her eyes, his expression filled with warmth. Yun Ruoyue responded with a slight smile. Despite his indifference towards others, he was ever so meticulous and caring towards her. Before long, she proceeded to draw blood for the examination. The results indicated that Chu Xuancheng's blood remained normal, with no elevated values, confirming the complete absence of the heart-devouring pill's poison. This brought her great relief. The poison within you has finally dissipated, and now you can enjoy a restful night's sleep, she said. Then, would you care to share a bed with me tonight? Chu Xuancheng inquired, his gaze penetrating as it fell upon Yun Ruoyue. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she nestled into his embrace, gently nodding. Yes. I wish to see if you still suffer from nightmares or insomnia. With you by my side, I shall not have nightmares, though I may still experience insomnia. Chu Xuancheng replied, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her towards the grand bed. Upon reaching the bedside, he remarked, you feel considerably heavier. It seems the children have grown. I have been so busy lately that I nearly forgot. In a few months, the children will arrive, and we shall have our hands full, Yun Ruoyue said. A mix of exhaustion and joy flooding her thoughts at the prospect of caring for two little ones. Thankfully, with the help of Feng'er and others, it would not be too burdensome. Gently, Chu Xuancheng laid her upon the bed and leaned over her, reassuring her, do not worry. We shall have servants to assist us when the time comes. For tonight, allow me to attend to matters first. As he spoke, he lowered his head, closing his eyes, and tenderly captured Yun Ruoyue's lips with his own. The moment their lips met, she let out a soft gasp, her protest stifled as he parted her lips with ease. Wait, the lights have yet to be extinguished, Yun Ruoyue shyly interjected. Chu Xuancheng rose, summoning a gentle breeze with his hand to extinguish the candle. He then embraced her from behind, playfully biting her ear, his voice low and husky. Now is it acceptable? With that, he kissed her earlobe tenderly. Of course, you big-headed fool. Yun Ruoyue's voice dwindled, ultimately drowned out by his labored breaths. Outside, the moon had long since shyly retreated behind the clouds, and the stars hastily closed their eyes. After a while, Chu Xuancheng held Yun Ruoyue close, whispering softly in her ear, Are you tired? Her cheeks flushed, leaving her uncertain how to respond. If she admitted to fatigue, he would surely tease her. If she claimed otherwise, he would undoubtedly continue. Thus, she chose silence. Noticing her shyness, Chu Xuancheng refrained from teasing further, holding her tenderly for a moment before saying, Wearer, the world is currently in turmoil, and the political landscape is unstable. I must make preparations for the Li Wangfu. In this tumultuous era, as the wise king ascends the throne, both the illustrious and the Yin princes harbor their own ambitions. While the surroundings of the Li Wang mansion are fraught with peril, when I am away from home, you must be vigilant in safeguarding yourself. I am aware that you must also exercise caution outside. Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, a profound sense of crisis welled up within Yun Ruoyue. The chaos within the court and the world at large is escalating. She despises such disorder, yet feels powerless to effect change. Chu Xuancheng, with his dark eyes gazing into the distance, shimmered with a cold, profound light. From this moment forth, I must swiftly amplify my strength and devise a means to connect with the loyal ministers who once served my father. Only by erecting an impregnable fortress can I ensure your safety and that of our children. I also seek vengeance against Chu Yuyao, and I shall personally deliver justice. Chapter 1467. The test of eunuch Su. Observing him in such a state, Yun Ruoyue reached out to caress his brow. The weight of the burdens you bear is too great. You must prioritize your own well-being before attending to us. Rest assured, I shall be your strongest pillar of support. With adversaries already at our doorstep and various factions eyeing us with intent, even if Chu Xuancheng wishes to avoid conflict, he will be inexorably drawn into it. Thus, we must confront the challenges head-on, as achieving victory in this struggle is paramount. A defeat would spell dire consequences. Thus, we cannot afford to lose. The following noon, Emperor Honyuan unexpectedly dispatched eunuch Su and a cadre of imperial physicians, including Dr. Zhang, to extend their regards to Chu Xuancheng. Eunuch Su, leading a retinue bearing a plethora of supplements, entered the Li Wang mansion with considerable fanfare. Once the steward guided them into the floral hall of the mansion, Chu Xuancheng, having received prior notice, awaited alongside Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, the assembly greeted. There is no need for such formalities, Chu Xuancheng replied with a measured tone. He stood upright, exuding an aura of dignified authority without the need for anger. Eunuch Su, now apprehensive of Chu Xuancheng after having been punished to kneel for 3 days previously, approached with a facade of cordiality, albeit with resentment simmering beneath the surface. Your Highness, ever since the Emperor learned of your poisoning, he has been deeply concerned about your condition. He has specifically instructed this old servant to prepare numerous supplements and has brought imperial physicians to attend to you. Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for his concern, Chu Xuancheng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Eunuch Su responded with a sycophantic smile. Dr. Zhang, I would be grateful if you and your colleagues could attend to His Highness. The Emperor has not seen Aunt Bing in quite some time and wishes to send her some supplements. I shall go visit her now. Eunuch Su gestured to the physicians. Please, Eunuch, Dr. Zhang replied. Then, Your Highness, I shall take my leave to visit Aunt Bing, Eunuch Su said before exiting with the steward. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue signaled to the maid Xiao Dai at the door. Xiao Dai understood the cue and discreetly followed Eunuch Su. It was evident that Eunuch Su's visit to Aunt Bing was no simple matter, and she was determined to eavesdrop. Before long, Eunuch Su, accompanied by the young eunuchs, arrived at Feiyue Pavilion. At that moment, Aunt Bing was instructing the little fish in the art of walking gracefully. Upon spotting Eunuch Su, her expression darkened, and she promptly instructed, All right, you all practice on your own for now. Yes, Aunt, the group replied. Aunt, I hope this message finds you well. It has been quite some time since the Emperor last laid eyes on you, and he has sent me to bring you some gifts. The proud Eunuch Su declared with a self-important smile. Aunt Bing held a disdain for the sycophantic Eunuch Su. Casting him a cold glance, she replied, Very well. Come inside, and we shall converse. Once they entered Aunt Bing's chamber, Xiao Dai stealthily slipped in from the back courtyard of the Feiyue Pavilion, making her way to the rear window of Aunt Bing's room to eavesdrop on their conversation. Upon entering, Eunuch Su surveyed the room with envy, exclaiming, I never imagined the residence of the aunt at the royal Prince Li's estate would be so lavish and sophisticated. Aunt, do you reside here alone? Aunt Bing quickly discerned that Su was testing her and replied coolly, Indeed, this is arranged by the prince. So, it seems the royal prince treats you quite well? Eunuch Su remarked with a mocking tone, his fingers delicately poised. Chapter 1468. The devious eunuch, his face, caked in white powder thicker than a city wall, and his lips painted a deep brown, rendered him an androgynous figure, almost monstrous, which made Aunt Bing's stomach churn. She retorted coldly, I am in the Emperor's service. Does the royal prince dare to treat me poorly? If he were to do so, it would be as if he holds the Emperor in contempt. Eunuch Su's insinuation seemed to imply that she had been bribed by Chu Xuancheng. She understood that he would not ask such a question without reason. Surely, The emperor harbored doubts about her loyalty, sending him to probe her. Indeed, Eunuch Su nodded repeatedly, jealousy etched across his face. You are favored by the emperor. The royal prince ought to treat you well. This room you inhabit is far more luxurious than our own. Surely, you are ranked just below 1. Above 100 in the royal prince's estate. Observing your comfortable life, have you heeded the emperor's words? Have you gleaned any valuable information? Aunt Bing replied coldly. All that I have discovered has been conveyed to you via pigeon post. Have you not presented it to the emperor? How could we dare? However, the emperor feels that your prolonged presence here has yielded no intelligence, which truly betrays his trust in you, Eunuch Su stated solemnly. The royal prince's estate is devoid of anything worth uncovering. Do you think I do not wish to investigate? Perhaps you should report to the emperor that we should switch roles. I shall attend to the emperor while you attempt to gather information. Let us see if you possess the capability to unearth more than I have, Aunt Bing replied coldly. Xian, cease your pretenses. I now inquire directly. Has Chu Xuancheng's poison been resolved? Does Yun Ruoyue possess the phoenix fate? Eunuch Su pressed. Aunt Bing finally grasped that this was the crux of his inquiry. Looking at Eunuch Su, she responded coolly, after so many years of service to the emperor. Do you truly believe I would deceive him? I still have kin in my homeland, a mother, a vulnerability. Even in the face of death, I would not dare betray the emperor. Moreover, the emperor has treated me with immense kindness and trust. How could I ever deceive him? I tell you, the royal prince's poison remains unresolved, and the royal princess does not possess the phoenix fate. If you doubt me, summon those imperial physicians to investigate. The truth will be revealed. Is what you say true? The royal prince's poison truly has no antidote? Eunuch Su asked with a sinister glare. Undoubtedly. You may inquire with Dr. Zhang and the others. The ice maiden responded with unwavering confidence, for what she witnessed was indeed the truth. Observing her resolute demeanor, Eunuch Su pressed on with his inquiry, asking whether she had uncovered any evidence of Prince Li's treason. Just a single piece of evidence. And the emperor could condemn Chu Xuancheng to death. The ice maiden, her neck held high, retorted coldly, none. Had I found any, I would have informed the emperor long ago. Would I have waited until now? Eunuch Su sneered. I doubt you would dare deceive the emperor. Xian, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. You appear even more enchanting. How about I petition the emperor for your hand in marriage, and we become a couple, sharing our meals together? As he spoke, he abruptly sat beside the ice maiden, his greasy, weathered hands reaching towards her face. What are you doing? The ice maiden, alarmed, quickly swatted his hand away, but he was unfazed, suddenly bending down to embrace her, his hands beginning to roam. As she was held, a foul breath emanated from his yellowed, blackened teeth, causing her to recoil in disgust. Release me at once. If you do not, I shall call for help. Whom will you call? We are engaged in important matters here. Who would dare interrupt? Have they a death wish? Eunuch Su declared with bravado. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Someone is coming. Release me, the ice maiden urged. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Annie, are you in there? The princess has urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Su's expression darkened, and he glared at the door in irritation. Rising ominously, he threatened the ice maiden. This time, I shall let you off lightly. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Reluctantly, he released her and strode toward the exit, lifting his chin in arrogance. I am a favored minister of the emperor. If you agree to be with me, I shall ensure you live in luxury and protection within the palace. If you dare oppose me, the day you return to the palace will be your last. So when that day comes, you would do well to comply with my wishes. Hearing these words, the ice maiden's face turned pale with fear. She lowered her head coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Eunuch Su's retreating figure. The sight of that grotesque, gluttonous man made her stomach churn. As a eunuch, he possessed a deeply twisted nature, and it was said that all the palace maidens who had once shared his meals had been cruelly tortured to death. His methods of torment were brutal, rivaling the most severe forms of punishment. She had no desire to marry such a twisted old man. Yet, in the palace, he wielded considerable power and was adept at disguising his true nature, earning the emperor's favor. If he wished to marry her, the emperor would undoubtedly acquiesce. The only way to escape his clutches was to remain at the prince's residence and avoid returning to the palace. Thus, the prince's household must remain intact. As Eunuch Su stepped outside, he encountered Xiao Dai, who stood there with a cold demeanor. He immediately inquired, "What is the matter? Why the commotion outside? Do you not see that we are engaged in important discussions within?" Xiao Dai replied solemnly, I apologize, but our princess has urgent matters to discuss with the Ice Maiden, and I had no choice but to intrude. Aunt Bing hastily inquired, does the princess seek me? Upon receiving a nod from Xiao Dai, she was promptly whisked away. Observing their retreating figures, Eunuch Su's countenance darkened with rage, a tempest of frustration brewing within him, yet he remained uncertain as to whom he should direct his ire. As Aunt Bing and Xiao Dai traversed the path, a perplexed Aunt Bing queried, what business does the princess have with me, dear Xiao Dai? A sense of unease crept over her. The timing of Xiao Dai's appearance felt far too fortuitous. Had she overheard the conversation between herself and Eunuch Su? Xiao Dai cast a sidelong glance, responding nonchalantly, the princess has heard of your exceptional tea brewing skills. A physician has arrived at the palace, and she wishes for you to prepare some fine tea for them. Aunt Bing was momentarily taken aback. While she indeed possessed remarkable tea-making abilities, such tasks typically fell to the young maidservants. Why would the princess summon her? Could it be that Xiao Dai had truly eavesdropped and was now providing her an escape? It appeared that both she and the princess were observing one another, a tacit understanding existing between them that required no verbal acknowledgement. After all, she was an envoy of the emperor, and it was but natural for the princess to harbor reservations regarding her trustworthiness. Fortunately, she had refrained from speaking ill of the Li Wangfu. Turning to Xiao Dai, she replied, very well, I shall comply. Grateful for Xiao Dai's timely intervention, she felt relief wash over her. Otherwise, she could only imagine the indignities she might have suffered at the hands of that old man. Xiao Dai, despite having no obligation to assist her, had chosen to do so, prompting Aunt Bing to cast a grateful glance in her direction. Before long, they arrived at the anteroom. Upon entering, Aunt Bing promptly addressed Yun Ruoyue, Your Highness, do you wish for Bing Qian to prepare the tea? She shall do so immediately. Yun Ruoyue regarded her with a cool glance, replying, Thank you, Aunt Bing. No trouble at all. It is Bing Qian's duty, Aunt Bing stated, hurrying away. Once she departed, Xiao Dai swiftly approached Yun Ruoyue, leaning in to recount all that she had overheard. After listening intently, Yun Ruoyue's gaze darkened with contemplation. It seemed that Bing Qian was not a malevolent figure. She had not maligned the Li Wangfu. However, she had not anticipated that Eunuch Su was a eunuch of such depravity, daring to harass Bing Qian within the confines of her estate. A brazen act indeed. Determined to address this affront, she made her way into the inner chamber, where she found Physician Zhang and others engaged in a rotating consultation for Chu Xuancheng. The performance of Chu Xuancheng had escalated dramatically. He clutched his head in distress, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes as he bellowed, I am not ill. Depart at once. None shall approach me. My lord, I am merely acting on the emperor's orders to attend to your health. I implore you to cooperate, one physician implored. I have declared that I am not ill. Whose orders do you follow? All of you, leave at once, or face dire consequences. Chu Xuancheng retorted. His face darkened with fury. Witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly entered, realizing that the prince's malady had recurred. It seemed the poison within him had deepened. Esteemed physicians, allow me to soothe him. Only I can calm him at this moment. Please wait outside, she urged. Indeed, it would be wise for everyone to step outside. Should the prince descend into madness, he may become quite lethal. Mo Li chimed in, fanning the flames of the situation. Upon hearing this, the imperial physicians were struck with terror, their faces turning pale as they hastily retreated. They had no desire to attend to the prince's ailments, for fear of losing their own lives. The prince, afflicted by an unknown and sinister poison, suffered from insomnia and bouts of rage in his state. He was not accountable for his actions, and thus they sought to distance themselves. Once the physicians had exited in a hasty line, Yun Ruoyue quickly embraced Chu Xuancheng, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing her, his gaze darkened and narrowed ominously. How dare that wretched Eunuch Su wreak havoc in his royal residence? Oh, you have arrived, Eunuch Su? At that moment, the voice of Physician Zhang echoed from outside. Yun Ruoyue promptly released Chu Xuancheng and stepped out, noting that the prince's condition seemed to be worsening, to the point where even she could no longer manage him. She pondered what had just provoked him. Mo Li interjected, Your Highness, could it be that the sudden influx of visitors, all proclaiming the prince's illness and insisting on treatment, has agitated him? It is quite possible. The prince has always believed himself to be in perfect health. He detests anyone suggesting otherwise. Physicians, when you examine him, please refrain from stating that he is ill. Simply refer to it as a routine health check, Yun Ruoyue instructed. The physicians immediately nodded in agreement. Eunuch Su, observing this, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He stealthily entered the inner chamber, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing Chu Xuancheng. Noticing Chu Xuancheng emerge, hands clasped atop his head, a look of distress upon his face, he remarked. When we arrived moments ago, the prince appeared well. How could he have succumbed to his affliction so swiftly? This ailment is indeed peculiar. He had come to verify the truth of the matter and was determined to discern whether the prince was feigning his condition. Chapter 1471. The strike against Eunuch Su. Who are you to declare that this prince is unwell? Chu Xuancheng suddenly stepped forth, his gaze fierce as it bore down on Eunuch Su. Startled, Eunuch Su blinked in confusion. Your Highness, do you not recognize me? I am here at the Emperor's behest to inquire after your health. The Emperor has expressed great concern upon hearing of your illness. Why do you speak thus? My apologies. Eunuch Su, but the prince has been poisoned. He suffers not only from madness, but also from peculiar lapses in memory, often forgetting trivial matters, Yun Ruoyue explained. Gesturing to her head, Eunuch Su's eyes widened in shock. What? You claim the prince's mind is impaired, that he has lost his memory? Not lost entirely, but rather experiencing selective amnesia, intermittent forgetfulness, where he recalls some matters at times and forgets others at others, Yun Ruoyue clarified. What? Intermittent amnesia? So, the prince's mind is genuinely troubled? Eunuch Su exclaimed in astonishment. How dare you? Which insolent servant dares to suggest that this prince's mind is in disarray? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng, filled with fury, advanced upon Eunuch Su and raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed through the room, startling Aunt Bing, who had just entered with a tea tray. Eunuch Su, stunned by the blow, gazed at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. Your Highness, you would strike me? To accuse this prince of mental instability is a grave offense. My leniency in striking you is a mercy. Chu Xuancheng thundered. Elder Su could not help but glance at him, noticing the icy demeanor and the murderous intent in his eyes. He glared back, seething with indignation, and gritted his teeth. How dare you, kingly? We are, after all, people close to the emperor. Do you not realize that striking me is tantamount to striking the emperor himself? The emperor? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's thoughts seemed to snap back into focus. He suddenly placed his hands on Elder Su's shoulders, his expression one of astonishment and embarrassment. You are the emperor? Do not jest with me. How could I dare impersonate the emperor? I am Elder Su. Kingly, do you genuinely not remember? Or is this merely a ruse? Elder Su glared at Chu Xuancheng, suspicion etched across his features. You are Elder Su? Chu Xuancheng replied, his face a mask of confusion as he scrutinized Elder Su. Elder Su, covering half his face, retorted crossly, If I am not Elder Su, then who am I? Kingly, how dare you strike me? Elder Su's anger was palpable, and his self-reference before Chu Xuancheng was a profound disrespect. Chu Xuancheng glanced at him once more, as if regaining his composure, and exclaimed, So you are Elder Su. My apologies, I momentarily forgot it was you. I thought you were merely a lowly servant and momentarily lost my temper. You do not hold this against me, do you? Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, Elder Su felt a wave of suppressed frustration. Was he to endure this humiliation after being struck? Previously, he had been punished by Chu Xuancheng to kneel for 3 days, and he had yet to recover from that indignity. At the time, he refrained from retaliation because Eunuch Lu was the Grand Steward, and he was merely a second steward, yet to rise in rank. Now, as the Grand Steward and the most favored individual by the Emperor, he would not allow Chu Xuancheng to humiliate him so. Fuming, he declared, Your Highness, kingly, are you truly ill or merely feigning? I warn you not to take advantage of your pretense of illness to bully me. If the Emperor learns of this, you will surely face grave consequences. You dare claim that I am ill? I am not ill. Chu Xuancheng's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this. As his emotions threatened to spiral out of control, Yun Ruoyue hastily intervened, urging Elder Su, Please, do not mention illness again. The prince cannot tolerate it. Yet he strikes me publicly, which is an affront to the emperor. He does not even regard the emperor. What punishment should he face for this? Elder Su immediately invoked the emperor, adding, I do not believe he can act with impunity. Can the emperor not also declare him ill? You dare claim that I am ill? Chu Xuancheng's anger reached a boiling point. He raised his hand and struck Elder Su with a resounding slap. Again and again, he struck, declaring with each blow, Speak another word about my illness, and I shall strike you again. With 3 or 4 slaps, while Chu Xuancheng's hand remained unscathed, Elder Su's face was left marked with red imprints. This scene sent shivers through the court physicians, terrified by the ferocity of King Li's wrath. Aunt Bing, witnessing the spectacle, felt a sense of vindication. She had not anticipated that the prince would strike Elder Su. He had never been so brutal to anyone during his previous episodes. Could it be that the prince feigned illness to exact retribution on Elder Su? Yet, the prince showed no signs of pretense. He resembled a lion enraged. This time, the prince avenged her grievances, providing her with a sense of relief, while a profound sense of gratitude welled up within her. Su Gongong, having received numerous slaps, immediately cried out in pain, his vision blurred and tears streaming down his face. He covered his face, glaring at Chu Xuancheng with hatred, daring to confront the bold prince. I am a servant of the emperor. How dare you strike me? Do you wish for the emperor to deal with you? Seeing that enough punishment had been dealt and her anger had subsided, Yun Ruoyue approached and supported Chu Xuancheng, gently advising, Your Highness, please exercise some self-control. Rest assured, you are not ill. You are perfectly fine. Indeed, I am not ill. From now on, anyone who dares to claim I am unwell shall face such consequences. Chu Xuancheng declared coldly. Yes, you are right in all respects. However, Your Highness, you truly should not have struck him. He is not just anyone, but Su Gongong, sent by the emperor to attend to your well-being. Yun Ruoyue consoled him. Sent by the emperor to care for me? Su Gongong. Chu Xuancheng, in distress, cradled his head, closing his eyes and shaking it in disbelief. When he reopened his eyes, the fury had vanished, replaced by clarity. Yun Ruoyue nodded, affirming, Indeed, he is Su Gongong. Look, he has even brought you numerous gifts from the emperor and many physicians to check on you. Really? Chu Xuancheng hurriedly glanced at Su Gongong, stepping closer with curiosity. Gongong, what happened to your face? Who struck you? Tell me at once, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. Upon his approach, Su Gongong instinctively recoiled a few steps, terrified of being struck again. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Your Highness, have you forgotten what just transpired? He dared not utter a word about illness again. Having learned his lesson, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, Your Highness, you misjudged Su Gongong earlier, which led to the incident. Please go and apologize to him. Did I strike him? Chu Xuancheng, still holding his head, slowly turned to Su Gongong. After a moment of reflection, an expression of deep regret filled his eyes. He rushed towards Su Gongong, grasping his frail hand tightly. Gongong, I sincerely apologize. Due to my illness, I was unwell and lost control, which led to my unwarranted actions against you. Someone, fetch ointment to treat Gongong's face. Chapter 1473. The severity of the illness. With Chu Xuancheng holding his hand, Su Gongong felt a sudden tremor. Inwardly, he thought, now Chu Xuancheng dares to proclaim his illness once more. Has he not denied it before? He is indeed a tyrannical despot, a madman, who only allows himself to declare his own afflictions, forbidding others from doing so. Yet, despite this, he could only bitterly concede, Your Highness, you speak falsely. You are not ill, it was I who misspoke. Having endured so many blows, he had learned to tread carefully, refraining from asserting that Chu Xuancheng was unwell, even if he was fully aware of the truth. Fortunately, the mention of illness did not provoke another strike. Chu Xuancheng continued to hold Su Gongong's hand, his expression warm and sincere. No, Gongong, you need not comfort me. I do not know how I became poisoned, leading to my current state. My actions were reckless, and I sincerely apologize, hoping you can find it in your heart to forgive me. At present, Chu Xuancheng has returned to his former demeanor of courtesy and decorum. Su Gongong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his transformation. Was he genuinely unwell or merely feigning illness? Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed truly ill, and he sincerely apologized to Su Gongong. As a noble prince, his earnestness compelled Su Gongong to forgive him, for it would be unreasonable to hold a grudge. Thus, he reluctantly swallowed his indignation, concealing his inner turmoil, and said graciously, Your Highness, considering your discomfort, let us temporarily set aside the earlier incident. I hope there will be no recurrence. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. With so many witnesses present, he felt coerced into forgiving Chu Xuancheng. However, upon returning to the palace, he resolved to report the matter to the emperor, vowing to seek retribution. Turning to the physicians, he inquired, Esteemed doctors, what is the diagnosis for His Highness? Zhang Tai glanced at Chu Xuancheng, his demeanor reflecting trepidation, and replied, Your Highness. Zhang Tai continued, Allow me to assist His Highness into the inner chamber, and you may discuss it with Su Gonggong thereafter. Observing Zhang Tai's hesitance to disclose Chu Xuancheng's condition in his presence, Yun Ruoyue perceptively approached and assisted Chu Xuancheng into the inner room. Once Chu Xuancheng had departed, Zhang Tai immediately approached Su Gonggong, whispering, "This is dire. The prince's ailments are grave. He suffers from amnesia, mania, insomnia, and a form of madness. He is indeed afflicted, and quite severely." Another physician concurred. "Indeed, we examined His Highness's pulse, which appeared normal. However, such conditions cannot be discerned solely through pulse examination. One must observe his behavior. As we all witnessed, His Highness displayed signs of madness. This severe condition must be reported to the Emperor without delay. He must be informed. Indeed, the Prince of Li is our nation's guardian deity and a formidable warrior. He commands substantial forces. We cannot afford for him to be compromised." "So, it is true that the prince is poisoned and genuinely ill?" Su Gonggong questioned, bewildered. "Absolutely, without a doubt. Let us hasten back to the palace to report to the Emperor," Zhang Tai urged, quickly gathering his medicinal case and leading the way. The other physicians followed suit, eager to leave, fearing that lingering too long might provoke Chu Xuancheng's wrath. Witnessing their palpable fear, Su Gonggong's heart raced, prompting him to hasten out, transforming his walk into a run, glancing back anxiously, fearful that Chu Xuancheng might pursue him. Given the consensus and his own observations, it seemed evident that Chu Xuancheng was indeed ill, not a pretense. Chapter 1474. Aunt Bing's gratitude as Su Gonggong and the others fled in disarray within the inner chamber. Yun Ruoyue exchanged amused glances with Chu Xuancheng, and they both erupted into laughter. Yun Ruoyue gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You acted so convincingly just now. I nearly believed you. That insolent Su Gonggong dared to be so brazen in my domain. This punishment is still rather lenient," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Just then, a concerned voice from outside called, "Your Highness, how is the prince?" "He is well. He feels much better," Yun Ruoyue reassured, assisting Chu Xuancheng as they stepped outside. Chu Xuancheng once again donned his icy expression and spoke in a deep voice, "Where have Su Gonggong and the others gone?" "My lord, they have fled in fear of your wrath," Mo Li replied, suppressing a laugh. Chu Xuancheng raised an incredulous eyebrow. "I treat others with magnanimity and courtesy. I am not a ferocious beast. Why would they react in such a manner?" Mo Li could not help but smirk. "My lord, was that truly your definition of benevolence?" "Thank you for standing up for Bing Qian earlier." Binggu approached to express her gratitude to Chu Xuancheng. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "What do you mean by standing up for her?" Bing Qian was taken aback. Could it be that the prince was genuinely unwell and not merely feigning illness? She quickly clarified, "To be candid, while Su Gonggong was discussing matters with me, he suddenly attempted to take advantage of me. Fortunately, Xiao Dai called for me from outside, which saved me from that predicament. I assumed that she had informed you, my lord, and that was why you intervened and struck Su Gonggong, hence my gratitude." "Such a thing transpired?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed. "Had I known sooner, I would not have let him off so easily. However, Su Gonggong is merely a eunuch. He would need to possess the capability to tarnish your dignity, thus you need not fear him." Bing Qian lowered her head, realizing that the prince was unaware of the full circumstances. It seemed he truly was unwell and not pretending. Chu Xuancheng cast a light glance at Binggu, aware of her intentions to test whether he was genuinely ill or merely acting. If he admitted to feigning illness to defend her, it would expose his ruse. He was not foolish enough to fall into that trap. Yun Ruoyue then turned to Xiao Dai. "Did you witness the incident?" Replying to the princess, "I did not. I was merely following your orders to summon Binggu, and perhaps by chance, I inadvertently aided her," Xiao Dai replied calmly. "I see. Nonetheless, I am still grateful to you," Binggu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had initially thought the prince and princess were assisting her, only to realize she had overestimated the situation. Yun Ruoyue remarked, "I never anticipated that Su Gonggong would dare to cause such chaos within the Li Wangfu. Aunt, should he attempt this again, you must inform me immediately." "Yes, my princess," Binggu replied. "Very well, you may leave now," Yun Ruoyue commanded. Once Binggu and the others had departed, Mo Li suddenly asked, "My lord, my princess, you clearly aided Binggu earlier. Why did you not inform her? If you had, it could have garnered her favor and made her more amenable." "Absolutely not." Yun Ruoyue calmly waved her hand. Binggu is an exceedingly cautious individual who does not easily place her trust in others. instead of actively seeking her allegiance. It would be wiser to devise a way for her to willingly pledge her loyalty to us. Given her temperament, if we were overly kind to her, she would surely suspect ulterior motives. Furthermore, she is loyal to the emperor. Such trivial acts of kindness will not sway her allegiance. Chapter 1475. A relationship of proximity and distance. Thus, the reason behind the prince and princess's respectful yet distant demeanor towards her became clear. Emily nodded in understanding. It is no wonder that, on the surface, Aunt Bing appears to wield considerable power and earn respect within the royal residence. Yet, the prince and princess frequently treat her with indifference. This, it seems, is a strategic maneuver by the princess. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes with confidence, resolved to make Aunt Bing understand that the Li royal residence would not stoop to appease her. The Li royal house possesses the strength to safeguard itself, needing no favors from others, and instead, it is others who will seek to align themselves with it. Now that Aunt Bing has exited the palace and has incurred the emperor's suspicion, gaining his trust will prove exceedingly difficult. Her sole reliance is now on the Li royal residence. Should she refuse to ally with us, returning to the palace will be equally challenging. If she is wise, she will know how to choose. The princess is astute. Thus, it is not we who should seek Aunt Bing, but rather Aunt Bing who must seek the protection of the Li royal residence. Emily remarked. Chu Xuancheng concurred, stating, indeed, from what Xiao Dai has shared, the emperor has begun to harbor doubts about Aunt Bing. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, trust cannot easily be regained. Should she return to the palace, she will face the perverse oppression of eunuch Su, leading her down a path of no return. At that point, even I would be unable to assist her. Yun Ruoyue nodded, asserting that to truly win Aunt Bing over, they must first strengthen themselves. People are naturally drawn to the powerful. Only through immense strength can they attract those of discernment to their cause. An ancient saying comes to mind: those who bring joy to the near will attract the distant. I find this saying profoundly insightful. What does joy to the near, attract the distant mean? Chu Xuancheng inquired. He found Yun Ruoyue increasingly clever, her insights filling him with curiosity about her world. Yun Ruoyue smiled and explained, it signifies that by bringing joy and alleviation to those close at hand, those from afar will be inspired to join us. If we wish to recruit talent, we must first treat our own well, ensuring they live without worry and can realize their potential. Only then will talent gravitate toward us of its own accord. Well said. Henceforth, the guiding principle of the Li royal residence shall be joy to the near, attract the distant. Chu Xuancheng praised, taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's understanding not only of medicine but also of the art of attracting talent. Yun Ruoyue replied, you flatter me. I merely draw upon the wisdom of the ancients. I have observed that Aunt Bing has been living quite comfortably in the Li royal residence of late, likely reluctant to return to the palace, thus bringing us closer to the possibility of swaying her. Chu Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Soon, eunuch Su returned to the palace with the royal physicians to report to the emperor. Upon hearing the physician's account of Prince Chu Xuancheng's ailment, the emperor dismissed them. He then turned to eunuch Su, narrowing his eyes sharply, and inquired, eunuch Su, do you believe the Li royal prince is truly ill? He had already learned of the heart loss pill incident from the empress and held no grudges against her. Rather, he deemed her actions commendable. However, as emperor, he must feign ignorance and appear concerned for his nephew's well-being. Eunuch Su, rubbing the marks on his face, felt a chill pass through him and replied, Your Majesty, the Li prince indeed appears to be genuinely unwell. However, his condition fluctuates, and I cannot discern whether he is truly ill or merely feigning. Fluctuating condition? Emperor Hongyuan narrowed his eyes keenly. Indeed, when he recovers, he appears just as usual. However, once he falls ill, he strikes me with remarkable ferocity. Your Majesty, look. This face of mine was nearly ruined by his blows. His strength is simply excessive. When he strikes me, it is as though he is striking you, showing a complete disregard for your authority. As Su Gonggong spoke, he began to weep in indignation. Chapter 1476. The emperor's favor for the empress. Chu Xuancheng dares to treat him in such a manner. He must be dealt with severely. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan clenched his teeth in a dark fury, his countenance ashen, gripping the teacup tightly. His eyes were enveloped in a tempestuous storm, exuding an inscrutable presence. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, The Princess of Li must be 5 or 6 months pregnant by now. Time indeed flies. Soon, her child will be born. Su Gongong was momentarily taken aback, as he was reporting Chu Xuancheng's transgressions, to which the emperor countered, "What does the princess of Li have to do with this?" He responded with trepidation, "Your Majesty, the princess of Li strikes this old servant without consideration for your dignity. Are you not incensed? He is merely unwell. There is some justification for his actions. Su Gongong, he is but a patient now. You must endure the blows and refrain from gossiping beyond these walls." Emperor Han Yuan intoned solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Su Gongong hastily replied. It became evident that, to the emperor, his life was of little consequence. Even when struck by the princess of Li, he would not seek vengeance on his behalf. Was the emperor truly so apprehensive of this princess of Li that he remained unfazed after being publicly humiliated? After speaking, Emperor Han Yuan regarded Su Gongong's face and, with a meaningful expression, commanded, "Su Gongong, issue an edict. I shall visit the Ernggu Palace to see the empress tonight. Prepare accordingly. Your Majesty's visit to Ernggu Palace will surely delight the empress. This old servant will make the necessary arrangements," Su Gongong responded. As he turned to leave, Emperor Han Yuan suddenly added, "Fetch some medicinal ointment from the imperial physician to treat your wounds." Su Gongong was profoundly touched by these words. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "This old servant is deeply grateful for your Majesty's concern." With that, he hurried off to relay the message to Ernggu Palace. Half an hour later, Emperor Han Yuan arrived at Ernggu Palace. His Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing the announcement, the Empress promptly led her attendants to greet him. Approaching Emperor Han Yuan, she bowed and said, "Long live your Majesty. There is no need for such formalities, my Empress. Let us speak inside," Emperor Han Yuan replied, personally assisting her as they entered the inner chamber. The Empress was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had paid her a visit. Having resided with the enchanting Xue Fei, today, he unexpectedly came to see her. How peculiar. Surely, he must have a matter of importance to discuss, which is why he is showing her such attentiveness. A disingenuous smile crept across her face as she remarked, "Your Majesty has finally found the time to visit your humble servant. Will you not accompany Sister Xue Fei today?" "That is not the case. You are the Empress, the foremost of the 6 palaces. Is it not my duty to visit you?" Emperor Han Yuan chuckled in response. "I did not mean to imply that, Your Majesty. It has merely been a while since you last visited, and I find myself quite taken aback. Moreover, I fear for Sister's feelings," the Empress stated. Huang Yuan Emperor, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of guilt wash over his face. "Empress," he said, "recently, the Jiangnan region has been struck by floods, while the northwest suffers from drought. I must attend to the ancestral temple to pray and offer sacrifices, beseeching our forebears to bless the people. Thus, I have been unable to visit you. However, do not worry. Once this period of busyness passes, I shall make time to spend with you. As for concubine Xue, she is always understanding, gentle, and kind. She would not speak out of turn. She often encourages me to come see you, so please do not misunderstand her." Instantly, the Empress's heart sank. Here was the Emperor, yet he still defended that little wretch, which infuriated her. She exhaled a breath of frustration and instructed the maid behind her, "Hurry and bring forth the tea and snacks I have prepared for His Majesty." After enjoying the pastries and tea, Huang Yuan Emperor embraced the Empress and reclined on the bed. He caressed the Empress's slightly relaxed belly and recalled concubine Xue's smooth, flat abdomen and her youthful, tender skin. Glancing at the Empress in his arms, he noticed the faint lines beginning to form at the corners of her eyes. Suppressing his discomfort, he said, "Empress, the child of Princess Li is due to be born soon. I assenti it?" After receiving this affirmation, a blush appeared on her face, and she nestled closer into the Emperor's embrace. "Yes, it is coming soon. How time flies. But what troubles you, Your Majesty?" The Emperor smirked. Finding it simple to converse with an astute individual, one remark sufficed to convey his meaning. He spoke in a grave tone. "Chu Xuancheng's recent affront to eunuch Su is an affront to me as well. He harbors treachery in his heart, and, emboldened by his military power, acts with arrogance. Allowing his offspring to be born safely would pose a significant threat to the realm." The Empress responded with a cold laugh. "Indeed, that is true. Years ago, the Emperor executed his father and mother. He has harbored resentment ever since, merely biding his time. If he were to have descendants, might not the remnants of the previous dynasty believe they still have a chance to rebel and rally to his cause? Should his power grow, it would be a tremendous threat to you, Your Majesty. The heart loss pill you sent to him last time, is its efficacy genuine?" Huang Yuan Emperor inquired. "Indeed, It is genuine. Your Majesty, it was given to me by Chong Lu Daoist. I have secretly investigated, and Chu Xuancheng's current symptoms mirror those of the heart-loss pill. In time, he will lose control and may commit acts of harm, and then you can seize the opportunity to punish him. Furthermore, he will suffer from amnesia. Once he forgets, how can he lead troops in a battle? His military power would then become yours to command. The Empress declared with a sinister gleam in her eyes. Huang Yuan Emperor, though skeptical, nodded slightly. It seemed the physicians were correct. Chu Xuancheng was genuinely ill and not feigning. However, the mere thought of him having descendants posed the greatest threat to the Emperor. In the presence of the Empress, he no longer concealed his true thoughts. The Empress gazed at him with an ingratiating smile. Your Majesty, I can alleviate your burdens. Oh, and how do you intend to do so? Huang Yuan Emperor asked, narrowing his eyes with a cunning glint. The Empress leaned into his embrace, her hand resting against his chest. Such trivial matters need not trouble your Majesty. You are the supreme sovereign, always cherishing your nephew. Some matters can be entrusted to me. Rest assured, your Majesty, I shall handle this matter with utmost care. The Empress assured. Is that so? However, with Yun Ruoyue's remarkable medical skills and her intelligence, her presence remains beneficial to me. You need only ensure that she suffers a miscarriage, eliminating the pair of twins, but her life must not be endangered, Emperor Honyuan instructed. He wished only to eradicate Chu Xuancheng's lineage without sacrificing the clever pawn that was Yun Ruoyue. The Empress paused. Very well. However, to rid her of her children without harming her is a delicate task, necessitating the use of medicine. Yet, your Majesty, you are aware that she is quite far along. Should anything happen to the children, it may jeopardize her life as well. I cannot guarantee her safety. The Emperor's expression darkened abruptly. No, she is a divine healer. She must not perish. She is far too valuable to me. Empress, whatever means you employ, ensure her survival. Despite harboring countless grievances, the Empress could only respond, yes. Your Majesty, since she is of such use to you, I shall do my utmost to preserve her life. However what? Emperor Honyuan inquired. However, Tianyu remains imprisoned, and I have heard that the conditions in that dungeon are damp, cold, filthy, and odorous. He has been ill for quite some time, and if this continues, he may well perish, the Empress implored, tears glistening in her eyes. The Emperor's countenance darkened at the recollection of Prince Jin's treasonous plot. The Empress hastily added, Your Majesty, Tianyu is your flesh and blood. Do you not trust him? He has always been filial. How could he conspire against you? He has been wronged by Chu Xuancheng. We should unite against our common enemy instead of doubting our own kin. Tianyu's imprisonment only serves to benefit our adversary. Do you not see this? Chapter 1478. The Princess's Doubt. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Honyuan replied, I am aware of this matter without your prompting. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in this endeavor, I shall find a pretext to release Tianyu. You must guide him, ensuring he does not act recklessly or fall into traps again. Otherwise, I cannot save him. Yes, Your Majesty, you can trust that I will instruct him well, she affirmed. I shall initiate actions immediately, ensuring that Yun Ruoyue's children do not see the light of day, the Empress declared coldly. Emperor Honyuan remarked, Aunt Bing is currently at the Li Wang residence. Should you require her assistance, do not hesitate to seek her out. However, this deed must be executed flawlessly, with no ties to me. As for Aunt Bing, once the matter is accomplished. He gestured menacingly, mimicking the act of execution. The Empress understood immediately, a chill coursing through her. Aunt Bing, who had faithfully served the Emperor for so many years, would ultimately be silenced, revealing the Emperor's ruthless nature. He would spare no one, even those who served him. It was clear that he sought to exploit her as well. Fear not, Your Majesty. Aunt Bing knows far too much. She cannot be allowed to remain. I will know how to handle the situation, she assured him. With the Empress's promise, Emperor Honyuan nodded in satisfaction. The Su residence. Aunt, what are you doing? Aunt May was stealthily entering the princess's chamber, rummaging through her dressing cabinet, when suddenly, the door was thrust open, and the piercing voice of the princess echoed through the room. Ah, princess, what brings you here? Startled, Aunt May trembled, and the jewelry in her hands clattered to the floor, her heart racing with fear. Turning around, she beheld the princess adorned in a crimson gown, crowned with gold. Flanked by 2 guards and 2 maids, her gaze icy and commanding. The princess strode in, her expression turning to fury as she noted her dressing box and jewelry case in disarray. yet the items themselves remained untouched. Clearly, Aunt May had not yet commenced her thievery when the princess arrived. Witnessing this scene, the princess's face flushed with rage. "Aunt, what are you doing in my room? And what is all this?" she demanded, gesturing toward the fallen jewelry. Aunt May, pale with fright, stammered, I entered to tidy up for the princess. Yes, I noticed dust on your dressing box, so I came to clean it. When you suddenly burst in, I was startled and accidentally dropped the jewelry." "You came to clean my room?" the princess retorted coldly. "My chamber has maids for that purpose. When did it become necessary to trouble you?" The fury in her eyes intensified as she surveyed the scattered jewelry. She could hardly fathom that Aunt May, whom she had trusted implicitly, would resort to such dishonesty. "Princess, I feared that the maids might not be thorough, so I took it upon myself to ensure cleanliness." "I swear, I am not deceiving you," Aunt May implored. Sweat beading on her forehead, the princess suddenly remarked, "I have lost many pieces of jewelry recently and have yet to uncover the thief." "Aunt, could it be you?" "How could that be, princess? I am your wet nurse. I lack for nothing and would never stoop to such underhandedness." "I truly came to clean," Aunt May insisted anxiously. The princess regarded her with a frigid stare. She had indeed lost several pieces of jewelry and had yet to catch the culprit. Observing Aunt May's furtive demeanor, it was all too evident who the suspect was, yet without evidence, and given their relationship, she hesitated to punish her. "Consider this matter resolved this time. But it shall not happen again. From now on, let the maids handle the cleaning of my chambers. There's no need to trouble you." "Yes, princess." Aunt May quickly nodded in agreement. "Princess, the prince has informed me that he is ready. He inquires if you are prepared." At that moment, the maid Li and Xiao entered. Li and Xiao was a gift from Chu Xuancheng to the princess, known for her meticulous nature and cautious demeanor, which earned her the esteemed position of first maid. The princess typically traveled with Li and Xiao and a tall, formidable guard named Ryun, whose martial prowess made him the ideal protector, although the princess also frequently brought along Binger. Her trust in her was still tentative, necessitating further evaluation of her loyalty. After spending several days in each other's company, she discovered that this bottle was as honest and dependable as Li and Xiao, while Qin, under the protection of Su Yuyao, spent her days applying makeup and behaving in a peculiar manner. Consequently, she decided to keep Qin busy in the outer courtyard, preventing her from entering the inner courtyard to avoid any mischief. Upon hearing Li and Xiao's words, the princess declared, "We are also prepared. Please convey to the prince that we shall return to the Li Wangfu immediately." Today marked the day of her return home, traditionally celebrated on the third day following the wedding. However, Su Yuyao had enlisted in the army and, citing his military duties, had made excuses not to return. She had to endure this situation and postpone her return. Later, when Chu Xuancheng sent someone to inquire, and with the servants constantly gossiping, Su Yuyao finally agreed to accompany her today. With great anticipation, she hurried to the entrance of the Su residence, accompanied by her entourage. As they strolled through the garden, she overheard Qin's disdainful remarks. "Oh, what a show-off." After begging for so long, the heir finally agreed to accompany her home. "Look at her smugness." Another maid chimed in. Previously, the heir refused to return home with the princess and remained in the military. It was quite disrespectful to her. Wasn't it said that he cared for her deeply? How could he act this way? Are you foolish? The heir only pretends to favor her in front of the Su family. It's merely a faade for appearances. If he truly cherished her, he wouldn't have spent over half a month married without returning home, nor would he have set foot in the bridal chamber. Qin scoffed. "Oh, that explains it. I wondered why the heir acted so strangely towards the princess. It was all an act." Although the princess felt anger at their gossip, she contained her emotions. Before her marriage, Yuer had advised her that small grievances should not disrupt greater plans. As a newcomer, she had yet to establish her footing and needed to exercise patience. Once she was firmly grounded, she would address these people. There was no rush for now. Suppressing her inner fury, she hurried to the entrance where Su Yuyao was already prepared. Dressed in a splendid sky-blue robe, he appeared ethereal and refreshing. Having taken a day off from the army, upon seeing the princess approach, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he coldly stated, "You will ride in the carriage while I will ride on horseback." He had no desire to share a vehicle with her. "Very well. I appreciate your taking the time to accompany me home," the princess replied nonchalantly. Su Yuyao retorted, "I am not doing this for you. I merely wish to avoid gossip." "Understood. I am self-aware. You ride, and I will take the carriage," the princess said with a self-deprecating smile. just as she was about to board the carriage. A mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, Qingchun, are you accompanying the princess home?" Su Yuyao turned to see Su Changxiao, dressed flamboyantly, fanning herself as she approached. In an instant, he grasped the princess's hand, pulling her closer to him, and coldly addressed Su Changxiao. "And what of it?" The princess's heart raced at the sudden contact. As Su Yuyao grasped her delicate, snow-white hand, an unexpected surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to tighten his grip involuntarily. His response left Su Changxiao feeling quite embarrassed, and she chuckled awkwardly. "Typically, one returns home on the third day after the wedding. It seems you have delayed quite a while. Have you missed the auspicious time?" "Missing the auspicious time is certainly more favorable than a divorce," Su Yuyao retorted with a sarcastic smile. This remark darkened Su Changxiao's expression, as it was a clear jab at her situation. After speaking, Su Yuyao suddenly tightened his hold on the eldest princess's hand, assisting her into the carriage first. He then lifted the curtain and entered after her. The princess was momentarily taken aback. Did he not dislike her? Why was he sharing a carriage with her instead of riding? "Oldly, let us depart," Su Yuyao commanded the coachman without sparing a glance at Su Changxiao, drawing the curtain down. The carriage then set off. Su Yuyao had brought two carriages. One was ahead, shared by him and the princess, while the other carried Li and Xiao, Aunt Mei, and the princess's head guard, Ru Feng. Upon seeing the young lord take the carriage, a servant led the empty horse back. Su Changxiao cast a sidelong glance at the servant with a sinister smile. Su Yuyao had prepared the horse. What pretense of affection was this? She was not blind to his insincerity towards the princess. He had clearly preferred to ride, but chose the carriage upon seeing her. "Enjoy your mockery, will you?" "Very well. I shall let them witness the consequences of offending me." With this thought, she signaled her guard, Xiaoyong, who understood and, with two small stones in hand, coldly pursued the carriage. Once inside, Su Yuyao leaned on his elbow, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. He did not engage the princess in conversation, rendering the atmosphere within the carriage quite awkward. She felt the distance he maintained, as if he were repulsed by her presence. Stung by her pride, she shifted further away. Suddenly, a commotion arose as the horses neighed in panic, and the carriage began to gallop uncontrollably. "Young master, the horses are spooked," the terrified coachman exclaimed from outside. Su Yuyao opened his eyes coldly, lifting the curtain to see the horses, for reasons unknown, rearing on their hind legs and racing wildly. The carriage swayed violently. "Help!" The princess cried out in alarm, her body jolting towards Su Yuyao. As she collided heavily with him, she tumbled to his feet. "Ouch!" She groaned in pain, attempting to rise. However, before she could steady herself, the carriage jolted again. And in a reflexive panic, she grasped Su Yuyao's garment to avoid falling. Just then, the carriage lurched violently once more, and with a thud, she landed squarely against him, her head striking his chest. "What are you doing?" As Su Qi beheld her collide into him, a wave of disdain washed over him, prompting an instinctive desire to cast her aside. Swiftly, he extended his right hand to grasp the handrail of the carriage, anchoring himself against the jarring motion. "Do not push me away. Save me," the princess cried out, panic etched upon her features. Once she clutched Su Qi, she was loath to release him, fearing she might be thrown from the carriage. At that moment, the horses outside galloped with increasing ferocity, heedless of any disturbances or pedestrians in their path, their hooves raising a tumult on the streets. Bystanders and vendors scrambled to evade the chaos, the ground littered with fruits and vegetables trampled by the panicked steeds. As the common folk were gripped by fear, the carriage continued its reckless advance. Observing this scene, Xiaoyong coldly withdrew his hand and turned away. Earlier, he had hurled stones at the horses' legs, causing them to bolt in terror. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. In the carriage, the others, including Ru Feng, were taken aback by the unfolding drama. "The princess's carriage is in distress. We must pursue and rescue her," Li and Xiao urged. "But isn't the young master with her? He is quite capable. Why the urgency?" Mei Gu, her tone dark, retorted. The princess had already uncovered her theft, and she secretly hoped for the carriage to meet with disaster, perhaps even leading to the princess's demise. This would afford her the opportunity to pilfer the princess's possessions without fear of reprisal. Inside the carriage, still jostling violently, the princess was compelled to grasp the fabric of Su Qi's attire tightly. Fearing she might tumble, she hastily settled upon his lap, clutching his collar for stability. Upon her sudden descent, Su Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing? Get off. This is utterly inappropriate. I am not doing this on purpose. If I do not hold on to you, I shall be thrown from the carriage. The princess exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her heart racing in trepidation. Oh, young master, there's a large rock ahead. The driver's voice rang out in desperation. Before his warning could fully escape his lips, the carriage lurched violently, propelling the princess upwards. Fortuitously, her hands remained firmly grasped around Su Qi's collar, allowing her to crash back down into his embrace. Startled, Su Qi tightened his grip on the handrail, only to find a pair of red lips descending upon him. In an instant, the princess's lips met his, their mouths colliding, sending a shiver coursing through her. Su Qi, incensed, was about to voice his anger when the princess's head was flung away from him. Witnessing the horses behaving as if possessed, the princess, in a bid for self-preservation, leaned into Su Qi's chest, her arms encircling his waist with a grip akin to that of an octopus, clinging closely to him to avoid being dislodged. As the carriage jolted again, her face brushed against his firm and smooth chest, the relentless motion akin to a garment being beaten upon a washboard. Get away. What are you doing? Su Qi exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he felt her skin continually graze against his. Did this woman truly intend to take advantage of the situation? Chapter 1482. Rescuing the child. It was not my intention, but suddenly, a violent jolt shook the carriage. The princess could not hold on, and her body fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! Seeing her head about to smash against the ground, Su Qi hurriedly moved forward, wrapping his arms around her and supporting the back of her head with his hand. As she landed, his right hand scraped against the ground, instantly drawing blood. He glanced at the princess's head, which remained unscathed in his grasp, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The princess had thought her head would shatter, only to find herself falling onto his soft hands. In that moment, she realized he was tightly pressed against her, their bodies close together, and she could even catch a whiff of the pleasant fragrance emanating from his garments. Moreover, as the carriage bucked violently, he too bounced against her, and the sensation caused her cheeks to flush, wishing she could vanish into the ground. My lord, it's terrible. There's a child ahead. At that moment, the driver's panicked voice reached them. Su Qi lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a 4- or 5-year-old child standing in the middle of the street, clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, his face stricken with terror. If the carriage were to collide with him, he would certainly be gravely injured or worse. Realizing the imminent danger, he abruptly yanked the princess up, pulling her hand onto the carriage's handrail. Princess, hold on tightly and don't let go. I will come back to save you. The princess nodded quickly. All right, I will hold on. Do not worry about me. Go save that child. Seeing the determination and kindness shining in her eyes, Su Qi felt a surge of emotion. He swiftly turned, kicked open the carriage door, steadied himself against the frame, and leaped out. The carriage was moving too fast, and as he flew out, he nearly fell due to inertia. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against a tree, using it to land safely on the ground. Father, help! The child cried out in terror, just as the carriage thundered closer, mere yards away. The onlookers gasped, their hearts in their throats. In a blink, Su Qi dashed forward, and just as the hooves were about to trample the child, he swooped in and snatched the boy to safety. As soon as he had the child in his arms, the horse surged ahead wildly. He quickly set the child down on the ground. Thank you, uncle, the little boy exclaimed, looking up in gratitude. Wow, so handsome. The crowd erupted in applause, thrilled by Su Qi's heroic act. They clapped while gazing at him, noting his azure robe, which flowed elegantly, making him appear both charming and refined, with an alluring quality about him. However, his appearance was slightly marred by the fact that part of his chest was exposed, a consequence of the princess's earlier mishap. Realizing the attention he was drawing, Su Qi hastily looked down and discovered that his garment had been torn by the princess, revealing a significant portion of his well-defined chest. His face flushed, and he hurriedly adjusted his collar. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the carriage was racing towards the moat. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted to catch up. Just then, the horse suddenly bolted as if possessed, charging straight towards the moat. The water in the moat was deep and swift. If the carriage plunged in, both the driver and the princess would be in grave peril. Chapter 1483. The heir arrives, a rescue. He exerted himself to pursue, moving with the speed of the wind, faster than he had ever run in his life. This is bad. Princess, the horse is heading for the moat. What shall we do? At that moment, the driver clung desperately to the top of the carriage, paralyzed with fear. The princess gripped the handrail tightly. Her face drained of color as the moat loomed closer. This was her first encounter with such a dire situation. Driver, should we jump from the carriage? She suggested, panic-stricken. No, princess. The carriage is moving too quickly. If we jump, we might get caught underneath and perish even faster. The driver replied. This was also the reason he had hesitated to leap from the carriage. Lacking martial skills, his chances of survival were slim. What shall we do? We are getting closer to the riverbank. The princess exclaimed, fearfully closing her eyes. Just then, a figure clad in azure leaped onto the roof of the carriage. In a moment of urgency, he sprang onto the backs of the two horses. With one leg on each horse, he swiftly grasped the reins, yelling behind him. Hold on tight. It is the heir. The heir has come. We are saved. The driver's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Su Yuyao. The princess, too, felt a surge of hope and tightened her grip on the handrail, bracing her feet against the carriage wall to avoid being thrown out. At that moment, the horses were merely a foot away from the riverbank, and just as they were about to plunge in, Su Yuyao seized the reins and forcefully yanked the horse's head sideways. With a resounding whinny, both horses were pulled back simultaneously. However, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to gallop forward wildly. Seeing that the danger of falling into the river had been averted, Su Yuyao remained calm, gently tugging the reins while soothingly exhaling. Gradually, under his calming presence, the horses began to settle down. Eventually, their frenzy subsided, and they returned to a normal pace. At that moment, the princess finally relaxed, her heart still racing from the recent scare. Su Yuyao let out a sigh, and this time, the two horses quietly came to a halt. He reached out to pat their heads, asking, "What frightened you so?" Although the horses could not comprehend his words, they sensed his affection, nuzzling against him, which reminded Su Yuyao of the moment when the princess had nestled against him. His expression suddenly turned awkward as he hurriedly handed the reins to the coachman, saying, "It is all right now. The horse must have been startled on the way here. Let us continue toward the Prince of Li's residence." "Yes, my lord," the coachman replied, still shaken. After inspecting the carriage and finding it undamaged, Su Yuyao finally let out a sigh of relief. "My lord, princess, are you both unharmed?" At that moment, another carriage approached, and Ruofeng and Li and Mo quickly jumped down to inquire. "We are fine," Su Yuyao replied, glancing at the damaged goods from the carriage. He turned to Ruofeng and said, "You and Li and Mo need not go to the Prince of Li's residence today. In my name, compensate for all the damaged items on this street. As for the funds, seek out Su Qing. He has the key to my treasury." Chapter 1484. Unfazed by needle eyes, there is no need. "This incident arose because of my return home," the princess said, stepping down from the carriage with a sense of righteousness. "No, my lord is a man. There is no need for you to bear the costs." "Ruofeng, go to Su Qing and be swift about it," Su Yuyao commanded. "Yes, my lord." Ruofeng also felt it was more appropriate to use the lord's funds for compensation, as he was indeed a man. Seeing Su Yuyao's firm stance, the princess refrained from further protest. She had not anticipated that Su Yuyao would compensate these people. He was not as frivolous as he appeared. He understood the weight of responsibility. This compensation would likely require a substantial amount, yet he declined her dowry, indicating that he was a true man. His noble character further endeared him to her. After Ruofeng and Li and Mo departed, Su Yuyao suddenly addressed Old Li. "The coachman, Old Li, go to the tailor shop and purchase a garment for me." "Yes, my lord," Old Li replied, stealing a glance at Su Yuyao's sculpted chest before hastily departing. The princess also looked at Su Yuyao, noticing how his clothes had been torn into strips, revealing his firm, attractive muscles glistening with golden sweat. She could not help but swallow hard. "You have been stealing glances at this lord. Do you not fear your eyes may develop needle eyes?" Su Yuyao shot a bemused glance at the princess before boarding the carriage. How shameless of her to secretly admire his physique. I did not look," the princess exclaimed, her cheeks reddening as she climbed into the carriage. "You did not look? Do not assume I am unaware of what occupies your thoughts," Su Yuyao said through gritted teeth. What am I thinking?" the princess questioned reflexively, wondering if he could read her mind. Su Yuyao smirked with a hint of pride, recalling various thoughts, including the time she had been with him. How could she, as a woman, constantly dwell on such matters? Did she not possess any sense of shame? Upon hearing this, The princess's face turned as red as a persimmon. You're the one thinking about that incident. I have long since moved on. You are the one overthinking. Overthinking? Who is it just now pretending to be afraid and intentionally tugging at my clothes, embracing and kissing me, taking advantage of me? How is it that you act so brazenly yet refuse to admit it? Su Yuyao glared furiously at the princess. His demeanor resembled that of a scorned woman, akin to a young bride lamenting her husband. In his portrayal, the delicate princess transformed into a fierce woman who seemed to dominate him. Upon hearing these words, the princess lowered her head in embarrassment, secretly glancing at him. His lips, crimson and teeth white, were tightly bitten in anger, resembling an innocent little beast, which evoked an unexpected sense of shyness within her. The sight of him stirred a mischievous desire within her. She had not anticipated that the typically worldly Su Yuyao was, before their encounter, still a novice. His naive gaze and flustered expression resembled that of an inexperienced woman. Yet, in bed, he was so domineering and vigorous. Recalling how he had previously overwhelmed her made her cheeks flush even deeper, causing her to bow her head further. I did not take liberties with you. I was genuinely frightened. You are my husband, and it is only natural for me to hold you. She stammered. I was aware of the handrail. Why didn't you grasp the one on your side? You clearly leaned into me on purpose, seeking to take advantage. Su Yuyao retorted with indignation. I did not. The princess exclaimed impulsively, and continued, the situation was dire, and I did not notice the handrail. Besides, you are my husband. It is only right for me to embrace you. Do you wish for me to fall to my death to find joy? Su Yuyao stared at her in silence. If I wished for you to fall, I would not have intervened when your head struck the ground. Suddenly recalling the incident, the princess turned her gaze to Su Yuyao's hand, only to find that he had kept his right hand hidden behind him, refusing to reveal it. She felt a surge of curiosity. What is wrong with your right hand? Show me. It's nothing. There is no need for you to see. Su Yuyao replied coldly, retreating his hand further behind him. Undeterred, the princess approached and pulled his hand out. Ah, your hand is injured. Her expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing his hand, which was scraped and stained with blood. She grasped his hand, noticing the once fair skin now marred. Flesh exposed, and dark blood congealed. Worry etched across her face. She exclaimed, your hand is bleeding so profusely. Why did you not inform me earlier? Su Yuyao withdrew his hand abruptly, dismissively stating, I am fine. It is merely a trivial injury, nothing to concern yourself with. How can this be considered trivial? If left untreated, it could fester and worsen, potentially leading to decay. We must go to the Li Wangfu and ask Yue to tend to your wound, the princess insisted, her eyes glistening with tears of concern. As she spoke, she assertively took his hand again, gently blowing on the injury. The tender breeze felt like a gentle caress upon his skin, warming his heart and sending a shiver of delight through him. He had not expected the princess to care for him so deeply, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. When she raised her eyes, they met his beautiful gaze, prompting her to quickly lower her head in shyness. Young master, your garments have arrived. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke the intimate atmosphere within the carriage. As the sound emerged, Su Yuyao hastily withdrew his hand and quickly lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to see old Li approaching with a set of white embroidered robes. He promptly took the robes, clearing his throat awkwardly. Close your eyes. This young lord needs to change. Why didn't you change at the tailor's? The grand princess inquired, puzzled. Su Yuyao tugged at his tattered robe, indignantly retorting, do you expect this young lord to go to the tailor's bare-chested and humiliate myself again? He had already suffered one bout of embarrassment when he rescued the young boy and could not bear to endure another. Upon hearing the phrase bare-chested, the grand princess quickly lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Is it truly so amusing? Were it not for you, would this young lord have suffered such humiliation? Now, turn around and close your eyes. You are forbidden from peeking while I change, Su Yuyao declared, already beginning to remove his old garments. Humph, I want tea look. Not that I haven't seen before, she huffed, turning away. Had it not been for the thin summer attire, she wouldn't have so easily torn his robe to shreds. Seeing the grand princess turn away, Su Yuyao swiftly stripped off his clothing. It being summer, he wore only a single garment, but fortunately, he had donned a pair of white underpants beneath, which alleviated some of his embarrassment. At that moment, the coachman cracked the whip, urging the horses onward, and the carriage began to roll toward the Li Wang mansion. Aunt May had already settled back into the rear carriage, and the two carriages moved slowly toward their destination. After removing his clothing, Su Yuyao eagerly unfurled the white embroidered robe, preparing to wear it. "Ah, my pouch is still with Li and Xiao," the Grand Princess suddenly exclaimed, turning her head in a panic. However, as she turned, she beheld a sight that made her heart race. Su Yuyao, bare from the waist up, was about to don his robe. His physique was strikingly perfect, with defined pectorals, an impressive set of abdominal muscles, and alluring lines tracing his arms and waist. Being summer, beads of sweat glistened on his beautifully toned skin, prompting her to unconsciously lick her lips. "What are you doing?" Su Yuyao exclaimed, startled by the Grand Princess's sudden turn. He hastily threw on his robe and quickly secured his belt, his enchanting gaze ignited with fury. "I did not intend to peek. I suddenly remembered my pouch was with Li and Xiao. She took it away just now, and I forgot you were changing. My apologies," the Grand Princess stammered, biting her lip. Now, she found herself in the wrong, transformed into an innocent creature. During their last encounter, she had paid no attention to his physique. It turned out he was so robust, yet possessed a face more beautiful than any woman's. When clad in clothing, he appeared quite slender, and she had never noticed the exquisite contours of his abdomen. Consequently, her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Yuyao shot her a cold glare. "Your pouch? If you wish to sneak a glance, you could have just said so instead of fabricating such a clumsy excuse. I truly did not intend to look." The Grand Princess hastily defended herself. "Enough. You need not explain. This humble prince wishes to hear no more." With that, Su Yuyao turned his head away, no longer regarding her. The atmosphere within the carriage grew stifling once more. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the Li Wangfu. As soon as they reached the Li Wangfu, the princess hurriedly disembarked from the carriage, finally feeling a sense of relief from the suffocating tension. As they guided Aunt May into the Li Wangfu, Yun Ruoyue was already awaiting them in the main hall. "Your Highness, you have arrived." Upon seeing the two enter, Yun Ruoyue quickly rose and approached them. At the moment Su Yuyao laid eyes on Yun Ruoyue, a pang of pain struck his heart. Observing her pronounced pregnancy, he inferred that she would soon give birth to a precious child for Chu Xuancheng. Where is Xuancheng?" the princess inquired as she entered, hastily supporting Yun Ruoyue, fearful that she might stumble. "This morning, there was an urgent matter at the military camp. He has gone to attend to it. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. He should return shortly," Yun Ruoyue replied warmly. "Indeed." Su Yuyao nodded politely towards Yun Ruoyue before taking a seat beside the princess. After a long separation, seeing her again caused his heart to ache profoundly. He had thought that drowning himself in alcohol and rigorous military training would help him forget her over time. Yet upon encountering her, he still found it difficult to breathe, as if a heavy stone lodged in his chest. He hastily lowered his head to sip his tea, pretending to disregard her presence. Earlier our horse was startled, causing the carriage to careen wildly down the street. I nearly fell and hit my head, but fortunately, the prince acted swiftly to rescue me. However, his hand was scraped in the process. "You must take a look at it," the princess remarked, already extending Su Yuyao's hand towards Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 1487. The heart still beats. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. "The horse was startled? Let me see." She quickly grasped Su Yuyao's hand, but he instinctively withdrew, saying, "No need. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing. I see your flesh has been torn. How could this possibly be a minor injury? Furthermore, if such a small wound is not treated properly, it could become infected and lead to severe complications, endangering one's life. Thus, even a small injury requires timely attention," Yun Ruoyue expressed with concern. "Indeed, Prince, allow Yuer to tend to your wound. It would be troublesome if it became infected," the princess added, firmly placing Su Yuyao's hand back in front of Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue quickly instructed Fenger, "Please fetch my medicine box." "Yes, Your Highness." Soon, Fenger returned with the medicine box in hand. As soon as it arrived, Yun Ruoyue swiftly retrieved the disinfecting tools and took hold of Su Yuyao's hand to begin the disinfection process. This time, Su Yuyao did not refuse. He quietly placed his hand on the table, allowing Yun Ruoyue to disinfect and dress the wound. When her fingertips brushed against his skin, he instinctively flinched, his demeanor becoming noticeably awkward. Raising his gaze, he found her intently applying the ointment, and her meticulousness captivated him. Her dark eyes seemed to shimmer with light. The princess, observing the look in his eyes, felt a pang of bitterness within her. Her gaze was solely fixed upon him, yet his eyes were only for Yuer. What had transpired? At that moment, a frigid voice emanated from the entrance. Yun Ruoyue looked up to see Chu Xuancheng entering with Mo Li. She hastily released her grasp on Su Yuyao hand and explained, "The prince's hand was injured while protecting the princess, and I am merely tending to his wound. Thank you. It has been taken care of," Su Yuyao replied, quickly retracting his hand. Even if it was only a matter of treating a wound. He feared that Chu Xuancheng might misinterpret the situation with Xiao Yuer. He recalled how furious Chu Xuancheng had been the last time at Yihong Tower, prompting him to maintain a distance from her. "As long as all is well," Chu Xuancheng remarked, turning to Su Yuyao. "I have arranged a chessboard in the courtyard. Would you care for a game?" Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. "Chess is not my passion, but I would not mind indulging you for a while." "Very well, then." Chu Xuancheng gestured for him to proceed. After Su Yuyao acquiesced and nodded to Yun Ruoyue and the princess, he followed Chu Xuancheng outside. Once they departed, the princess suddenly addressed Aunt May. "Aunt, I have some matters to discuss with you where you may leave us for now." Aunt May hesitated. She was accustomed to being present whenever the princess wished to converse. The princess's dismissal was a clear indication of her waning trust. However, as the princess had commanded, she reluctantly replied, "Very well, I shall wait outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, she exited. Feng Er also quickly stepped out, intent on monitoring Aunt May to prevent eavesdropping. Once Aunt May had left, the princess seized Yun Ruoyue's hand and said, "Yuer, do you understand why I sent Aunt May away? She harbors ulterior motives. She has even dared to sell my jewelry and has consistently opposed me. It is utterly intolerable." Observing the princess's anger, Yun Ruoyue realized that she must have uncovered Aunt May's treachery. "I had sensed something amiss long ago. I am truly pleased that you can discern who truly cares for you, sister. This Aunt May indeed has issues, and they are grave." "Grave issues? What do you mean?" "My sources have revealed that Aunt May is maintaining a young lover named Zhou Xing outside. However, Zhou Xing is a notorious gambler and a fraudster. He has a paramour, yet deceives Aunt May into providing him with money for his indulgences. It seems she has become infatuated with him, giving him all her savings and even stealing your belongings to sell, hoping to use the proceeds to purchase property in Jiangzhou. Eventually, Aunt May would abandon you and live with Zhou Xing in a dual existence." Yun Ruoyue stated solemnly. "What? I have treated this Aunt May well, and she dares to betray me in such a manner." The princess slammed her palm on the table, her teeth clenched in fury as she exclaimed. "Moreover, to gather funds for Zhou Xing, she has been bribed by Madame Wei and Su Changshao. Was it not Aunt May who instigated you to drug Su Chishao?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Indeed, she did encourage me, though I am unaware of where she procured the poison," came the response. "She once told me that Su Chishao was about to marry another woman and urged me to seize the opportunity by drugging him. In my moment of confusion, I acquiesced to her suggestion. Thus, it was she who incited me, and the Lady Wei who was caught in the act was also brought forth by her," remarked the princess. Yun Ruoyue nodded in affirmation, stating that she had long been bribed by the Lady Wei, and that the incident was a scheme they had concocted together. "They originally intended for you and Su Chishao to suffer disgrace, yet unexpectedly, Su Chishao was willing to take responsibility for you, inadvertently leading to a fortuitous union." At this juncture, Yun Ruoyue solemnly cautioned, "Princess, your bond with Aunt May runs deep, yet she betrayed you for that Zhou Xing. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain, lest she inflict further harm upon you. Upon your return, you must remain vigilant against her." The princess nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Since you were aware of her treacherous intentions, why did you not inform me sooner? At that time, you trusted her implicitly. Had I revealed my suspicions directly, I feared you might doubt my words. However, rest assured, although I did not disclose this to you, I had dispatched Lian Xiao and Ruffing to protect you. Even if you were unaware of Aunt May's true nature, she would not be able to harm you," replied Yun Ruoyue. She had originally intended to inform the princess at the earliest opportunity. However, given the princess's unwavering trust in Aunt May, she feared her words might be dismissed as mere attempts to sow discord between them. Thus, she chose to hold her tongue for the time being, believing that when the princess eventually uncovered Aunt May's true colors, it would yield a more profound impact. Upon hearing this, the princess grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand tightly. Expressing her remorse, "I apologize, we are family, and yet I have placed my trust in outsiders. Now that I have discerned Aunt May's true nature, I shall concoct an excuse to deal with her upon my return." This is not your fault. Aunt May has been your wet nurse, and your bond with her runs deep. No one could have anticipated her betrayal, Yun Ruoyue replied. After a moment of contemplation, she continued. Simply disposing of Aunt May would be too lenient. Moreover, she has always been your wet nurse, and people would accuse you of burning bridges. Do not expose her just yet. Given that their previous scheme against you has failed, they will undoubtedly devise another. Keep her close, and have someone monitor her. When Su Changxiao and the others plot again, you can turn the tables, drawing them out and using Aunt May to counter their schemes. Chapter 1489, A Confrontation. The princess, upon hearing this, nodded repeatedly. Very well, your wisdom shines through. I shall heed your counsel and refrain from alarming them. I intend to use her to unearth the mastermind behind her actions. In the courtyard, Chu Xuancheng and Su Yuyao sat beside a go board. Su Yuyao made the first move, placing a black stone upon the board. He then spoke coldly. I presume your highness summoned me for matters beyond mere games. Am I correct? Chu Xuancheng placed a white stone, suddenly fixing a chilling gaze upon him. I advise you to treat the princess well. Furthermore, do not entertain any thoughts regarding you. Su Yuyao let out a cold laugh. Rising to his feet, the princess employed despicable means to compel me into marrying her. How is it that I saved her life, and yet you still demand that I treat her kindly? Is it the custom of your clan to be so brazenly self-righteous? Chu Xuancheng rose from his seat, his demeanor somber. I have previously stated that if you do not wish to marry her, you need not do so. I have granted you the opportunity for regret, yet you have chosen otherwise. Now that you are wed, you ought to treat her with kindness, rather than leaving her to languish in solitude each night. Chu Xuancheng, this is a matter of my own family and does not concern you. Su Yuyao retorted coldly, brushing his robes dismissively. The princess is my dear sister, thus it is indeed my concern. Chu Xuancheng countered, his eyes narrowing. Moreover, you dare to covet Yue? Draw your sword. As his words fell, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, lunging towards Su Yuyao. Anticipating this move, Su Yuyao drew a silver whip from his sleeve, countering with equal fervor. In an instant, they became entwined in a fierce duel, resembling two silver dragons in combat, as they danced like serpents in the air, each unwilling to yield. Su Yuyao, should you dare to bully the princess again, I shall not let it slide, Chu Xuancheng declared fiercely, aiming his sword at Su Yuyao's throat. Su Yuyao deftly sidestepped the attack, using his agility to leap behind Chu Xuancheng, delivering a powerful strike. Take better care of yourself. Treat Xiao Yue with more affection. I am quite attentive to her, and do not require your reminders. Chu Xuancheng evaded the blow with remarkable agility. As they continued to engage in their aerial skirmish, a cold voice interrupted from below. What are you two doing? Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's voice, both combatants hastily retracted their weapons and descended to the ground. Yue, what brings you here? Chu Xuancheng asked, sheathing his sword and hurrying to her side. Yun Ruoyue glanced between him and Su Yuyao, her tone serious. What is the cause of your altercation? Oh, we were merely a bit bored and decided to spar. Chu Xuancheng replied awkwardly. Su Yuyao chimed in. Indeed, we were just honing our martial skills. Please do not misunderstand. Ah, so you were practicing. I thought you were quarreling. By the way, dinner is ready. I assume you are both hungry. Let us dine together, Yun Ruoyue said, feigning ignorance of their earlier conflict. Very well. I am rather famished, Chu Xuancheng agreed, moving closer to take Yun Ruoyue's hand, gazing at her tenderly, his eyes brimming with affection. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of melancholy crossed Su Yushao's eyes. The princess approached, pretending not to notice the change in his expression. Prince consort, you must be hungry as well. Come, let us eat. With that, she took Su Yushao's hand, following in the footsteps of Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng. Chapter 1490. Unable to provide her a future as the princess clasped his hand, Su Yuyao felt little. His heart belonged solely to Yun Ruoyue. Even knowing she carried Chu Xuancheng's child, his gaze remained fixed upon her. During the meal, the interactions between Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue were filled with warmth. While the princess and Su Yuyao sat in silence nearby, Su Yuyao's heart was consumed with thoughts of Yun Ruoyue, while the princess's heart was solely fixated on him. Observing Su Yuyao's distant demeanor, the princess lost her appetite. The meal was consumed in an atmosphere of silence. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Yun Ruoyue continuously sought conversation with the princess, while Su Yuyao sat quietly, appearing as an outsider. He spoke little and ate even less, each of his movements imbued with decorum, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, he emanated an aura of distance, as if warding off intimacy. After dining, both the princess and Su Yuyao returned to the Su residence. During the carriage ride, their conversation was sparse. Upon arriving at the threshold of the Su manor, Su Yuyao alighted first and proceeded towards his study. The princess followed suit, and as she passed by his study, she noticed an unusual stillness within. Curiosity compelled her to approach the door and glance inside. There, she beheld Su Yuyao engrossed in drawing at his desk, his posture elegant, and the tenderness in his gaze as he studied his artwork was striking. What sort of creation could provoke such gentleness in one known for his defiance? Intrigued, the princess peered closer at the painting, only to discover a scene that shattered her heart. It depicted Yuyao. The image of Yuyao, with a smile gracing her lips, appeared so lifelike that it sent a tremor through the princess's heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. She had foolishly believed that his act of saving her today signified her existence in his heart, yet it was evident that she meant nothing to him. Ultimately, she could not compete with Yuyao. Overwhelmed by this realization, she covered her eyes and fled in distress. Observing the fleeting crimson figure outside the door, Su Yuyao could not help but smirk at his own predicament. Since he harbored no affection for the princess, he wished to spare her from sinking deeper into despair. His heart belonged solely to Yuyao, and he would not share his love with another. Thus, he had deliberately left the door ajar, allowing her to glimpse the painting. Realizing he could not offer her a future, he preferred to hasten her acceptance of this truth. In the Hall of Prosperity, the Wei matriarch settled into a chair crafted from Wangwali wood, sipping tea as she regarded the empress opposite her. A glimmer of calculation flashed in the empress's eyes, though her countenance remained benevolent. "Sister, I have longed to see you and Hung. Why did you not bring him to the palace today? I had hoped to summon a physician to examine his health." At the mention of Jiang Hong, the Wei matriarch's expression darkened. With a heavy sigh, she replied, "Sister, please do not speak of him. Since his health deteriorated, he has succumbed to despair, losing all hope for life. This morning, you sent someone to fetch us. Yet he refused to come. He believes himself to be half a man, incapable of continuing the Jiang lineage, and thus, he wishes to remain confined to his courtyard, indulging in wine and merriment to numb his sorrow." The empress was taken aback. How can this be? Even in his weakened state, he should strive to rise above and achieve greatness. The Wei matriarch offered a bitter smile. He is no longer capable of living as a man. How can he find motivation? To put it bluntly, he is no different from the eunuchs in the palace. I never imagined that the Jiang family legacy would falter with him. If his father were to know of this from beyond, I shudder to think of his fury. Chapter 1491. The plot to poison the child. The queen, with a sinister gleam in her eyes, lamented, "Alas, I never anticipated that matters would devolve into this. It is all the fault of Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng. Had it not been for Chu Xuancheng's agents ruining Hunger's health, the Jiang family would not have been left bereft. Now, poor Hunger suffers, while his child with Chu Xuancheng is set to be born. It is utterly unjust." Upon hearing this, Madame Wei of the Wei Kingdom clenched her fists in fury, her nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. Her eyes blazed with vengeful fire as she retorted, "Indeed, why must my Hunger continue to endure such torment? The Jiang family is to be extinguished. Yet Chu Xuancheng is blessed with twins. What outrageous fortune! Sister, look how large Yun Ruoyue's belly has grown. Are you truly willing to let her give birth in peace? Have you not considered eliminating her child as retribution for Hangyu?" The queen narrowed her eyes with malevolence. "I have contemplated this. The last time I sent someone to use stinky tofu to poison her, it was thwarted by Chu Xuancheng. Thus, I have hesitated to act, fearing his discovery." Madame Wei confessed, her heart brimming with hatred. The queen scoffed, a cold smile curling her lips. "If you continue to cower in fear, by the time you act, she will have already given birth. Yet Chu Xuancheng has a multitude of loyal ministers backing him, and the emperor dotes on him. Should I truly take action? I fear the emperor's wrath." Madame Wei expressed her concerns. After all, it was common knowledge that the emperor favored his nephew immensely. "Sister, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Let me be frank. The emperor's affection for him is but a fade, a performance for the ministers and the realm. The emperor requires Chu Xuancheng's support to solidify his throne, but that does not equate to genuine fondness. The one who desires Chu Xuancheng to remain childless the most is the emperor. Do you grasp my meaning?" The queen stated coldly. Madame Wei was taken aback. So that was the case. She should have realized it sooner. Swiftly, She declared, "Sister, since the emperor harbors such intentions and shall not blame me, rest assured. I shall act immediately. I will ensure that Yun Ruoyue does not give birth to her child." In truth, Madame Wei was aware that the queen was manipulating her as a means to an end, yet she willingly accepted the role, for it aligned with her own vendetta. Previously hesitant due to her fear of Chu Xuancheng and the emperor, now, with the emperor's endorsement, she would not delay any further. The queen, sensing her successful incitement, allowed a cold smile to grace her lips. As Yun Ruoyue's belly swelled, various factions grew anxious to eliminate her child. Thus, she would be the first to strike. Initially, she intended to enlist Aunt Bing's assistance, but fearing complications that might involve the emperor, she resolved to utilize Madame Wei first. Should the scheme fail, it would not implicate the emperor. Upon returning home, Madame Wei instructed her subordinates to procure something from the black market and then dispatched a letter to Xuancheng. She had invested considerable resources in nurturing the girl, sending her early to the residence of Prince Li. Now was the time to put her to use. Upon receiving the letter, Xuancheng hurriedly exited the palace, making her way directly to the Wei Duke's residence. In the Li Wangfu, Zhou entered and addressed Yun Ruoyue. "Your Highness, I observed Xuancheng sneaking out of the residence, seemingly heading towards the Wei Duke's mansion. Have you dispatched someone to follow her?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Have you sent someone?" "Yes, there are individuals tailing her. I have monitored her for quite some time, and she has not made any moves. It appears that the Wei Duchess can no longer restrain herself and intends to take action against you." Zhou replied with a grave expression. "Indeed," Yun Ruoyue responded coldly. "When Xuancheng returns, do not act hastily. I am keen to ascertain her true intentions." "Understood," Zhou nodded before exiting to await Xuancheng's return. In the afternoon, Xuancheng finally returned to the Wangfu, carrying a basket of vegetables. "Oh, Xuancheng, where have you been today?" As Xuancheng stepped inside, she was suddenly greeted by Zhou's voice, causing her heart to skip a beat, though her face quickly regained composure. "Zhou, it is you. I was sent by Uncle Dahai to purchase vegetables," she answered nonchalantly. "You went to the market to buy vegetables for an entire day? Let me see what you have procured," Zhou said, reaching for the basket. Xuancheng quickly moved the basket aside, her eyes flickering. "Just some ordinary vegetables, nothing of interest." "Zhou, Uncle is waiting to cook, so I must take these to him." With that, she swiftly walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou narrowed her eyes coldly. This Xuancheng possesses quite a strong psychological fortitude. Even under questioning, she remains unruffled. She walks with such stealth. Could it be that she possesses martial skills? Hence her calm demeanor? Once free from Zhou, Xuancheng hastily brought the vegetable basket into her chamber. Previously, she had shared a large dormitory with everyone, but one day, the princess elevated her to a senior maid due to her diligent work, providing her with a separate room to reside in. Thus, she now had her own private quarters. A cold smile curved her lips as she mused. "It seems this princess is rather foolish, unable to perceive my true identity. Granting me a separate room, how very kind of her, yet I shall not squander her goodwill." She then removed the vegetables from the top of the basket, revealing a small sack at the very bottom, from which something was still wriggling. With a frigid demeanor, she opened the sack to reveal a snow-white marten. Its appearance deceptively adorable, yet it bore fangs dripping with venom. This was a poisonous marten, subsisting on venomous snakes, and thus its body was laden with potent toxins. A single bite would ensure that the victim would either perish or be gravely injured. This marten had been procured at a high price by the Wei Duchess from the black market, specifically to orchestrate harm against Yun Ruoyue. In addition to its diet of venomous snakes, it also feasted on human flesh. It relished the taste of human meat, and once it caught a whiff of Yun Ruoyue's scent, it would undoubtedly pounce to deliver a bite. At that juncture, not even the most divine intervention could save her. Eliminating Yun Ruoyue would inevitably ensure the demise of her twin offspring as well. Contemplating this, she secured the sack and concealed it beneath a pile of freshly laundered garments, clutching the clothes as she made her way towards Feiyue Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Scarlet Moon Pavilion, she observed Fenger and Zhou drying herbs in the courtyard and inquired, "Sister Fenger, where is the mistress?" "The mistress is in the apothecary. What is it?" Fenger replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I have already washed and dried the mistress's garments. Should I place them directly in her chamber?" Xuancheng asked. Fenger cast a cold glance at her and replied, "Very well, you may place them inside." After nodding, Xuancheng hurriedly picked up the garments and made her way to Yun Ruoyue's room. Upon pushing open the door, she calmly surveyed her surroundings. confirming the room was indeed empty before setting the clothes down and slowly retrieving a small burlap sack. Chapter 1493. Inviting the gentleman into the trap. Then, she opened the sack and took out a venomous ferret, preparing to place it on the floor. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated from behind the door. "Who goes there?" Xuancheng exclaimed, startled. When she looked up, she saw Yun Ruoyue emerging coldly from behind the door, momentarily rendering her speechless. Yun Ruoyue regarded the venomous ferret in Xuancheng's arms and asked coldly, "What is that? What do you intend to do by bringing it here?" Realizing she had been discovered, Xuancheng decided not to feign innocence any longer. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes glimmering with malice, and declared, "Princess Li, my apologies. But I am merely acting on the orders of my master. She wishes for your demise. So, you are the traitor of the Wangfu, Xuancheng. I have treated you well. Why do you betray me?" Yun Ruoyue's voice was icy. Xuancheng scoffed, "Betray you? Apologies, but you are not my master. My true master is someone else. The king of hell demands your death at the third watch, and you shall not see the fifth. So, prepare to be bitten to death by this ferret." With no one else around, Xuancheng felt emboldened. Her objective was to kill Yun Ruoyue, and she feared no consequences. "Do you intend to use that ferret to bite me? Are you not afraid I will summon help?" Yun Ruoyue retorted fiercely. Xuancheng maliciously stroked the ferret's fur. "This ferret is as swift as lightning. The moment I set it down, it will bite you. Its mouth is filled with venom, and once bitten, there is no escape. Even if you call for help, do you truly believe those two fools outside can save you?" Yun Ruoyue peered into the ferret's mouth and saw a row of black fangs, glistening with poison, its eyes glinting with ferocity. A single bite would undoubtedly result in poisoning, and even a deity would struggle to render assistance. With a sigh, she conceded, "Very well, since my death is inevitable today, grant me a swift end. Before I die, I wish to know, who is your master? Is it the one who poisoned me in that stinky tofu incident?" Xuancheng smirked, "Since you are about to perish, I fear not revealing the truth. My master is the Lady of Wei. The stinky tofu incident was orchestrated by her. I informed her of your fondness for stinky tofu, prompting her to take action. Do you remember her? The Lady of Wei? It was her." Yun Ruoyue realized, aghast. Her son harmed the concubine of the Li Wangfu, and she still dares to poison me? Wrong. It is you who has caused the heir's inhumanity, preventing him from continuing the Jiang family's lineage. The lady commands my actions. It is merely a matter of retribution. Chu Xuancheng dares to bring the Jiang family to extinction. The lady intends to ensure the Chu family faces a similar fate. Only with your demise and that of these children can the lady's resentment be alleviated. Xuancheng spat through clenched teeth, as if the Lady of Wei's hatred was her own. Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. "Your loyalty to your mistress is commendable, yet you have allied with the wrong person. Daring to harm me, do you not fear a tragic end? Huh, Princess Li, even at this juncture, you still dare to threaten me? Take care of your own life first. Poison weasel, go." Xuancheng exclaimed, hurling the poison creature towards Yun Ruoyue. The weasel lunged for Yun Ruoyue's neck, baring its fangs to strike, to dare harm the princess. In that critical moment, a sharp cry rang out, and a cold sword emerged, striking the weasel with great force. The creature was severed mid-leap, and a spray of dark blood splattered onto Xuancheng's face. "Who?" Xuancheng looked up to see Xiao Dai emerging from behind a nearby cabinet, having swiftly dispatched her poisoned weasel. Upon seeing Xiao Dai hiding there, Xuancheng was momentarily stunned. "How did you get here? Is this a trap? Did you know I was coming? And if we did?" Xiao Dai replied coldly, "The truth cannot be concealed forever. Those who commit wrongful acts will meet their demise. Ever since the stinky tofu incident, the princess has recognized your true nature. She has refrained from exposing you, waiting for you to deliver yourself. So you've known all along? Then why has the princess treated me so well, even arranging a private chamber for me? That was because the princess was aware of your treachery, your divided loyalties. She feared you would harm us. Hence the separate quarters to keep you under surveillance, all for our protection. Did you truly believe the princess was so naive as to treat a spy with kindness?" Xiao Dai retorted with a chilling smile. Xuancheng, now furious and humiliated, glared at Yun Ruoyue. "I thought you were simple-minded. Little did I know you were already prepared for me. Yun Ruoyue, I underestimated you." Xiao Dai immediately positioned herself in front of Yun Ruoyue. "Enough of your prattle. The princess has treated you well, yet you serve that treacherous Lady of Wei. You seek death." Chapter 1494. Foreknowledge, you wretched creatures. How dare you mock me and slay my poisoned weasel? You are courting death. With that, Xuancheng suddenly produced a soft sword, lunging it toward Xiao Dai. With your meager skills, you dare to threaten me? You must be tired of living. Xiao Dai retorted sharply, engaging in combat with Xuancheng. Instantly, vases and furniture were sent crashing to the ground. At that moment, Feng and Jiu'er rushed in, while Yun Ruoyue calmly observed from the side, confident in Xiao Dai's abilities. Xuancheng raised her sword and lunged towards Xiao Dai's chest. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Dai executed a swift roll, evading the attack. She swiftly maneuvered behind Xuancheng, delivering a powerful kick to her back, sending Xuancheng stumbling. Simultaneously, Xiao Dai seized the opportunity to counterattack with her sword. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuancheng deftly evaded, her gaze turning cold as she fixed it upon Yun Ruoyue at the doorway, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Yun Ruoyue, prepare to meet your end, she proclaimed, disregarding Xiao Dai as she thrust her sword towards Yun Ruoyue's abdomen. Xiao Dai, realizing the peril, dashed forward and aimed her weapon at Xuancheng's back. How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess? You shall perish. With that, she plunged the sword deeper. Xuancheng's hand froze mid-air, mere inches from its target, the situation undeniably perilous. Alas, her sword could advance no further. With a resounding thud, the weapon clattered to the ground as she stood rigid, blood gushing from her mouth. Your martial prowess is unexpectedly formidable, she gasped, recalling her earlier skirmish with Xiao Dai, who had shown her mercy, only to turn lethal when Xuancheng sought to harm Yun Ruoyue. Xuancheng, when we sparred just moments ago, I barely exerted 10% of my strength, out of consideration for our past camaraderie. Yet here you are, brazenly attempting to slay the princess. You court death, Xiao Dai declared, advancing to kick Xuancheng, sending her sprawling outside the door. Begone. Do not die within Our Lady's chambers. Do not tarnish her floor. Upon witnessing this, Feng and Jiu'er breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously admiring Xiao Dai's commanding presence. What transpired? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng entered, having just returned from the military camp. Upon hearing the sounds of conflict, he hurriedly arrived at the scene, only to find Xuancheng gravely injured on the ground. He rushed to Yun Ruoyue's side, and upon confirming her safety, he finally felt at ease. Xiao Dai, seeing him return, quickly reported, Your Highness, you arrived just in time. This individual is a spy for the Lady of Wei, infiltrating the Li Prince's residence with the intent to poison the princess with a toxic ferret. The princess had long been aware of her plot and thus devised a counter-strategy, leading to her capture. To my dismay, she attempted to assassinate the princess, which is why I injured her. She then recounted the incident where the princess had suspected Xiao Dai and had Jiu'er monitor her. In conclusion, she stated, Your Highness, this Xuancheng is indeed an assassin raised by the Lady of Wei. Last time, upon hearing the princess express a desire for stinky tofu, she informed the Lady of Wei, who then stationed someone at the gates of the residence intending to poison the princess with it. Fortunately, your wisdom thwarted that attempt. Little did we know that the Lady of Wei would devise another scheme today, resulting in her capture. We beseech you to deal with this assassin. Chapter 1495, Death Before Betrayal. Upon hearing this, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. Coldly, he fixed his gaze upon Xuancheng, suddenly pointing his sword at her. Was it the Lady of Wei who instructed you? He demanded. As soon as he heard her confession, he would have her taken to the authorities for due justice. At that moment, the Lady of Wei would be unable to escape. Unexpectedly, Xuancheng shot him a venomous glare, retorting, I never uttered such words. This is all fabricated by Xiao Dai, a scheme to frame the Lady of Wei. I shall never disclose the identity of my master, even in death. Do not attempt to pin the blame on others. With that, she gripped the tip of her sword tightly against her chest and plunged it fiercely into her heart, causing a cascade of crimson blood to erupt. Subsequently, blood continued to pour from her mouth, relentless and uncontrollable. With a fierce glare, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Dai quickly checked for a pulse and coldly announced, Your Highness, she is already dead. Chu Xuancheng gazed at the lifeless body, casually remarking, It seems she was quite loyal, preferring death over betrayal. He commanded, Bring forth 2 gifts in my name to present to her master. Yes, Your Highness, Emoli responded. After issuing his orders, Chu Xuancheng swiftly turned to Yun Ruoyue. I hope I did not frighten you just now. I am fine. With Xiao Dai around, she cannot harm me, Yun Ruoyue replied. Though Xiao Dai possesses formidable skills, confronting her directly was perilous. Should such a situation arise again, you must inform me, and I shall handle it, Chu Xuancheng said, concern etched upon his face. I understand, but I cannot rely on you for everything. I must learn to protect myself. In the event that you are not at home, I wish to be capable of overcoming difficulties without burdening you, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Rest assured, even when I am away, I will ensure that you are well protected, Chu Xuancheng assured her, gently ruffling her hair. At the Wei Duke's residence, Jiang Heng's injuries had healed, allowing him to walk again, yet he remained a broken man. Even in his state, his proclivity for women had not waned. However, his twisted psyche had transformed his indulgence into cruelty. When Lady Wei entered Jiang Heng's chamber, she was appalled to find him mercilessly lashing a half-clad maid with a whip, while simultaneously dripping hot wax from a candle onto her back. The maid writhed in agony as blisters formed on her skin, her back marred with intersecting scars and blood. Furious, Lady Wei shouted, "Stop this! Hunger! Why are you tormenting them again?" Jiang Heng cast an impatient glance at her. "Mother, what brings you here? If I had not come, I would not have known you were abusing these maids. If the emperor learns of this, you will face dire consequences," Lady Wei retorted angrily. Upon seeing her arrival, the maid, believing she had found salvation, crawled towards her, pleading, "Madam, I beg you to save me. Leonor and the others have been tortured to death by the young master. I do not wish to die. I implore you to grant me mercy." Lady Wei shot her an indignant glare. "What are you crying for? It is a privilege for you to relieve my son's frustrations. Silence yourself." The maid was taken aback, having expected the lady to reprimand her son out of compassion. Chapter 1496. The gifts from the Li Wang mansion. To her dismay, Lady Wei revealed her true nature. No wonder she had raised Jiang Heng to be such a man. It was evident that she herself was no better. "Someone, take this maid away. Do not soil my floor." With a single command from the Lady of Wei, a servant was summoned to drag the maid away. Jiang Heng exclaimed in haste, "Mother, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you taking her away?" The Lady of Wei glared at him with disappointment. While indulging in your games is one matter, do not let it lead to loss of life. As long as there is no bloodshed, you may vent your frustrations as you wish. However, should your hands become stained with too much blood, and the emperor learns of it, I fear the end of our Wei noble house." Her concern was not for the maidens, but rather for the implications that such an affair could have on their entire estate. Jiang Heng retorted through gritted teeth, "I am the heir of the Wei noble house. What does it matter if I play to death a few maids? They are merely servants. Since I cannot truly indulge with women, I simply wish to torment them. The sight of their suffering brings me a sense of satisfaction. You think tormenting them amounts to anything? If you possess true courage, seek vengeance against Chu Xuancheng and Su Yuyao." The Lady of Wei shouted angrily. The mere mention of Chu Xuancheng and Su Yuyao ignited a fervor of hatred within Jiang Heng, yet he knew he could not match their strength. So he resorted to bullying the servants instead. Hearing his mother's words, he replied defiantly, "Yes, I am indeed one who preys upon the weak. What of it? Mother, you are so formidable. Why don't you avenge me? I have already arranged for retribution. Which is why I am here to tell you that soon Yun Ruoyue will meet her demise, and your revenge shall be realized. You must pull yourself together and find a respectable pursuit to elevate our Jiang family." The Lady of Wei stated coldly, "You are seeking revenge? Mother, that is wonderful. You finally intend to avenge me. Good. As long as Yun Ruoyue and her child perish, I shall heed your words and seek employment. However, Mother, I can no longer bear children. What is the point of striving for anything?" Jiang Heng said with frustration. The Lady of Wei rolled her eyes and replied, "Rest assured, I will procure a child to serve as your heir, claiming it is your offspring with another woman. No one will know of your condition, and we can easily pass off this child as your legitimate successor. This way, the Jiang family can continue to inherit the title through generations." Years ago, when Jiang Jing had shielded the emperor from a blade, the emperor declared that his title could be inherited without exception. As long as the Jiang family had descendants, the title could be passed down through the ages. "Really? Mother, if this can indeed be arranged, I will have a son in the future. I shall become the Duke of Wei, and my son will be the heir." Jiang Heng's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing this. "Yes. Thus our Jiang family will remain the dukes for generations, enjoying the blessings that come with it," the Lady of Wei affirmed. She had already devised her plan. She would not let an outsider's child inherit the title, lest she raise a treacherous ingrate. She would bear her own child. In due course, she would find a favored paramour to conceive a son, then deceived Jiang Heng into believing the child was purchased from outside, ensuring that the heir bore her own bloodline. "Madam, the Liwang residence has sent you a gift," the butler's voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing these words, the lady of the Wei state felt a shiver run through her. Why would Prince Chu Xuancheng present her with gifts? An ominous premonition surged within her. Indeed, the emissary sent by His Highness the Li King conveyed that he had brought 2 gifts for the lady, requesting her to receive them, the steward stated. "What gifts? Bring them forth at once." Despite her astonishment, curiosity overwhelmed the lady of Wei, and she was eager to see what Prince Chu Xuancheng had sent her. "Yes, my lady." After the steward's response, he instructed the servant carrying the gifts outside, "Present the gifts immediately." Thereafter, a young servant entered, bowing as he bore a tray. As the lady of Wei glanced at the tray, she noticed it was slightly raised, covered with a blood-stained white cloth. A sudden dread gripped her heart, and her countenance turned pale. "What is this? Mother, could it be a human head?" Jiang Heng gasped in shock. The lady of Wei trembled violently. What else could be concealed under the bloodied cloth? Had Xuancheng failed and been slain? Had Prince Chu Xuancheng sent her head? Fear coursed through her, constricting her heart, and she gritted her teeth, commanding, "Unveil the cloth at once." The messenger said, "Only you may reveal it, my lady," the trembling young servant stammered. "Incompetent fool. He commands me to unveil it, and I shall? What purpose do I have in keeping you?" The lady of Wei quivered. "Yes, I shall unveil it." The young servant, despite his fear, steeled himself and slowly lifted the white cloth. At the moment the cloth was unveiled, the lady of Wei quickly turned her face away. She could not bear to look. "Mother, do not fear. It is not a human head," Jiang Heng reassured her. Upon hearing this, the lady of Wei turned her head to see the tray bearing the corpse of a poisoned marten. However, the marten's head remained intact, its large eyes wide open, staring at her in a malevolent manner, startling her anew. She glanced aside and saw a bloodied silver hairpin lying there. She recognized it as the gift she had bestowed upon Xuancheng. The sight of these 2 items rendered her weak, nearly causing her to collapse. "Mother, what is the matter?" Jiang Heng hurriedly supported her, inquiring. "This is Xuancheng's hairpin, and this is the poison marten I had her use to bite Yun Ruoyue. I never anticipated that Prince Chu Xuancheng would send these 2 items, indicating that Xuancheng is already dead. Moreover, she has betrayed me, exposing my involvement. Now, Prince Chu Xuancheng knows that I am the mastermind behind this." As the lady of Wei spoke, her lips began to tremble. "Mother, do not fear. Xuancheng surely did not betray you. If she had publicly testified against you, Prince Chu Xuancheng would have brought her here to arrest you long ago. His delivery of these items is clearly an indication that he has found no evidence. Xuancheng is an assassin trained from a young age, at a critical moment. She would rather perish than betray you. Prince Chu Xuancheng lacks evidence against you, and thus resorts to using these items to intimidate you, so do not be afraid," Jiang Heng reasoned. "Indeed, you are correct. If Prince Chu Xuancheng had any shred of evidence, he would have sought trouble with me by now. His attempt to frighten me is but a display of bravado. I shall not cower before him." The lady of Wei, her face flushed with anger, remarked that the attempt to poison had evidently failed, resulting in the loss of a subordinate, Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng had already discerned that Xuancheng was under her command, and she dared not act again. Chapter 1498, to poison her. Should he uncover evidence, it would spell danger for her. With this thought, she hastily instructed the steward to prepare for her entry into the palace. She needed to inform the empress, seeking an alternative course of action. In the Ronghua Palace, upon hearing the lady of Wei's words, the empress slammed her palm onto the table, exclaiming, "That Chu Xuancheng. His actions are clearly intended to intimidate both you and me. Sister, I have already exposed myself. It is unwise to proceed further. What do you suggest as an alternative course of action?" The lady of Wei expressed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Of course we must continue. This is the emperor's command. How can we not persevere? As long as our mission remains unfulfilled, we shall persist by any means necessary to eliminate Yun Ruoyue's child," the empress declared through gritted teeth. "Very well. What are your plans moving forward?" inquired the lady of Wei. "I have my own methods for this matter. You should return and rest. I will summon you when necessary," the empress replied, indicating that for now, she had no further need of the lady of Wei, while also protecting her, being her own sister. Upon hearing this, the lady of Wei sighed in relief. That night, Aunt Bing received a message via carrier pigeon. The note instructed her to go to room No. one on the third floor of the Mingwei restaurant at noon the following day, where someone would be waiting for her. She surmised that the emperor must have a task for her, and her heart raced with curiosity about what it might entail. If it were something detrimental to the Li Wang couple, could she comply? Should she follow through, the couple would suffer, yet refusal would lead her to certain doom. After reading the note, she quickly incinerated it. Once the letter was burned, Aunt Bing suddenly felt a dull pain in her abdomen, dismissing it as premenstrual discomfort, and proceeded to bed. The next morning, the ache persisted, yet her period had not arrived. With little time to dwell on this, she hastened to the Mingwei restaurant to meet the emperor's associate. She rationalized that perhaps she had merely consumed something that disagreed with her, and it would soon pass. At noon, Aunt Bing crafted an excuse of feeling unwell to step out of the Li Wang residence. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at room No. 1 on the third floor of the Mingwei restaurant. Approaching the door, she knocked in a pattern of 3 long and 3 short taps. The door was swiftly opened by an unassuming woman, clad in a blue cloak and face concealed by a blue veil. Upon seeing Aunt Bing, the woman pulled down her veil, revealing her face. Aunt Bing blinked in surprise. It was none other than the Empress's confidant, Mama Chang. Mama Chang had deliberately donned a plain disguise, concealing herself thoroughly, presumably to avoid detection. "Mama Chang, what brings you here?" Aunt Bing exclaimed, taken aback, for she had expected to meet someone from the Emperor's circle. Mama Chang cast a cold glance at her. "What? Is the Empress not permitted to summon you for a task?" To speak candidly, this is also the Emperor's will. Suddenly, Aunt Bing understood. Had the Emperor not consented, she would not have received that pigeon post. It was evident that the Emperor sought her assistance without wishing to reveal himself. Thus he had to delegate the matter to the Empress. Should any mishap occur, the Empress would bear the responsibility, leaving the Emperor unscathed. She hastily entered the room, closed the door, and inquired, "May I ask why you summoned me, Mother?" "Aunt Bing, the Emperor has sent you to infiltrate the Prince of Li's residence for this very day. Yun Ruoyue and her child must not be allowed to live." Mother Chang stated impassively, as if the act of poisoning someone was but a trivial matter to her. Aunt Bing was momentarily taken aback. Did not the Emperor hold the Princess of Li in high regard? Was this truly his intention? "Do you believe I would dare to feign the Emperor's decree?" Mother Chang replied coldly. "The Emperor indeed admires the Princess of Li, provided she can be of use to him. Now that she carries twins for Chu Xuancheng, she has become his, and thus she cannot be spared." A chill swept through Aunt Bing's heart. "However, I have observed for some time and noticed that the relationship between the Prince and Princess of Li is far from harmonious. Perhaps she could still be of service to the Emperor?" "Aunt Bing, you have consistently spoken on Yun Ruoyue's behalf. Have you, perhaps, been swayed by her during your prolonged stay in the Princess residence?" Mother Chang queried incisively. Aunt Bing quickly lowered her head, asserting, "I would never dare. My life belongs to the Emperor, and even in death, I shall remain loyal. No one can buy my allegiance." Mother Chang smirked cynically, to demonstrate loyalty to the Emperor. "Mere words are insufficient. It is your actions that will be scrutinized. Do you truly believe the Emperor wishes merely to eliminate the child within the princess? Will he spare her life?" Aunt Bing clung to her last shred of hope, questioning, "She does not deserve death. She is such a good person. I cannot bear it." "And what do you think?" Mother Chang replied. "Yun Ruoyue is a physician, astute and clever. If you were to kill only her child, administering musk and saffron, she may well discern the plot. The most effective solution is to poison her directly. Chu Xuancheng loves her dearly, and only by eliminating her can he experience true anguish." Chu Xuancheng dared to frame His Highness the Crown Prince. This is his fate. While Mother Chang spoke these words, a flicker of unease stirred within her. For the Emperor had only commanded the Empress to dispose of Yun Ruoyue's child, without mentioning the necessity of her death. Given Yun Ruoyue's medical prowess, beauty, and intelligence, the Emperor might find her of use. However, the Empress held a different view. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the woman and wished for her demise, seeking vengeance for the Crown Prince. Thus, the Empress instructed her to feign the Emperor's decree, knowing full well that if Yun Ruoyue were to perish from poisoning, her death could be attributed to a miscarriage. Aunt Bing felt a shiver of dread at these words. From Mother Chang's tone, it was clear that the Empress loathed the couple of the Prince of Li and fervently wished for the princess's death, driven by a desire for revenge. It remained uncertain whether the Emperor shared this sentiment. At that moment, Mother Chang retrieved a small pouch of poison from her bag and handed it to Aunt Bing, saying, "Here is some arsenic. Find a way to mix it into the princess's food." Rest assured, once the deed is done, the emperor will summon you back to the palace. Arsenic. As Aunt Bing gazed at the pouch of powder, her heart sank into despair. The queen has unexpectedly commanded her to poison the princess with arsenic. Her heart trembled at the thought. How could she possibly carry out such a deed? Lady Chong, half coaxing and half threatening, declared, "The queen has granted you but 3 days. Within this time, you must ensure Yun Ruoyue's demise. I have heard of your desire to leave the palace and return home to see your mother. If you accomplish this task for Her Majesty, you shall be released from the palace and reunited with your mother." Yet, deep within, Aunt Bing felt an overwhelming sorrow. She did not believe that even if she committed this atrocious act, the queen would spare her life. It was likely that the day Yun Ruoyue perished would also mark her own end. Having spent so long in the depths of the palace, she understood that those who bore too many secrets in this world seldom lived long. Indeed, Lady Chong ominously threatened further, however, "Should you fail or dare to betray Her Majesty, I fear for both your life and your mother's." At these words, Aunt Bing's heart quaked. After leaving the tavern, she tucked the poison pouch into her waistband and returned to the Li Wangfu in a daze. "Aunt, what troubles you?" The voice of Yun Ruoyue startled her from her reverie. "Ah, princess," Aunt Bing gasped, instinctively covering her waist. Turning to face her, she saw the princess looking at her with genuine concern and hurriedly replied, "I am quite well, princess. What brings you here?" She had not anticipated encountering the princess in the corridor. With concern, Yun Ruoyue explained, "I was admiring the flowers in the back garden and happened to pass this way. I noticed you seemed lost in thought, so I came to see if you were in any trouble." "No, thank you for your concern, princess. Bing Qian is well. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Faced with the princess's kindness, Aunt Bing could not bear to remain, and after her hurried farewell, she departed. Chapter 1500. A softening heart. As Aunt Bing hurried away, a glimmer of profound meaning flickered in Yun Ruoyue's eyes. Once back in her room, Aunt Bing was engulfed by anxiety. She was to poison the princess, yet the princess had shown her such care. How could she reconcile this? However reluctant she might be, the imperial command was absolute. "Aunt, are you there?" came the voice of Feng'er from outside. "Oh, I am here." Aunt Bing quickly composed herself and opened the door. Upon stepping outside, she found Feng'er waiting at the entrance. "Is there something the princess requires?" "No, I am preparing a calming potion for Her Majesty. But I am feeling quite unwell and need to visit the restroom. The others are busy, and I thought you might be free to tend to the fire for me." "I shall return shortly." Feng'er clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in discomfort. Aunt Bing paused. A calming potion? Was this not the perfect opportunity to carry out her plan? She nodded vigorously. "Very well, I shall watch the fire. You go quickly." "Thank you, Aunt. And please, be very careful with the potion. No one else must approach the kitchen." After giving her instructions, Feng'er hurried away. Once Feng'er was gone, Aunt Bing rushed to the small kitchen. She glanced inside and discovered the calming potion simmering on the stove, with no one else around. After ensuring the coast was clear, she swiftly entered. As she stepped inside, she beheld the tranquilizing medicine swirling within the jar, the medicinal liquid and residue emitting wisps of smoke. Previously, when she contemplated administering arsenic to the princess's meal, she found the acrid scent of the poison overwhelmingly pungent and unpleasant, making it easy to detect once mixed into the food. However, the aroma of this traditional medicine could effectively mask the arsenic's harsh odor. If she were to introduce the poison into the tranquilizer, she would undoubtedly evade suspicion. With this thought in mind, she cautiously extracted the medicine pouch from her waist. Gazing at the pouch, she realized that should she pour the entire contents of arsenic within, the princess would be doomed. Thus, she would accomplish the queen's task and be free to reunite with her mother back home. The image of her mother's gentle smile flickered in her mind, and with a resolute heart, she opened the pouch, poised to pour the powder into the jar. Suddenly, memories of the princess's recent kindness flooded her thoughts. The time when the prince had stood up for her, confronting eunuch Su, and the princess providing free medical consultations at the clinic, the grateful smiles of the common folk. Her hand trembled slightly. Quickly, she withdrew her hand, secured the pouch, and tucked it back into her waist. Then, she retreated from the small kitchen, realizing she could not bring herself to commit the act. "Aunt, how's the fire?" At that moment, Feng'er's voice echoed from a distance. Ice Aunt raised her gaze to see Feng'er approaching swiftly, and she replied, "The fire is perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. You may go in now." "Thank you, Aunt," Feng'er said, casting a meaningful glance at Ice Aunt before darting inside. Once Ice Aunt exited the small kitchen, her heart began to race anew. The queen had granted her a mere 3 days. If she did not act soon, both she and her family would meet a dire fate. She wandered the courtyard of the Crimson Moon Pavilion, pacing incessantly, her heart entangled in turmoil. "Aunt, please make way." At that moment, Jiuer's voice called from the entrance. Ice Aunt looked up to see Jiuer entering, burdened with a large bundle. She quickly stepped aside. However, overwhelmed by her load, Jiuer inadvertently dropped a jar, which crashed to the ground. Chapter 1501. The poisoning begins. Startled, Jiuer exclaimed, "Ah, Aunt, the princess's tooth powder has fallen. Please help me pick it up." "Oh, certainly." Ice Aunt hurried over and noticed a white porcelain jar shattered on the floor, a red label affixed to it bearing the words tooth powder. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. This tooth powder was composed of various herbs, including soapberry, phoenix grass oil, and others, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance that could easily conceal the scent of arsenic. If she mixed the arsenic into the tooth powder, the princess would remain oblivious. The poison was potent enough that even if the princess merely rinsed her mouth with it, she would slowly succumb to its effects. She hastily picked up the porcelain jar, relieved to find it intact, save for a small chip. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she trembled as she opened the pouch. Pouring half of the arsenic into the jar, keeping the remaining portion concealed within her waist, she suddenly hesitated to pour out the arsenic, wishing to lessen the quantity for reasons unbeknownst to her. Perhaps in doing so, she could find some solace within. After completing the task, she hurriedly approached and handed the dental powder to Jiuer, saying, "Here you go, Jiuer." "Thank you, Auntie," Jiuer replied, swiftly retreating inside. Upon witnessing Jiuer enter, Aunt Bing was immediately engulfed by regret. If the princess were to use this dental powder, her fate would surely be dire. The thought of her being a pregnant woman carrying twins twisted Aunt Bing's heart with anguish. Once Jiuer entered her chamber, she promptly placed all her purchases down and exclaimed to Yun Ruoyue, "Your Highness, I bought many delightful items for you at Tianxiang Tower today, including hair oil, puff, rouge, and the latest dental powder they released. Come, take a look." Curiosity piqued, Yun Ruoyue approached. She beheld an array of charming trinkets spread across the table, and her heart warmed as she picked them up. The hair oil and puff were exquisite, and the small white porcelain box adorned with a painting of elegant ladies exuded an antique charm that was truly pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, she noticed a chip on the edge of the dental powder jar and inquired, "Why is there a chip on this bottle?" "Oh, while I was outside, the bottle accidentally fell to the ground and chipped. Thankfully, Aunt Bing was there to help me pick it up," Jiuer explained while arranging the items on the table. "Aunt Bing?" Yun Ruoyue queried as she lifted the jar, removing the cork to peer inside. "Your Highness, this is the latest dental powder from Tianxiang Tower. It is said to contain a hint of rose oil, which can make teeth shine brilliantly and keep breath fresh. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiuer smiled. "Is that so? Very well, I shall try it now," Yun Ruoyue replied, casting another glance at the powder inside. "Your Highness, do you wish to try it right away?" "I shall fetch some water for you," Jiuer said, her excitement evident as she rushed to get the water upon noticing the princess's interest in her purchases. Before long, she returned with the water. As Yun Ruoyue sat there, she suddenly spotted Aunt Bing standing in the courtyard and called out, "Aunt Bing, why are you out here? Come in and sit." Aunt Bing's face was marked by unease, and upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's voice, she trembled slightly. Hesitantly, she entered and said, "Your Highness, I have been thinking outside. Since I arrived at the Wang residence, you have not assigned me any tasks, and I feel as though I am merely a burden. I came to ask if you could assign me some duties, so I may contribute to the household." Chapter 1502. Dental Powder. So, Aunt Bing's earlier disquietude stemmed from this matter. If she truly feels bored, then in the future, if she sees something she wishes to do, she may pursue it. Otherwise, she need not. Yun Ruoyue replied. While it appeared she was granting Aunt Bing considerable freedom, it was not entirely so. She had not commanded Aunt Bing to undertake any specific tasks. Should Aunt Bing seek to interfere in certain matters, she could easily prevent her from doing so. Aunt Bing understood that the princess still harbored doubts about her trustworthiness. She smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, if the princess requires anything from Bing Qian in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Otherwise, it is rather unproductive for me to sit here all day." "Very well," Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. "Your Highness, the water is ready. Please try this tooth powder." At that moment, Jiuer brought the rinsing cup and the tooth powder before Yun Ruoyue. Once set, she opened the lid of the tooth powder and took out Yun Ruoyue's toothbrush. "Let me handle it myself, Jiuer," Yun Ruoyue said as she took the toothbrush. The toothbrush bore some resemblance to modern ones, yet it was distinctly different. It had a wooden handle with several rows of small holes at one end, filled with bristles made from animal hair, referred to here as a tooth-cleaning stick. However, Yun Ruoyue's toothbrush was custom-made. Instead of pig bristles, it was crafted from fine bird down, incredibly soft, akin to a feather's caress, yet dense enough to clean the teeth thoroughly. This was her improved version, which, upon finding satisfactory, she had replaced for everyone in the royal household, varying the handles with different types of wood for distinction. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue pick up the toothbrush, Aunt Bing's face turned ashen. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue had already placed the tooth powder onto the brush and was about to put it in her mouth when Aunt Bing suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness!" "Wait, what is it, Aunt?" Yun Ruoyue asked, looking at her in confusion. Aunt Bing hesitated, wanting to warn the princess that the tooth powder had been laced with arsenic. Yet, she was afraid. Revealing such information now would lead to her own demise. Remembering her mother at home, she steeled herself and deceitfully said, "No, it's nothing. I just think the princess's toothbrush is quite unique. I have never seen one like it before." Yun Ruoyue glanced at the toothbrush in her hand and remarked, "It resembles a brush, which is why I call it a toothbrush. It was crafted by the artisans at the tooth powder shop. If you like, I can gift you one later." "Thank you," Aunt Bing replied, her guilt deepening, her head lowered further. Yun Ruoyue smiled at her and gradually placed the toothbrush in her mouth, beginning to brush her teeth. Witnessing this, Aunt Bing felt her heart tighten. She dared not watch any longer and quickly said, "Then, Your Highness, I shall take my leave." With that, she hurriedly stumbled out. Yun Ruoyue appeared oblivious to her departure, continuing to brush her teeth. Meanwhile, Jiuer, puzzled, remarked, "Your Highness, why do I find Aunt Bing so strange?" "It's nothing. This tooth powder you purchased is quite effective. Far better than the previous one," Yun Ruoyue said after rinsing her mouth with a smile. "If Your Highness likes it, I shall go to Tianxiang Tower next time to buy more. This tooth powder is a bit pricey, but you get what you pay for. Its effectiveness is commendable," Jiuer replied with a grin. Yun Ruoyue nodded in agreement. Chapter 1503. The princess spits blood during dinner that evening. Yun Ruoyue specifically asked Feng to invite Aunt Bing to join them for the meal. However, she had yet to begin her meal when a wave of nausea suddenly surged within her. She hastily rose to her feet, covering her mouth as she began to retch. "Yuer, what is the matter?" Chu Xuancheng observed her distress and quickly moved to support her. Yun Ruoyue retched a couple of times and, feeling discomfort, clutched her abdomen. "I feel a bit of pain in my stomach. It's quite nauseating. I want to vomit, yet nothing comes out. I am at a loss as to what is happening." "What?" Feng quickly summoned the physician. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xuancheng's heart raced as he helped Yun Ruoyue to a nearby seat, anxiety gripping him. Aunt Bing, witnessing the scene, trembled with alarm. "This is bad. It must be the effects of the poison acting up." The princess had used a tooth powder laced with arsenic. Although the amount was minimal, arsenic is indeed toxic. She had not anticipated the poison would manifest so swiftly. Seeing the princess in such a state sent a chill through her, tightening her throat and making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly spoke. "I feel as though my stomach no longer hurts. I am much better now, though I still feel a bit sluggish and do not wish to eat. Could there be an issue with this food?" Chu Xuancheng inquired with concern. "Perhaps the dishes are too oily. I should be fine. Please do not worry," Yun Ruoyue reassured him. Noticing her demeanor returning to normal, Chu Xuancheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that juncture, Physician Lin arrived. Chu Xuancheng promptly called for him to examine Yun Ruoyue. After a thorough examination, Physician Lin remarked, "Your Highness, the princess appears to have a normal complexion, and her pulse is stable. It is likely that she felt unwell due to the greasy food, and prolonged sitting could also lead to abdominal discomfort. There should be no significant issues." Hearing this, Chu Xuancheng instructed, "Feng, prepare a few light dishes for the princess." "Yes, Your Highness," Feng responded, hurrying off. Aunt Bing remained uneasy. The princess was mildly poisoned, and Lin's examination could not reveal much. As the poison intensified, it would become evident. Observing the princess's condition left her feeling as though a fishbone was lodged in her throat, causing great discomfort. That night, Aunt Bing had a restless sleep. Firstly, she felt a slight ache in her abdomen, and secondly, she was anxious about Yun Ruoyue. With a guilty conscience, she found it impossible to rest, tossing and turning throughout the night. The following morning, She hesitated to check on Yun Ruoyue. Her curiosity piqued as to whether the princess had used the tooth powder that day. Suddenly, a cry from Feng'er shattered the morning calm. Aunt Bing, startled by the sound, rushed to the door and dashed outside. What? The princess has vomited blood? Is that true? Aunt, would I deceive you? The princess, after brushing her teeth moments ago, has coughed up blood, Feng'er exclaimed, holding a basin stained crimson, her face a picture of distress. Gazing at the bloodied garments, an overwhelming dread welled up within Aunt Bing. She hurried towards the princess's chamber, only to find her clad in a pristine white undergarment, seated there with a trickle of blood at her lips. As Jiao tended to her, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Seeing her distress, Aunt Bing hurriedly rushed in. Chapter 1504. The princess's poison. Yun Ruoyue's complexion was ashen, her demeanor languid as she sat there, feeling unwell. I am fine, Aunt, do not worry. She managed to say, "My lady, you have coughed up blood, and it is black. How can you say you are fine? I have already sent someone to fetch Dr. Lin. Should we also send for the prince from the military camp?" Jiao said with concern. "No need. The prince is busy with military affairs. I am not in serious trouble. Do not call him back," Yun Ruoyue hurriedly replied. "But look at you. You have bled so much. Will the children be all right?" Jiao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "I should be fine. I will take a few pills shortly. There is no need for concern," Yun Ruoyue said with a brave face. Seeing her in such a state, Aunt Bing felt an even greater sense of guilt. She longed to confess to the princess that she had poisoned the teeth-cleaning powder, causing her affliction. Yet, she dared not speak the truth, knowing the prince's temperament. If he discovered her treachery against the princess, he would surely enact a horrific punishment. Moreover, if this matter reached the emperor's ears, her entire family would face dire consequences. She could not bear to see her family suffer, so she chose to remain silent, helplessly enduring her own pain while witnessing the princess's suffering. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly mustered her strength to rise. "Jiao, help me to the bed for a moment," she said, but before she could finish, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. "Your Highness," Aunt Bing exclaimed, swiftly rushing over to support Yun Ruoyue. "This is bad. The princess has fainted. Quickly, let us get her to bed," Jiao urged anxiously. Suddenly, Aunt Bing fixated on Yun Ruoyue's face, her expression filled with horror. "Jiao, look. The princess is bleeding from her mouth." "What?" Jiao hurriedly turned to examine Yun Ruoyue, witnessing the black blood trickling from her lips. Overwhelmed, she felt dizzy and nearly fell. She rushed forward to steady Yun Ruoyue, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart trembling. "My lady, why have you coughed up blood again? Please, wake up." Just then, Feng'er rushed in with Dr. Lin and, upon seeing the scene, was also moved to tears. "Quickly, get the princess to bed." Dr. Lin, witnessing the alarming situation, felt as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. If the prince were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. They would all face dire consequences for failing to care for the princess. In a flurry, they managed to place Yun Ruoyue onto the bed, and Dr. Lin promptly began his examination. He lifted her eyelids and inspected her tongue, then took her pulse. Suddenly, he declared, "The princess's tongue is dark. Her eyes are sunken, and her pulse is faint. These are symptoms of poisoning." "What? The princess is poisoned?" Jiao gasped in shock. Feng'er, equally incredulous, could hardly believe it. "How could this happen to Our Lady? Is someone attempting to poison her? Hurry, we must inform the prince." "Wait, do not tell him. I am fine," Yun Ruoyue murmured as she began to regain consciousness. She coughed lightly a few times, hastily stopping Feng'er. "I am well aware of my own body. Please do not inform the prince. I assure you, I am fine." "Your Highness, you have been poisoned yet you do not wish to tell the prince? This is a grave matter," Feng'er exclaimed in anxiety, her feet anxiously tapping the ground. "Feng'er, I am a physician. I understand my condition. I am not poisoned. I have merely been overworked recently, which has unsettled the pregnancy. A little rest is all I require," Yun Ruoyue insisted, struggling to maintain her composure. Chapter 1505. The Affliction of Intestinal Abscess. Upon witnessing this, Aunt Bing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She could no longer bear to remain there and quietly withdrew. The longer she stayed, the more she feared she would inadvertently reveal the truth to the princess. Her emotions were in turmoil, torn between sympathy for the princess and the dread of disclosing the truth. It felt as if she were being roasted over an open flame. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The discomfort swiftly migrated from her upper abdomen to her lower right side. accompanied by a wave of nausea that surged to her throat. She wished to enter the room to rest, but the pain intensified, nearly incapacitating her. How could this be? The princess was a physician. She wanted to seek her help, yet how could she face her after having poisoned her? Moreover, the princess was currently preoccupied with her own troubles. Clutching her abdomen, she hurriedly exited the royal residence, her discomfort propelling her toward the nearest apothecary. Upon reaching the shop, she urgently addressed the attending physician. "Doctor, I am in excruciating pain. Please help me understand what is wrong." The doctor, noting her agonized expression, quickly assisted her to a seat. "Where does it hurt? How does it feel?" he inquired. "It is here. It feels like stabbing pains, and there are waves of bloating." "I am in great distress," Aunt Bing replied, indicating her abdomen. "Let me examine you," the doctor commanded. After a thorough examination, he solemnly stated, "It appears you are suffering from an intestinal abscess." What is an intestinal abscess? Aunt Bing had never heard of such an ailment before. An intestinal abscess results from external pathogens invading the body, poor dietary habits harming the spleen and stomach, leading to stagnation of qi and blood, excessive heat and toxins, and accumulation of dampness and heat in the intestines, which causes abdominal pain, the doctor explained. "Is my condition serious, doctor?" Aunt Bing urgently inquired. The doctor sighed heavily, his expression grave. "Your prognosis depends on fortune. If caught in the early stages, and with a stroke of luck, a decoction of rhubarb and peony may be effective. However, if it progresses to the later stages, where your intestines become necrotic and develop abscesses, no divine intervention could save you. You would simply await death." "What? Doctor, could I die from this condition?" Aunt Bing could hardly believe it. Could something as simple as abdominal pain lead to death? The doctor maintained a serious demeanor. "Yes, indeed. Once afflicted with an intestinal abscess, if luck is not on your side, you may very well die from the pain." "What if I am fortunate?" she pleaded. "Doctor, I implore you to prescribe a remedy for me. Please save my life." Aunt Bing's insides trembled with fear as she desperately beseeched the doctor. The doctor glanced at her complexion and, noticing a hint of color still lingering, deduced that she was in the early stages of intestinal abscess. He then said, "Very well. Please rest here for a moment. I shall prepare a prescription and have the apprentice prepare the medicine for you." "Thank you, doctor," replied Aunt Bing, hastily retrieving a silver coin from her bosom and placing it on the table. Soon after, the doctor returned with the prescription and presented it to Aunt Bing, stating, "This concoction is called rhubarb and peony decoction, containing Job's tears, aconite, petrinia, and dandelion. It is specifically designed to treat your condition. I will instruct the apprentice to prepare it for you." "Thank you, doctor," Aunt Bing quickly responded. The apprentice then proceeded to brew the medicine. During this time, Aunt Bing sat in agony on the chair, feeling her stomach pain intensify, as though a knife were brutally twisting within her. After approximately half an hour of suffering, the apprentice finally brought the medicinal brew, saying, "Madam, the medicine is ready. Please drink it promptly." "Thank you," Aunt Bing replied, swiftly accepting the bowl. Though the concoction was bitter, she feared nothing in her desperate bid for survival. With a determined tilt of her head, she consumed the entire bowl. "Now, please rest here and observe if your condition improves," the apprentice remarked before returning to brew more medicine. After taking the remedy, Aunt Bing felt a slight alleviation of her pain, allowing her to rest in the chair. However, after a short while, her abdomen began to swell and ache anew, as if countless hands were churning within her, causing her to break out in cold sweat and grit her teeth in agony. "Oh, doctor, my stomach hurts terribly. Please help me understand what is happening," Aunt Bing exclaimed, clutching her abdomen as she stumbled toward the consulting physician. The doctor, who was attending to another patient, quickly rose upon seeing her approach. "Doctor, the pain is worse than before. Why has the medicine not worked?" Aunt Bing cried, tears streaming down her face. The doctor quickly supported her and replied, "You have only just taken the medicine. It cannot be expected to work so swiftly. Let me examine you." He carefully inspected her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, felt her pulse, and pressed on her abdomen. At his touch, Aunt Bing let out a pained cry. "Oh, it hurts so badly. That's the spot." The doctor's expression suddenly darkened. "This is serious. The acute pain in your lower right abdomen suggests that your intestine has become perforated due to pus. If your intestine is decaying, I am afraid there is nothing I can do to save you. You must seek another physician." "What? My intestine is decaying? Doctor, does this mean there is no hope for me? I beg you, please help me." Aunt Bing pleaded in despair. Yet, the doctor abruptly urged her away. "Madam, I am truly sorry. I am powerless to assist you. You must leave and seek another doctor. No, please don't send me away. Can you not help me just a little more? Aunt Bing implored. The doctor, visibly conflicted, shook his head. I am sorry, you must leave. If you were to die in our establishment, none of us could bear the responsibility. Please go. With that, he heartlessly pushed Aunt Bing out. He then retrieved the silver ingot that Aunt Bing had given him and returned it to her, urging her to leave hastily. Aunt Bing, holding the silver ingot, wore an expression of deep distress. Since the physician at the local apothecary could not provide a cure, she was compelled to seek assistance at another establishment. Subsequently, clutching her aching abdomen, Aunt Bing visited several more apothecaries in quick succession. However, upon observing her symptoms, each physician shook their head and dismissed her. Madam, you are afflicted with a constricted intestinal abscess, an ailment deemed untreatable. You might want to consult another doctor, one advised. Madam, your condition is an acute intestinal abscess. It progresses with alarming rapidity, and it is likely that your time is limited. I suggest you return home and prepare for your final arrangements, another cautioned. Madam, your illness has reached a critical level. With no remedy in sight, I fear you have but 3 days left. Frankly, with this affliction, one can only await death. Not even a celestial being can save you. In the afternoon, Aunt Bing trudged down the street, her mind inundated with the physician's grim pronouncements. Each one had echoed the sentiment that her condition was beyond remedy, that her demise was imminent. She never anticipated that after having wronged the princess, she would find herself afflicted with such a malady. Was this her comeuppance? As her body writhed in agony, she realized that no possession could rival the value of health. The pain within her was excruciating, rendering her existence a torturous limbo between life and death. Was she truly a woman on the brink of death? Yet she had not yet departed the palace, had not yet seen her mother, nor reunited with her family. She was unwilling to accept this fate. With all the physicians having condemned her to death, she had no choice but to relinquish her search for a healer and, with a weary body, return to the prince's residence. Upon her return, she overheard a fervent discussion among the gathered crowd. The prince, upon learning of the princess's poisoning, was infuriated. He had ordered a thorough investigation, determined to unearth the perpetrator behind this heinous act. Who could possess such audacity to poison the princess? It was unfathomable that someone, after all the kindness the princess had shown, could betray her in such a manner. Hearing these words, Aunt Bing trembled and quickly lowered her head as she entered. Upon reaching the Feiyue pavilion, she noticed the courtyard bustling with activity. Everyone was either boiling water or preparing medicine, all in a frenzied state. Aunt, you're back, came the voice of Jiao. Aunt Bing hastily lifted her head, feeling embarrassed. Yes, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I want to see a doctor. How is the princess? Jiao shook her head, a look of sorrow etched on her face. The princess's condition is grave. She has just taken her medicine and is resting now, while the prince stays by her side. Alas, I wonder who could be so heartless as to poison her. Upon hearing this, Aunt Bing's teeth began to chatter. Is the child within the princess safe? She inquired urgently. For the moment, all seems well. But who can say for certain? After all, the princess has been poisoned, and should the toxicity escalate, both her life and that of her unborn child may be at risk, Jiao replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aunt Bing was taken aback and suddenly exclaimed, Jiao, I feel a bit uncomfortable with my teeth. May I borrow the teeth-cleaning powder you purchased for the princess today? Jiao hesitated, responding, but this is specially for the princess. Only she can use it. If you wish to use some, I can lend you mine instead. Absolutely not. I want to use the princess's. Aunt Bing retorted sharply. Realizing her tone was overly forceful, she quickly added, that is not what I meant. It's just that the powder we use is ordinary and ineffective for my teeth. Recently, they have been painful and swollen, even bleeding today. I've heard that the princess's powder can reduce swelling and stop bleeding. Would you please let me borrow some? That seems inappropriate. Should I consult the princess first? Jiao replied, feeling troubled. Aunt Bing's expression darkened suddenly. How outrageous. Jiao, I am the aunt sent by the emperor to care for the princess. Do I not even have the right to use her teeth-cleaning powder? Must you seek her approval for such a trivial matter? Do you not regard me at all? Aunt Bing feared that Jiao would inform the princess, which could arouse suspicion regarding the powder. Hearing Aunt Bing's words, Jiao reluctantly consented. All right then, I will fetch you some of the princess's teeth-cleaning powder. No, bring it all. Aunt Bing insisted hastily. To dispel any doubts from Jiao, she added, this powder is not worth much. I can reimburse you tomorrow when you buy another for the princess. My teeth are in severe pain. I might need it all. Please bring the entire jar from the princess. Yes, Aunt, Jiu'er replied and hurried into the room. As Jiu'er entered, Aunt Bing's heart raced. She breathed a sigh of relief when Jiu'er emerged holding the teeth-cleaning powder. Aunt, this is all of the princess's teeth-cleaning powder. Here you go, Jiu'er said, handing it over. Thank you, Aunt Bing responded, quickly retreating to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiu'er felt a chill. Once inside her room, Aunt Bing swiftly closed the door and secured it. Trembling, she extracted the powder and poured it into a pouch that had previously contained arsenic, mixing it with the remaining half-packet of poison. Clutching the pouch, she hurried to the small kitchen. Finding it empty, she noticed the fire burning beneath the stove and rushed over, seizing the opportunity to throw the pouch into the flames. Using a stick to stoke the fire until it was completely consumed. The princess must have been poisoned early on, sparing her and the fetus from harm. By deceiving the princess into relinquishing the powder and incinerating it alongside the arsenic, Aunt Bing ensured that the princess would not be harmed. She herself suffered from a severe intestinal ailment and was on the brink of death. What harm could she wish upon the princess? She had never intended to harm the princess and regretted her actions deeply. Thus, before anything grave occurred, she reclaimed the teeth-cleaning powder to destroy it, wishing to prevent any further poisoning of the princess. Her only hope was that the princess's condition would not worsen and that the fetus would remain unharmed. Otherwise, she would find no peace in death. As for the fate of her mother, she dared not contemplate it any longer. After consuming the arsenic, Aunt Bing gingerly returned to her room, clutching her aching abdomen. By nightfall, the agony in her belly intensified, as if her very insides were being torn apart. She curled up on the bed, wishing fervently for an end to her suffering. Gradually, a fever enveloped her, accompanied by waves of nausea and violent pain in her abdomen, rendering her too weak to even consider striking her head against the wall in despair. Could it be that she was nearing death? Aunt, are you all right? The voice of Feng'er pierced the silence from outside. Startled, Aunt Bing realized Feng'er had come, but she was in no condition to rise. With a feeble grip on her abdomen, she managed to utter, "Feng'er, the door is open. Please come in." In her haste to vomit earlier, she had forgotten to close the door, allowing Feng'er entry. With a creak, the door swung open, and hurried footsteps followed. As Aunt Bing lifted her gaze, she was astonished to see Feng'er supporting Yun Ruoyue as she entered. Behind the princess stood Chu Xuancheng and Mo Li. Chu Xuancheng lingered at the back, his gaze as deep and cold as ice, much like a silver wolf, sending a shiver down Aunt Bing's spine. "Your Highness, Princess, what brings you here?" Aunt Bing stammered in surprise. "Aunt, I heard you crying out in pain, so I informed the princess. Upon learning of your distress, she disregarded her own health to come and see you," Feng'er explained. "What ails you? Allow the princess to assist you." "Thank you, Your Highness, but I am fine." Aunt Bing, upon noticing Yun Ruoyue's pale complexion and colorless lips, felt an overwhelming sense of shame for being the cause of the princess's concern. "Aunt, your pallor and trembling are alarming. Where does it hurt?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, already making her way toward Aunt Bing with determination. "Princess, be careful," Aunt Bing cautioned, anxious that she might stumble. "Do not worry, I am well. Now, please tell me your symptoms," Yun Ruoyue insisted. Settling onto a stool Feng had brought and grasping Aunt Bing's hand. Seeing the princess's gentle and caring demeanor brought tears to Aunt Bing's eyes, which glistened with unshed emotion. A profound sense of guilt and gratitude welled within her as she choked out, "I began experiencing abdominal pain yesterday, though it was not severe then. To my dismay, the pain escalated dramatically today. I sought a doctor, who diagnosed me with intestinal abscess. They claimed my intestines have become necrotic and perforated, declaring there was no hope for me, merely 3 days to live at most. Princess, I am but a dying woman. Please do not trouble yourself on my account. Allow me to await my end in peace." With that, silent tears began to flow down her cheeks. The others were taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock. They could hardly believe that Aunt Bing, seemingly well just moments ago, was now afflicted with a grave condition. Teetering on the brink of death, the pain etched across her face confirmed the grim reality of her words. Chu Xuancheng stood quietly at the rear of the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect as he coldly fixated on Aunt Bing, remaining silent. Yun Ruoyue then spoke. "The condition known as intestinal abscess is likely what I frequently treated in the past, appendicitis. Given Annie's current state, It seems to have progressed to a severe stage. Hence the excruciating pain. Although this ailment is indeed troublesome, I believe it is not without remedy. What? Your Highness, you possess a method to cure my affliction? Aunt Bing exclaimed, her heart soaring with elation. She gazed at Yun Ruoyue, unable to fathom the truth of her words. The doctors had condemned her to a grim fate. Yet the princess claimed there was hope. Truly, the princess was remarkable. Yun Ruoyue did not respond verbally. Instead, she pressed her hand against Aunt Bing's abdomen, prompting a cry of agony from her. After applying pressure and observing Aunt Bing's countenance, she declared, I shall conduct a comprehensive examination. If it is indeed appendicitis, then there exists a feasible treatment. However, surgery carries its own risks, and I cannot guarantee success. If you are willing, I can attempt it. I am willing. After all, I am but a breath away from death. What do I have to lose? Even if the treatment fails, I shall not blame the princess, Aunt Bing hastily replied. Her fear was not of death. Rather, the torment she endured was so unbearable that she longed for an end to her suffering. With the princess willing to assist her, she was eager to take the chance. Very well, I shall examine you at once, Yun Ruoyue stated. Turning to Chu Xuancheng, she added, Your Highness, you may leave. Only Fenger need remain to assist me. Chu Xuancheng looked at her with concern. But you are poisoned and with child. Can your body withstand this? Rest assured, I am fine. I can endure it, Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. Despite her reassurances, Chu Xuancheng remained uneasy. Then I shall stand guard just outside the door. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to call for me. Understood, Yun Ruoyue nodded in acknowledgement. After a lingering glance at her, he led the others out, closing the door behind him and leaving only Yun Ruoyue and Fenger inside. Once they were alone, Yun Ruoyue swiftly retrieved her portable ultrasound device, conducting an examination of Aunt Bing's abdomen while also drawing blood for analysis. Half an hour later, the results of both the blood test and ultrasound were available. The ultrasound revealed that Aunt Bing's appendix was abnormally enlarged, with surrounding fluid accumulation, while the blood test indicated elevated white blood cell counts. Correlating these findings with Aunt Bing's symptoms, Yun Ruoyue confirmed the diagnosis of appendicitis. Knowing the nature of the ailment facilitated the treatment. Fortunately, the inflammation had not affected the adjacent intestines, so the solution involved the complete removal of the diseased appendix. She addressed Aunt Bing, Auntie, I have conducted your examination and confirmed that you are suffering from appendicitis. I will administer anesthesia and proceed with the appendectomy. Once I remove your appendix, your abdominal pain will cease. Dare I inquire, Your Highness, what exactly is an appendix? Aunt Bing, who had been curious about this aspect, had listened intently as the princess spoke of appendicitis, but she found herself unable to comprehend and hesitant to ask. Upon hearing the news of the impending excision, her curiosity piqued, as she feared the princess might sever one of her vital organs. Beside her, Fenger wore a perplexed expression. Yun Ruoyue, sensing Aunt Bing's apprehension, explained, The appendix, also known as the vermiform appendix, is a slender, curved blind tube located in the lower right abdomen. Currently, your appendix is inflamed and perforated. It must be removed to save your life. But, Your Highness, it is still flesh belonging to my body, Aunt Bing lamented. As the saying goes, our bodies and skin are gifts from our parents, and we dare not harm them. I can hardly bear to trim my hair. How could I possibly allow the removal of an organ? Yun Ruoyue understood the antiquated mindset of these ancients, yet she did not blame them. It was the product of their time. They had not been exposed to advanced knowledge, which was entirely understandable. In a gentle tone, she reassured, Do not worry, Aunt. The appendix is indeed a curious organ. It serves a purpose in our youth. However, as we mature, it ceases to impact our bodily systems. Essentially, once we grow up, the appendix becomes nearly obsolete. Therefore, its removal will not affect your health. Regardless of the actual utility of the appendix, Yun Ruoyue had to convey this to Aunt Bing, or else she would refuse the operation. Is that truly so? Aunt Bing asked, unable to believe that one could retain their well-being after the removal of an organ. Yun Ruoyue nodded, Certainly, Aunt. You have declared yourself on the brink of death. Thus, I have no reason to deceive you. This is merely a simple procedure. Once excised, you shall be saved. Should we neglect to remove it, the pus it produces will corrode your other organs, and at that point, even divine intervention would be futile. Moreover, it is a malfunctioning organ. Once it deteriorates, we must excise it for the sake of health. Upon hearing this, Aunt Bing's complexion flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, Your Highness. I should not have overthought this. You have been so kind to me, and I ought not to be so foolish. I am in pain. I trust in your medical expertise. Please, Your Highness, expedite the removal of my appendix. Aunt Bing had heard of the princess's prowess in surgery, particularly regarding the noble prince's tumor removal, so she was not entirely unfamiliar with surgical procedures. Yet, when faced with her own predicament, trepidation gripped her. Chapter 15:11. Overcome with fatigue, however, recognizing her status as a dying individual, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and lay upon the bed. Observing Aunt Bing's compliance, Yun Ruoyue promptly advanced, preparing for a traditional open surgery to excise the appendix, as the innovative laparoscopic technique was too complex and required extensive machinery and manpower, which were beyond her current capabilities. Soon, she had gathered the surgical instruments necessary for the operation. She instructed Aunt Bing to sit comfortably and proceeded to administer a combined spinal epidural anesthesia, with the anesthesia needle in hand. She targeted Aunt Bing's lumbar region and began injecting the anesthetic. This endeavor drained her energy, and by the time she completed the injection, she was already panting from exertion. At that moment, Aunt Bing's abdomen and lower extremities began to grow progressively numb, losing all sensation. Her body lay limply on the bed, devoid of any sensation of abdominal pain, yet she could feel the efforts of the princess. After administering anesthesia to Aunt Bing, Yun Ruoyue hastily disinfected her abdomen and made an incision. The disposable scalpel gleamed with a silver light, sharp and precise, as she gently cut into Aunt Bing's abdomen, layer by layer penetrating into the abdominal cavity, searching for her appendix along the colon. Fortunately, Aunt Bing was relatively slender, allowing her to locate the appendix swiftly. Upon finding it, she noticed that Aunt Bing's appendix had indeed become festering and rotten. Failure to remove it would pose a grave danger to her life. She quickly separated the appendix from the surrounding intestinal adhesions and deftly excised it, placing the severed appendix onto the plate held by Fenger. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she began to suture the remnants of the appendix. Although Aunt Bing had no sensation in her lower body, she could see the beads of sweat dotting Yun Ruoyue's face, some even trickling down onto her own. She observed the princess working with meticulous care, earnestness, and tenderness. Despite her evident exhaustion, she continued patiently stitching the wound. At that moment, Aunt Bing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The princess, a poisoned pregnant woman, was enduring such hardship to save her, filling her with guilt. Regret washed over her. How could she have harmed someone so kind? At this juncture, Yun Ruoyue had completed the suturing of the appendix remnants, and she proceeded to cleanse the abdominal cavity with gauze, disinfecting it before meticulously stitching the abdomen layer by layer. Sweat poured down her forehead, and Fenger, noticing, hurriedly offered her a cloth to wipe her brow. Your Highness, you look exhausted. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Fenger gently urged, unable to contain her concern. However, Yun Ruoyue brushed the sweat from her face with her sleeve and replied, I am fine. This surgery must be completed swiftly, or complications may arise. Just then, she felt discomfort and rubbed her neck, having held her head down for too long, leaving her neck sore. Undeterred, she continued to focus intently on her suturing, her hair disheveled and sweat-drenched, seemingly oblivious to her own state. Witnessing the princess's struggle only deepened Aunt Bing's remorse. Before long, Yun Ruoyue had successfully closed the wound, disinfected it with cotton swabs dipped in iodine, and finally covered Aunt Bing with a garment and a blanket, administering an anti-inflammatory drip. Once all was done, she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, rubbing her forehead as darkness encroached upon her vision, her legs weakening, nearly causing her to faint. Fortunately, Fenger was quick to catch her. Your Highness, what is the matter? I am fine. I may just be fatigued, feeling a bit dizzy. Yun Ruoyue gasped, struggling for breath. Chapter 15:12. Unveiling the truth you wear. Is the surgery complete? How are you? Outside, the anxious voice of Chu Xuancheng echoed. He had been attentively listening to the sounds within, his heart racing at the sound of Fenger's exclamation, nearly prompting him to burst through the door. The surgery is finished. You may come in now, Yun Ruoyue replied as she adjusted the blanket for Aunt Bing. With a creak, the door swung open, and Chu Xuancheng stepped inside. As he stepped inside, he immediately observed Yun Ruoyue's pale complexion and frail body. He hurriedly approached her, supporting her with concern. Where do you feel unwell? Should I summon Dr. Lin? No need. I am merely a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice, Yun Ruoyue replied, rubbing her forehead. Seeing that she was all right, Chu Xuancheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned his gaze to Aunt Bing. Noticing that her condition had significantly improved, the agonizing pain she had previously endured was no longer evident. Aunt Bing glanced at the plate containing her diseased appendix, her heart jolting with realization. So it was this very organ that had caused her relentless suffering. Now that it had been excised, her pain had vanished. She immediately directed a grateful look towards Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, thank you. You are truly remarkable. I distinctly felt you make the incision in my abdomen. Yet there was no pain at all. Your medical skills are exceptional. Furthermore, I am no longer in pain. I am overjoyed. As she spoke, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes, thankful for the princess's life-saving intervention. Yun Ruoyue reassured her, it was the appendix causing your distress. Now that it has been removed, you shall no longer suffer from appendicitis. However, I administered anesthesia during the procedure, which is why you feel no pain now. Once the effects wear off, you will experience discomfort at the wound site. You may need to rest in bed for 2 to 3 days until the wound heals completely. Aunt Bing replied, Your Highness, please do not worry. I understand that the absence of pain is due to the anesthesia, and I can endure it. I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance. I am at a loss for how to repay you. At this moment, overwhelming guilt consumed her. She deeply regretted having poisoned the princess in the past. If time could rewind, she would rather sacrifice her own life than harm her. It is nothing to concern yourself with. As a healer, I cannot bear to see others suffer from illness. Today, regardless of who it is, if I can offer my help, I shall do so. There is no need for Aunt to dwell on it. Yun Ruoyue responded. She then added, From now on, I will have Xiao Yuer stay in your room to attend to you. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, Aunt Bing said, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Yun Ruoyue turned to Xiao Yuer, instructing, Remember, Aunt's diet must be light. She should avoid spicy, greasy, and other irritating foods. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Yuer replied with a respectful bow. Having completed the surgery, Yun Ruoyue suggested, Let us not disturb Aunt's rest any further. Aunt, please take care of yourself. Wang Yi, let us step outside. With a gentle smile directed at Chu Xuancheng, she prepared to lead him out. Wait, Aunt Bing suddenly called out. What is it, Aunt? Both Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng turned back, puzzled. With tears in her eyes, Aunt Bing looked at the others and said, I ask that Your Highness and Wang Yi dismiss everyone. I have something to discuss with you. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng exchanged a knowing glance. Fenger, please take everyone outside, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Fenger responded, leading the others away. Once they had departed, Aunt Bing attempted to rise. But the lingering effects of the anesthesia rendered her unable to do so. She could only turn to Yun Ruoyue and say, Princess, could you please assist me in sitting up? Yun Ruoyue stepped forward and helped her into an upright position. As soon as Aunt Bing settled herself, she suddenly grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand in terror, exclaiming, Princess, it is dire. The Emperor intends to harm you. Both Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng were taken aback. What do you mean? Indeed, the Emperor seeks to endanger the royal heir. He will not permit His Highness to have an heir. He sent me to the Li Wangfu to act as his spy, to relay information back to him. The Emperor even manipulated the Empress, instructing her to send old Madame Chong with a packet of arsenic, ordering me to poison the princess. Aunt Bing confessed, her face filled with shame. What? Are you saying that the princess was poisoned by you? Chu Xuancheng's face turned ashen with fury. Yes, my lord. I am deeply sorry. It is entirely my fault. The arsenic was given to me by old Madame Chong, who claimed she was acting on the Emperor's and Empress's orders to directly eliminate the princess and eradicate any future threats. Aunt Bing spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue staggered back in disbelief. Are you saying that my recent nausea, the blood I coughed up, and my fainting spells were all a result of arsenic poisoning you inflicted upon me? Yes, my lady. I apologize. I mixed the arsenic into your tooth powder, which you used to rinse your mouth, leading to your poisoning. This is my sin, and yet you, in your compassion, saved me. I am no longer human. I am a beast unworthy of existence. I do not deserve to reside in the Li Wangfu. I am too tainted. At this moment, Aunt Bing suddenly pulled a hairpin from her head and pressed it against her neck, saying, My lord, my lady, I am sorry for the harm I have caused you. If it were not for me, the princess would not be suffering so. Fortunately, I have halved the amount of arsenic and burned the remaining tooth powder mixed with it, so I can no longer harm the princess. With that, she resolutely closed her eyes, thinking, It is I who have wronged the princess. I regret poisoning her. However, The crime is committed and cannot be undone, so I must atone with my life. With that, she shut her eyes, steeled her heart, and thrust the pin towards her neck. In that critical moment, a teacup struck her wrist, causing her to recoil in pain, and the pin fell to the ground. Aunt Bing quickly looked up, realizing it was the prince who had intervened to save her. She gazed at him, disbelief etched on her face. "My lord, why do you stop me? I have committed an atrocity that offends both heaven and man. I sought to harm your wife and child. Why do you not allow me to end my life? Because if you die, there will be another Binggu or Li Gu who will come to harm me. Your death would serve no purpose." Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. "My lord, Aunt Bing does not comprehend your meaning." Aunt Bing trembled. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "Since the emperor desires to poison my wife and child, even if you perish, he will not relent. But if you do not kill me, I am still doomed. It would be better to allow me to end my life now. As long as I live, the emperor will continue to command me to poison the princess. I have already harmed her to this extent. I do not wish to cause her further suffering. If I defy the emperor's orders, it will also lead to my demise. So it is better for me to die now, at least granting the princess a fleeting moment of safety." Aunt Bing gazed at Yun Ruoyue with a sense of guilt. Chapter 15:14. It turns out I wasn't poisoned. What is the purpose of temporary safety? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly, as the prince said. The emperor is determined to harm my child. He will not relent until he succeeds. Aunt, what we need to focus on now is how to break this deadlock and free both you and me from this crisis, rather than seeking your death as atonement. Princess, do you mean that you have a way to resolve this predicament? Aunt Bing exclaimed in astonishment. Yun Ruoyue did not answer, but instead fixed her gaze on Aunt Bing's eyes and said, Aunt, in truth, you are not as malevolent as I once imagined. You still harbor a compassionate heart towards me, do you not? Aunt Bing was taken aback. What did the princess mean? Aunt, at this juncture, we are in the same boat. I might as well tell you that I was never poisoned. Yun Ruoyue waved her sleeve and raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with confidence and decisiveness. What? Princess, you were not poisoned? Is that true? How wonderful. Aunt Bing had been regretting her decision to poison her. She had long wished that she had not done so. To her surprise, the princess had never been poisoned. Her previously dim eyes instantly sparkled with brightness. Yun Ruoyue spoke with calm assurance. Yes, from the day you left the residence to meet with Mother Chang, everything has been under my control. Since you left that day, I instructed Mo Zhu to follow you. When you went to room number 1, Mo Zhu disguised himself as a waiter and hid in the shadows. Overhearing your conversation with Mother Chang, that day when you returned, you seemed restless. I asked you what was wrong, actually probing you, but you did not speak the truth. I knew you were contemplating how to poison me, and yet you were conflicted. You did not wish to harm me, but felt compelled to do so. I did not believe you were truly so wicked, which is why I had Fenger test you. I had her feign a stomach ache and ask for your assistance with the pregnancy-preserving medicine to see if you would poison it. Ultimately, you refrained from adding arsenic to the medicine, did you not? You were unable to bring yourself to do it, correct? Aunt Bing was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that everything she had done was under the princess's scrutiny. She realized that even with her intentions to harm the princess, she was unable to do so. While she had always sought to harm the princess had continuously offered her chances. Ultimately, she did poison the princess. She truly felt inhumane. With a sense of shame, she nodded. Yes, princess. I have always hesitated because both you and the prince are good people. You genuinely care for the citizens of Chu Kingdom, and you are a healer who saves lives. You have saved so many, and I did not wish to harm you. However, your family's lives are in the emperor's hands, and you must comply with him, do you not? Yun Ruoyue replied, Indeed. The empress has stated that once I complete the task, she will release me from the palace and allow me to reunite with my mother. Yet, I know that after the task is done, she will not spare me. Those who know too many secrets do not live long. However, at least she will only kill me and not my family, which is why I was ruthless in poisoning you. Aunt Bing spoke with resignation. I know you deliberated for a long time before placing arsenic in the whitening powder, and at that time, you even reduced the dosage. After you learned of my poisoning, a sense of unease plagued you. It was only when you discovered that you were gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death, that your conscience stirred, compelling you to retrieve the tooth powder from Jior and mix it with arsenic before incinerating it. Yun Ruoyue stated calmly. Chapter 15:15. Reclaiming Aunt Bing upon hearing this revelation. Aunt Bing nodded, her expression filled with distress. Indeed, I suppose I am destined to perish regardless. It would be better to destroy that arsenic before it leads to a grave sin. My life is of little consequence. But your Highness must survive for the sake of the people. I truly regret my actions. I never imagined that you were aware of everything. While I foolishly believed I was clever. Yes, I feigned poisoning to test you. To see whether you would speak the truth and if you still possessed a conscience and a moral compass. Fortunately, I placed my bet correctly. You are not a villain, but rather a victim of circumstance. However, while my poisoning was feigned, my desire to save you was genuine. Yun Ruoyue spoke earnestly. She had indeed been sincerely willing to endure hardship to rescue Aunt Bing. Observing Aunt Bing's condition, she felt reassured that her efforts had not been in vain. If Aunt Bing had truly wished her harm, she would never have attempted to save her. Aunt Bing recalled how the princess had nearly fainted from exhaustion while trying to save her, and she felt deeply moved. I will forever remember your Highness's kindness. I apologize. Had I not lost feeling in my lower body, I would have knelt to you in contrition. There's no need for that. You must focus on recovering your health first. Yun Ruoyue replied. Aunt Bing nodded, then suddenly inquired with confusion, Your Highness, I have one matter that perplexes me. I clearly saw you use the tooth powder. How is it that you remain unharmed? Yun Ruoyue retrieved a box of identical tooth powder from her pocket and explained. I took the opportunity to switch the toxic powder while you were not paying attention. Fortunately, the new tooth powder from Tianxiang Tower looks the same as the old packaging. I merely had to make a slight alteration for you not to notice. Ah, I see now. Your Highness is meticulous and astute. Aunt Bing expressed her admiration. Having committed a grave error, Aunt Bing now lingered in a state of shame and wished only to atone to the princess. If the princess would have her, Aunt Bing would willingly follow her for life, even if it meant facing peril or death without hesitation. Looking sincerely at Yun Ruoyue, Aunt Bing bowed in respect. Seeing Aunt Bing speak thus, Yun Ruoyue exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Xuancheng. Very well, since you are willing to accompany me, I accept you. From now on, you shall serve as the matron of Feiyue Pavilion. Rather than execute Aunt Bing, it was wiser to recruit her. For killing one, the emperor would merely send another, leading to a cycle of rebellion. It was far more prudent to convert her into an ally. Moreover, Yun Ruoyue had observed Aunt Bing. She was not innately malevolent, having previously spoken on their behalf before Eunuch Su. This incident was merely a consequence of being coerced. Thank you, Your Highness. However, if the emperor learns of this, he will undoubtedly send someone else to harm you. What shall you do then? Aunt Bing asked, her face etched with concern. Last night, while discussing the matter with the prince, he conceived a solution, Yun Ruoyue remarked. Concerned about her health, Chu Xuancheng genuinely believed she had been poisoned. To alleviate his worries, she promptly revealed the truth. Upon learning of the emperor and empress's conspiracy, he immediately devised a countermeasure. Casting a glance at Aunt Bing, he assured her, Do not fret. Aunt, I have already formulated a strategy that will rescue you, the princess, and my child. Chapter 15:16. Chu Xuancheng's plan, is that true? Aunt Bing felt a wave of relief. Hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, she could finally relax. The prince was exceedingly clever. If he claimed to have a plan, she had faith that he indeed did. After exiting Aunt Bing's chamber, Chu Xuancheng instructed everyone to keep Aunt Bing's appendicitis a secret, before leading Yun Ruoyue to the Star Pavilion. Upon their arrival, he gently helped her onto the bed, expressing his concern, You have worked hard just now. It's nothing. I can treat Aunt Bing's ailment. Having seen it, I cannot simply stand by. However, the Empress has only given her 3 days, and tomorrow marks the 3rd day. If we do not swiftly devise a solution, I fear for her life, Yun Ruoyue replied. A chilling resolve filled Chu Xuancheng's eyes. Rest assured, I have dispatched Feng Qingyang and Lu Ruoyan to spread the word. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the Emperor and Empress will receive the news. At that time, I shall see how they dare face the world. Yes, I trust you. Together, we shall overcome this challenge. They will not defeat us, Yun Ruoyue affirmed with determination. Observing her optimistic demeanor, a profound sense of crisis welled within Chu Xuancheng. He clenched his fists tightly, a fierce anger igniting in his heart. If his adversaries were mere commoners, he could dismiss them. Yet, his foes were the emperor, the most powerful figure in the realm. Their strength was formidable, and he needed to rapidly enhance his own power, proceeding cautiously at every step, for any misstep could jeopardize the safety of his wife and child. That evening, Feng Qingyang and Lu Ruoyan sent their shadow guards disguised as ordinary citizens to disseminate rumors in the streets. In the marketplace, A group of beggars and vagrants huddled around a fire, engaging in idle chatter. One local beggar, leaning on a cane and clad in tattered garments, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, did you hear? The princess of Li has been poisoned. It is said that she has suffered a miscarriage, and the twins she carried are no more." A nearby beggar, chewing on a blade of grass, inquired with confusion, "You mean the princess of Li from the Li prince's residence? How could she possibly have been poisoned?" "Indeed. That is what I heard from others. It is rumored that she was harmed by someone." "What? Who would be so audacious as to poison a prince's child? Who else could it be? The Li prince wields military power and commands great respect. He is the guardian of the common people. Once he has heirs, who would feel most threatened? Who would be most wary of him? Who would wish for him not to have heirs? Are you suggesting it is the current emperor? Surely not. The Li prince is the emperor's nephew. He wouldn't be so ruthless, would he? You may not comprehend this, but historically, the most heartless of all have been the imperial families, and they are the most ruthless as well. Moreover, to speak candidly, the throne of the current emperor was seized from the previous sovereign, acquired under dubious circumstances. Prince Li, the sole heir of the former emperor, was a man of great merit who commanded the affection of the people. His wife, the Princess Li, possessed exceptional medical skills, healing the ailing and saving lives. And together their renown burgeoned, posing a significant threat to the emperor. Now that Princess Li is with child, how could the emperor allow her to give birth in peace? Is it true? If so, this heartless emperor is devoid of humanity. Prince Li is indeed the guardian spirit of our Chu kingdom. He has fought valiantly to protect our realm, emerging from the blood-soaked fields of battle. How could the emperor act in such a manner? Is this how one honors a hero? Does it not chill the hearts of the valiant soldiers? Chapter 15-17. Exploiting public sentiment. Who could blame Prince Li for winning the hearts of the people, thus threatening the emperor's position? I have heard that the emperor previously dispatched an ant to the Li residence with the intention of poisoning the princess, and it seems that yesterday she succeeded. The princess has been poisoned severely. It is said that not only has she lost the child, but her life hangs by a thread. Heavens! This emperor is truly cruel. To treat loyal subjects in such a manner. Just the other day, the princess held a 3-day free clinic, healing countless commoners without charge, only to meet such a grim fate. What is more, the Northwest is suffering from drought while the South is inundated with floods. The calamity is so dire that the people cannot find sufficient food or warmth. Instead of seeking to alleviate the suffering of the populace, the emperor plots against the virtuous. He is utterly unworthy of leading the realm. Hush, do not speak so freely. Keep your voice down lest the guards overhear. At this moment, a refugee from another region suddenly interjected, "What is there to fear? I never imagined this vile emperor could be so wicked. I have fled from the south, nearly starving to death. Those with nothing to lose fear, not those in power. I will speak out and spread the word of this emperor's misdeeds far and wide, letting the world witness his true nature. Indeed, we must proclaim it everywhere. Those who deny us food are our enemies. Those who provide for us shall earn our loyalty." The surrounding refugees echoed, raising their fists in unison. "Yes, we must spread the word. Let it reach every corner of the land and incite the people to overthrow this vile emperor." Once they had shouted their sentiments, they dispersed to disseminate rumors. Their motivations were not for Prince Li, but rather for their own plight. The emperor's neglect has driven them to seize upon this incident to express their discontent. Observing the swelling emotions of the populace, a beggar, leaning on a cane in the corner, stood coldly and addressed another beggar, who was chewing on a blade of grass. "Lu Ruoyue, our efforts in the west have borne fruit. Let us hasten to the north of the city to take action." "Very well, old foe. This time we shall ensure that this vile emperor understands the fury of the people," replied Lu Ruoyue, spitting the grass onto the ground with disdain. Feng Xingyang shot him a disapproving glance. "Do not spit on the ground. It tarnishes your image, understand?" With a casual flick of his hair, Lu Ruoyue retorted, "Did you not find my previous stance rather striking? Such heroes express their disdain in this manner." Feng Xingyang turned around, feigning a retching gesture, and then vanished into the bustling street. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoyue swiftly activated her lightness skill to pursue him. In the span of a single night, the capital was engulfed in a flurry of rumors, with the tale of the emperor's alleged plot against the Li Wang couple spreading like wildfire. By the time these whispers reached the palace, their essence had transformed entirely. In the imperial study, Grand Tutor Han Bing, accompanied by several ministers, was briefing Emperor Han Yuan on the events transpiring in the streets. Grand Tutor Han stated, Your Majesty, this humble servant was taken aback today on my way to court, as I overheard the common folk discussing you. Emperor Han Yuan, startled, inquired, "What are they saying about me?" "They claim that your Majesty sent Aunt Bing to the Li Wang residence to poison the heirs of the Li Wang. It is said that the Li Wang Fei is now afflicted with deadly arsenic, having lost her twin children, and her own life hangs by a thread. Everyone is saying she is on the verge of death." Grand Tutor Han spoke with trepidation. "What? They dare speak of me in such a manner?" Emperor Han Yuan, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I merely instructed the Empress to deal with Yun Ruoyue's child, not to end her life." "Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter is utterly true. The people also say that Your Majesty does not wish for His Highness Li Wang to have heirs, thus instructing Aunt Bing to harm the Li Wang Fei. The populace is incensed, and this rumor is spreading like wildfire," Grand Tutor Han elaborated. Nearby, Minister Li Jin added, "Your Majesty, I too have heard these murmurs. They further claim that His Highness Li Wang has fought valiantly for the defense of Chu, yet the Emperor wishes to deny him heirs. They say this will dishearten the soldiers, causing unrest in the military camp. What? How dare they spread such chaos?" Emperor Hong Yuan's face darkened with rage. This matter, which he had commanded the Empress to handle discreetly, had somehow become public knowledge. Could it be that the Empress failed to execute her task correctly, or was Aunt Bing treacherous? "Your Majesty, this issue has now permeated the entire capital. The military camp is rife with anxiety, and soldiers are discussing this matter with great agitation. The common folk lament for the Li Wang Fei, asserting that such a skilled healer has been wronged to the point of losing 3 lives. Those whom she once healed are now storming the government offices, demanding accountability." Grand Tutor Han reported, "Your Majesty, the capital is in greater turmoil than when His Highness Li Wang was gravely injured. Currently, there is flooding in Jiangnan, leaving many citizens homeless, starving, and resentful towards the court. They believe that the court neglects their plight, engaging only in internal strife and seeking to harm the loyal, thus fueling these rumors. Your Majesty must devise a solution swiftly to quell the spread of these tales, lest we face dire consequences," Minister Li Jin implored earnestly. Upon hearing their words, Emperor Han Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated that such a minor incident would escalate into such a significant dilemma. Addressing the assembled ministers, he declared, "This is outrageous. Who is responsible for disseminating these rumors? I have never dispatched Aunt Bing to harm Princess Li. This is nothing short of slander and malicious framing. How dare someone attempt to implicate me in such a scheme? Their audacity knows no bounds. Bring forth the attendants. Hasten to uncover the origins of this rumor. I must ensure that the true culprit behind this treachery is apprehended." Having spoken, he quickly turned to Eunuch Su and instructed, "Send someone to the Li residence to ascertain the situation regarding Princess Li. Additionally, summon Aunt Bing to the palace. I wish to question her personally." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Eunuch Su, wiping the sweat from his brow before departing swiftly. Emperor Han Yuan then cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Minister Han and the others, his eyes narrowing with skepticism. "Do you, my esteemed ministers, believe these rumors?" "We do not," the ministers murmured in unison. Emperor Han Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly and replied coolly, "Xuancheng is my dear nephew, my most cherished kin. I would wish for him to father numerous offspring to aid in safeguarding the state of Chu. For years, he has fought valiantly for our nation, exerting both mind and body. I have always held him in high esteem, granting him command over our military forces. How could I ever wish him harm? This must be the work of someone with ulterior motives, seeking to sow discord between him and me. Once I have ascertained the truth, I shall reveal it to the world. Your Majesty need not fret. We have faith in you. Your compassion for your subjects is well known. And this is undoubtedly the result of someone deliberately inciting discord." Minister Han interjected hastily. "However, Your Majesty, the matter concerning Princess Li is merely a pretext. The true grievances of the populace stem from natural disasters and calamities. Your Majesty, there are currently disasters in both the northwest and the Jiangnan region. It is imperative that you dispatch aid promptly to alleviate the suffering of the people and quell their discontent." Emperor Han Yuan nodded gravely, stating, "I am aware of this matter. I have been observing a vegetarian diet these past few days and have also prayed at the Grand Temple, beseeching for divine mercy to bestow gentle rains upon the northwest and to halt the floods in Jiangnan. The floods in Jiangnan are particularly severe. I will appoint a minister to oversee disaster relief efforts and rescue the people from their dire straits. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers replied in unison. After the emperor departed the study, he hurried to the Ronghua Palace. Inside, the empress was engaged in a triumphant discussion with Matron Chang about the poisoning of Yun Ruoyue. Matron, today marks the third day. I wonder if Aunt Bing has succeeded? The empress remarked with a sinister glint in her eye. Matron Chang's eyes gleamed with a cold light as she reassured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Aunt Bing and her mother's lives are firmly in your grasp. Given her filial piety, she would not dare to hesitate. I have provided her with an entire packet of arsenic. If she poisons Princess Li's food with it, the princess is certain to perish." Excellent. This wretched couple, the Li pair, have brought ruin upon Tianyu. This time, I shall utilize the emperor's hand to eliminate Yun Ruoyue, the empress declared with a triumphant sneer. However, a flicker of apprehension crossed Matron Chang's face as she cautioned, "Your Majesty, the emperor's decree specifies that we may only eliminate Yun Ruoyue's child, not harm her. If we were to poison her directly and the emperor were to discover it, would he not be enraged?" The empress scoffed disdainfully. "Humph. At her stage of pregnancy, how could we merely remove the child and expect her to survive? With her prominent belly, it is all too easy for one life to claim three. When the time comes, even if the emperor inquires, it cannot be blamed on this palace." Su Yuyao. At that moment, an icy and sinister voice echoed from outside. "Ah, the emperor has arrived." Upon hearing this voice, the empress trembled in fear. She turned around to see Emperor Han Yuan, accompanied by his trusted eunuchs, striding in with a dark expression. Terrified, she quickly knelt with Lady Chang and said, "Long live the emperor. Your Majesty, what brings you here? If I had not come, I would not have heard your words." The emperor thundered, "I distinctly commanded you to eliminate Yun Ruoyue's child, yet you audaciously defied my decree and administered arsenic to her. Do you realize that due to your folly, the situation outside is on the brink of chaos?" Emperor Han Yuan fumed. Had he not instructed the palace maids to remain silent upon his arrival, he would have remained oblivious to the empress's words. The empress, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Your Majesty, what has occurred outside? I am completely unaware of the situation." The emperor glared at her in frustration. "You directly administered arsenic to Yun Ruoyue. I have heard that not only has she miscarried, but her life hangs by a thread. Then, Your Majesty, does this not align with your wishes? Why do you—" "Silence," the emperor interrupted. "This matter has now spread throughout the realm, and everyone is claiming that I am responsible for her plight. The common folk are not only spreading rumors that I poison her and her child, but are also cursing me for being ruthless and ambitious. More critically, someone is manipulating public opinion from behind the scenes, inciting the populace and causing unrest among the troops. I merely instructed you to take her child's life, not to poison her. Now that she is in peril, I have become the target of everyone's ire." Emperor Han Yuan pointed at the empress in anger. "What, Your Majesty, has the situation escalated?" The empress's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that Aunt Isis betrayed us? How else would the common people know of this? Furthermore, is this manipulation of public sentiment the work of Chu Xuancheng? Did he not do so previously? Do not speak without evidence. Although this may seem trivial, it could potentially lead to turmoil in my empire. In any case, you have utterly bungled this matter." Emperor Han Yuan spat through gritted teeth. The empress's face turned pale with fear. The consequences were far graver than she had imagined. "I am guilty. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." "Then, what shall we do now? The public is in an uproar. The capital is in chaos. Only if Yun Ruoyue remains unharmed can we quell the people's grievances. If anything happens to her, discontent will surely escalate. Moreover, I did not instruct you to poison her. Had you merely administered a miscarriage remedy that did not endanger her life, perhaps the people would not be so incensed." Emperor Han Yuan said, his frustration mounting. What was even more infuriating was that, in such a short time, Yun Ruoyue had amassed a considerable reputation. Her previous charitable medical consultations had proven highly effective, healing many and resolving numerous ailments. Consequently, those who had benefited from her kindness were now rallying at the government office in protest. This indicated that, unbeknownst to him, she had garnered significant public support. The empress, with a contemplative gaze, remarked, "The people are incensed on behalf of a mere woman, Yun Ruoyue. It seems that her and her husband's standing among the populace exceeds even that of Your Majesty. The couple must not be removed, morning and night. They remain a threat to you, Your Majesty." The Emperor Han Yuan narrowed his eyes in warning. You need not sow discord. Do you truly believe it is so simple? She is but a humble physician, having saved a few lives. How much public favor can she truly garner? The people merely use her as a vessel to vent their grievances. My immediate concern is to quell the public outrage swiftly, dispatching aid to alleviate their suffering, thus resolving this crisis. As the emperor, he must possess a broad vision, unlike the narrow perspective of the empress. However, the empress held a different sentiment. Yun Ruoyue, as a physician, inherently commanded respect and trust for her noble vocation of healing. The populace would surely be incensed at the emperor's cruelty towards her. The influence of Yun Ruoyue among the common folk should not be underestimated. Your Majesty, Prince Li has sent word that he is bringing Princess Li and Aunt Bing into the palace, came the voice of eunuch Su from outside the hall. What? Bringing them? The empress gasped. Why are they being carried into the palace? What has happened to Princess Li and Aunt Bing? It is said that Princess Li has been gravely poisoned and is unable to walk. Aunt Bing was attacked by an assassin and has sustained severe injuries to her abdomen. Thus, Prince Li could only carry them into the palace, eunuch Su explained. Attacked by an assassin? Your Majesty, what transpired? Who would dare to assault Aunt Bing? The empress was momentarily taken aback. Emperor Hong Yuan's face darkened as he commanded, Eunuch Su, instruct Prince Li to come to the imperial study. I shall personally interrogate the matter. Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you, the empress hastily added. Upon their arrival at the imperial study, they found Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, and Aunt Bing awaiting summons outside. Chu Xuancheng had also brought several individuals resembling refugees, who knelt at the side. Moreover, the esteemed Han Taifu and others, who had intended to return home, were present within. Emperor Hong Yuan was taken aback to see so many ministers gathered. Had he not ordered them to return home? Chapter 1521. The assassins attack. As soon as they saw the emperor and empress approach, everyone hastened to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chu Xuancheng slightly bowed in deference. Your humble servant pays her respects to the emperor. Yun Ruoyue weakly seated herself on a chair, her body seemingly devoid of strength, leaning as if lacking bones. Upon seeing Emperor Hong Yuan, she attempted to rise and bow to him. Seeing this, the emperor swiftly approached and gently pressed her shoulder, saying, Niece-in-law, your health is poor. There is no need for excessive formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yun Ruoyue replied, her voice barely a whisper. At that moment, Han Taifu interjected, Your Majesty. Just as we were about to return home, we happened upon Prince Li bringing the princess into the palace. We felt it imperative to clarify this matter for Your Majesty, so we followed him back. Very well, your presence here is fortuitous. We can uncover the truth of this matter together. Emperor Hong Yuan nodded indifferently. Then he turned his gaze to Yun Ruoyue. Noticing the darkening of her lips and eyes, her face devoid of vitality, appearing as though she had been poisoned. He then glanced at Aunt Bing, who lay directly on the stretcher. Upon seeing the emperor, Aunt Bing, with tears in her eyes, struggled to rise and salute him. Your humble servant pays her respects to the emperor. Aunt Bing, there is no need for excessive formalities. Emperor Hong Yuan quickly reassured her. Xuancheng, how could they have come to such a state? Now, the people of the realm are accusing me of instructing Aunt Bing to poison Princess Li. Yet Aunt Bing has been assassinated. What could this possibly mean? Cast a pained glance at Yun Ruoyue, expressing his sorrow and indignation. Your Majesty, the princess has indeed been poisoned, and it is arsenic, a most lethal toxin. However, I firmly believe that you had no hand in this. I also trust Aunt Bing's character. She has been diligent and generous in her service at the Li prince's residence, and she would never harm the princess. Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, Emperor Hong Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the empress and Lady Chong beside him were growing increasingly anxious. The empress wore a stern expression, feeling that Chu Xuancheng might direct his accusations toward her. But why was Bing Qian assassinated? Have you apprehended the assassin? Emperor Hong Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, I have not caught the assailant. The night was too dark, and the assassin fled under the cover of darkness. I dispatched men to pursue him for a considerable time, yet we could not ascertain his identity. Chu Xuancheng replied. At that moment, Aunt Bing, with a look of fear, spoke. Your Majesty, just as I was about to sleep last night, a cloaked assassin burst through the window. I was still awake and noticed him. I saw he was wielding a knife and, terrified, I screamed and attempted to flee, but he lunged at me with his blade, striking my abdomen. I asked him why he wanted to kill me, and he said it was because I knew too many things I should not. Just then, the guards heard the commotion and rushed in. The assassin, seeing this, fled through the window. His skills were extraordinary, and he escaped before the guards could apprehend him. Upon hearing the term silencing, the empress paled. She was bewildered and felt an ominous premonition. Who could have sent the assassin after Aunt Bing? Was this a conspiracy of Chu Xuancheng? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng declared, "Your Majesty, I know not who could be so ruthless as to poison the princess and send an assassin after Aunt Bing. Now that the princess is gravely poisoned, her health is compromised, and her unborn child may be at risk, jeopardizing her very life. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree for a thorough investigation. We must bring the perpetrator to justice." Chapter 1522. A family's misery. Is the poison truly that severe for Princess Li? Emperor Hongyuan gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. He had always thought she could turn peril into safety. She was no ordinary woman. To his astonishment, she had fallen into such a state. Yun Ruoyue, her voice weak as a whisper, replied painfully, "Yes, your Majesty. That villain has poisoned my niece's prenatal medicine with arsenic. After she consumed it, she felt nauseous and has been expelling black blood." As she spoke, she suddenly tilted her head back and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. "Ruoyue." Chu Xuancheng rushed forward to support her, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips. "You've coughed up blood again. Are you all right? Can you endure this?" I am fine. Do not worry," Yun Ruoyue replied with difficulty. Observing this, Emperor Hongyuan hastily commanded Eunuch Su, "Why have you not summoned the imperial physician?" "Yes, your Majesty," Eunuch Su replied before hastily departing. The empress regarded Yun Ruoyue with skepticism. Could she truly be poisoned? It appeared so. Yet this woman was known for her cunning. Without a physician's diagnosis, she remained unconvinced. Yun Ruoyue gazed gratefully at Emperor Hongyuan, expressing her heartfelt thanks for the emperor's kindness. "Please do not worry, your Majesty. After learning of the poisoning, my sister-in-law has undergone gastric lavage and detoxification treatment. The substances she is expelling now are likely residual toxins. If we can eliminate the remaining poison from her body, there is a chance she may recover." "Really?" Emperor Hongyuan believed in Yun Ruoyue's medical expertise. Yun Ruoyue nodded. Yet discomfort gripped her as she cradled her abdomen, tears shimmering in her eyes. Although her sister-in-law had acted swiftly to cleanse her stomach and expel the poison, she still felt utterly unwell. It was not her own life she feared for, but rather the innocent twin daughters. If she failed to protect them, how could she face the ancestors of the Chu family? "Ruoyue, everything will be fine. You are blessed, and both you and the children will surely be safe," reassured Chu Xuancheng, holding Yun Ruoyue's hand tightly. However, Yun Ruoyue shook her head despondently. "I know my body well. I have ingested a potent poison, and the children will be affected as well. I am truly afraid they may not endure this." Her words sent a shockwave through those present. No one had anticipated that Princess Li was suffering from such severe poisoning. At that moment, Imperial physician Zhang arrived hastily, and Emperor Hongyuan urged him to examine Yun Ruoyue. After exchanging a knowing glance with Chu Xuancheng, physician Zhang approached, covering Yun Ruoyue's wrist with a cloth while delicately feeling her pulse, conducting a thorough examination. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. After a while, physician Zhang studied Yun Ruoyue's complexion, then shook his head in regret and sighed. "Your Majesty, the situation of Princess Li is dire." "What do you mean?" Emperor Hongyuan inquired urgently, his tone laced with concern, though excitement brewed beneath. Physician Zhang bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, the princess's vital energy and pulse are weak, and the fetus is restless. Moreover, the poisoning has caused bodily harm, leading to an unstable pregnancy with signs of miscarriage. The fetus is currently in grave danger, and it will be challenging to preserve its life, even if we manage to sustain it. The child will likely be born with deficiencies, frail and sickly. This is still the best-case scenario. Should conditions worsen, it could lead to the tragic loss of both mother and child." "What? Physician Zhang, are you speaking the truth?" Chu Xuancheng's eyes widened in horror, his heart nearly shattering at the thought. Yun Ruoyue choked back tears. "My lord, do not be distressed. I had already foreseen this outcome. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon the malicious hand that poisoned me. Their cruelty is unfathomable. Not only did they seek to harm me, but they also targeted my children." Chapter 1523. Reluctance to take a concubine. Seeing the distress, Grand Tutor Han quickly inquired, "Physician Zhang, is there no method to stabilize the pregnancy?" Physician Zhang stroked his beard, sighing. "The princess's case is a result of poisoning, distinct from ordinary miscarriage. Currently, there are no effective remedies. She must focus on fortifying her constitution, nourishing her blood, and gradually recuperating, hoping to save the child. However, even if the child is preserved, it will be tainted by the poison and may struggle to survive. Is my child truly beyond salvation? Chu Xuancheng's voice was desolate, his lips cold and his gaze fierce, swirling with a tempest of despair. Yun Ruoyue quickly sought to comfort him. My lord, do not dwell on such thoughts. Rest assured, I will diligently nurture my health. You have now also been poisoned. Afflicted with bipolar disorder, it is imperative that you remain calm, for should an episode occur, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, others could not help but feel deep sympathy for this family. The husband is poisoned, and the wife and child also suffer. It is truly pitiful. This indirectly illustrates the ruthlessness of Emperor Hongyuan, who, in his relentless pursuit of the usurped throne, resorts to any means necessary. Upon hearing the words of physician Zhang, the empress finally believed that Yun Ruoyue had indeed been poisoned with a deadly toxin. It appears that Aunt Bing has indeed taken action. Yet, who is it that orchestrated the assassination of Aunt Bing? What motive did they possess to eliminate her? Upon hearing the physician's words, Emperor Hongyuan displayed profound sorrow. Though inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. He understood that what Zhang had described was the more favorable outcome, had circumstances been slightly worse. Yun Ruoyue's child might perish before birth. Even if she were to give birth, the child would likely succumb due to inherent frailty. Such fragile offspring posed no threat to him. This realization alleviated his concerns. He feigned sympathy towards Chu Xuancheng, stating, Xuancheng, I empathize with your plight. You must persevere. This is your first child, and if it cannot be preserved, it is of little consequence. As long as Ruoyue recuperates, you may still have the chance to conceive again. Physician Zhang interjected, Your Majesty, should the princess unfortunately lose the child, it may also endanger her life. Even if the child survives, the princess's health would be compromised, making future pregnancies exceedingly difficult. What? Chu Xuancheng murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with anguish, and his face etched with pain, moving all present to sympathy. Hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan felt an even greater sense of relief. As long as Chu Xuancheng remained childless, he would pose no challenge to his authority. Without heirs, no one would rally to support him. He outwardly consoled, Xuancheng, fear not. Even if Ruoyue cannot bear children, you may take a concubine, and the offspring of that concubine could be raised by Ruoyue. Ultimately, there is no end to hope. Your lineage will endure. I am grateful for your concern, Your Majesty. But my heart belongs solely to Ruoyue. I have no desire for a concubine, Chu Xuancheng sorrowfully replied. His reluctance to take a concubine, akin to Emperor Hongyuan's intentions, indicated the likelihood of his line ending. Thus, he posed no threat to Emperor Hongyuan. The emperor and the empress exchanged satisfied glances, then pointed toward the destitute on the ground, asking, Xuancheng, who are these individuals? Why have you brought them into the palace? Chu Xuancheng replied solemnly, Surely Your Majesty has heard the rumors circulating outside, alleging that you instructed Aunt Bing to poison Yue. I do not believe such claims, and thus I dispatched individuals to investigate the source of these rumors. Consequently, I encountered these destitute souls, who claimed that someone had paid them to spread these tales. I surmise that there are those seeking to exploit the situation surrounding Yue's poisoning to sow discord between you and me. Hence, I brought them to the palace to confess before you, to clear your name and quell the public's unrest. Chapter 1524. The instigation of Nurse Chang. Emperor Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback. He initially suspected that this matter stemmed from Chu Xuancheng. Yet, it now appeared that another party might be involved. Han Taifu remarked, Your Majesty, it appears this matter was indeed instigated by someone with ulterior motives. It is evident that the one who stands to gain the most is the very provocateur behind this scheme. How audacious they must be to slander Your Majesty. An offense that warrants the annihilation of their family. Li Taisher, do you have any inkling of who this mastermind might be? Li Taisher, filled with indignation, responded, Prince Chu Xuancheng, I am unaware, but these destitute individuals surely hold the answers, for my investigations reveal that the initial rumors were disseminated by them. Upon saying this, he turned to the group of refugees and declared, The Emperor is present. Why do you not confess the truth? The refugees, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. Yes, I confess. A middle-aged woman offered me silver and instructed me to spread the rumors. My hometown was ravaged by floods, destroying both my home and fields. I fled here with my wife and children, but they perished from hunger. I had not eaten for several days, and in my desperation, I accepted the woman's silver, hoping to buy a bun to stave off my hunger. I beseeched the emperor for mercy. Indeed, your majesty, we are on the brink of starvation. We had no choice but to heed that woman's words and propagate her falsehoods. She is the true instigator, and we are but hapless souls seeking a morsel of food. The emperor, in a fit of rage, demanded, "What does this woman look like, and what is her name?" He was determined to exact retribution for the slander against his reputation. At that moment, the old matron, Chang Mama, felt a pang of anxiety. Had someone lured her out of the palace yesterday in connection with this affair? One of the refugees recalled, "Your Majesty, she covered her face with cloth, so we could not discern her features." However, what do you mean by however? The emperor interjected coldly. However, as she turned, I caught sight of a circular birthmark on the back of her neck. What? The empress gasped, startled. Chang Mama, upon hearing this, became increasingly convinced that she had fallen into a trap yesterday. She hurriedly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What birthmark on the back of her neck? Are you certain of what you saw? Do not wrong an innocent." The refugee glanced at Chang Mama, and suddenly, he knelt and moved behind her, pointing an accusatory finger. "It is she. Look, everyone, she bears that mark on her neck." No wonder her voice sounded so familiar. I feared someone would discover that we were the ones spreading the rumors, so I observed her closely and saw the mark. I never imagined we would encounter her here. Another refugee chimed in. "Indeed, I recognize her shoes. She wore these green embroidered peony shoes yesterday. I saw them and noted how they matched perfectly with those worn by that woman. She attempted to conceal her identity with a cloak and blue veil, but her exquisite shoes were unforgettable. I remarked to my companion that the women of the imperial city are indeed different. Even their footwear is splendid." Upon hearing the refugee's accusations, the emperor glared menacingly at the empress and then turned his gaze to Chang Mama. "Chang Mama, what is the meaning of this? Is it you who has spread this rumor?" Chapter 1525, Granny Chang's Deceit. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am wronged," the maid implored, trembling with fear. "I did leave the palace yesterday, but I was informed that my mother was ill, so I sought a long leave from Her Majesty the Empress to return and care for her." Granny Chang hastily knelt, her voice quivering, revealing her profound trepidation. "Upon my return, I discovered that my mother was not ill at all. Clearly, someone deceived me with this falsehood to frame me. Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not spread any rumors. Someone is conspiring against me. Please see through the truth, and do not let me be wrongfully accused." Chu Xuancheng fixed a cold stare upon Granny Chang. She had dared to harm Yuer, and he would repay her tenfold. When he orchestrated the dissemination of the rumors, he had already identified a scapegoat. Granny Chang, a pawn of the empress, was the ideal target for his retribution. However, she was astute. Ordinary matters would not lure her out of the palace. Thus, he instructed Mo Li to find a guard stationed at the palace gates, who would relay a message to Granny Chang that her mother was gravely ill and on the verge of death. Upon hearing this news, Granny Chang hastily requested leave from the empress and exited the palace. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan stormed forward, delivering a kick to Granny Chang, his voice seething with anger. "You wretched servant, even now you dare to argue? I never imagined it was you who spread the rumor. What punishment do you deserve? Your Majesty, I am truly innocent. It was the guard Ding Chun who informed me of this news. Someone must have bribed him to lure me out of the palace, thereby framing me as the mastermind behind the rumors. If your Majesty does not believe me, you may summon him for questioning," Granny Chang exclaimed in panic. Chu Xuancheng coldly retorted, "Granny Chang, at this point, you still dare to shift the blame onto others? Is this not the excuse you had prepared in advance? To have the guards take the fall for you as soon as trouble arises? Several have testified against you. The evidence is irrefutable. You still dare to argue, truly heinous. You deserve severe punishment." "No, Your Majesty, I am not lying. To prove my innocence, I implore you to summon Ding Chun for questioning." Granny Chang hastily shook her head in fear. Chu Xuancheng declared, "Your Majesty, since Granny Chang wishes to confront this matter, let us have Ding Chun brought in for interrogation." Emperor Hongyuan reluctantly commanded, "Bring Ding Chun in. I shall question him myself." Shortly, eunuch Su ushered Ding Chun into the study. "Your Majesty," Ding Chun bowed as he entered. Emperor Hongyuan spoke in a cold tone. "Are you Ding Chun? I ask you, did you convey any message to Granny Chang yesterday?" Ding Chun hesitated, glancing at the kneeling Granny Chang, before responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Granny Chang immediately grew agitated. "Your Majesty, see, I told you I was truthful. It was indeed Ding Chun who conveyed the message to me. The Empress seized the opportunity, her voice laced with fury. Bold Ding Chun. How dare you relay false information to Granny Chong, deceiving her into leaving the palace? Who instructed you? Upon hearing this, Ding Chun was utterly bewildered. What did the Empress mean? He could not comprehend. Indeed, he had conveyed a message to Mama Chong yesterday, merely informing her that the jewelry she had entrusted him to sell had been successfully sold. In a couple of days, when the pawnshop owner settled accounts, he would return her rightful silver. He had not misled her with false information to lure her out of the palace. He implored the Empress to discern the truth. Chapter 1526. Another witness hearing this, the Empress's expression darkened considerably. Emperor Han Yuan, on the other hand, wore a puzzled look. What jewelry, Ding Chun? What does this mean? Upon being questioned by the Emperor, Ding Chun hastily knelt, trembling as he spoke. I beseech your Majesty to temper your wrath. Mama Chong often entrusted me with her jewelry, asking me to sell it on her behalf, and after selling it, I would return the money to her. I only acted out of pity for her plight. I never intended to deceive her. I acknowledge my error and shall not repeat it. Grand Tutor Han interjected, Your Majesty. There have always been guards who discreetly assist the palace's consorts and maids in transporting goods for sale. Therefore, it appears that Ding Chun merely communicated about the sale of jewelry to Mama Chong. He did not deceive her with falsehoods to lure her from the palace. It is evident that Mama Chong is the one who has manipulated him into lying. At that moment, Emperor Hong Yuan's face turned an ominous shade of green with fury. He exclaimed, daring Ding Chun, how bold to assist a maid in selling items. As a guard tasked with safeguarding the palace, you have blatantly violated the law. Bring him forth and administer 20 strikes as a warning to others. I beg for your Majesty's mercy. I truly realize my mistake, Ding Chun pleaded desperately. Unfortunately, the palace guards showed no leniency, dragging him away without further words. Watching this unfold, Chu Xuancheng clenched his fists tightly. Fortunately, it was merely 20 strikes. He would only suffer superficial injuries, not life-threatening ones. After Ding Chun was taken away, Mama Chang's lips quivered in shock. How could this happen? Ding Chun had explicitly told her that her mother was ill, which was why she had rushed out of the palace. Chu Xuancheng spoke coldly, Mama Chong, at this point. You have no words to defend yourself, do you? Your Majesty, Mama Chong is merely a maid. She harbors no grievances against me. How could she dare to spread such rumors without someone influencing her from behind? As he spoke, his gaze turned icy as it swept over the Empress, as if he could see through her. The Empress turned pale, panic evident on her face. Li Wang, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect that I instructed Mama Chong to spread these rumors? How could that be possible? How could it not be possible? You resent the Emperor for imprisoning the Jin Wang, and you despise me for revealing the evidence of Jin Wang's collusion with foreign enemies. You seek to exploit this situation to sow discord between the Emperor and me, allowing you and Jin Wang to reap the benefits. Otherwise, why would it be Mama Chong spreading these rumors and not anyone else? Chu Xuancheng declared angrily. No, I have done nothing of the sort. This is entirely a fabrication on your part. The Empress retorted furiously. Chu Xuancheng scoffed. These are the testimonies of the common people. I possess no prophetic abilities to foresee that Mama Chong would leave the palace yesterday, nor could I have known that they would point fingers at her. Moreover, why would the Honorable Gu Gu be silenced if not for knowing a secret that someone was eager to eliminate? At that moment, the Vice Minister of Justice, Tian Zhang, unexpectedly spoke up. Your Majesty, I have suddenly recalled an incident. 3 days ago, while dining with my family at Mingyue Tower, I believe I witnessed Lady Chong and Aunt Bing meeting there. You assert they convened at Mingyue Tower? Emperor Han Yuan feigned ignorance, narrowing his eyes sharply. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Zhang nodded resolutely, affirming the possibility. Initially, I had noticed a woman cloaked in a hood, her face concealed by a blue veil, entering the establishment. I found her somewhat peculiar. Why would she obscure her face unless she had something to hide? Thus, I observed her a moment longer. Upon hearing the description from these few vagrants, it dawned on me that her attire was identical to what I had seen that day. Was it not Lady Chong? Chapter 1527. The mastermind behind the scenes. Furthermore, after Lady Chong entered, I observed a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Bing follow suit. Though I was positioned rather far away, so I did not pay her much heed. In hindsight, it is clear they were indeed meeting in secret. Does this imply they conspired to poison the consort Li? Tian Zhang inquired. Conspiracy? Then why was Aunt Bing silenced? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Upon finishing his statement, He advanced toward Lady Chong. Lady Chong, now that so many have witnessed your departure from the palace, and Lord Tian has confirmed your meeting with Aunt Bing, I have ample reason to suspect that you orchestrated her actions to poison the consort, only to later dispatch an assassin to eliminate her. I did not. You speak nonsense. Lady Chong exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. At this juncture, you still dare to argue? Given your limited capabilities, it is implausible for you to orchestrate such intricate machinations alone. Your incessant denial suggests you are shielding the true mastermind behind the scenes, Chu Xuancheng asserted, glaring fiercely at the Empress. The others also cast furious glances at the Empress. The truth was now evident. She had indeed instigated Lady Chong to carry out these nefarious deeds. The Empress felt a tremor in her heart, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth. Suddenly, she strode over and struck Lady Chong across the face, her eyes blazing with fury. You treacherous wretch! Speak, have you been acting against my interests? As the slap landed, Lady Chong understood that death was imminent. Quickly, she prostrated herself at the feet of Emperor Hong Yuan, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. It was indeed I who instructed Aunt Bing to use arsenic to harm the consort. However, I did not send anyone to assassinate her or spread rumors. All of this was my own decision and had no connection to Her Majesty the Empress. Chu Xuancheng scoffed. Such a significant matter. And you claim it has no relation to the Empress? Who would believe that? Turning to the Empress, he added, Your Majesty, are you aware of the repercussions this incident has had on His Majesty's reputation? The entire city misjudges the Emperor. My wife and children have been poisoned, and our child is in peril. Such a grave situation. Do you intend to let Lady Chong take the blame and simply dismiss it? I have not. I am not involved in any of this. Lady Chong, I have treated you well. Why would you seek to harm me? The Empress glared at Lady Chong, her eyes filled with warning. Meanwhile, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Lady Chong might not withstand the pressure and would reveal her complicity. Madame Chong, under the oppressive gaze of the Empress, suddenly shot her a fierce glare, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Yes, I conspired against you, and so what? Everything I have done is a calculated act of vengeance against you and the Emperor. I intend to tarnish your reputations, to render you both the targets of scorn, to ensure that you are reviled by the world. At this juncture, she abruptly rose, her loathing gaze fixed on the Empress. Su Yuyao, do you comprehend the depth of my hatred for you? I have served you since childhood, devoted myself to your needs. Yet you denied me even a chance to approach the Emperor. Do you recall that fateful night 20 years ago? At that time, the Emperor was merely a prince. And as I washed his feet, he showered me with affection, even promising to elevate me to the status of a concubine. Yet you, in front of all the servants, forcibly dragged me from his bed, casting me out in my state of undress, accusing me of seducing the prince and punishing me to kneel in the snow for an entire night. As Madame Chong recounted this, her disappointment turned towards Emperor Hong Yuan. I had hoped the prince would show me compassion and speak on my behalf, but instead, he turned a blind eye as my knees froze and my legs suffered. That night, I nearly lost the use of my legs. Fortunately, my mother secretly visited me in the dead of night, providing me with clothing that saved my limbs. It was that very night that sowed the seeds of my hatred for you both, for you subjected me to humiliation, making me the laughingstock of the manor. Everyone derided me, calling me a toad aspiring to eat a swan's flesh, mocking me as a lowly foot servant daring to approach the prince's bed. Continuing to glare at Emperor Hong Yuan, she declared, What does it matter that you sit atop a throne? It was you who first sought my favor, who promised to take me as your concubine, freeing me from my lowly status as a foot servant. I complied with your desires, yielding to your affections, only for that fierce woman to arrive, compelling you to retract your promises and deny your own words. I was left to endure her tyranny. At this point, Madame Chong paused, her face a mask of hatred. Most grievously, I became pregnant with your child, only to suffer a miscarriage. Back then, I was oblivious to the truth of my miscarriage, still foolishly serving Su Yuyao. It was only this year that my mother revealed to me that it was Su Yuyao who had instructed the maid Jeaner to lace my prenatal medicine with saffron, causing my loss. It was then I realized she had conspired to terminate my child. Thus, upon learning the truth, I began to devise my plan for revenge. I shall avenge my unborn son. Emperor Hong Yuan, upon hearing these accusations, was taken aback. You were with child? Why was I unaware of this? Madame Chong scoffed. You, a prince, so high above, How could you possibly know of such matters? Besides, we are mere servants. Su Ruoyue did not wish for you to be informed. And thus you never would be. I was foolish and naive, believing my own frailty to be the cause of my miscarriage, unaware that it was Su Ruoyue who orchestrated it. Why did you not inform me of your pregnancy? Emperor Hongyuan feigned concern in his inquiry. His question was not born of compassion for the child, but rather a desire to shield himself from the perception of being heartless among the ministers. I ask you, would knowing this have caused you to feel pity for me? Even during the first instance of your tender affection, you showed no concern for my plight, allowing me to be tormented by Su Ruoyue. How could I dare to confide in you? Upon hearing these words, the expression on Emperor Hongyuan's face darkened. Granny Chang remarked. Fortunately, after Jiner administered the poison, she felt uneasy and confided in my mother during a chance encounter on the street. If not for that, I would have remained deceived by Su Ruoyue for a lifetime. From the day I uncovered the truth, I yearned for vengeance against you both. When the emperor dispatched Aunt Bing to serve at the Li Wang residence, I seized the opportunity to exploit my position as the empress's confidant, feigning a decree to instruct Aunt Bing to poison the princess of Li Wang. And then, Chu Xuancheng glanced at Granny Chang, inquiring lightly. Granny Chang gritted her teeth and continued. After Aunt Bing poisoned the princess of Li Wang, I spread rumors to make the world believe it was the emperor's command. This would tarnish the reputations of both the emperor and the empress, while sowing discord between the Li Wang residents and the emperor, inciting them to turn against one another. I even bribed an assassin to eliminate Aunt Bing, hoping to silence her. However, the assassin proved incompetent, and the attempt failed. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. To protect the empress, Granny Chang resolved to shoulder all responsibility for these actions, including the rumors and the assassination attempt. For if she did not take the blame upon herself, Chu Xuancheng would surely direct his ire towards the empress, and even in her demise, the empress would face trouble. She spoke these words merely to safeguard her mother. By taking the fall for the empress, she was certain the empress would protect her mother. Yet, the accusations she levied against the empress were her genuine sentiments. She longed to unleash her fury upon this couple. These events unfolded long ago, and she had endured in silence out of fear of the empress, accustomed to a life of servitude and subjugation. Now, facing her demise, she found the courage to speak out. As she reached this point, she gazed at the emperor and empress with eyes filled with desolation, exclaiming, Your reputations are now tarnished, and the entire world is aware of your wolfish ambitions and malicious nature. The vengeance for my son has finally been avenged. I can now depart in peace. After her piercing scream, she suddenly dashed towards a nearby dragon pillar and collided with it headfirst. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Amidst the commotion, Granny Chang's head bled as she stared wide-eyed, her body crumpling like a broken rag doll, slowly sliding down the pillar. Tianzhong stepped forward to check her breath and, filled with regret, stated, Your Majesty, she has passed away. Yun Ruoyue observed this scene, contemplating that Granny Chang had finally fulfilled her duty of taking the blame for her mistress. To accomplish this task, she had to expose her old wounds for all to see. What a burden it was for her. Granny Chang, the empress exclaimed, rushing over to support her. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow and clapped his hands, declaring, Marvelous, truly marvelous. Is Granny Chang perhaps unhinged? Initially, she took the blame for the empress, defending her. Yet in the blink of an eye, she harbored such hatred for her, as if there were a blood feud between them. Given the deep-seated enmity, why did she not directly accuse the empress and shift the blame entirely onto her, thereby avenging herself immediately? Why admit to wrongdoing unnecessarily? This seems not only to fail in exacting revenge, but also inadvertently shields the empress. The words caused the empress's face to flush with indignation. She cast a resentful glare at Chu Xuancheng, who, fully aware that Matron Chang was merely taking the blame, had the audacity to pose such a question. His remarks incited suspicion among the ministers, who began to regard the empress with doubt. Frankly speaking, the veracity of Matron Chang's statements was met with skepticism. If her hatred for the empress were genuine, she could have simply stated it was the empress who orchestrated it. With her testimony, the empress would surely face ruin. Alas, after a lengthy discourse, she ultimately took the blame upon herself, which clearly served to exonerate the empress. The ministers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the empress was indeed the mastermind, while Matron Chang was merely a scapegoat. There was even a possibility that the emperor was implicated in this matter. At that moment, Grand Tutor Han, with a grave expression, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, Matron Chang's testimony lacks credibility, riddled with inconsistencies. I have reason to suspect that another individual masterminded this plot. Following the demise of the late emperor, only Prince Li remained as his sole heir, and it is unfathomable that anyone would dare to harm his child. This is a heinous crime, and I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation to bring the true culprit to justice and restore honor to the prince's estate. Indeed, your Majesty, this individual has also sought to sow discord between you and the prince's household, tarnishing your reputation, akin to treason. We urge your Majesty to investigate this matter diligently, for the sake of the subjects. Grand Minister Li added vehemently. Upon hearing these words, the Empress turned pale with fear. Anger flared in her eyes as she glared at the two elderly officials, who seemed undaunted in their audacity to speak so boldly. The Emperor, witnessing their fervor, felt a twinge of apprehension. Were they demanding an investigation? Were they not implicating him as well? Chu Xuancheng had not anticipated that both Grand Tutor Han and Grand Minister Li would rise to his defense. Yet, these men were known for their unwavering integrity, committed solely to justice and truth, never favoring one over another. Seeing the Empress's treachery against his progeny, they could not remain silent, thus compelling the Emperor to act. Bold Empress. At that juncture, the Emperor's countenance darkened, and he struck the Empress across the face, causing her to collapse to the ground in shock. He pointed an accusatory finger at her and thundered, Empress, how do you manage your subordinates, allowing Matron Chang to create such chaos behind your back? Tell me, what connection do you have to this affair? The Empress hastily covered her face, weeping. No, your Majesty, this was all Matron Chang's doing. I swear it has nothing to do with me. Noticing the Emperor's furious countenance, which reflected both shame and anger, Chu Xuancheng interjected, Your Majesty, since Matron Chang has succumbed to her guilt and taken her own life, I shall not pursue this matter further for the time being. It is imperative that we focus on the greater issues at hand. The public is in an uproar, using this incident to incite disorder. Your Majesty should promptly issue a decree to clarify the situation and quell the people's grievances. The floods in Jiangnan are escalating in severity. Our immediate priority must be disaster relief, not internal strife. Chu Xuancheng stepped forth to extricate Emperor Han Yuan from his predicament, not out of genuine disinterest in the matter, but rather for the sake of the common people. At present, disaster relief was of paramount importance. Should the factions continue their infighting, it would only plunge the populace into deeper turmoil, a scenario he wished to avert. Upon hearing this, Grand Tutor Han nodded in appreciation, remarking that His Highness, as a victim, displayed such magnanimity, which truly was a blessing for the state of Chu. Your Majesty, since His Highness has chosen not to pursue this matter further, I earnestly urge you to quell the people's wrath swiftly and dispatch an imperial envoy to the south for disaster relief, he implored. Other ministers echoed the sentiment, asserting that immediate relief was the most pressing concern. Observing Chu Xuancheng's astuteness, Emperor Han Yuan turned to the Empress and admonished, although this matter does not directly involve you, the actions of Lady Chang, who is in your employ, implicate you nonetheless. Return and reflect on this, and while you ponder methods for relief, refrain from engaging in political scheming. Yes, Your Majesty, I thank you for your mercy. The people are suffering. I shall lead by example in donating funds and provisions to assist our subjects through this crisis. Thus atoning for Lady Chang's transgressions, the Empress trembled as she knelt, her voice quivering. At that moment, Lady Chang's lifeless body was being removed. Witnessing this, Aunt Bing suddenly summoned her strength to sit upright, kneeling before the Emperor. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. It was never my intention to poison the princess consort. I was deceived by Lady Chang, who claimed it was the Empress's decree. I dared not defy her. She threatened to harm my family if I did not comply, and in my fear, I had no choice but to act. I am fully aware of the heinous nature of my crime and plead for your judgment upon me. Your Majesty, Aunt Bing was likewise coerced. My niece holds no animosity toward her, Yun Ruoyue interjected weakly. Since Aunt Bing's arrival at the prince's residence, she has dutifully followed the imperial orders, caring for me without complaint. I believe she acted under duress and am willing to grant her a chance for redemption, provided she sincerely wishes to amend her ways. Indeed, Your Majesty, Aunt Bing must not be executed, Chu Xuancheng added. If she is punished, the populace will only speculate further, linking the poisoning incident to your own insecurities. To safeguard your reputation, it is imperative to retain Aunt Bing, allowing her to continue residing in the prince's household until the princess consort safely delivers her child. This will convey to the public that you genuinely care for the princess consort, thereby dispelling any unfounded rumors. Tianzhong hastened to concur, hearing the counsel of his ministers. Emperor Hongyuan realized that Aunt Bing's life must be spared. Ordinarily, such actions would warrant her death. However, her demise would only breed suspicion of a cover-up. Furthermore, it was critical that Yun Ruoyue's child remain unharmed at this juncture. Any mishap would cast doubt upon him. Thus, he resolved to outwardly ensure the safety of Yun Ruoyue and the unborn child, aiming for the delivery to occur without incident, thereby alleviating public concern. As for the child's fate thereafter, that was a matter beyond the emperor's control. He said, "Very well, since you, Aunt Bing, are left with no choice. I shall spare your life for the time being. You may return to the Li Wangfu to serve, and ensure that you take good care of the Li Wangfei, so as not to disappoint my sincere intentions. Yes, Your Majesty, this servant is grateful for your gracious mercy." Tears welled in Aunt Bing's eyes as she struggled to bow before Emperor Hongyuan. Once she finished, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly assisted her onto a stretcher. At that moment, Han Taifu pointed at the group of vagrants and said, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these beggars? They dare to spread rumors that tarnish my reputation, and thus, they must be executed without exception." Emperor Hongyuan exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing this, the vagrants all fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Chu Xuancheng interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. To execute them would only incite greater public outrage and lead them to believe that Your Majesty seeks to silence dissent. I propose a method that could quell public discontent while simultaneously winning the people's hearts." "Oh, what method do you suggest?" inquired Emperor Hongyuan. Chu Xuancheng replied, "Your Majesty could dispatch the Jingshuoyan to widely distribute a proclamation throughout the city, asserting that these vagrants are the ones spreading falsehoods. They could then be made to publicly apologize in the streets, claiming that their grievances stem from natural disasters that left them impoverished and cold, which led to their resentment and subsequent rumors. Once they acknowledge their faults, and Your Majesty learns the truth, your compassion will shine through as you graciously forgive them. The people, upon hearing of your unjustly maligned character and your magnanimity, will sing your praises even more fervently. Moreover, the Jingshuoyan can inform the populace that you are not indifferent to the plight of the disaster victims, but have been actively preparing provisions upon hearing of the flooding in Jiangnan. Such preparations require time, and once adequate supplies are arranged, you will send special envoys to provide aid. In this manner, not only will you soothe the people's hearts, but you will also gain their support, which would be beneficial for both you and the state." His intention in offering this counsel was to swiftly quell the public's grievances, for he desired peace among the people and wished to avert any unrest. As long as the emperor and empress ceased to harm Yuer, he would relent. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Hongyuan nodded. "Very well, let us proceed according to Li Wang's suggestion. Release these vagrants." "Your Majesty's generosity is greatly appreciated," the vagrants exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and terror. In truth, they were covert guards of the Li Wangfu, well-trained and indifferent to life and death. Chapter 1532. Quelling public discontent, they had come to the palace with the firm belief that they would meet their demise, prepared to sacrifice themselves for their lord's mission. Unexpectedly, their lives had been spared by the very lord they served. Such a ruler was indeed worthy of their loyalty. Subsequently, Emperor Hongyuan assigned the task of clarifying the rumors to Chu Xuancheng, instructing him to collaborate with Zhang Fuyin, who would escort the vagrants to the streets to post proclamations and publicly admit their wrongdoings. Initially, the common folk were incensed to learn that the vagrants had been captured by the authorities. They believed the government sought to suppress the populace by executing a few, as a warning to the rest, which only fueled their anger further. Zhang Fuyin hurriedly posted the clarification notice, stating that the emperor would release these vagrants and not hold them accountable for their actions. Only then did the crowd begin to quiet down. Continuing, the magistrate of the Zhang family informed everyone that the emperor was organizing provisions and would soon dispatch aid to Jiangnan as soon as the supplies were ready. He even arranged for several carts of steamed buns to be distributed on the spot. Upon receiving the buns and the emperor's promise of relief, the famished refugees felt their anger dissipate. At that moment, they no longer concerned themselves with whether the Princess Li had truly been poisoned, for the emperor had bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. As long as there was even a faint glimmer of hope, they would refrain from causing unrest. They were pitiable souls, homeless and merely yearning for sustenance. With their very existence precarious, they had no time to seek justice for others. Now, with food in their bellies and a renewed sense of hope, they would settle down, at least for the time being. Soon, Emperor Hongyuan received news that the public discontent had subsided. Upon receiving the news, he hurried to Ronghua Palace and addressed the empress, urging her to cease any further harm to Yun Ruoyue, for he wished not to witness such calamities again. This incident had left him utterly exasperated. Fortunately, with Chu Xuancheng's counsel, the unrest was quelled. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued across the realm. The empress coldly retorted, "Your Majesty, those rumors were not disseminated by me. Nor did I send anyone to assassinate Aunt Bing. Truly, do you presume I would still trust you? I merely instructed you to eliminate Yun Ruoyue's child, never to endanger her life. Yet you disregarded my command, feigning imperial will, and fearing Aunt Bing might disclose your actions, sought to silence her." Emperor Hongyuan spoke darkly. "No, Your Majesty, please believe me. I indeed instructed Mama Chang to have Aunt Bing administer arsenic to Yun Ruoyue, but the subsequent events were beyond my control. Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. You have, in pursuit of personal gain, spread rumors in an attempt to sow discord between me and the Li family, paving the way for the Jin Prince, have you not?" The emperor declared in anger. "I did not spread rumors. I swear it was not I. It must have been Chu Xuancheng. Only he possesses such cunning, and he surely did it out of revenge against me." The empress, in desperation, fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. She could not afford to lose favor. Should that occur, she might lose her very status as empress. Emperor Hongyuan scoffed. "I do not believe that Chu Xuancheng possesses such power. If it were truly him, then what of Mama Chang and those refugees? If he were behind this, why would he assist me in quelling the rumors? He should rather wish for me to be overthrown by the people. Empress, for your selfish desires. You have tarnished my reputation. This is an egregious crime. Out of consideration for the Su family, I shall not pursue your culpability this time. Should you dare to transgress again, I shall undoubtedly depose you. Your Majesty, why do you choose to believe that outsider, Chu Xuancheng, over me? I am truly not lying." The empress gazed at Emperor Hongyuan in disbelief. Chapter 1533, The Elixir of Immortality. How ironic that he, once so astute, had now been deceived by Chu Xuancheng without realizing it. Emperor Hongyuan regarded the empress with disdain. "Very well. I have come to warn you. Regardless of whether Yun Ruoyue's child is miscarried or not, it is destined to perish. There is no need for you to take further action. I shall not compel Aunt Bing any longer. Rather, I shall ensure she tends to Yun Ruoyue with care. Countless eyes are now fixed upon the Li Wangfu. Should any misfortune befall her again, it is likely that unrest among the populace will be incited against me. From this moment forth, you must not only refrain from causing harm to Yun Ruoyue, but also treat her kindly, striving to ensure the safe delivery of her child. After all, that child is poisoned and shall not live long." Thus, Emperor Hongyuan does not take it to heart. He merely wishes to maintain a faade of propriety. He has done what is necessary, and the fate of that child is of no concern to him. The emperor's words struck the empress's heart like sharp daggers. She had not anticipated that he could be so foolish as to suspect her of treachery, given his current state of confusion. Any explanation she might offer would be in vain. It seems that she must devise another means to reclaim his affection and control him in order to secure her position. Quickly, she donned a more agreeable demeanor and said, "Your Majesty, regardless of whether you believe me, I must assure you that I am innocent. Everything I do is for your benefit." With a feigned look of concern, she continued, "Your Majesty, I have noticed that your health has not been well of late. Should I summon Li Changlu to the palace to examine you? He is a sage, skilled in the art of alchemy. Previously, he crafted the heart-loss pill that subdued Chu Xuancheng. I have heard he possesses a golden elixir that can prolong life and restore vigor, allowing you to regain the strength of your youth. Should you obtain this elixir, you might even find yourself rejuvenated, able to indulge in the company of multiple women once more, thereby restoring your former grandeur." As she spoke, the empress giggled playfully. Upon hearing the notions of longevity and vigor, Emperor Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, his health had deteriorated, likely due to years of indulgence as emperor, leading to an inability to satisfy his numerous consorts. He had often seen the disappointment etched upon Shui Fei's face. Such disappointment is unbearable for a man. Now, upon learning of the elixir that could restore his prowess, he inquired, Does this Li Chonglu truly possess such remarkable abilities? You must not bring a mere charlatan into my presence. Rest assured, Your Majesty, he is a genuine practitioner of the arts. I sought him out through various inquiries. When he previously visited me in the palace, he gifted me an elixir to present to you. However, fearing you might not believe it, I withheld it. Would you like to test the effects of this elixir? If it proves effective, I shall promptly summon Li Chonglu to reside in the palace and serve you. The Empress smiled seductively. If only the Emperor would agree to try the elixir. Upon hearing of the elixir, Emperor Han Yuan hastily exclaimed, "So you already possess the elixir? Why did you not present it to me sooner? Quickly, let me try it." "Very well, I shall fetch it at once," replied the Empress, hurrying to her vanity to retrieve a delicate porcelain vial. "Your Majesty, behold. This vial contains the elixir. Li Chonglu has stated that should you find it beneficial, you may summon him to the palace, for he has more in his possession." "Excellent, excellent. I shall test this elixir tonight," the Emperor declared. Emperor Han Yuan, upon receiving the celestial elixir, hastily addressed the Empress, saying, "My dear Empress, I have some official documents yet to attend to. I shall review them first and return to you when time permits." With a gentle pat on her shoulder, he departed, leaving the Empress momentarily stunned. Shouldn't the Emperor have sampled the elixir with her? How could he simply leave? Was he perhaps going to indulge with that little vixen, Consort Xue? Fury enveloped her. Once he was gone, the Empress, in a fit of rage, swept her teacup from the table to the floor. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" inquired Aunt Tao as she entered, noticing the Empress's distress. The Empress slammed her palm onto the table, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "I never imagined that my elixir would serve as a wedding garment for that wretched Consort Xue. How cruel you are, Your Majesty." Aunt Tao glanced at the Emperor's retreating figure, a glint of understanding in her eyes, then reassured her, "Do not be upset, Your Highness. Disasters have been rampant lately, and the memorials are flooding the palace like falling snow. The Emperor is inundated with affairs, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Surely, he will come to see you once his duties are fulfilled. Spare me your empty comforts." "Aunt Tao," the Empress retorted, "whose words do you think I would trust? He is undoubtedly off enjoying himself with that seductress. I will send someone to investigate and confirm his whereabouts." The Empress spoke with indignation. Aunt Tao's gaze deepened, revealing a flicker of cold resolve. Before long, Emperor Han Yuan found himself in Consort Xue's chambers. At the sight of her gentle demeanor, he instinctively embraced her. Consort Xue possessed skin as white as snow, a delicate waist, and captivating, sparkling eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Her exotic beauty rendered all others mere backdrop. From the moment he beheld her, Emperor Han Yuan felt as though he had reclaimed his youth. He had fallen for Consort Xue, enchanted by her ethereal allure. He finally understood why ancient warriors ventured to foreign lands, not for mere raisins, melons, or baked bread, but for beauties as enchanting as celestial beings. "Your Majesty, if you do not spend time with your sister, will she not feel discontented that you always favor me?" Consort Xue leaned into the Emperor's embrace, her smile beguiling yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Her heart belonged to Chu Xuancheng, a love she could not attain. Thus, she found herself each day in the company of this aging man who could not even satisfy her in bed. "Consort Xue, I have procured a celestial elixir that is said to invigorate one with the strength of a dragon and tiger. Shall we test its effects tonight?" Emperor Han Yuan proposed, revealing the elixir. Though reluctant, Consort Xue maintained a gentle facade, replying, "Very well, Your Majesty, I shall heed your wishes." Soon, Emperor Han Yuan ingested the elixir. Moments later, he felt warmth coursing through his body, as if he were brimming with newfound vitality. He gazed at Consort Xue, whose beauty radiated like a seductive enchantress, and without hesitation, he pounced, pinning her to the bed and kissing her passionately. Consort Xue welcomed his kiss with a playful laughter, yet a single tear slipped from her eye. That night, Emperor Han Yuan reveled in unrestrained passion. As he beheld the blushing face of Consort Xue, conquered and overwhelmed, he experienced an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The queen had not deceived him. The elixir truly possessed remarkable efficacy, restoring his vigor. Thus, he could indulge in the company of Lady Xue daily. He promptly resolved to summon the queen, requesting that Li Chonglu be brought into the palace to concoct the elixir for him, and he would bestow upon Li Chonglu the title of National Master, assigning him the task of crafting potions for immortality. In the late hours of the night, at the residence of the Li King, Chu Xuancheng, having received news from the shadow guards regarding the palace, made his way directly to the Feiyue pavilion. There, Yun Ruoyue was luxuriating in a bath when she heard Chu Xuancheng's voice outside, inquiring about the princess's whereabouts. The princess is bathing, my lord. Perhaps you could wait outside? Bathing? Perfect. I can assist her with her back, Chu Xuancheng declared as he pushed the door open and entered. The sound of the door creaking drowned out the protests of the maidservant. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng enter, Yun Ruoyue quickly hugged her shoulders, submerging herself deeper into the water. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him. Fenger has already informed you that I am bathing. Why do you still come in? Are you intentionally trying to make a fool of me? We are husband and wife. What is the issue? Chu Xuancheng countered. Shall I help you wash? He approached her, his demeanor serious, yet Yun Ruoyue could discern the hunger reflected in his gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and she immediately grasped his intentions. Feeling her face burn with heat, she furiously commanded, "Stop. Do not come any closer." For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite their numerous intimate encounters, she still felt unaccustomed to such moments. His gaze was too intense. It embarrassed her to the point where she wished to vanish into a hidden crevice. Chu Xuancheng stood bewildered, staring at Yun Ruoyue. Where are your thoughts wandering? I merely wish to assist you with your back. Is this not customary between spouses? I do not require your help. I am already finished bathing. Turn around so that I may dress. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in a flurry. How could this man be so audacious, feigning innocence? Shall I assist you in getting dressed? Chu Xuancheng teased darkly. No need. Please turn around. Do not look at me. Yun Ruoyue insisted, hastily reaching for her clothing. With an amused glint in his eye, Chu Xuancheng turned away, refraining from gazing at her. Seeing him turn, Yun Ruoyue quickly rose from the tub, frantically donning her inner garments. She feared he might suddenly glance back. Fortunately, he did not, allowing her to dress in haste. All right, I am ready. You may turn back now, she announced with a sigh of relief once fully clothed. He complied. But upon seeing her damp undergarment, he approached her. Why is your clothing wet? Do you wish to change? No, it will dry shortly. It is because of you, she retorted, flustered. With his presence, she had been so anxious that she had not dried herself properly before hastily putting on her clothes. Chu Xuancheng observed her, noting her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. At that moment, she appeared ethereal, her skin fairer than snow, her lips of vivid crimson, akin to a blazing fire. Stirring something within him, he could not help but lift her chin, remarking, You are truly beautiful. Thank you. Yun Ruoyue hastily lowered her head, her heart racing furiously. She sensed his intentions, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to quickly turn away. I will call Fenger in to tidy up. She stammered. You have something on your lips. Chu Xuancheng suddenly remarked. What is it? Yun Ruoyue quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. It is my affection, Chu Xuancheng declared, then gently leaned down and possessively pressed his lips against hers. A jolt of electricity coursed through her body, leaving Yun Ruoyue frozen, surrendering herself to his desires. As she inadvertently opened her eyes, she beheld his deeply affectionate gaze. His eyes were truly enchanting, bright as the stars in the night sky when open, and when closed, framed by long, dark lashes that resembled a crescent moon. He emanated a fragrance reminiscent of a fresh bath, mingled with a subtle hint of ambergris, clean and intoxicating. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, and she found herself irresistibly drawn into his embrace. After the kiss, Chu Xuancheng effortlessly lifted Yun Ruoyue and cradled her in his arms. You have grown so quickly these past few days. You seem heavier. Of course, I am carrying twins. If I were not growing rapidly, you would truly have cause for concern, Yun Ruoyue replied gently, caressing her belly, filled with joy at the thought of the two little lives within. Chu Xuancheng laid her upon the bed, tenderly encircling her. I almost forgot to tell you. Just now, an informant relayed news that Li Jinzong overheard the emperor conversing with the empress. He urged her not to harm you any further. It seems that following this incident, they are preparing to retreat. At the mention of these two, a deep chill flickered in Yun Ruoyue's eyes. The emperor and empress wish to poison my children. Just wait. I will find an opportunity to retaliate. Rest assured, there will be such an opportunity. Fortunately, you informed me in advance, allowing me to make timely arrangements. Otherwise, they would not have ceased their plans. They currently believe you are gravely poisoned and that the fetus is in jeopardy, prompting their retreat. Should they discover that you have not been poisoned, they would undoubtedly resort to their previous schemes. Therefore, I cannot remain passive. I must take the initiative to prevent the Empress from stirring up trouble again, Chu Xuancheng stated decisively. Yun Ruoyue nodded in agreement. Yes, thanks to your strategies this time. I never expected that even Master Han and Master Li would speak on our behalf. They are not your allies, which indicates they possess a sense of justice and compassion. Chu Xuancheng remarked, it is the presence of such individuals that can truly advocate for the welfare of the people. This time, we have temporarily secured a glimmer of hope for our children. I wonder what the future holds. I only wish for them to be born safely and hope they will face no further troubles, Yun Ruoyue lamented as she stroked her belly. It dawned on her that becoming a mother brought with it an abundance of worries. She finally understood the adage that raising a child for 100 years incurs 99 years of anxiety. Do not worry, Yue. I will ensure that neither you nor the children suffer any harm again. The Empress's audacity to poison you will not go unpunished. A murderous intent flickered in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. Now, with the situation becoming chaotic due to the flooding, I am not only concerned about the Li Princess residence, but also for the homeless citizens on the streets. I have heard that the floods in Jiangnan are worsening. With relentless heavy rains in recent days, a torrential downpour has breached the levees, inundating towns and fertile fields, leaving countless citizens homeless. Following such calamities, one may anticipate the onset of a devastating plague, which could be succeeded by widespread famine, ultimately leading to chaos. If disaster relief is not executed promptly, we may face dire consequences. Once a plague arises, it will affect the entire world. Often, it is not war or insurrection that obliterates a nation, but rather disease. Chu Xuancheng said, Moon, fret not. Like you, I am deeply concerned for these people. They are subjects of the Chu family. Tomorrow morning, I shall petition the emperor, volunteering to go to Jiangnan for disaster relief. Very well. Touched by Chu Xuancheng's sense of responsibility towards the populace, Yun Ruoyue recalled the initial indifference of Emperor Han Yuan during the floods, his neglect towards the suffering of the victims. Contrasting sharply with Chu Xuancheng's heartfelt concern for the nation, she felt Chu Xuancheng embodied the qualities of a benevolent sovereign. In contrast, Emperor Han Yuan, aside from conducting ancestral sacrifices and prayers, had not promptly dispatched aid. Fortunately, under pressure from various factions, he was finally compelled to initiate relief efforts. Early the next morning, Chu Xuancheng, along with the civil and military officials, attended court. In the Golden Hall, Emperor Han Yuan, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and a crown of 9 jewels, sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Below him stood officials led by Chu Xuancheng, the virtuous king, Su Ming, and Yun Qing. Chapter 1537. Who will undertake disaster relief? My esteemed ministers, I have recently reviewed numerous memorials regarding the floods in Jiangnan, which have become increasingly severe, particularly in the regions of Qingzhou and Jiangzhou, now perilously affected. I intend to dispatch a special envoy for disaster relief. Who among you is willing to volunteer or can recommend a suitable candidate? The emperor's voice resonated like thunder, instilling a sense of awe. At this pronouncement, the ministers exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence, unwilling to speak. Disaster relief was no trivial matter. It was fraught with hardship and could incur significant expenses, a thankless task that none were eager to undertake. The emperor scanned the room, inquiring loudly, "Is there no one willing to step forward?" Yet, the officials remained bowed, each wearing a frown, wishing to retreat into the shadows, avoiding the burdens of such an endeavor. If they failed, they risked demotion or even execution. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the assembly, recognizing that these individuals were timid souls, reluctant to take risks, which is why none had volunteered. Now, the truth would reveal who possessed talent and who was a cowardly incompetent. Beside him, the virtuous king observed the others with a similarly discerning gaze. He was inclined to offer his assistance, as he sought to establish a reputation, but chose to bide his time and assess the situation first. Noticing the lack of initiative among the crowd, Chu Xuancheng deepened his gaze and prepared to step forward. Suddenly, Su Ming's voice broke the silence. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Li has always shown compassion for the people and possesses both courage and wisdom. Managing the flood relief requires strategy, and I believe he is quite suitable." "I concur," another minister added. "The Prince of Li has the means and capability to be the most fitting choice." Beside him, Lord Ruoyue spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Have you all chosen Prince Li?" Emperor Han Yuan inquired. "Prince Li, do you wish to alleviate my burdens?" "I am willing," replied Chu Xuancheng, stepping forward with an air of righteousness. Your Majesty, I believe that Prince Li should oversee the military camp at this time. It would be inappropriate for him to leave the capital. Sending him to manage water control may not be suitable. I propose that Prince Xian is the optimal choice for this task. Firstly, he is new to his responsibilities and requires experience. Secondly, he is exceptionally clever. I believe dispatching him to aid in disaster relief is the most appropriate course of action. Zhang Fuyin stepped forward, expressing his concerns. His motive was driven by the fear that Chu Xuancheng, should he depart the capital, might lose his military authority or encounter misfortune or illness in the field. Should any calamity befall him, the lineage of the late emperor would be irrevocably compromised. Those aligned with Prince Xian sought to place Prince Li in a position of hardship. Thus he felt compelled to advocate for Prince Xian. Chu Xuancheng cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Fuyin, prompting him to withdraw. After Zhang Fuyin concluded, Tianzhong also affirmed, Your Majesty, I too believe that Prince Xian is more suitable for disaster relief than Prince Li. Emperor Hong Yuan paused, realizing they were advocating for members of the opposing faction. Although disaster relief was a thankless task, executing it well could easily enhance one's reputation and garner public support. If he intended to support Prince Xian, he would naturally need to help him build his renown. Reflecting on this, he asked, Prince Xian, do you wish to undertake this task of disaster relief? For the sake of the common people, I naturally have no choice but to accept, Prince Xian declared, stepping forward with the same sense of righteousness. Emperor Hong Yuan nodded repeatedly. However, he felt that placing the entire burden of disaster relief solely on Prince Xian was too great. Aware of Chu Xuancheng's capabilities, he pondered why he should not send both Chu Xuancheng and Prince Xian together for this mission, allowing Chu Xuancheng to bear the hardships, while ultimately attributing the accolades to Prince Xian. He also feared that Chu Xuancheng might form factions or cultivate influence during the journey. Hence he intended for Prince Xian to supervise him. With this in mind, he declared, since both Prince Li and Prince Xian are willing to serve the nation, I have an idea. I appoint you both as special envoys to jointly undertake disaster relief in Jiangnan. However, due to Prince Li's extensive experience in military campaigns, I hereby designate him as the chief envoy, and Prince Xian as the deputy envoy to assist in the relief efforts. You shall perform your respective duties while supporting one another. I shall bestow upon each of you a sword of authority, signifying my personal presence. Any noble or official who dares to show disrespect may be dealt with accordingly. We shall obey your command. Chu Xuancheng and Prince Xian responded in unison. Now that you are both special envoys, have you devised effective methods for disaster relief? Emperor Hong Yuan inquired. Prince Xian spoke first. Your Majesty, I believe that first, you must continue to sincerely pray to heaven for the cessation of the floods. Second, to implement benevolent governance, granting a general amnesty to release common criminals, thus demonstrating your compassion. Third, to raise funds for disaster relief, with the court taking the lead, encouraging local gentry and affluent households to contribute, combining efforts of officials and citizens to alleviate the disaster. Indeed, Prince Xian's methods are feasible, the emperor acknowledged. Emperor Hong Yuan nodded slightly and inquired about the strategy regarding King Li. Chu Xuancheng pondered for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, I believe that in disaster relief, the foremost priority is to stabilize the people's hearts. Only by ensuring that the populace is well fed can we proceed with subsequent matters. First, we must distribute funds and provisions. Second, we should exempt the disaster-stricken populace from corvée labor and taxes. Third, we must encourage self-rescue among the victims. Fourth, we should organize the affected to restore irrigation systems, preventing further flooding. Fifth, we need to stabilize grain prices. Sixth, attention must be paid to post-disaster epidemic prevention. Seventh, we could open royal gardens and public ponds, allowing the starving populace to hunt in the mountains and satiate their hunger. Upon hearing this, Grand Tutor Han cast an appreciative glance at Chu Xuancheng. His methods were all practical, each one aimed at benefiting the nation and its people, all excellent strategies. The strategies proposed by King Xian were commendable as well, but they seemed superficial, overly focused on the royal reputation and gaining the people's favor, lacking the practicality of those suggested by His Highness King Li. Emperor Hong Yuan, after listening to Chu Xuancheng's words, could not help but nod in agreement. This Chu Xuancheng was indeed a gifted individual, though regrettably, he was the son of the late emperor. He remarked, Well, I find both of your disaster relief strategies commendable. For this relief effort, the court will take the lead in allocating funds. Yunxiang, Could you calculate how much silver is needed for this endeavor? Yunqing contemplated for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue and I have calculated that given the severity of the floods in Jiangnan, we will require no less than 200,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this staggering figure, the ministers below shook their heads in dismay. That is far too much. Does this mean the treasury will cover it all? Surely, the emperor would be reluctant. However, they were aware that historically, royal disaster relief often served only as a fade. The world was vast, the treasury was not brimming, and food was scarce among the people amidst widespread calamity. How could the emperor manage it all? Ultimately, the most crucial aspect for the common folk was self-reliance. Disaster relief was merely a means for the emperor to stabilize public sentiment. The success of the relief efforts depended on the people themselves. 200,000 taels? Emperor Hongyuan inquired again. 200,000 taels is already an underestimation, Your Majesty. If we truly wish to assist all the victims, that amount will be inadequate. Yunqing added. Chapter 1539. A call for fundraising. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan cast a glance at Chu Xuancheng and stated, King Li, due to the empty treasury, I shall allocate 200,000 taels for this disaster relief. As for the remaining funds, we must turn to the populace for assistance. As the imperial envoy, you shall be responsible for raising this silver. King Xian will attend to other crucial matters. Su Ming concurred, Indeed, Your Highness King Li is capable and should bear the burden. I believe this fundraising task can be entrusted entirely to His Highness. Chu Xuancheng coldly curled his lips. Emperor Hongyuan was indeed a miser, willing to part with only 200,000 taels and leaving the rest of the dilemma to him. Raising 180,000 taels was no trivial task. He and Su Ming seemed to conspire to place the weighty responsibility of fundraising squarely upon his shoulders. Relegating King Xian to a nominal position as an envoy assigned the easiest tasks while reaping the accolades. However, for the sake of the people, he knew he must step into this pitfall. Raising an eyebrow, he stated, Your Majesty, I am willing to take on this heavy responsibility. However, such a substantial sum will be challenging to procure. If Your Majesty grants me certain powers, I may be able to raise funds from the wealthy and the nobility. Otherwise, raising 1,800,000 taels would indeed be a formidable task. Emperor Hongyuan was well aware of the challenges in gathering such funds. If it meant alleviating the floods in Jiangnan, he would permit Chu Xuancheng to pressure the wealthy and the nobility. After all, should he resort to coercion, it would tarnish Chu Xuancheng's reputation and antagonize the aristocracy. He declared, Very well, I grant you permission to use certain means to raise the funds. However, you must not force anyone. It must be voluntary. I give you 5 days to gather the silver and then proceed to Jiangnan to provide relief. Yes, Your Majesty. Chu Xuancheng responded with a respectful gesture. At that moment, the wise king interjected, Your Majesty, 5 days is a tight deadline. And collecting 1,800,000 taels is no small feat during this time. I wish to assist in fundraising, hoping to contribute to the welfare of the people. Emperor Hongyuan regarded the wise king with appreciation. Very well, since the wise king offers his assistance, I shall accept it. You too shall help in raising the funds. As he spoke, he cast a cold, threatening glance at Chu Xuancheng. As the appointed envoy, you shall bear a heavy responsibility in this endeavor. The lives of the people are entrusted to you. You must not disappoint me. For the sake of the populace, this relief mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Chu Xuancheng smirked coldly. He had previously wondered why Emperor Hongyuan had appointed him as the envoy. It seemed he was merely being set up to take the blame. He had thought the emperor was acting for the sake of the common people. Yet he was merely digging a pit for him. If the relief effort succeeded, all would be well. But should it fail, Emperor Hongyuan would lay the blame squarely on his shoulders, forcing him to take the fall. The emperor was naive to think that Chu Xuancheng would allow himself to be manipulated or adhere to his schemes. Time would tell. After leaving the court, Chu Xuancheng informed Yun Ruoyue of the emperor's appointment. Upon hearing that he truly intended to engage in relief efforts, she immediately declared, I shall accompany you. I possess some knowledge regarding flood control and epidemic prevention, and I might be able to assist you. Chu Xuancheng looked at her with concern. No, you are with child. How can you endure such a long and arduous journey? Stay at home, and I will ensure your safety. You need only focus on your impending delivery and await my return. Yet, Yun Ruoyue remained resolute. No, this mission is for flood relief and the welfare of the people. I have methods to assist you. How could I not go and leave you to struggle alone? Disaster relief is no trivial matter. It is fraught with challenges. She wanted Chu Xuancheng to understand that she was not so fragile. She could be more than just a source of protection. She could be his capable ally. Chu Xuancheng placed his hands on her shoulders. Yuer, I am willing to face any peril for the sake of the people. But I cannot bear the thought of you putting yourself at risk. This journey will be fraught with danger and hardship, and I do not wish for you to suffer. Yun Ruoyue shook her head. I am unafraid. As long as I am with you, I will not shy away from any obstacles. Besides, without you by my side, I will miss you dearly. I cannot bear to see you leave. As she spoke, Yun Ruoyue gently embraced him, resting her head against his chest. This marked the first time she had taken such initiative, and Chu Xuancheng felt profoundly moved. He too had no desire to part ways with her. Suddenly, thoughts of the Empress and others crossed his mind. If he were not by her side, they would undoubtedly seek to harm her again. Being outside, with him guarding her, he feared nothing, regardless of the arduous conditions, for as long as he could behold her, his heart would be at ease. The thought of being unable to see her filled him with anxiety. Resolutely, he said, Very well, Yuer, you shall accompany me. You will disguise yourself as a military doctor. But since you are with child, we must proceed slowly and with caution. Rest assured, I will take care of myself, she replied. Only in Chu Xuancheng's presence did she truly feel secure. After reaching an agreement with Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng began to prepare for the fundraising efforts. However, obtaining funds from the nobles would prove to be a daunting task. Therefore, he disseminated invitations, summoning all prominent nobles, wealthy merchants, and landowners in the imperial city to a banquet at Minghua Tower. Initially, upon hearing that the Prince of Li was hosting a meal, everyone assumed it was merely a casual gathering and attended in droves. Yet, upon arrival, when they learned that Chu Xuancheng had gathered them to raise funds for the disaster victims, a wave of regret washed over them. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At the banquet, Chu Xuancheng raised his wine cup and, with a serene gaze, addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, the people of Jiangnan are displaced, their streets littered with the dead, and they are without homes or food, even resorting to cannibalism. The emperor has commanded me to collect disaster relief funds to expedite our aid to Jiangnan. You, being the pillars of the state of Chu, possess compassionate hearts. Our nation is at its most perilous moment, and I implore you all to contribute generously, enabling the populace to eat well, dress warmly, and rebuild their homes, thus stabilizing the situation in Chu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the attendees fell, revealing their reluctance. Standing beside them, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by their unwillingness. In modern times, when disaster strikes, the entire nation rallies to contribute to relief efforts. Yet, these nobles displayed such indifference, as if the lives of the common people held no value. Disappointment clouded her gaze as she observed this assembly of affluent individuals, who profited from the very livelihoods of the populace. They should take from the people and give back to them. Yet now, they hesitated. Noticing their reluctance, Chu Xuancheng remained unperturbed. He continued, All present are nobles and wealthy individuals. You possess the means. However, the stability of the populace forms the foundation of our society. Only when the society is stable and the people are content can you lead leisurely lives. Should the populace rise in rebellion and incite war, no one will escape. Today, by aiding others, you may find assistance in return tomorrow. I shall lead by example, and in the name of the Prince of Li, I will donate 100,000 taels. Upon finishing, he raised his wine cup and declared, I propose a toast to everyone. I shall drink to your health first. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup entirely. Hearing of his generous donation, the others wore even more distressed expressions. If the Prince of Li could contribute such a substantial sum, how could they offer anything less? At this moment, a minister spoke up. Your Highness, as you are aware, I am a man of integrity, a clean official with nothing but pure intentions. How could I possibly contribute any money? Indeed, Your Highness, I have an elderly mother to care for, a wife and children to support. My finances are stretched thin. Although I am a merchant, the recent years have been rife with natural disasters, leaving the populace impoverished and my business in decline. Just last month, I suffered a loss of several tens of thousands of taels, and my household is on the brink of bankruptcy. I truly cannot afford any donations. My family's resources have been depleted, and my son does not even have enough to marry. I am utterly without funds to contribute. One by one, officials and nobles began to lament their financial woes, reluctant to part with their wealth. The realm belongs to the emperor, and the money is theirs. What obligation do they have to donate? Furthermore, given their meager salaries, if they were to suddenly donate a substantial sum, would it not suggest to the emperor that they are engaging in embezzlement? Therefore, they felt it was impossible to make a donation. Upon hearing their grievances, Chu Xuancheng coldly remarked, "Are you all here to lament your poverty to me? You stand among the wealthiest individuals in the state of Chu. How much silver do you have stored in your banks? How many fields and shops do you own? Do you believe I am unaware? Rest assured, even if I know the extent of your fortunes, I will not compel you. Donations must be voluntary. However, anyone who contributes over 10,000 taels will be recommended to the emperor for an honorary reward. The more you donate, the greater the reward." Yet, upon hearing the mention of rewards, the crowd remained unmoved. After all, some of these accolades were mere titles, devoid of real power, rendering them useless. Silver was far more tangible. The most pressing concern, however, lay elsewhere. At this juncture, someone could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. "Your Highness, it is not that we are unwilling to donate, but rather that you have arrived too late. Prior to your arrival, Her Majesty the Empress and Lady Wei of the State of Wei had already called upon us for contributions. I have just donated 10,000 taels to Her Majesty. Indeed, I too contributed 5,000 taels to the Empress, along with 1,000 measures of rice." Another added, "I have also just donated 3,000 taels, having given so much. We have nothing left to offer you." Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. The Empress was also soliciting donations? "Indeed, Your Highness. She has been raising funds under the pretense of disaster relief, enlisting Lady Wei to assist her both within the palace and among the common folk. Our contributions have all gone to her, leaving us with no means to donate to you." "How much has she raised so far?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "She began fundraising early yesterday. It is said that due to her influence, her call was met with great enthusiasm, and she has already amassed 500,000 taels. Furthermore, she intends to hold a charity auction to continue raising funds. If she is allowed another 2 days, she could potentially gather several millions." 500,000 taels? Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gestured to the crowd. "Since you have all contributed to the Empress, there is no need for you to donate here for the time being. Ultimately, we are all striving to raise funds for disaster relief. It matters not where the donations are made." At this moment, Mo Li quietly interjected, "Your Highness, this is not the same. The funds raised by the Empress earn her the people's favor. Moreover, with her temperament, she will not hand over the collected funds for you to manage the relief efforts. She will certainly dispatch her own people to handle it, severing any connection to you. You will still need to gather your own funds. If you fail to meet your target, the Emperor will undoubtedly hold you accountable." Chapter 1542. A solution arises. Chu Xuancheng smiled faintly, expressing that it was of no concern. If she has won the hearts of the people, so be it. If the Emperor seeks me, he shall find me. As long as the Empress's funds are genuinely donated to the populace, aiding them, it is a blessing in my eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. "My lord, do we truly not need to donate here?" Someone queried tentatively. "Not at all. After you have dined and satisfied your appetites, please make your way home." Chu Xuancheng replied courteously. "That is splendid news. We shall take our leave then." A few, drenched in sweat and anxious, hastily departed, having no appetite left for their meal. Initially, they believed the Lord would pressure them into donations under the Emperor's banner, yet were pleasantly surprised to find otherwise. It seemed that His Highness the King of Li possessed a certain finesse, unlike the Empress, who subtly coerced them into contributing, implying that failure to do so would lead to unfavorable consequences. In no time, this group, abandoning their meal, fled in haste, fearing that Chu Xuancheng might demand their contributions. Observing their frantic departure, Mo Li expressed indignation. "My lord, these individuals are exceedingly stingy. Each one of them is wealthy and well-fed. Yet when asked to part with even a small sum, they act like miserly crows. Did they not claim to donate to the Empress?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "Yet, in comparison to their fortunes, it amounts to a mere trifle. They are willing to donate to Her Majesty, yet refuse to offer anything to you, which illustrates their disregard for you. Their apprehension lies with the Empress. They seek to curry her favor." Mo Li retorted angrily. "It matters not. Donations are purely voluntary, and I never impose. Moreover, it is only natural for them to seek the Empress's goodwill, as she currently holds power in this realm," Chu Xuancheng stated. At this juncture, he took Yun Ruoyue's hand, saying, "Yuer, Let us return to the estate. Yun Ruoyue looked at him with concern. But you have not secured any funds. The emperor has granted you but 5 days. Perhaps I could devise a plan to auction something extraordinary, like that music box. They might find it intriguing and be willing to part with their coins. Absolutely not. That music box is a gift from you to me. How could I possibly auction it? Chu Xuancheng replied. Rest assured, I have already conceived of a plan. Really? You have thought of a solution? Yun Ruoyue blinked at Chu Xuancheng. No wonder he appeared so calm earlier, entirely unperturbed. It was clear he had a strategy in mind. Chu Xuancheng nodded. With the empress paving the way, why should we toil excessively? It would be wiser to patiently await an opportunity to reap the benefits. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Yun Ruoyue's forehead, his eyes reflecting confidence and assurance. Should he truly desire to raise funds, he would certainly find a way. With the empress laboring on their behalf, why should he exhaust himself when he could leverage her efforts instead? Upon hearing mention of the empress, Yun Ruoyue understood immediately. Very well, let us observe the situation for now. Upon returning to the royal estate, Chu Xuancheng dispatched individuals to monitor the movements of the empress and Madame Wei. Within the Ronghua Palace, the empress and Madame Wei sat together, engaged in hushed conversation, appearing to share joyous tidings, their faces alight with excitement. Aunt Tao stood nearby, preparing tea for them. Sister, once the charity auction commences tomorrow, I fear it could fetch a fortune of over 1 million taels of silver. Your influence surpasses that of Chu Xuancheng by far. Lady Wei of the state of Wei covered her lips with a handkerchief, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Chapter 1543, True Wealth, False Charity. Aunt Tao cast a glance at her, respectfully refilling her tea. The empress could hardly contain her pride, asserting that with her involvement, there would undoubtedly be a chorus of support. I heard that today, Chu Xuancheng hosted a banquet to solicit donations from the nobles, but he ended up with not a single coin. The thought of it brings me great satisfaction. Indeed, how could he possibly possess your charm, sister? You are the empress. And who would dare to slight you? In the days leading up to this, once the funds are gathered, you shall surely prosper, sister, Lady Wei said with a sly grin. Rest assured, as I flourish, so too shall you benefit, dear sister. However, it is imperative that this matter remains confidential. The empress cautioned. Do not worry, sister. Have I ever faltered in my endeavors? We have been gathering for this charity event for years. I have ample experience. This year will be no different from the last. We shall use several thousand taels to purchase grain for disaster relief, merely as a facade. The remainder will follow the same distribution as last year. You will receive 80%, and I shall bask in your glory with 20%. This year's floods are particularly severe, and the plight of the common folk is dire. We may be able to collect even more silver. In the end, we shall donate a fraction, while the rest will be our profit, Lady Wei said with a sinister smile. The empress laughed with delight. You are indeed clever, sister. Devising such a scheme for charity, it promises to be a lucrative endeavor. The nobles, upon hearing of our intent to aid the common people, will be more than willing to contribute. This venture is far more profitable than mere trade. Indeed, we need not spend a single coin. We merely require your esteemed reputation. Each year, we shall net millions without any effort. Where else in the world can one find such a fortune? Thus, I maintain that being the empress is the most advantageous position, reaping rewards without toil. As Lady Wei spoke, she clasped hands with the empress, both of them laughing heartily. The empress remarked, I entrust you to navigate the charity auction tomorrow on my behalf. Fear not, sister. We shall secure even more funds and humiliate Chu Xuancheng. Aunt Tao, standing nearby, observed their conspiratorial demeanor with a flicker of disgust and anger. After escorting Lady Wei away, Aunt Tao feigned a need to attend to business and sought out Li Jinzong, relaying the entirety of what she had just overheard. Like Li Jinzong, Aunt Tao was also a supporter of Chu Xuancheng. She had previously conveyed the emperor's directive to the empress not to harm Yun Ruoyue, having learned of it directly from the empress and then informing Li Jinzong. Over the years, Chu Xuancheng had discreetly nurtured numerous individuals within the palace, who served him and provided timely warnings in moments of peril. This foresight allowed him to navigate danger with ease, turning adversity into fortune. Aunt Tao had also spent several years lurking by the empress's side, gaining her trust this year to become her confidant. Otherwise, she would never have heard such conversations. As darkness fell, Chu Xuancheng received the message from Aunt Tao, relayed through his informant, concerning what she had communicated to Li Jinzong. At this moment, he realized that the empress had conspired with the Lady of Wei, utilizing the guise of charity fundraising to amass considerable wealth. It would be difficult for the empress to refrain from accumulating riches, but now that he understood her intentions, it became much simpler to address the matter. The following morning, Chu Xuancheng accompanied Yun Ruoyue to attend the charity auction hosted by the empress at Lixiang Garden. Lixiang Garden was a theater elegantly adorned with an air of antiquity, beloved by the nobility for its performances. By choosing this venue for the auction, the empress significantly elevated the event's prestige. Chapter 1544, the charity auction this time. The empress personally left the palace to attend the auction, inviting numerous dignitaries from the capital to amplify the event's grandeur. Upon hearing of the empress's attendance, the nobles rushed to arrive early, eager to present themselves favorably before her. When Chu Xuancheng and his party arrived, they found the garden teeming with familiar faces, half of whom were the aristocrats he had invited previously. It was quite amusing that they would flock to the empress's auction without contributing any silver to him. Once the opportunity presented itself, he intended to expose the empress's true nature and deliver a resounding slap to these people's faces. The empress had the audacity to send someone to poison Yue. He would ensure she regretted her actions. He secured a position near the front and took a seat beside Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, a voice exclaimed that the empress had arrived, prompting many commoners who had never before laid eyes on her to stand and gaze in anticipation. In an instant, Chu Xuancheng beheld the empress clad in resplendent red robes, her head adorned with a phoenix crown, gracefully ascending the stage accompanied by the Lady of Wei and Aunt Tao. The crowd promptly turned to her, bowing with reverence. "Long live the empress. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats." The empress gestured to the audience. She settled into the honored position, with the Lady of Wei seated below her and Aunt Tao standing by her side. As the empress scanned the audience, her gaze fell upon Chu Xuancheng in the front row, a flicker of coldness glinting in her eyes. "The honorable prince is here," someone announced at that moment. Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze to see the honorable prince, dressed in white, holding a white jade folding fan, approaching alongside Su Qing. The honorable prince exuded an ethereal charm, his demeanor refined and noble. As he walked past, the young ladies could not help but squeal in admiration, extolling his handsomeness. Upon reaching the empress, he first offered her greetings before turning to Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue with a smile. "Greetings, elder brother. Greetings, sister-in-law. It has been quite a while." "Indeed, it has been a long time." Yun Ruoyue nodded in acknowledgement. After his greeting, the honorable prince scanned the vicinity and noticed many vacant seats in the front row. However, he chose not to sit elsewhere, instead directly taking a seat beside Yun Ruoyue, a sight that darkened Chu Xuancheng's expression. How dare the honorable prince sit next to Yun Ruoyue in front of him? "Honorable prince, is there truly no other seat available, that you must crowd in next to us?" Chu Xuancheng's voice was cold, his jealousy barely concealed. The honorable prince cast a glance around apologetically. "What do you mean, elder brother? We are brothers. Is it not permissible for me to sit with you?" "Very well, make yourself comfortable," Chu Xuancheng replied with a hint of irritation. Chu Xuancheng ground his teeth, suddenly stood up, and pulled Yun Ruoyue up. "Yue, let us exchange our seats." Upon saying this, he assisted Yun Ruoyue to sit on the left and took a seat beside the Xian King. He then flashed a bright smile at the Xian King, saying, "We are brothers by blood. It is only natural that we sit together, is it not?" The Xian King, taken aback by his actions, paused for a moment before responding with a faint smile. "Your Highness's gesture aligns perfectly with my desires." "Brother, third brother, you have also arrived?" Hearing the voice, the two looked up to see the Zhao King had also joined, accompanied by a woman, Su Changxiao. Upon noticing Su Changxiao and the Zhao King entering together and taking a seat beside the Xian King, Yun Ruoyue's eyes flared with anger. She immediately inquired, "Zhao King, why did you not bring the Zhao Queen? Is she not fond of lively gatherings?" The Zhao King not only failed to bring the Zhao Queen, but instead brought Su Changxiao along, openly appearing together as a couple. How could he justify such actions to the Zhao Queen? The Zhao King's complexion paled, and he quickly asserted, "Sister-in-law, you must be mistaken. I encountered Changxiao at the entrance, which is why we entered together. As for Wei, she is heavily pregnant and unable to travel, so I advised her to rest at home instead of tiring herself." Su Changxiao gazed at Yun Ruoyue with a pitiful expression, twisting her handkerchief and lamenting, "Princess Li, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect there is something between me and the Zhao King? Today is the day my aunt is fundraising for the disaster victims. I am here to support her." When I arrived at the theater entrance, I happened to run into His Highness the Zhao King, and that is why we came in together. Why speak so harshly? Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow, asking, why are you two so eager to explain? I have not doubted your relationship. I merely inquired why the Zhao Queen did not attend. Why do you think so much? Those nearby began to wonder if perhaps the Zhao King and Su Changxiao felt guilty, prompting their hasty explanations. After Yun Ruoyue's remark, the Zhao King's face turned crimson. I apologize, that was not my intention. I merely wished to prevent any gossip about Miss Changxiao, hence my explanation, which seems to have been unnecessary. All right, fifth brother, since we are all here to raise funds for the people, let us focus on the matter at hand. The Xian King interjected to smooth things over. Seated at the far right, Su Changxiao discreetly cast a glance at Chu Xuancheng when no one was watching. From her position, there was a distance between her and Chu Xuancheng, separated by the Zhao King and the Xian King. Throughout the encounter, Chu Xuancheng did not spare her a glance. His gaze seemingly reserved solely for Yun Ruoyue. He sat there with an air of indifference and dignity, exuding a sense of pride and aloofness that left her devoid of the courage to meet his eyes. At that moment, a voice resonated from the stage as the wife of the Wei Kingdom expressed her gratitude to everyone for attending the fundraising auction organized by the Empress. Now, may I invite Her Majesty to say a few words? A wave of applause arose from the audience. The Empress scanned the crowd with a dignified and imposing demeanor, gesturing for silence, and the audience promptly quieted down. She rose to her feet, her once commanding visage suddenly transformed by a wave of sorrow. I am deeply touched by your presence today. I never anticipated such generosity from all of you. She continued, I merely posted a few notices. Yet everyone was so willing to lend a hand for the sake of the common people. At this point, she cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xuancheng, who had hosted a banquet yet managed to raise not a single coin. In contrast, her casual invitations had summoned a throng of support, and witnessing the dark cloud that hovered over Chu Xuancheng's face brought her a sense of satisfaction. Chu Xuancheng, however, regarded the Empress with an air of calm indifference. The more support the Empress garnered, the more funds she accumulated, which would ultimately lead to Chu Xuancheng's downfall. At this juncture, the Empress's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. I trust you are all aware of the catastrophic flooding in Jiangnan. The devastation has been severe, submerging regions such as Qingzhou, Jiangzhou, and Yongzhou. Numerous towns have been inundated, countless fertile fields destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of citizens rendered homeless. With their homes washed away, their food supplies drowned, and livestock swept away, the disaster-stricken areas are filled with the cries of the starving and the lamentations of the afflicted. As your Empress, it pains my heart to witness such suffering among my subjects, who are enduring the wrath of nature. She continued, her voice trembling with emotion. This is precisely why I have organized this charity auction. With the Emperor's support, we have gathered treasures from the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, myself, and other concubines for everyone to bid on. All proceeds from this auction will be dedicated to disaster relief, aiding the victims in rebuilding their lives. Applause erupted from the audience, affirming their commitment. The Emperor's participation in the auction underscored his genuine concern for those in distress. The opportunity to acquire items once owned by the Emperor and Empress Dowager was deemed invaluable. Thus, I hereby declare the auction open. Bring forth the first item. The Empress proclaimed. At her command, a palace maid stepped forward with the initial auction piece. In this moment, the Empress turned to Chu Xuancheng with a gentle smile. I did not expect to see you here, princely. Did not the Emperor task you with raising 180,000 taels of silver? How is it that you have time to attend my auction while neglecting your fundraising duties? Chu Xuancheng replied with a mild smile. I have come to support your majesty and also wish to contribute to the welfare of the people. Very well. Then do be generous and lend substantial aid to the common folk, the Empress urged with a smile. Absolutely, Chu Xuancheng responded with a hearty affirmation. At that moment, the eunuch presented the first auction item. A red silk cloth covered the tray, and as the eunuch approached, Madame Wei stepped forward to introduce it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first auction piece, generously donated by the Emperor. With that, the eunuch unveiled the silk cloth, revealing a cup as delicate as a cicada's wing, gleaming like a mirror. The cup bore naturally formed patterns, its jade green hue diminutive and exquisite, sparkling under the sunlight with a crystalline clarity. Upon sighting the cup, the audience erupted in a chorus of awe and admiration. The Lady of Wei proclaimed, "This is the luminous glass cup, known as the Liuli cup. which was formerly presented to His Majesty by the governor of Suzhou. The cup is entirely a vibrant green, adorned with natural patterns, and is as delicate as paper. When exquisite wine is poured into it under the moonlight, the cup sparkles brilliantly, radiating a glow akin to gathered fireflies, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. This luminous cup is exceedingly rare and invaluable, with an opening bid set at 1,000 taels. I invite everyone to place their bids. As the first treasure unveiled was so extraordinary, especially one donated by the emperor, the crowd was instantly eager to participate, all wishing to acquire it. Yun Ruoyue, upon gazing at the exquisite cup, could not help but exclaim, "I have often heard tales of grape wine in a luminous cup. I never realized it could be so beautiful. Drinking from it under the moonlight must be an enchanting experience. Do you fancy this luminous cup, Yue?" inquired Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue hastily responded, "Ah, I do find it appealing, but I do not wish to possess it. I merely appreciate its beauty. Fear not, for anything that pleases you, this prince shall procure," Chu Xuancheng said with a fond gaze. "Please no. This item is far too costly. It would not be worthwhile. Besides, there are numerous exquisite treasures in this world, and I have many favorites. It is impossible to acquire them all. Do not squander your wealth," Yun Ruoyue implored, attempting to deter Chu Xuancheng. "It is of no consequence. It will not cost much. At worst, it could be considered a charitable act," Chu Xuancheng chuckled. However, he did not raise his bidding paddle just yet. At that moment, someone declared, "I bid 2,000 taels, 3,000 taels, 4,000 taels." The crowd was astonished, witnessing the boldness of these bidders as they increased their offers by 1,000 taels at a time. The auction commenced with such fervor. One could only wonder what was to follow. 10,000 taels. Chu Xuancheng suddenly interjected, raising his paddle with an icy demeanor. "My heavens! Prince Li has bid 10,000 taels. Such extravagance!" exclaimed the crowd. "I heard that Princess Li has a penchant for this cup. Prince Li is merely throwing money to elicit a smile from his beloved. After all, it is just a cup, no matter how lavish. It surely cannot be worth 10,000 taels. Prince Li dotes on Princess Li excessively. Oh, how enviable Princess Li must be." Su Changshao, overhearing these remarks, felt her face flush with anger, her hands twisting the handkerchief until it nearly tore apart. 20,000 taels. A warm voice resonated through the room. The crowd turned to find that it was the virtuous king speaking. They were momentarily taken aback. Was the virtuous king truly contending with Prince Li for this luminous cup? What could he possibly want with it? Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the virtuous king, his brow arching coolly as he declared, 30,000 taels. 40,000 taels. The virtuous king promptly responded. 50,000. Chu Xuancheng tapped the table with his hand, exuding an air of perfect composure, as if purchasing the cup for 50,000 taels were merely child's play. The virtuous king was undeterred, replying nonchalantly, 60,000. 80,000. Chu Xuancheng countered. 90,000. The virtuous king pursued relentlessly. Yun Ruoyue, observing the two men in fierce competition, startled as the bidding escalated to 90,000 taels. She quickly turned to Chu Xuancheng and implored, "What are you two doing? Are you really bidding? But it is merely a luminous cup. Even 1,000 taels seems exorbitant. How can you bid so high?" The surrounding onlookers buzzed with speculation. The last time I heard a rumor, it was said that Princess Li had cured the illness of the virtuous prince, who has since developed a fondness for her. One wonders if the virtuous prince has emerged to bid against the Li prince in an attempt to acquire something for Princess Li. Surely, upon learning of her admiration for the luminous cup, he would be compelled to participate in the auction. However, both gentlemen possess considerable wealth. After all, it is merely a cup, and no matter how extravagant, it hardly warrants the price of 90,000 taels. What do you understand? At their station, they have long since ceased to concern themselves with monetary matters. It is merely a matter of pride. Upon hearing this, Su Changshao could not help but scoff. In the end, it is merely a tale of two men vying for a single woman. It appears that Princess Li possesses quite the allure. It seems everyone is enamored with you, and your captivating charm is truly unparalleled. Yun Ruoyue, undeterred by such remarks, entwined her arm with that of Chu Xuancheng and replied, "What of it? My husband is willing to bid for me, while His Royal Highness the virtuous prince is prepared to donate to the populace. Are you envious? How can you presume that someone bidding is merely contesting for a woman? Perhaps the virtuous prince simply wishes to acquire the cup for his own enjoyment. Why indulge in such idle gossip? Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue's hand linked with Chu Xuancheng's, Su Changxiao's expression soured. With a haughty snort, she retorted, "What is so remarkable about that? Who is envious of you? To squander so much on a mere cup is not my style. If he were my husband, I would never pressure him to waste money. I would strive to save for him and prioritize his interests." Implicitly, she accused Yun Ruoyue of being a frivolous spendthrift. At that moment, the virtuous prince interjected. "Miss Su has misunderstood. My participation in this auction is solely to find an opportunity to donate to the victims of the disaster, and has nothing to do with Princess Li. If Miss Su has the time, she should concern herself with the welfare of those in need, rather than launching baseless speculations that tarnish reputations." Upon hearing this, Su Changxiao's face flushed crimson. Fearing that Prince Zhao might discern her true nature, she hastily lowered her head, dabbing at non-existent tears with her handkerchief. "I merely feel that spending such a sum on a cup is not worthwhile," she muttered. "This is for charity. It is not a mere transaction. If it aids the populace, then any sum is justified," the virtuous prince continued. "However, as this is Princess Li's cherished item, I shall not compete with my elder brother. Brother, please proceed." With that, the virtuous prince set down his bidding paddle. Chu Xuancheng, raising an eyebrow, declared, 100,000 taels. This proclamation detonated like a bomb within the hearts of the onlookers. The Li prince is indeed affluent. While the virtuous prince has withdrawn from the competition, Chu Xuancheng is now offering a staggering sum. He need only surpass the bid by a single tael to secure victory. Why then must he expend such a fortune? It appears his motives align with those of the virtuous prince, both gentlemen being generous benefactors. The empress had not anticipated Chu Xuancheng's willingness to part with such a sum. With the virtuous prince having set such a precedent, how could the auction possibly continue? The spotlight had been seized by these two brothers, and the tale of their high bids in pursuit of Princess Li would surely circulate throughout the imperial city, transforming into a narrative of benevolence. Who would remember that this auction was organized by her? The Lady of Wei was taken aback by the substantial sum. Trembling as she held the mallet and exclaimed, "Prince Li has offered 100,000 taels. Who could possibly surpass that?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd, no one daring to utter a word. 100,000 taels once, 100,000 taels twice. Is there anyone willing to bid further? After scanning the audience, she realized that apart from the wise king, no one else would dare to offer such an exorbitant price. Thus, she declared, "Very well, 100,000 taels thrice sold. Your Highness Li, please proceed to the backstage to settle the payment and collect the luminous cup." Chu Xuancheng then summoned Mo Li to handle the payment and acquisition of the item. When the luminous cup was finally brought to them, Yun Ruoyue felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Gazing at the crystal-clear cup in her hands, she turned to Chu Xuancheng in disbelief and whispered, "This cup is far too expensive. I shouldn't have remarked upon its beauty. I merely spoke offhandedly, and you bid for it. Why waste such funds on the empress? You could keep it for yourself, and raising that 180,000 taels would be much easier. Donating the money to the empress only serves to enhance her reputation, while you have yet to amass your own 180,000 taels." Chu Xuancheng calmly replied, "It matters not. Keep it as you wish. As long as it brings you joy, I shall procure it for you. If you desire the stars in the sky, and I could reach them, I would gather them for you." Upon hearing his words, Yun Ruoyue reluctantly accepted the cup. Yet, she had an inkling that in the end, Chu Xuancheng would not be at a disadvantage. With his temperament, how could the empress ever gain an upper hand over him? This thought reassured her. Su Changxiao, listening from the side, felt a pang of discomfort. It was as though her heart was clawed by a cat's paw, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. At that moment, the second auction item was presented, a luminous pearl donated by the Empress Dowager, which was ultimately purchased by the wise king for 100,000 taels. This too was an exorbitant price. The wise king's acquisition drew immediate praise from the crowd, earning him a wave of commendation, indicating that his recent endeavors had borne fruit. Subsequently, treasures donated by various palace concubines were brought forth for auction. Numerous dignitaries sought to purchase jewelry previously worn by the concubines for their ladies, leading to a flurry of competitive bidding. In no time, the total bids soared to an impressive 500,000 taels. This was merely the beginning. If the momentum continued, the empress might amass 200,000 taels by day's end. Such was her influence and charisma. As the auction thrived, the empress could not help but address Chu Xuancheng, who stood closest to her, saying, "Prince Li, I truly apologize. Including the funds raised yesterday with my sisters in the palace, I have already gathered over 100,000 taels. The auction is far from over. I might raise even more. What about you? The emperor tasked you with collecting 180,000 taels for the disaster victims. Why have you yet to take action? Indeed, your highness, there are many wealthy gentlemen here. If you find yourself in need, you may request their assistance on the spot. I believe they possess good hearts and will contribute, Lady Wei scoffed. Chu Xuancheng simply smiled and replied, no need for that. There are still 4 days remaining. I am not in a rush. The Lady of Wei remarked, your highness need not worry about the Prince of Li. If he is willing to lavish a staggering 100,000 taels on the nightlight cup for his bride, he must possess ample wealth. This 180,000 taels is but a trifling sum for him. Should he find himself short, he can always cover it himself. Indeed, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Prince of Li, you must not disappoint the emperor or me, the empress retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of indignation at the empress's words, yet she refrained from acting impulsively, for she understood that Chu Xuancheng must have made prior arrangements. Turning to the empress, Chu Xuancheng assured her with a cold demeanor, your highness need not fret, I shall not let you down. Rest assured, I will present you with a delightful surprise. Surprise? The empress was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chu Xuancheng had already secured the funds, hence his composure? Your highness, the next item for auction is about to commence, announced a eunuch, interrupting the empress's thoughts. Proceed, she commanded. This time, the item was a hairpin made of mutton fat jade. As this hairpin was not as precious as the nightlight cup, it began at a starting price of 200 taels. Upon noticing this, Prince Zhao suddenly declared, Wei'er has a fondness for mutton fat jade. I shall bid for a pin for her, and she shall surely adore it. His eyes sparkled with tenderness and deep affection, inciting a wave of jealousy in Su Changshao. Why was it that other women received such treasures, while she did not? It was utterly exasperating. With that, Prince Zhao began to bid against the wealthy merchants. Many affluent bidders were drawn to the delicately elegant jade pin, which was well suited for an elegant woman, and thus they joined the fray. However, due to Prince Zhao's immense wealth, he boldly offered 10,000 taels, causing the others to hesitate. In the end, a merchant gritted his teeth and bid 11,000 taels, only for Prince Zhao to counter with 30,000 taels, which sent the merchant scurrying to withdraw. The audacity of Prince Zhao to pay such a high price for a pin worth only 1,000 taels revealed his considerable riches, leaving the others too intimidated to compete. Ultimately, they conceded, and Prince Zhao triumphantly acquired the pin for 30,000 taels, his spirits buoyed. Witnessing this, Su Changshao felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, Your Highness, this pin is clearly worth only 1,000 taels. Why spend so much? You could have easily outbid them by a few hundred taels. However, Prince Zhao tenderly cradled the pin and responded, No, this is for Wei'er. Anything she desires cannot be of inferior quality. A higher price signifies greater sentiment. Besides, I ought to perform good deeds. Su Changshao felt her frustration deepen. With a gentle sigh, she whispered in a tone only Prince Zhao could hear, I truly envy Wei'er and the Princess of Li. They are so fortunate to have someone who bestows gifts upon them, unlike me, who must purchase my own desires. Chapter 1550, Consumed by Jealousy. As she spoke, her head drooped in sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Observing this, Prince Zhao gazed at her with sympathy, assuring her, Fear not, my lady, with your beauty. You too shall encounter a man willing to spend extravagantly for you. Su Changshao shook her head in disappointment, resigning herself to the reality that in this world, one must rely solely on oneself. She had never contemplated depending on others. Her musings were merely spontaneous reflections, and she urged not to take them to heart. At that moment, the eunuch presented a pair of ruby earrings, stating, These exquisite ruby earrings have been donated by her ladyship, Snow Concubine, sourced from foreign lands. These rubies are resplendent and enchanting, with a starting bid of 200 taels. The indication of 200 taels suggested that the earrings held little intrinsic value. Their worth stemmed solely from the fact that they had once adorned the Snow Concubine, thus bestowing an air of nobility upon them. Upon beholding the earrings, Su Changshao felt an impulse to test Prince Zhao's affection. She feigned admiration for the earrings, exclaiming, Wow, these earrings are truly beautiful. I adore them. I've heard they belong to the Snow Concubine, the most favored concubine at present. If I could possess these earrings, Perhaps I might also attract a bit of her good fortune and find someone who cherishes and loves me. Prince Zhao gazed at Su Changxiao, noticing the glimmer of desire in her eyes, which soon dimmed, revealing a countenance of melancholy. "My lady, do you fancy these earrings?" he inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Indeed, they are stunning," replied Su Changxiao. "However, these earrings are quite ordinary, readily available on the streets for no more than 500 taels. Their value is derived solely from having been worn by the snow concubine. If you truly desire them, why not procure a pair from the market, where they are more affordable?" Prince Zhao suggested earnestly. Taken aback, Su Changxiao wondered if he was somewhat naive. What she sought was for someone to bid high on the earrings, not to purchase them herself. With a sorrowful expression, she remarked, "Buying from the street pales in comparison to possessing something that has been graced by the snow concubine. Yet, the starting bid is merely 200 taels. I shall attempt to bid. Should the price escalate excessively, I shall withdraw." Seeing her disheartened demeanor, Prince Zhao, unable to bear it any longer, declared, "It appears these earrings are not dear. If you do not mind, I shall bid for you." He had ample funds and thought little of the silver involved. "Really? You would bid for me?" Su Changxiao gazed at him in disbelief. Prince Zhao nodded, reassured that it would not cost much. "We are friends, after all. It is no trouble to assist you. I shall give it a try. If the bidding becomes too steep, I shall forego it to avoid inciting the ire of Tianwei. However, if it only costs a few thousand taels, I would gladly do this favor for you." "Thank you. You are incredibly kind to me." Su Changxiao's cheeks flushed with gratitude. At that moment, a wealthy merchant raised his paddle, calling out, "I bid 500 taels. I bid 1,000 taels." Prince Zhao countered directly. Upon hearing Prince Zhao's bid, the merchant shot him an incredulous glare and promptly lowered his paddle, saying, "Zhao Wang, you can have it. I no longer wish to contest." Who would dare challenge Zhao Wang, the unpredictable bidder? The merchant withdrew, and soon others followed suit, opting not to raise their paddles. Prince Zhao looked at them in confusion. "Are you not bidding?" He had anticipated a fierce competition before securing the earrings. Yet it appeared that victory would come to him with unexpected ease. Chapter 1551. Deceived, the Lady of Wei was taken aback. Could it be that these earrings were the cheapest adornment available today? She scanned the audience below and declared, "The King of Zhao bids 1,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The only response was a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Lady of Wei sighed. "Very well. 1,000 taels for the first time, 1,000 taels for the second time, 1,000 taels. Wait. I bid 10,000 taels." A chilling and powerful voice resounded through the hall. To everyone's astonishment, it was Chu Xuancheng who raised his paddle. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What was he doing bidding? Especially against the King of Zhao. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in confusion. "I have no fondness for these earrings. Why do you bid?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to assist the victims in the disaster-stricken areas," Chu Xuancheng replied, raising an eyebrow at the King of Zhao. "Fifth brother, do you wish to bid further?" The King of Zhao's expression darkened instantly. "Brother, you know full well that I intend to acquire these earrings for Miss Changxiao. Why must you compete?" he said, his face turning a shade of thunder. "What? You plan to acquire them as a gift for her? I truly had no idea. But who decreed that only you can bid while I cannot? If you desire them, then place your bid," Chu Xuancheng retorted. Fury ignited within the King of Zhao at Chu Xuancheng's words. "I bid 20,000 taels. 30,000 taels." Chu Xuancheng replied calmly. Upon hearing the figure of 30,000 taels, the King of Zhao hesitated. He had resolved that the price for the item intended for Su Changxiao should not exceed that of Wei'er's. Yet, Chu Xuancheng was relentless in his pursuit, and the king felt his pride wane, prompting him to assert himself. 40,000 taels. 50,000. Chu Xuancheng responded without a moment's thought. Hearing this, the King of Zhao was nearly driven to the brink of fury. "Brother, what ails you? I hold no grievance against you. Why must you target me?" "I am not targeting you. I merely have an affinity for these earrings and wish to gift them to someone special," Chu Xuancheng said indifferently. Su Changxiao, overhearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Had he truly heard her earlier words? Was his bidding merely to obtain them for her? After all, Yun Ruoyue had stated her disinterest in the earrings. Could it be that she was the one he cherished? The notion of two men vying for her attention was almost too much for her to fathom, and she cast a glance at the unremarkable women behind her, feeling a surge of pride. Meanwhile, the King of Zhao, his face darkened, gritted his teeth, and exclaimed, "Why should you also desire what I wish to acquire? This is clearly intentional. You are opposing me. Very well, if you show no mercy, then I shall not hold back either. 70,000 taels. 80,000 taels. Chu Xuancheng replied with nonchalance. I bid 90,000 taels. The king of Zhao shouted in anger. I forfeit. Chu Xuancheng suddenly stood, sweeping his sleeve aside. What? You forfeit? What do you mean? Were you not so keen on these earrings that you sought to compete with me? The king of Zhao glared at Chu Xuancheng in fury. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. I do indeed fancy these earrings. But it just occurred to me that all my funds have already been spent on a night glow cup for the princess. The money I possess is insufficient. Hence I shall not contend with you and concede the bid. You are mocking me, are you not? The king of Zhao, enraged, felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. Chu Xuancheng coldly gazed at him, declaring, Indeed, I am merely toying with you. My wealth is exclusively reserved for my wife and children. Unlike you, who, despite having a pregnant wife at home, lavishly spends on a mistress. Upon hearing this, Su Changxiao's face flushed a vivid red and pale white. She had foolishly believed that Chu Xuancheng would contend for her favor, only to realize he was mocking Prince Zhao. Realization dawned on Prince Zhao. He had been played by Chu Xuancheng. Enraged, he pointed at him. Chu Xuancheng, so this was intentional? You assumed I had a relationship with Miss Su, deliberately inflating the price to embarrass me? The two had never shared any affection, and he no longer wished to regard Chu Xuancheng as an elder brother, addressing him directly by name. It was absurd that Chu Xuancheng had compelled him to spend lavishly on such ordinary earrings. Seeing the fury on Prince Zhao's face, Yun Ruoyue also voiced her anger. Your Highness, you claim there is no connection between you and her. Yet if that is true, why are you willing to spend such a fortune on her? I thought you were sincere towards Wei. I have clearly misjudged you. I am not frivolously spending for Miss Su. I simply noticed her fondness for these earrings, and, seeing her lack of funds, wished to extend a friendly gesture by purchasing them for her. We are merely friends. What nonsense are you spouting? Prince Zhao retorted angrily. At that moment, the ever-kind-hearted Xian Wang stood up and interjected, Let us all calm down. Fifth brother, the elder brother and sister-in-law are concerned for the Princess Zhao. They mean well for you as a couple. Do not misunderstand their intentions. He then turned to Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng, stating, Elder brother, sister-in-law. I believe fifth brother harbors no such feelings for Miss Su. He merely regards her as a friend. It is natural for friends to exchange gifts. Do not misconstrue his actions. We are all family. Would it not be better for everyone to be joyous? Indeed, third brother understands me. My heart belongs solely to Wei. I am not that sort of person. Prince Zhao exclaimed in anger. Chu Xuancheng replied, Flies do not alight on an unbroken egg. Yet your family affairs are of no concern to me. Your extravagant donations earlier deserve gratitude on behalf of the disaster-stricken. Let us depart. With that, Chu Xuancheng took Yun Ruoyue's hand and walked away. Su Changxiao, seething with indignation, thought, What does he mean by flies do not alight on an unbroken egg? Is he insinuating that I am a fly? Prince Zhao's face turned crimson, just as he was about to defend himself. The voice of the Wei Kingdom's lady echoed from the stage. Ah, Prince Zhao is indeed generous. He bid 90,000 taels for such a pair of earrings. It seems he is eager to win the lady's favor, spending lavishly for love. Does anyone wish to outbid Prince Zhao? No one in the crowd shook their heads. They were not fools like Prince Zhao. They would not squander such an amount on a pair of ordinary earrings. Since no one wished to raise their bid. 90,000 taels, first call. 90,000 taels, second call. 90,000 taels, third call. Congratulations to Prince Zhao sold. The Wei lady, fearing Prince Zhao might retract his offer, hastily struck the gavel. Once the gavel fell, Prince Zhao could no longer withdraw. Given his prideful nature, he had no intention of backing out. While 90,000 taels was not excessive for him, the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by Chu Xuancheng left him seething with anger. He rose in indignation, reluctantly heading backstage to hand over matters to the eunuchs. Your Highness, wait for me. I shall accompany you, Su Changxiao exclaimed, hastily following him. The Zhao prince ignored her, striding directly to the rear chamber with his attendant. There, he instructed the servant to hand over the banknotes, acquiring the pair of earrings. Upon seeing the earrings, he felt a wave of frustration. Fortunately, he had come prepared for charitable donations today, bringing ample funds. Otherwise, he would have had to send someone back home to retrieve more. Chapter 1553, Spending lavishly for Miss Su Yet. To exchange such a fortune for these trinkets left him yearning to shatter them upon the ground. Your Highness, I am terribly sorry. It is all my fault. Had I not mentioned my fondness for these earrings, Chu Xuancheng would not have toyed with you. I never anticipated he would target you so maliciously. It is utterly outrageous. Su Changxiao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hearing her words deepened the Zhao prince's resentment towards Chu Xuancheng. Enough, it is not your concern. It is he, Chu Xuancheng, who has played tricks on me. Do not blame yourself. After saying this, the Zhao prince handed the earrings to Su Changxiao, declaring, since they were acquired for you, I shall gift them to you. With that, he turned and strode outside. Su Changxiao clutched the earrings, hastening to catch up. Your Highness, I truly thank you. It has been ages since I received such a precious gift. You are exceedingly kind to me. Do not misconstrue my intentions, young lady. This is merely to vent my frustration. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. I must return to the manor now. We shall meet again. The Zhao prince replied coldly as he exited. Though Chu Xuancheng's words were harsh, they struck a chord within him. He was indeed neglecting his pregnant wife at home while spending lavishly on jewelry for another woman. Such behavior was inexcusable. Even if he felt sympathy for Su Changxiao, he should not have squandered such a sum on her. As a married man, he ought to maintain a respectful distance to avoid causing misunderstandings for Wei. Yet, he had failed to do so, choosing instead to present her with gifts. If Wei were to discover this, she would surely be infuriated. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became, wishing to distance himself from Su Changxiao. With a heavy heart, he hurried home, clutching the hairpin anxiously. Upon seeing the Zhao prince depart, Su Changxiao quickly exited the theater and whispered a few words to the guard, Xiaoyang, stationed at the entrance. Upon hearing her, Xiaoyang nodded eagerly and, employing his lightness skill, rushed to the entrance of the Zhao prince's residence. Once there, he concealed his sword and feigned the demeanor of a passerby, deliberately proclaiming to those nearby, alas. Did you hear? Today, at the fundraising banquet hosted by the Empress, the Zhao prince exhibited remarkable generosity. He spent a staggering 90,000 taels of silver to procure a pair of earrings for Miss Changxiao of the Su family. My goodness, 90,000 taels. The Zhao prince is extraordinarily wealthy. He spent such a sum just to elicit a smile from a beauty? Curious bystanders quickly gathered. Are you referring to the Zhao prince? Has he not taken a wife? Why would he lavish such wealth upon Miss Su? Of course, he must have affections for that young lady to spend so liberally. But isn't Su Changxiao the discarded wife of the Jin prince? How did she become involved with the Zhao prince, a married man? Indeed, the Zhao prince's wife is on the verge of giving birth. How could they engage in such conduct without regard for her? It is quite commonplace for men to take multiple wives, and perhaps the Prince of Zhao intends to take Su Changxiao as a concubine. Moreover, once a woman becomes pregnant, a man often finds it difficult to restrain his desires. If the Princess of Zhao cannot satisfy the prince, it is only natural for him to seek companionship elsewhere. It is rumored that the prince spent merely 30,000 taels on a hairpin for the princess, yet he lavished 90,000 taels on a pair of earrings for Su Changxiao. The disparity in their standings in his heart is abundantly clear. It seems that joyous tidings will soon grace the Zhao residence. Upon hearing these rumors, the steward of the Zhao household was so taken aback that he hurried back to the estate. He rushed into the princess's courtyard, intending to relay the information to her. However, upon reflection, he hesitated, fearing that sharing such news might provoke her ire and jeopardize her pregnancy. Thus, he retreated from her quarters, deciding against informing her. Chapter 1554. The princess learns the truth. Steward, what are you doing there? At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. It was the maid Nanqing. The steward turned to see both Nanqing and the princess emerging. A bit flustered, he stammered, "And nothing, my lady. I must attend to the gate. I shall take my leave." With that, he attempted to exit. "Stop!" The Princess of Zhao suddenly commanded sharply. "Steward, why are you in such a flurry? Is something amiss?" Hearing her reprimand, the steward had no choice but to turn back, awkwardly saying, "Your Highness, you are overthinking. I am not flustered. I merely came in to relieve myself. And now that I have, I must promptly return to my duties." "You came to relieve yourself in my courtyard?" The princess retorted. "Steward, tell me, what are you hiding from me? If you do not speak the truth, I shall have words with you," she exclaimed in anger. She sensed that the steward was concealing something. Upon hearing her words, the steward hurriedly replied, "I shall speak. I shall speak. Your Highness, there are rumors circulating outside that our lord spent 90,000 taels at the auction to procure a pair of earrings for Su Changxiao." "What?" The princess, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed and stormed toward the entrance. Is this true? I must hear it with my own ears. Ignoring the steward's and Nanxing's attempts to stop her, she furiously made her way to the front gate of the estate. Upon arriving, she found a throng of citizens gathered outside, discussing the very rumors she had just heard. As she listened to their words, a wave of fury washed over her, nearly causing her to faint. Thankfully, Nanxing quickly supported her. Your Highness, do not be angry. This cannot be true. It is surely mere gossip. The prince treasures you dearly. He mentioned he would return from the auction with a gift for you. He must have purchased something for you, and these people are simply spreading rumors. The steward concurred. Indeed, Your Highness, this is certainly a fabrication. Do not let it trouble you. You must remain calm for the sake of your condition. Once she steadied herself, the princess, her eyes ablaze with rage, declared, There is no smoke without fire. Where there is a rumor, there must be some truth to it. For others to speak so, something must have transpired. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, her eyes igniting with fury, wishing to reduce the prince to ashes. Very well, Nanxing, assist me back inside. Let him do as he pleases. I no longer wish to concern myself with it. With that, the princess retreated into the estate. Upon returning, she seated herself in the courtyard, overwhelmed with despair, unable to think of tea or food, devoid of any strength. Zhao Wang declared that in this lifetime, he would take only her as his wife and would treat her with utmost kindness. Yet, why then did he choose to associate himself with Su Changxiao? Could it be true, as rumored, that men are creatures of base desires, seeking solace in other women when their needs are unmet? Lost in contemplation, footsteps echoed from outside. Nanxing, where is the princess? The princess is in the courtyard. Your Highness, you have returned. All of you may leave for now. Do not disturb me and the princess as we discuss matters. As Zhao Wang spoke, he stepped into the courtyard from the corridor. Upon seeing him, Zhao Wangfei's eyes flashed with indignation, and she turned away in anger, refusing to acknowledge him. Veyer, what troubles you? Your eyes are red. Has someone upset you? Zhao Wang, alarmed by her demeanor, hurried over to embrace her. What are you doing? Let go of me. The thought of him possibly having touched Su Changxiao ignited her fury, and she stood up, forcefully pushing him away. Veyer, have you heard some gossip? Trust me, I have not wronged you. I have not betrayed you. My heart belongs solely to you. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wang hastily attempted to clarify. He had entered the residence immediately upon disembarking from the carriage, unaware of any conversations happening outside. Now, observing Veyer's expression, he realized that someone must have informed her about the earrings he had sent to Su Changxiao. Zhao Wangfei regarded him coldly. What business did you have at the auction today? Hearing this, Zhao Wang quickly retrieved a jade box from his sleeve. He opened the box and presented the jade hairpin to Zhao Wangfei, saying, Veyer, I went to bid for a gift for you. Behold, this is the hairpin I acquired for you. It is crafted from mutton fat jade, your favorite. Do you like it? As she gazed at the hairpin, disappointment washed over her, and her heart ached. Suddenly, she looked at Zhao Wang, tears brimming in her eyes. What else did you bid for besides this hairpin? Seeing her distress, Zhao Wang's heart sank. A sense of dread filled him as he quickly said, Veyer, have you heard something? Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of others. My heart is yours alone. Will you not speak the truth? Everyone is saying outside that you are extravagant, spending 90,000 taels to bid on earrings for Su Changxiao, while the hairpin you acquired for me cost only 30,000 taels. Does this not signify my place in your heart is lesser than hers? Is this true? Zhao Wangfei picked up the hairpin and glared coldly at Zhao Wang. Zhao Wang was taken aback, his eyes reddening. You are aware of it? Do you truly believe the rumors of outsiders and not trust me? At this moment, he suddenly interjected. Is it possible that Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue sent word to you? I had not anticipated their penchant for meddling. They toyed with me at the auction and now dare to disrupt our marital bond. What do Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue have to do with this? Why do you mention Sister Ruoyue? It was not them who informed me. I heard it with my own ears outside the door. Your actions have been excessive, and word has spread throughout the city. Now, you err without realizing it, yet you wish to blame others? Zhao Wangfei glared at Zhao Wang. Disappointment etched across her face. The Zhao King, however, disregarded her words and retorted in anger. I initially had no intention of spending such a sum on those earrings. It was Chu Xuancheng who insisted on raising the price, pushing it to 90,000. I am a person who values my dignity, and naturally, I could not concede to him, so I engaged in a battle of wills. Who could have anticipated that he would play me for a fool? Just as I bid 90,000, he suddenly withdrew. He clearly intended to make a fool of me. If you truly do not care for Su Changxiao, would you have fallen for his trick? Regardless of whether you were deceived or merely engaging in a contest of pride, the fact remains that you care for Su Changxiao more than you do for me. The Zhao princess, her eyes reddened, cried out vehemently. In a fit of rage, she suddenly hurled the hairpin she held to the ground, exclaiming, "If you hold no affection for me, why present me with such gifts? It would be better to destroy them." With a resounding crash, the jade hairpin shattered into several pieces upon impact. Witnessing this, the Zhao king stared in disbelief at the Zhao princess, his eyes filled with disappointment. "This was a token I cherished and procured for you, and you dare to destroy it? In that act, you have also shattered the feelings I held for you." The Zhao princess, choking back tears, looked up and said, "If you do not care for me and favor Su Changxiao instead, then what purpose does this object serve for me? Shall I keep it for the ridicule of others?" Chapter 1556. How dare you show your face here? The Zhao king, glancing at the broken hairpin on the ground, was overwhelmed with disappointment. "So, from the very beginning, you never believed in me. In your heart, do you perceive me as that fickle-minded man? Would you believe me if I claimed I have no affection for Su Changxiao and that I merely felt pity for her when I gifted her something? Would you believe me if I said I only intended to spend a few thousand taels on those earrings, but they were escalated to 90,000 against my will?" The Zhao princess, with a heart shattered, scoffed coldly. "The words come from your mouth. If you were unwilling, who could have pushed it to 90,000? Do you understand what it signifies when a man gifts a woman earrings? Such tokens are exchanged only between lovers. I do not care if it costs tens of thousands or merely thousands. The fact that you gave her this signifies your affection for her. I do not. I have no feelings for her whatsoever. Can you cease your unreasonable outbursts?" The Zhao king retorted in fury. "Unreasonable outbursts? So now I am the one being unreasonable. Su Changxiao is gentle, kind, and understanding. Why not seek her out? You want me to pursue her? Is this truly what you desire?" The Zhao king's eyes flared with rage. The Zhao princess, filled with extreme disappointment, replied, "Yes, go to her. From this day forth, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. Whether you are together or in pairs, it is of no consequence to me. Li Tianwei. Very well. Those are your words. I shall take my leave, and do not regret this." Enraged, the Zhao king pointed an accusatory finger at the Zhao princess before turning to depart. Seeing him truly leave, the Zhao princess trembled. Anger surged within her, and she shouted, "Go, go. Hurry to her, and may you never return." As soon as she finished her outburst, she clutched her abdomen in discomfort and sank despondently into a chair. "Princess, are you all right?" Nanqing hurried over to support her. At that moment, the Zhao princess felt an unbearable heartache, as if her heart were constricted by a lump of cotton. She shook her head. "I am fine." "He truly left? Is he going to find Su Changxiao? Will he never come back?" "Fear not, my lady. The prince is merely in a foul mood and has likely gone out for drinks with friends. Please do not dwell on it. Now that your fetus has grown larger, it is imperative that you remain composed to avoid any adverse effects on your child," Nanqing reassured. The Princess Zhao, in distress, replied, "Indeed, I have a child to protect. I must not become agitated." As she spoke, tears silently began to flow down her cheeks. Just as her sorrow lingered, the voice of the steward echoed from outside. "Your Highness, Miss Su has arrived. She claims to come to apologize to you. How dare she show her face here? Who gave her the audacity?" Princess Zhao rose in anger. Before she could finish her thought, a soft voice interjected, "Sister Weier, I sincerely apologize. Upon returning to the manor, I heard the rumors in the street. I feared you might misunderstand the prince and have a quarrel with him, so I hurried to offer my apologies." As her words fell, a figure draped in red entered the room. The steward, taken aback, hesitated to obstruct Su Changxiao, for he had heard rumors of her involvement with the prince, and he dared not impede a woman favored by the Lord. Seeing Su Changxiao, Princess Zhao furiously approached. Her voice low and menacing. "What do you want? Leave at once. I do not require your insincere apologies. I do not wish to see you, so be gone." In front of everyone, Su Changxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, appearing pitiful as she spoke. "Sister, I am truly sorry. You have misunderstood the prince. Although those earrings were a gift from him, he regards me merely as an ordinary friend. We have no other relationship." As she spoke, she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Princess Zhao glanced over and noticed the sparkling ruby earrings adorning Su Changxiao's ears. She was momentarily taken aback. Is that the pair of earrings the prince gifted you? Did you deliberately wear them to provoke me? It is not as you think. I came to return them to you, sister. I shall remove them before the mirror right away, Su Changxiao said, already moving towards Princess Zhao's quarters. What are you doing? That is my room. Come out. Princess Zhao, alarmed, hurried to follow her. However, once inside, Su Changxiao suddenly approached and shut the door with a swift motion, quickly securing the latch. What are you doing closing the door? Your Highness, please come out. Outside, Nanxing and the steward, frightened, began to knock on the door. Princess Zhao, startled, rushed to open it, only to have her hand grasped by Su Changxiao. With a fierce expression, Su Changxiao tilted her head and struck her across the face, exclaiming, "You vile woman! At the banquet for the virtuous prince, you slapped me. This is my retribution. I, Su Changxiao, have lived my life without ever being struck. How dare you lay your hands on me, knowing full well the consequences?" Princess Zhao, reeling from the blow, felt stars dance before her eyes, the fiery pain scorching her face. Regaining her composure, she glared at Su Changxiao. "You provoked me first. You deserved it. Su Changxiao, this is the Zhao residence, my room. How dare you assault me here? Are you not afraid I will inform the prince?" With a forceful shove, Su Changxiao knocked her to the ground, coldly laughing. "You dare report me? Who witnessed me strike you? I must inform you, Li Tianwei. Do not presume that your status as the princess of Zhao grants you the audacity to act arrogantly before me, or to look down upon me. To speak candidly, my connection with the Prince of Zhao transcends that of mere acquaintances. Otherwise, how could he have expended such a significant sum to procure these exquisite earrings as a gift for me?" Upon hearing these words, the princess's heart was pierced with renewed anguish. Simultaneously, due to Su Changxiao's shove, she felt a dull ache in her abdomen. She glared at Su Changxiao, her face drenched in cold sweat, and spat, "You malevolent woman, what are you scheming? Get out. Leave this place." At that moment, the sounds of the butler and Nanxing knocking and shouting from outside pierced through. "Su Changxiao, come out. If you dare to harm the princess, the prince will not let you go, nor will I spare you. You venomous serpent." The butler, equally furious, added, "Bring forth the prince. Summon some strong servants to break down the door. We cannot allow Su Changxiao to harm the princess." Upon hearing the butler's call for help, Su Changxiao suddenly seized the collar of the princess, yanking the hairpin from her head and brandishing the sharp end menacingly towards her abdomen. "Wretch, do not think your pregnancy with the prince's child makes you special. You dare to strike me in public and obstruct my union with him. Do you believe I want to plunge this pin into your belly, causing your child to bleed out? You dare?" The princess, overwhelmed by pain, found herself too weak to resist, merely shielding her abdomen with trembling hands, gritting her teeth as she pleaded, "Su Changxiao, are you still human? How can you be so cruel, even threatening my child? If you wish to harm me, come at me instead. Do not touch my child." Chapter 1558. The Malevolent Woman. Your child is hardly innocent. It deserves the same fate as you. Su Changxiao laughed maniacally. "This hairpin of yours is quite sharp. Should it pierce, it would wreak havoc within, perhaps even shattering your child's skull. So, tell me, do you still wish to flaunt your power before me? Do you dare to strike me?" The princess, terrified, quickly shook her head. "I dare not. I beg you to spare my child. I implore you." As she spoke, tears of distress streamed down her face. Her child meant everything to her. She could never allow harm to come to it. Seeing the princess finally relent, Su Changxiao smirked triumphantly. "Exactly. Those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. It is rare to witness you, princess, yielding to me. However, rest assured, as long as you do not obstruct my relationship with the prince and willingly relinquish him to me, I may consider sparing your child. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." At this moment, the princess trembled in fear, clutching her abdomen tightly. "You need not worry. I shall not hinder you. Do as you wish." She added, "You underestimate the prince's affection for me. He has declared his obsession with my form, his yearning for my essence. He professes to adore me dearly. These earrings are an embodiment of his love. I once implored him not to squander his wealth. Yet he insisted on competing with Chu Xuancheng, determined to win these earrings for me. He has promised that anything I desire, he will grant, insisting that only the finest is worthy of my stature." Su Changxiao, lost in thought, gently caressed her earrings and sighed. "Tell me, why does the prince love me so deeply? The mere thought of our intimate moments sends shivers through me." Upon hearing her delicate words, The princess of Zhao was overwhelmed with tears that streamed down her cheeks, soaking the ground beneath her. She had never imagined that Zhao Wang would truly betray her and fall for Su Changxiao. He had once professed his undying love for her. Why had he turned his heart away? The pain in her abdomen combined with the anguish in her heart rendered her breathless, and she struggled to inhale. Gasping through her tears, she choked out, "Chu Yi, why have you treated me this way? Why?" At that moment, the sound of the butler's joyful voice and hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Your Highness, you have returned?" Su Changxiao, upon hearing this, hastily released the princess of Zhao's collar, disheveled her hair and clothing, and suddenly dropped to the ground, striking her face with her hands in a frenzy. She then seized a hairpin and viciously scratched her arm, drawing blood. Finally, she tore the earrings from her ears and cast them coldly to the ground. "What do you mean by this?" The princess of Zhao, clutching her abdomen in distress, gazed at Su Changxiao in shock. Realizing Zhao Wang had arrived, she quickly scrambled to her feet and, gritting her teeth, rushed to unlock the door. As she flung it open, she found Zhao Wang standing anxiously outside. "Waiter, they said you were locked in with Su Changxiao. Are you all right?" As soon as he spoke, his eyes fell upon the handprint on the princess's face, igniting a surge of fury within him. Wishing he could eliminate Su Changxiao on the spot. Seeing the concern in Zhao Wang's eyes, the princess threw herself into his embrace, weeping, "My lord, you have finally come. I was so frightened. Su Changxiao is merciless. She intends to harm our child. Please, take this wicked woman away. I do not wish to see her. I do not." "What? She is so cruel?" Zhao Wang's heart ached at the sight of the princess's fear, and fury welled up within him. Suddenly, he heard a faint sobbing. "My lord." Zhao Wang rushed inside, and upon seeing Su Changxiao kneeling on the ground, he was taken aback. Not only he, but the princess of Zhao, Nanxing, and the butler were all rendered speechless. Su Changxiao knelt there, disheveled and tear-streaked, with red handprints adorning her face, blood trickling from her lips, and her wrists stained crimson. At her feet lay 2 earrings and a bloodied hairpin. Zhao Wang's gaze sharpened. The earrings were the pair he had gifted to Su Changxiao, while the hairpin belonged to the princess of Zhao. He was momentarily stunned. "Waiter, what has happened? I did not strike her. She harmed herself." "It has nothing to do with me," the princess of Zhao exclaimed, finally grasping the implication of Su Changxiao's actions. She clutched Zhao Wang's sleeve, insisting, "My lord, you must believe me. I did not harm her. She did this to herself to frame me. Sister, you clearly struck me and threatened me with the hairpin, commanding me to leave Zhao Wang, and even injured my hand. Why do you refuse to acknowledge the truth and instead cast blame upon me?" Su Changxiao lamented, tears streaming down her face. Princess Zhao glared at her furiously. "You are speaking nonsense. It was you who locked the door and prevented my escape, you who struck me. And now you dare to distort the truth." With that, she tugged at Prince Zhao's sleeve. "My lord, behold my face. This mark is from her assault. Do not listen to her. Please, trust me. My lord, it was my sister who struck me mercilessly. In my struggle to defend myself, I accidentally harmed her. I came to apologize, having heard the malicious rumors outside, knowing my sister would misunderstand you. Hence, I intended to return this earring to her. Yet she accused me of seducing you, of compelling you to purchase this earring for me." She cast the earring to the ground and recounted how she had been struck multiple times, and how her sister had threatened to blind her with a hairpin, forbidding her from looking at the prince and threatening to mar her face to prevent any further allure. "My lord, I swear on my honor, I did not entice you. I beg you to restore my innocence and to quell my sister's resentment towards me." Su Changxiao wept pitifully. Prince Zhao, taken aback by her words, turned incredulously to Princess Zhao. "Wire, is what she says true? No. After all this time together, do you doubt my character? Her words are entirely false. The injuries she bears are self-inflicted. She attacked me first and attempted to stab my abdomen with a hairpin, threatening to harm both me and our child. Had you not returned just in time, both I and the child would have perished." Princess Zhao shook her head vigorously. "Sister, even now you persist in your lies? This is your home, surrounded by your people. What audacity would I possess to bully you here? Su Changxiao, you dare to slander me." Princess Zhao cried. "My lord, do not heed her. I have witnesses. Nanxing and the steward are both witnesses. They saw her invade my chamber and confine me within, preventing my escape." Upon hearing this, Nanxing interjected, "My lord, I can attest to the truth of the princess's words. It was indeed Su Changxiao who locked her inside." The steward added, "Indeed. I heard Su Changxiao threaten the princess, vowing to kill her child. We knocked at the door persistently, yet she refused to open it. Whatever has come over her? It is undoubtedly a ruse. Yes, the princess has always been gentle and kind. She would never resort to violence. This is merely Su Changxiao's deceit, my lord. Do not let her mislead you. Nanqing exclaimed passionately. Hearing these accusations, Su Changxiao closed her eyes in anguish, tears flowing freely. You all speak such fabrications with your eyes wide open. I cherish my body, a gift from my parents. How could I possibly harm myself to entrap her? Turning her gaze sadly to Princess Zhao, she continued, Sister, they are your loyal confidants, obedient to your every command, and thus will conspire to deceive on your behalf. You are all kin. Of course, you will protect your own. My lord, is there no justice in this world? Will you not grant me a fair reckoning? Seeing Su Changxiao in such distress, Prince Zhao looked again at Princess Zhao and noticed that apart from a handprint on her face, she appeared otherwise unscathed. He gazed at her with palpable disappointment. Wire, at this juncture, do you still intend to weave more lies? What do you mean? You claim I am dishonest? Do you not trust me? The princess of Zhao smirked bitterly, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. It was disheartening to realize that she was perceived in such a light by the Prince of Zhao. The prince looked at her with profound sorrow. It is not that I wish to doubt you, Wire. When you confronted Miss Su at the residence of the virtuous prince, I recognized that you were not one to be easily bullied. Yet, I never expected you to resort to such cruelty. You have greatly disappointed me. With that, he stepped forward, lifting the unconscious Su Changxiao from the ground. Su Changxiao promptly nestled her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you, my lord. Your concern alleviates my pain, she said gently. The Prince of Zhao turned his cold gaze towards the princess, commanding, ensure that the princess remains closely guarded. Do not allow her to wander. Shui, what do you mean? Are you confining me, preventing me from leaving? The princess of Zhao stumbled, nearly losing her balance upon hearing his words. The disappointment and ruthlessness in the prince's eyes were unmistakable. You so recklessly endanger lives without regard for our child. I shall atone for your sins. From this moment forth, you are to remain within the palace to nurture our unborn child, and you are forbidden to leave until the child is born. The princess stared at him in disbelief, her voice rising in anguish. So you truly do not trust me? You would rather believe that venomous woman than your own wife? I only trust what my eyes reveal. Miss Changxiao is inherently gentle. She would never harm you. Conversely, you exhibit a tempestuous temperament, prone to sulking like a capricious maiden. I have no time for your complaints. I must take Miss Changxiao to receive treatment. As he spoke, he tightened his hold on Su Changxiao and walked away coldly. Watching his indifferent back, the princess's defenses crumbled. She collapsed to the ground, her heart shattered, tears streaming down her face. Gazing at their retreating figures, she murmured through her tears, seeing Su Changxiao like a frightened little rabbit, quietly nestled in the princess' embrace. Relishing his care, the towering prince, meanwhile, held her tenderly. This juxtaposition of dominance and gentleness struck her with a powerful visual impact. Overwhelmed, she suddenly screamed, picking up a hairpin from the ground and attempting to stab it into her neck. Your Highness. Fortunately, Nanqing was quick-witted and seized her hand. Your Highness, why would you be so foolish? Is it worth harming yourself for that wicked woman? Indeed, Your Highness, if not for yourself, think of the child within you. The prince is merely deceived by that woman. I believe it will not be long before he sees through her true nature. When he does, he will surely apologize to you, the steward added, wiping away tears. Seeing the princess in such despair filled them with sorrow. At that moment, the princess suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, groaning, Nanqing, my stomach hurts terribly. Has the princess gone into labor? The steward exclaimed. Quickly, summon the palace physician. Nanqing urged anxiously. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Please take good care of the princess, the steward said before hastily exiting. Nanqing quickly assisted the princess Zhao to her feet, guiding her towards the bed. Despite the excruciating pain in her abdomen, the princess persevered, determined to protect her child. Fortunately, additional maidservants came to her aid, allowing them to swiftly help her lie down on the bed. At that moment, the palace physician arrived in a flurry. Upon entering, he promptly set down his medicine box and rushed over. Is the princess in pain? Let me examine her, he urged, moving quickly to her side. Seeing the princess lying there in distress, beads of cold sweat adorning her forehead, he inquired, Princess, have you noticed any bleeding? The Princess Zhao shook her head. No, I simply feel an intense pain in my abdomen. Ah, as long as there is no bleeding, that is a relief, the physician replied, hastily checking her pulse. After a moment of examination, he stated, the pulse is deep and slippery, indicating a weakness in the internal organs and a stagnation of qi and blood. This suggests a disturbance in the pregnancy. She must rest and recuperate. I will prescribe some pain relief medication to alleviate her discomfort. Doctor, is my child safe? Princess Zhao asked anxiously. Please do not worry. The child is currently unharmed. However, the princess must prioritize rest and avoid anger or distress, as emotional turmoil can adversely affect the child's health. The abdominal pain you are experiencing is likely a result of accumulated tension, the physician explained. I understand. Please prepare the medication for me. Princess Zhao responded with a bitter smile. It seemed that even a pregnant woman was not afforded the luxury of sorrow. She longed to weep openly, yet for the sake of her child, she restrained herself. Gently, she caressed her belly, tears slipping down her cheeks. During her earlier quarrel with Zhao Wang, she had distinctly felt the child stirring restlessly within her, perhaps affected by the discord. Thus, she endeavored to suppress her troubling thoughts. Striving for tranquility, after several deep breaths, she sensed the child calming down. After Zhao Wang carried Su Xuancheng out of the Wang residence, he made his way directly to the nearest clinic. Upon entering, he urgently called out to the pharmacy attendant, "Is there a doctor here? She is injured. Hurry and summon the physician." Yes, the doctor is inside. Please come this way, the attendant replied, recognizing their noble attire and understanding their importance. He hurried inside to fetch the doctor. At that moment, the physician emerged, and upon seeing the red marks on Su Changxiao's face and the blood on her wrist, he quickly instructed, "Come, young sir, quickly bring this young lady over here." Zhao Wang promptly seated Su Changxiao in a chair. "Doctor, she has lost a considerable amount of blood. Please help her stop the bleeding." The physician nodded as he prepared gauze to staunch the flow. "How did this happen? Was she cut by a sharp object?" "Yes, it was an accidental injury from a hairpin at home," Su Changxiao replied softly, biting her lip. "And what about this mark on your face? It resembles a handprint," the doctor inquired. "Ah, no, that is not the case. I accidentally fell earlier. It's merely a bruise, nothing serious. Just apply some ointment for me, please," Su Changxiao hastily exclaimed. Upon inspection, the doctor quickly discerned that it was not a bruise but rather a handprint. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts or inquiries and proceeded to tend to the wound on her arm. Hearing Su Changxiao's words, Zhao Wang felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Despite Wei Er's treatment towards her, she was still defending Wei Er's reputation. If others were to discover that these matters were instigated by Wei they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her. It appeared that Su Changxiao was genuinely kind-hearted. Yet, why did Chu Xuancheng despise her so? Perhaps it was due to her marriage to the Jin Wang, something he could not attain, which bred his aversion. After the doctor had successfully staunched the bleeding and bandaged her arm, he procured some ointment and instructed her to apply it to her face. He then remarked that fortunately, it was merely superficial injuries, and she should return for a dressing change the following day, which would remedy the situation in a few days. "Thank you, doctor." Su Changxiao expressed her gratitude. Upon hearing that she was all right, Zhao Wang finally exhaled in relief. He promptly settled the medical fees and exited the clinic alongside Su Changxiao. As they stepped outside, he turned to her apologetically. "Miss Su, I am deeply sorry. This incident is entirely due to Tian Wei's thoughtlessness, and I apologize on her behalf. It's nothing serious. My sister is just blunt and straightforward. Her heart is genuinely good, so I bear her no ill will." Su Changxiao replied graciously, shaking her head. Zhao Wang gazed at her with regret. "How about I escort you home?" "No, I cannot return home. If my parents see me like this, they will surely be upset. I do not wish to worry them. I would prefer to find an inn nearby to stay for the night until my face heals before returning home," Su Changxiao said with concern. "You have a point. If Su Darren were to see you in this state, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Where do you intend to stay?" "I can take you there," Zhao Wang offered, not wishing for her condition to be seen by Su Ming. Su Ming had always been protective, and it would be troublesome if he sought out Wei due to his daughter's injuries. "Just any inn will do. I merely wish to rest," Su Changxiao replied. Subsequently, Zhao Wang located a rather upscale inn nearby. He paid for the room and deposit, personally escorting her inside. Recalling the previous misunderstanding with Wei he swiftly retreated after ushering Su Changxiao into her room. "Miss Su, you should rest. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Your Highness. My face is injured, making it inconvenient for me to go out. Could you possibly fetch me some food and wine later this evening? Su Changxiao suddenly inquired. What a dullard this prince was. Even in her predicament, he had the audacity to leave. Truly lacking in romantic sensibility. Wine and food. You wish to drink? But you're injured and shouldn't indulge. Zhao Wang replied. I'm feeling a bit low-spirited and merely wish for a little wine. Rest assured, my injury is minor. A small amount of wine will not cause any harm, she insisted. Chapter 1563. Causing trouble for Chu Xuancheng. Zhao Wang hesitated, pondering the propriety of a young lady drinking alone in her room. I implore you, Your Highness. I have never asked anything of you, so please, just bring me 2 jars of pear blossom spring. As Su Changxiao spoke, her eyes were already clouded, as if she were on the verge of tears. The Zhao Wang was taken aback. Miss Su, what troubles you? Why do you appear so sorrowful? Is it because of Wei? No, I do not blame her. It is simply that today at the auction, witnessing the Liang Wang's tenderness towards his consort stirred something within me. Ah, I see. Zhao Wang understood immediately. It was clear that Su Changxiao was lamenting for Chu Xuancheng. Miss Su, since Chu Xuancheng no longer harbors feelings for you, it would be wise to let go and not dwell on him. I do not wish to think of him. Yet the thought that he would conspire with Yun Ruoyue to torment me pains my heart deeply. I yearn to drown my sorrows in drink, Su Changxiao replied. Her eyes reddened. The beauty of heartbreak elicits great sympathy. Observing her distress, Zhao Wang felt a surge of protectiveness. What transpired at the auction today was indeed disgraceful on Chu Xuancheng's part. You are not the only one aggrieved. I too am enraged. He has played me for a fool, causing Wei to misunderstand and leading to your own suffering. I never imagined he could be such a person. Strangely, how is it that upon your return to the estate, news of the auction's events reached the Wangfu so swiftly? It is puzzling who might be sowing discord and spreading rumors. Su Changxiao's gaze turned frigid. It must be Chu Xuancheng. He is undoubtedly behind the rumors. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have been incensed, but now that you have, I am indeed furious. Wait here. I shall confront him at the Liang Wangfu, and, once I have dealt with him, I will bring you some wine and delicacies. With that, Zhao Wang, with a heart full of ire, hastily descended the stairs. Witnessing his impulsive retreat, Su Changxiao's eyes glinted with a triumphant coldness. She had dispatched Xiaoyang to spread rumors at Zhao Wangfu. This maneuver was masterful, effectively sowing discord between Zhao Wang and his consort, as well as between Zhao Wang and Chu Xuancheng. Originally, Zhao Wang and Chu Xuancheng had maintained a cordial distance, but now their relationship was set to become adversarial. Chu Xuancheng had acquired yet another enemy, and the thought brought her joy. At the Liang Wangfu, upon their return, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng were greeted by the steward's announcement. My lord, Zhao Wang has arrived, seething with rage, claiming he seeks to confront you. Chu Xuancheng's gaze sharpened. What business does he have here? Before he could finish, Zhao Wang's furious voice rang out from the entrance. Clear the way. No one shall obstruct me. Chu Xuancheng, come out. The intensity of his voice was palpable, a tempest of fury. Yun Ruoyue looked on in confusion as she witnessed Zhao Wang push past the steward, charging inside like a headless fly. Upon spotting Chu Xuancheng, he stormed over, bellowing, Chu Xuancheng, speak. Did you send someone to Wei to spread vile rumors about an affair between me and Su Changxiao? Did you instigate discord in our marriage? Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback before fixing a cold stare upon him. What? Did your wife learn of your misdeeds outside, and now seek to vent her frustrations upon me? Zhao Wang hesitated. So you were aware of this? And it was indeed your instigation? What do you mean by instigation? My lord has been by my side the whole day. We have not even spoken of you. Do not slander me. Yun Ruoyue interjected, stepping protectively in front of Chu Xuancheng as she sensed the tension rising. Chapter 1564. Find whoever stirred trouble upon recollecting the quarrel with the Princess Zhao. Zhao Wang glared furiously at Yun Ruoyue. Step aside. We men shall speak. Women should not interfere. Am I mistaken? Retorted Yun Ruoyue, indignant. Zhao Wang, this is my residence, the Li Wangfu. You storm in here and create a ruckus. And I am not permitted to speak? What kind of logic is that? Yun Ruoyue was not one to suffer indignities lightly. She rolled up her sleeves and declared her anger. Zhao Wang, incensed, extended his finger accusingly at her. If it weren't for you and Wei discussing the auction, how could she have quarreled with me? Seeing Zhao Wang daring to point at Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng swiftly intervened, pushing him aside with a cold demeanor. Zhao Wang, I warn you, Do not act arrogantly within the Li Wang Fu. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he positioned himself protectively in front of Yun Ruoyue. Yuer, step back a bit. Allow me to speak with him to prevent any harm to you. Very well. Yun Ruoyue acquiesced, retreating a few steps. What madness possessed Zhao Wang to come to the Li Wang Fu in such a manner? Zhao Wang stumbled from the force of Chu Xuancheng's push, nearly losing his balance due to his lack of martial skills. Enraged and humiliated, he exclaimed, Chu Xuancheng, you treacherous scoundrel! What? Do you not dare to admit your deeds? Chu Xuancheng approached him with an imposing presence, looking down disdainfully. Zhao Wang, have you lost your wits? Who informed you that this matter was instigated by me? I assure you, I have no interest in your domestic affairs. Have no interest? Then how is it that after our dispute, before I even reached home, Ruoyue was already aware of the matter? How would I know? All I know is that the incompetent always seek blame in others rather than introspect. Flies do not swarm around an unbroken egg. If you were not preoccupied with Su Changxiao, would there be such rampant rumors? Chu Xuancheng replied, his voice laced with fury. You dare to call me incompetent? Zhao Wang, incensed by the accusation, rolled up his sleeves and launched a punch at Chu Xuancheng. With agility, Chu Xuancheng deftly evaded the blow, swiftly maneuvering behind Zhao Wang. He raised his hand and struck Zhao Wang's back, sending him sprawling to the ground, legs flailing. Chu Xuancheng, you audaciously strike me. Do not presume to bully me just because you possess martial skills. Zhao Wang lay on the ground, resembling a turtle overturned. After shaking off his indignation, he clumsily rose, brushing the dust from his attire, glaring at Chu Xuancheng with fury. Chu Xuancheng, cold and unyielding, regarded him sternly. Zhao Wang, out of respect for our shared surname, I shall not hold this against you today. Should you continue to disregard our brotherly bond and act arrogantly within the Li Wang Fu, do not blame me for expelling you. Yun Ruoyue added, Zhao Wang, whoever incited discord with the Princess Zhao, seek them out instead of wrongfully accusing the innocent. The people of the Li Wang Fu are not so idle. It was unclear who had informed Tian Wei, clearly intending to provoke her and stir discord in their marital relationship. As this thought crossed her mind, a certain individual suddenly came to her. Humph. Do you dare swear that you did not inform Wei? Zhao Wang now harbored doubts regarding whether it was indeed Chu Xuancheng who had spoken. According to reason, Chu Xuancheng, being a man of stature, would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Observing the couple, they appeared utterly oblivious, which seemed inconsistent with their claims. Chapter 1565, The Princess's Donation. If it is not them, then who could it be? Yun Ruoyue remarked, it is truly not us. If you were to investigate the origin of the rumors in the streets, I am certain you would uncover the identity of the one who spoke such falsehoods. The true beneficiaries of this affair are the very architects of the slander. The true beneficiaries are you. Now that you witness our quarrel, you must feel quite pleased. Do you not? Zhao Wang retorted bitterly. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. Your marital discord has nothing to do with us. Even if you were to separate, it would yield no advantage for me. Indeed, the Li Wang mansion bears no interest in your disputes. The one who truly benefits is undoubtedly the woman enamored with you. As she observes the turmoil between you two, she can seize the opportunity to profit from your misfortunes. Zhao Wang, must I make it clearer who this person is? Yun Ruoyue continued. Are you referring to Su Changxiao? No, it cannot be her. Earlier, when she sought to explain herself to Ruoyue, she was severely rebuffed. How could she possibly orchestrate this? Zhao Wang exclaimed in anger. Did Su Changxiao go to Tianwei? Is she unharmed? Yun Ruoyue inquired hastily. She is fine. In fact, she was furious and left Su Changxiao's face bruised and her arm scarred by a hairpin, came the reply. You mean Tianwei attacked Su Changxiao? I cannot believe she would act so. Even if she did, it must have been provoked by Su Changxiao's taunts. However, Tianwei is with child. She cherishes her unborn and would never take such risks. Perhaps it was Su Changxiao who inflicted her own injuries to frame her. Yun Ruoyue asserted. Fenger added, indeed. Su Changxiao is a woman of deep cunning, adept at feigning innocence. This aligns perfectly with her modus operandi. Why else would she choose this precise moment to seek out the Zhao Wang Fei? Seeing the disdain for Su Changxiao among the others, Zhao Wang paused, contemplating whether this matter truly involved her. Frustrated, he brushed his sleeve and declared, Very well, I shall investigate this matter post-haste and uncover the schemer behind it. With that, he stormed away, resembling a defeated rooster. Once Zhao Wang departed, Yun Ruoyue anxiously turned to Chu Xuancheng. expressing her concerns regarding Su Changxiao's machinations aimed at inciting discord between Zhao Wang and his wife. Do you think Tianwei could be distressed enough to endanger her pregnancy? Should I check on her? She should be well. Otherwise, Zhao Wang would not be in a position to seek us out. I had no intention of involving myself in their affairs, but since you are so concerned for the Zhao Wang Fei, I shall instruct Mo Zhu to send someone to the Zhao Wang Fu to ascertain her condition, Chu Xuancheng replied. Thank you, Yun Ruoyue said appreciatively. My lord, young Master Su and the princess have arrived, claiming they wish to make a donation. At that moment, the voice of the doorkeeper rang out. Just then, the princess and young Master Su entered, accompanied by several servants bearing boxes. Upon entering, the princess announced, Xuancheng, Ruoyue, the young master and I are aware of your efforts to raise disaster relief funds, and thus we have collectively donated 300,000 taels of silver to support your cause. As she spoke, she instructed her attendants to open the boxes. As soon as the box was opened, it revealed a dazzling array of gleaming silver ingots, each one large enough to inspire salivation. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by the sheer generosity of the Grand Princess and her companions. She felt genuinely touched. However, Chu Xuancheng gently interjected, Sister, I cannot accept your donations. Please take it all back. Rest assured, I have my own means to raise funds. Chapter 1566. Everyone's donations. Are you refusing our contributions? This is a token of our heartfelt intentions. We sympathize with the victims and yearn for peace across the realm, the Grand Princess asserted. Su Yuyao added, Indeed. I have heard that the Emperor expects you to raise 180,000 taels of silver, yet those nobles are unwilling to part with even a single coin, choosing instead to curry favor with the Empress. Thus, the Princess and I have decided to use our savings to assist you. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill. But for now, I do not require any contributions. Please return the silver, Chu Xuancheng replied with a respectful gesture. If I find myself in true need, I shall reach out to you. Xuancheng, you clearly lack sufficient silver. Accepting our funds would alleviate your burden considerably. Why refuse? The Grand Princess questioned, perplexed. Chu Xuancheng reassured her, Do not worry. I have devised a plan. This time, I intend to extract silver from the jaws of the great tiger. So I cannot afford to squander your resources. Extract from the jaws of the great tiger? Who is this great tiger? The Grand Princess inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Understanding Chu Xuancheng's intent, Su Yuyao whispered a few words to the Grand Princess. Very well, he finally conceded. Since you do not require it, we shall return the silver to the Su residence. Should you need it, simply send for us. At that moment, an excited voice from outside announced, Your Highness, the esteemed Han Taifu, Master Li, and Governor Zhang, along with many others, have come to deliver their donations. As he finished speaking, a throng of officials entered the room. Han Taifu stepped forward first, saying, Your Highness, I have heard of your difficulties in raising funds. Yesterday, when you approached the nobles, you did not receive any contributions. Here is 1,000 taels, my savings from many years of service, which I wish to donate to aid the suffering populace. Master Li chimed in, Your Highness, I bring 500 taels. You know I have lived a life of integrity and have little savings, but this is a small token of my goodwill. Please accept it. Governor Zhang approached with a pouch of silver, stating, Your Highness, due to my mother's ongoing health issues, I have little in savings. Nonetheless, whatever concerns you are my concerns as well. I have borrowed 2,000 taels from my colleagues to support you. I humbly ask you to accept it. Following this, other officials also stepped forward, each presenting their offerings. Those in better circumstances contributed more, while others expressed their difficulties yet still offered what they could. Overwhelmed by the sight of these eager faces, the crumpled stacks of banknotes, and the sweat-drenched silver ingots, Chu Xuancheng felt an immense wave of gratitude. He had not sought their donations, yet they had come to him willingly, demonstrating their unwavering support. There were also some unknown individuals who donated, likely out of fear of offending Emperor Honyuan while wishing to offer their support. However, overall, those who came were officials with meager salaries. After surveying everyone, he spoke. Esteemed lords, I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance in supporting my endeavors and contributing to the welfare of the people. Yet, all of you are men of integrity with modest stipends, with responsibilities towards both the elderly and the young. I truly feel unworthy to accept your generosity. I shall refrain from taking your contributions for now, as I will seek alternative means to raise funds. What, my lord, are you refusing our donations? If you do not accept them, how will you gather sufficient silver? inquired Han Taifu. Rest assured, esteemed Taifu, I will find a way to secure the necessary funds, replied Chu Xuancheng courteously. I shall first approach the wealthy merchants and affluent households for assistance. If I find myself unable to procure enough, I will then turn to you all. What do you think? That will not suffice, my lord. Although the emperor has placed the burden of fundraising upon your shoulders, we cannot remain idle. While our contributions may be modest, they represent our heartfelt intentions towards the common people. The citizens of Chu are akin to family. Witnessing their suffering weighs heavily on our hearts. Regardless of how meager our salaries may be, they are still far superior to the plight of the populace. As the saying goes, to eat the king's grain is to share in the king's worries. Since the emperor has appointed us as officials, it is our duty to alleviate his burdens. At this juncture, we must not be stingy. We should prioritize the greater good over our own interests and take the lead in aiding the people, declared Han Taifu resolutely, firmly placing his silver into Chu Xuancheng's hands. This is but a small token of my intentions. You must accept it. There are numerous disaster victims in the affected areas, and with additional funds, you could assist even more individuals. We eagerly anticipate your swift action in gathering the silver and rushing to the disaster zones to rescue the people from their peril. Indeed, my lord, regardless of the amount, it is our sincere wish. Please do not decline. Added Li Taisher, fearing Chu Xuancheng would refuse, as he too pressed his silver into the lord's embrace. Others soon followed suit, placing their silver resolutely upon the table. Seeing such kindness from everyone, Chu Xuancheng felt a lump in his throat. He grasped Han Taifu's hand tightly, his eyes reddening as he spoke with a choked voice. Esteemed lords, please be assured that since you all care so deeply for the suffering populace, I pledge to you here and now that I will hasten to the disaster areas and do everything in my power to save our nation and its people, ensuring that no one is left homeless or displaced. Ah, I did not misjudge. Prince Li is indeed a true gentleman, exclaimed Han Taifu. I believe in you. You will surely be able to assist the people. With that, he shook Chu Xuancheng's hand before departing with the others. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chu Xuancheng gazed at the crumpled banknotes and various coins laid upon the table, feeling profoundly moved. These officials, with their scant salaries, willingly contributed so much. In contrast, the empress's greed was truly staggering. Yun Ruoyue was equally touched. It became evident that there were still many ministers in Chu who were devoted to the nation and its people. Such a Chu had hope indeed. In the end, the Grand Princess and Su Yuyao also wished to leave their contributions. However, the sum they offered was excessively large. Chu Xuancheng merely accepted a symbolic 2,000 taels of silver and instructed them to take the remainder back. The money donated to the common folk ought to be pried from the jaws of the great tiger, for that would be far more satisfying. After departing from the Li Wang residence, Zhao Wang intended to seek out Su Changxiao for clarification. Yet, recalling her admonishments, he purchased a plethora of delicacies at the tavern, instructing a young servant to carry them and accompany him to the inn where Su Changxiao resided. Upon his arrival, Zhao Wang began to knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Su Changxiao hurried to open it, only to be met with the sight of Zhao Wang's grim visage. My lord, what troubles you? She inquired. Perplexed by his demeanor, Zhao Wang did not respond to her, but directed the servant, take the food inside and remain outside. Yes, my lord, the servant replied, casting a glance at Zhao Wang before swiftly entering the room and closing the door behind him. Chapter 1568. Who suppresses you? It appeared that the prince had indeed developed feelings for Su Changxiao. If the princess were to discover this, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos. Noticing several jars of pear blossom spring wine arranged by the servant, Su Changxiao exclaimed with delight, My lord, you truly bought me pear blossom spring? How kind of you. Why not join me for a drink? Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight. Zhao Wang, however, regarded her coolly. Miss Su, I must ask you candidly, have you been the one spreading rumors? Otherwise, how could Wei have learned of it so swiftly? Su Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, her head drooping in distress as she wiped away a tear with her sleeve. What does this mean, my lord? Do you still harbor doubts about me? Engaging in such actions would bring me no benefit. I have only faced the wrath of the princess for it. Pray tell, who informed you that I was the source of these rumors? Zhao Wang's eyes flickered for an instant. Who conveyed this to me is of little importance. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are involved in this matter. Su Changxiao immediately lifted her gaze, disbelief etched upon her features. Did you visit the Li Wang residence? Was it the Li Wang couple who spoke of this? So, From the very beginning, you have never believed in my innocence. You are well aware of their long-standing enmity towards me. They delight in casting blame upon me. I cannot fathom how you could trust their words. I have truly misjudged you." As she spoke, filled with sorrow, she moved to sit upon the bed, tears flowing freely. Witnessing her distress, Zhao Wang felt a surge of urgency. "That was not my intent. They did not outright accuse you. They merely harbored suspicions. Is it fair to tarnish my reputation based on mere speculation? I never anticipated their malice." Here I was, lamenting over Chu Xuancheng, only to realize he is far less compassionate than you, my lord. His heart towards me is so callous. Su Changxiao choked out, flattered by her praise. Zhao Wang felt a swell of pride. "Indeed, Chu Xuancheng has treated you poorly. Today, he deliberately played me for a fool, causing me to squander such a considerable sum. That is hardly honorable. It seems this man is not to be trusted. My lord, why must they be so cruel? I have only just encountered someone who treats me with kindness, and they seek to undermine it. Must they alone find happiness while I am destined to solitude for all my days?" As she spoke, she suddenly removed her hairpin and aimed it at her neck. "Your Highness, I have not deceived you, nor have I spread rumors to incite discord between you and the princess. If you do not believe me, I can prove my innocence with my life." With that, she thrust the pin toward her neck. "No." The Prince of Zhao rushed forward and grasped her wrist. "Miss Su, how could you be so foolish? I believe you. I believe in your innocence. This matter surely has something to do with Chu Xuancheng. Do not worry. I will not trust him." "Really? You truly believe in me?" Her voice trembled, as she had not heard such words in a long time. Su Changxiao shook her head in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Indeed, I believe you. Do not act rashly. Your parents would be heartbroken." Upon hearing the prince's words, Su Changxiao slowly relaxed her grip, and the hairpin clattered to the ground. "I apologize. I may have been oppressed for too long, lacking confidence in myself, that I almost made a foolish decision." "Who oppressed you?" Su Changxiao let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Who else could it be? One is my childhood sweetheart, and the other is my ex-husband. Once a man's heart changes, he becomes utterly ruthless. Because of my divorce from the crown prince, I have become a pariah, reviled by all. Your Highness, why is it that men can have multiple wives without reproach, while women are scorned for merely seeking separation? What have we done wrong? I simply left a man with violent tendencies. Was that a sin?" Chapter 1569, Not Returning Until Drunk. As she spoke, her eyes turned red with indignation. Seeing her in such a state, the Prince of Zhao hastily reassured her, "You are not at fault. The blame lies with those people, with society. In my view, what is so terrible about divorce? You have a new life ahead of you, a chance to start anew. I fear I shall never have a new life. Just when my situation began to improve, someone sought to suppress me, fearing I might find happiness. Your Highness, do you know? I have always admired you, respected you. You are unlike them. You surpass them." As Su Changxiao spoke, her gaze was filled with longing as she looked at the Prince of Zhao. The prince, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered his head. "Thank you for your kind words. You must be hungry. Come, let us eat something before you go on an empty stomach," he urged. He had never encountered such admiration directed towards him. Previously, people feigned respect while privately dismissing him as a lazy and idle prince. Now, with Su Changxiao's genuine admiration, he felt a kindred spirit had been found. "Very well. Your Highness, will you join me for a meal?" Su Changxiao asked sweetly. "Of course, I am also quite hungry," he replied. The prince ordered a variety of dishes, guiding Su Changxiao to sit down. In that moment, a subtle tension filled the air. Once seated, Su Changxiao poured a glass of wine for the prince. "Your Highness, I am feeling rather down. They say that drinking can ease one's sorrows. Would you accompany me for a drink? But it is only the two of us here. What if I were to become inebriated? That would not be ideal." The prince hesitated. "Your Highness, should you find yourself intoxicated, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to the manor. My heart feels an immense ache. I long for your company over a few drinks." "Fear not. A few glasses will not lead to inebriation," Su Changxiao lamented, her voice tinged with a sense of vulnerability. However, within her heart, she harbored a silent frustration. Was this man made of stone? No matter how she attempted to entice him, her efforts seemed futile. Observing Su Changxiao's pitiful state, Prince Zhao felt compelled to respond. "Indeed, it is not only your heart that suffers. Mine too bears a heavy burden. Very well, I shall indulge you with a few drinks." With that, he raised his cup and drained its contents in one gulp. Memories of Weir at home pierced his heart with a dull pain. After so many years together, she had chosen not to trust him and had shattered the hairpin he gifted her. It felt as though a void had been carved into his soul, leaving behind an endless desolation. Your Highness, it appears we are both wanderers in this vast world. Since we are both discontented, let us raise a toast. We shall not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated. Agreed. We shall not leave until we are drunk. Prince Zhao felt a surge of camaraderie and resolved to drink deeply. Before long, having consumed several cups, he was already inebriated and disoriented. Observing his condition, Su Changxiao continued to pour more wine into his cup. After several more glasses, she noted that Prince Zhao's face had turned a deep crimson, his expression hazy. She realized she could not continue. If he fell asleep, what would become of their plans? Resolving this, she approached him gently, propping him up and whispering sweetly in his ear, "Your Highness, you are intoxicated. Allow me to assist you to the bed." "Is that you, Wei? Wei, is it truly you?" Su Changxiao's voice was so tender that Prince Zhao mistook her for his beloved wife. Internally seething, Su Changxiao nodded. "Yes. Your Highness, I am Wei." Upon hearing her claim, Prince Zhao, in his dazed state, managed to rise with her assistance and was led to the bed. Chapter 1570. Acknowledged as Prince Zhao's consort as she lay him down, Su Changxiao hastily unfastened her outer garment, then loosened his, leaning in to press her lips against his. Prince Zhao, believing the woman in his arms to be his wife, was instantly filled with excitement. Since her pregnancy, he had refrained from any intimacy with her. To ensure the health of both her and their child, he had suppressed his desires for several months. Now, witnessing her boldness, he could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him and passionately returning her kiss. Su Changxiao eagerly reciprocated. It had been ages since she had been with a man, and now, faced with someone so enticing, she cast aside worldly concerns, focusing solely on the present moment. "Wei, I love you," Prince Zhao declared, gazing intently at the gentle figure beneath him, before proceeding to unfasten her garments. The following morning, Prince Zhao was roused by the melodious chirping of birds outside his window. Groggily, he opened his eyes, and upon glancing outside, he realized the sun had fully risen. "Your Highness, you are awake," a soft, fragrant voice murmured from beside him. "Who?" Startled, Prince Zhao quickly looked down, only to find Su Changxiao nestled in his embrace, her neck adorned with marks of affection. In a state of shock, he felt his spirit leave him momentarily, his gaze fixated on her. "Miss Su, what? What are you doing here?" Su Changxiao, blushing, met his gaze. "Your Highness, have you forgotten what transpired last night? What events are you referring to?" "Miss Su, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. How is it that you find yourself in my bed?" The king of Zhao was taken aback, his face paling to a ghostly white. Su Changxiao, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Your Highness, this is my bed. Do you not recall? Last night, in your inebriation, you carried me here. You professed your affection for me and expressed a desire to take me as your concubine, and it was in light of that that I acquiesced." "What?" The king of Zhao's mind exploded with disbelief. "Are you implying that this entire situation was instigated by me? That I initiated contact with you and even acknowledged my intention to marry you?" His pupils dilated, staring at Su Changxiao in astonishment. With a bashful nod, Su Changxiao responded, "Your Highness, you were quite formidable last night, far superior to the ineffectual Prince Jin. Do not speak further. Allow me a moment to recollect," the king of Zhao said. Hastily pushing Su Changxiao away, he wrapped himself in the quilt and quickly leapt from the bed, retreating behind the screen to dress. Su Changxiao, donning her undergarments, appeared as a bashful bride. Once the king of Zhao hastily donned his garments, he endeavored to recall the events of the previous night. However, his mind was a muddled haze. Aside from dining and drinking with Su Changxiao, he could remember nothing. Frustrated, he struck his own head, exclaiming, "How could I have acted in such a manner? I am a beast, betraying Wei in this way. Your Highness, is it only Wei that occupies your thoughts? Have you given no consideration to me? Do you now regret your words from last night? Were they merely deceit?" Su Changxiao, also descending from the bed and fastening her belt, feigned an expression of unbearable betrayal. "Did I truly express those sentiments to you last night?" The king of Zhao pondered aloud, striking his head once more. He was vexed with himself, fully aware that intoxication could lead to such mishaps, yet he had indulged excessively. If Wei were to learn of this, it would surely devastate her. He felt immense guilt for having acted recklessly while under the influence. Tears streamed down Su Changxiao's face. Do you truly believe I am deceiving you? Your Highness, I am already yours. Should you neglect me, if word of our affair were to spread, I would be condemned, and my life would be ruined. Chapter 1571. To marry her as a secondary concubine. Seeing her in distress, the king of Zhao was instantly filled with conflict. Forgive me. It is all my fault. However, Wei is with child. If she were to discover this, she would be utterly furious. I am at a loss. He angrily tugged at his hair, sighing repeatedly. Witnessing his turmoil, Su Changxiao abruptly wiped her tears, feigning strength. I understand now. It is clear that in your heart, the princess is of utmost importance. Individuals like myself are often overlooked and abandoned, unworthy of love. With that, she adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. Your Highness, since you do not intend to take responsibility for me, rest assured, I shall keep today's events confidential. I will treat this as if nothing has transpired. I will not pursue you, nor will I hold it against you. You need not bear any psychological burden. You may leave. As she spoke, she returned to the bed, burying her face in it, weeping sorrowfully, appearing utterly heartbroken. The king of Zhao, witnessing Su Changxiao's suffering, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy as a man. Not long ago, Su Changxiao praised him for being more manly than Prince Jin, yet he hesitated to take responsibility for her. He hurried over, gently patting her shoulder. My dear Su, please do not weep. Since I have already laid my hands upon you, it is only right that I should take responsibility. If I neglect you, I would be even lesser than Prince Jin. After all, I am a prince, and I can certainly bestow upon you a rightful title. At this juncture, thoughts of Tianwei pierced his heart with sudden pain, prompting him to add, this entire matter is my fault. Come, return with me to the royal residence. I shall explain the situation to the princess consort, and take you as a secondary consort. Would you be amenable to that? Just a secondary consort. Although Su Changxiao felt discontent within, she found herself without options. Li Tianwei occupied the position of the princess consort. However, she thought to herself, it matters not. I shall first enter as a secondary consort, and once I am within the doors, I shall deal with that woman. And then I can ascend to the role of the princess consort. Thus, she timidly replied, but, Your Highness, I fear the princess consort. She is so fierce and harbors hatred towards me. Will she not reject me, and perhaps even strike me? As she spoke, her entire being trembled with fear. The Zhao prince quickly embraced her, exclaiming with indignation, how dare she? Rest assured, you are also mine. She has no right to treat you that way. Should she dare to harm you again, come to me, and I shall stand up for you. He had not anticipated that Wei would become so fierce, causing Su Changxiao such dread. His dissatisfaction towards Wei grew, while his sympathy for Su Changxiao deepened. But Your Highness, what if the princess consort refuses to accept me as a secondary consort? After all, it seems she runs the Zhao prince's residence, she queried. Who said that? The Zhao prince's residence belongs to me. I have always been the one in charge. She is merely the lady of the house, managing the affairs on my behalf, he asserted. The Zhao prince then comforted Su Changxiao with utmost tenderness. Fear not, I am a prince. I shall take whom I wish as a concubine, and she cannot interfere with that, nor does she have the authority to do so. He detested being perceived as inept or submissive. He was a formidable man, eager to demonstrate his capabilities to the world, including before Su Changxiao. He could not allow her to look down upon him. At last, Su Changxiao smiled through her tears, realizing that the prince was indeed valiant and commanding. I always believed that the prince was beholden to the princess consort, that he would follow her every command. Not at all. You overthink things. Quickly prepare, and let us return to the royal residence. I shall clarify your status to her, the Zhao prince declared with authority. Meanwhile, at the Li prince's residence, last night, Chu Xuancheng had dispatched someone to inquire at the Zhao prince's residence, and discovered that the princess consort was merely experiencing a scare during her pregnancy. Yet both she and the child were unharmed, allowing Yun Ruoyue to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, after a night of restless thoughts, her worries only intensified. The princess consort was innocent and young. Encountering such a situation must have deeply saddened her. She resolved to visit her with a medicine box. Furthermore, as she intended to depart the capital with Chu Xuancheng for disaster relief in Jiangnan, she would not see the princess consort for an extended period, thus deciding it was imperative to converse with her. Before long, she arrived at the Zhao prince's residence accompanied by Feng and Xiao Dai, the princess consort. Initially resting in bed, leaped up upon hearing that Yun Ruoyue had come to visit. Nanxing, has Sister Ruoyue arrived? Quickly, bring her in. The Li princess is here. Princess, you experienced a disturbance last night. You must refrain from getting out of bed and lie down at once. Nanxing swiftly ushered Yun Ruoyue and others inside, hurrying to support the Princess Zhao. In her haste, Princess Zhao had not even donned her shoes, rushing in barefoot. Yun Ruoyue could not help but catch her, saying, Tianwei, the ground is cold. Please, put on your shoes. Sister, what brings you here to see me? Princess Zhao grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion. I must accompany the prince to Jiangnan for flood control, and I fear it may be a long while before I return. I wanted to see you before my departure. Yun Ruoyue feigned ignorance regarding the events of the previous day to spare Princess Zhao any sorrow. Thank you, sister. Nanxing, please fetch my cherished Junshan silver needle tea and prepare a cup for my sister, Princess Zhao instructed. By the way, Wayer, Nanxing mentioned you had a disturbance. What transpired? Yun Ruoyue inquired, pretending to be perplexed. With a resigned gaze, Princess Zhao lowered her eyes. It is nothing of great concern, sister, do not fret. I am feeling much better. However, Nanxing, indignant on behalf of the princess, interjected, Your Highness, yesterday Su Changxiao came to provoke our princess deliberately. She even struck the princess and then twisted the narrative, claiming that the princess assaulted her. Upon his return, the prince was misled by Su Changxiao's cunning and did not believe our princess, instead siding with her. He assumed she had been wronged and confined our princess. Before taking Su Changxiao away, leaving for the night, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What? The prince did not return last night. She had thought the prince held deep affection for Princess Zhao, yet he did not trust her and imposed confinement upon her. A mere instigation from Su Changxiao had caused him to doubt Princess Zhao's loyalty, revealing the fragility of his love. With a melancholy gaze, Princess Zhao murmured, I do not know where he is gone. Perhaps he is drinking with his dubious companions once more. My lady, the prince has returned. And he has brought Miss Su along, came the butler's resigned voice from outside. What? He dares to bring Su Changxiao back? Princess Zhao slammed her palm on the table, rising abruptly. Just then, the prince entered, holding Su Changxiao's hand as they walked in together. Su Changxiao trailed beside him like a timid creature. Her body pressed closely against his, appearing fragile and fearful. Seeing her like this, the prince quickly patted her hand, offering reassurance. Fear not, for I am here. She would not dare to harm you. I understand, but I worry my sister may become upset. Su Changxiao's voice was scarcely audible, resembling that of a timid mosquito, presenting an image of a delicate white lotus. Witnessing this exchange, Princess Zhao felt a surge of rage, nearly choking on her indignation. Chapter 1573. To give her a name, fuming, she glared at the two, her eyes ablaze as she beheld their intertwined hands. Shui, what does this mean? Have you two become involved? The prince hastily released Su Changxiao's hand. Wayer, do not be too fierce. She was merely frightened, which is why I held her. Yun Ruoyue observed this scene with a cold gaze, feeling a profound sense of shock and disappointment. The prince, who once cherished Princess Zhao so dearly, had transformed into this. Could she still believe in love? She believed that Chu Xuancheng would never treat her in such a manner, if she were to find herself in a similar situation. She couldn't fathom the depths of her sorrow. The Princess of Zhao inhaled sharply, striving to remain strong. Very well, I shall not be fierce, nor will I be angry. Are you satisfied now? Speak, what exactly do you both intend to do? He had erred, yet he expected her to refrain from hostility, as if she should graciously support their entanglement. I'm sorry, Wayer. Last night, I got drunk with Chang Xiao, the Prince of Zhao confessed, lowering his head in distress. The princess looked at him and Su Changxiao, only to discover that both bore marks of affection around their necks, especially Su Changxiao, whose hickeys resembled clusters of strawberries, revealing their activities from the previous night. Did you two become intimate last night? The Princess of Zhao's legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Tianwei. Yun Ruoyue hurried to support her, concern etched across her face. Tianwei, you must be strong. Do not succumb to despair. You must hold on. Your child is still with you. Nothing is more important than your well-being. Please take care of yourself. I understand. Thank you, Ruoyue sister. The Princess of Zhao made an effort to straighten herself, her eyes glaring crimson at the Prince of Zhao. Did you not claim you had no feelings for her, that she was irrelevant to you? How could you so swiftly betray that sentiment? Wayer, please calm yourself. Consider your health, the prince implored as he stepped closer, worry evident in his gaze. Stay away. I do not want your support. The princess of Zhao pushed him away, her anger boiling over. What was the purpose of bringing her to my home? Why? I have been with her. As a man, I must provide her with a name, a title. Otherwise, what will others say about her? The prince stammered. Glancing at the princess. Waiter, I brought Chang Xiao back to inform you that I wish to take her as a secondary consort. Do you agree? I do not agree. When you married me, you promised that I would be the only one in your life. You vowed you would not take another wife or concubine. Are you now prepared to break that promise? The princess of Zhao shouted vehemently. A flicker of guilt crossed the prince's eyes, his complexion turning ashen. Indeed, I made that promise. However, the circumstances have changed. I have tarnished her purity and cannot leave her without a name. Such a woman, does she still possess purity? Su Changxiao stepped forward, tears streaming down her face as she trembled. Sister, why must you speak so harshly? Although I have divorced the crown prince, I still have my dignity. What happened last night was my fault. I initiated it. If you must place blame, let it rest upon me, not upon the prince. No. Changxiao, do not say that. Last night, it was clearly I who was intoxicated and forced myself upon you. You are innocent. Do not bear guilt. The prince sought to comfort Su Changxiao. As Su Changxiao wept and the princess of Zhao seethed, the prince found himself drawn to Changxiao's fragility, increasing his sympathy toward her. The princess, witnessing his evident favoritism, was incensed and swept the cup off the table in fury. Oh, sister, you are so fierce. I am terrified, Su Changxiao exclaimed. Diving into the prince's embrace, trembling with fear, Zhao Wang swiftly embraced her, reassuring, Fear not. With me by your side, she shall not dare to harm you. After uttering these words, he cast a furious glare at Zhao Wangfei, amidst the scattered shards on the floor. What is the meaning of this? It is quite commonplace for a man to have multiple wives. Look at those princes, who among them does not possess several consorts. You seek to thwart my desire for a concubine. Are you so intolerant? Witnessing the fury in Zhao Wang's eyes, Zhao Wangfei felt a pang of pain in her abdomen once more. Yun Ruoyue, noticing her pallor and the cold sweat beading on her forehead, hastily urged Zhao Wang. Your Highness, Tianwei carries your child. Could you not show her a bit more tenderness? She is in no condition to endure any distress, and should anything happen, what then? Zhao Wang was momentarily taken aback, a wave of guilt washing over him. Su Changxiao interjected, Princess Li, what brings you here? Have you been whispering ill tidings into my sister's ear, igniting such hatred towards me? This is a matter for our family. Might you refrain from meddling? Her words reminded Zhao Wang of the incident from yesterday involving Chu Xuancheng. He surmised that Ruoyue's animosity stemmed from Yun Ruoyue's instigation. Glaring at Yun Ruoyue, he retorted, Princess Li, this is my familial affair. Kindly keep your distance. Yun Ruoyue, incensed by his words, shot back, Zhao Wang, I have not uttered a single word against you. I merely wished for you to show kindness to Tianwei, who is my dear friend. I desire her happiness more than anyone else. Why would I seek to sow discord? I am here to check on her health, and I have no interest in your sordid dealings. Zhao Wang's face flushed crimson at her words. And in a fit of shame and anger, he declared, regardless of your meddling or her consent, I have resolved to marry Changxiao. Your Highness, do you truly intend to wed me? Su Changxiao gazed at Zhao Wang in disbelief. Zhao Wang cast a fearful glance at Zhao Wangfei and nodded gently. Indeed, I promised you that I would grant you a rightful title. Thank you, you are truly kind. Su Changxiao leaned tenderly into his embrace. I have yet to give my consent. Zhao Wangfei, consumed by rage, stepped forward and forcefully pushed Su Changxiao aside. Unexpectedly, Su Changxiao let out a shriek and fell heavily to the ground, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. As Su Changxiao collapsed, she groaned in pain. Zhao Wangfei was taken aback, staring incredulously at her own hands. Did she truly push her so hard that Su Changxiao fell? Changxiao, are you all right? Zhao Wang hastily knelt beside her, assisting her to her feet. Simultaneously, he shot an angry glare at Zhao Wangfei. Li Tianwei, you venomous woman, even in my presence. You dare to act in such a manner. Have you lost your mind? Yes, I am mad, driven to madness by you too. You wish to marry her, do you? Very well, I consent. Chu Yi, I permit you both to fly together. From this moment forth, you and I, Li Tianwei, shall have no further ties. Our marital bond is severed. You may leave. Zhao Wangfei bellowed, pointing furiously at the door, her eyes ablaze with wrath. Her heart felt as if it were shattered. And though she yearned to weep, She stifled the tears that threatened to spill. Zhao Wang was taken aback by the ferocity of Zhao Wangfei's temperament and questioned, "Is it impossible for you to coexist peacefully? You must either reject my proposal to marry her or sever all ties with me. Can you not tolerate even a grain of sand in your eyes? Are you truly so envious?" The princess of Zhao scoffed, her gaze filled with disappointment. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Yes, I cannot abide sand in my eyes. I am indeed envious. You should take your little white rabbit and leave at once. If you linger here, do you not fear that I may further harm her? You are indeed ruthless." The Zhao king bellowed, swiftly gathering Su Changxiao into his arms. "Changxiao, we must depart." Su Changxiao, fragile and delicate, leaned against the Zhao king, noting the provocative gleam in the princess's eyes. Once they had left, the princess of Zhao suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening as she fainted to the ground. "Tianwei, your highness." Both Yun Ruoyue and Nanqing exclaimed in unison. Yun Ruoyue hurried over, instructing Nanqing and the others, "Quickly, assist me in getting the princess to bed." Nanqing and the other maidens promptly stepped forward, helping Yun Ruoyue to lay the princess of Zhao down on the bed. At that moment, the princess began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, she clutched her abdomen in discomfort, moaning, "Sister, my stomach hurts terribly. Could my child be in danger?" "What? Let me see." Yun Ruoyue rushed to her side. Suddenly, a wave of warmth coursed through the princess's body, prompting her to cry out, "Sister, I think I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding." Instantly, a small pool of blood stained her trousers. "Tianwei." Yun Ruoyue quickly examined her, glancing down to see a bloodstain the size of an egg. "Tianwei, you have spotting. It must be due to your excessive agitation and sorrow. You have strained yourself. Lie still, and I will prepare an injection to support the pregnancy, along with medication to ensure the child's safety." Upon saying this, Yun Ruoyue opened the medicine chest, searching for the necessary supplies. The princess trembled as she looked at her. "Sister, with this bleeding, will I miss scary? For now, no. Your child is already quite developed and strong enough to endure this. However, you must refrain from becoming upset. By the way, have you eaten today?" "Princess, Our Lady has barely eaten since yesterday. She has only sipped a few drops of water and has not consumed any grains for a long time," Nanqing said, her heart aching for the princess. Yun Ruoyue paused. "No wonder you fainted earlier. If you do not eat, your blood sugar will drop, making you prone to fainting. As a pregnant woman, you cannot go so long without food. Even if you find it difficult to eat, you must consume something. Otherwise, the child will lack nourishment and it could lead to complications. I apologize, sister. I truly feel unwell and cannot eat," the princess of Zhao said, tears brimming in her eyes. She felt a lump in her throat, making it impossible to swallow anything. "I understand your feelings, but you are a pregnant woman. Your condition is not the same as before. For the sake of both your child and your health, you must prioritize nutrition, avoid emotional turmoil, and ensure ample rest. Nanqing, from now on, please prepare more fruits. They are high in sugar, and when the princess feels hungry, a little fruit will help replenish her energy and prevent fainting." "Yes, Your Highness," Nanqing replied. Chapter 1576. Bestowing her with weapons. As Yun Ruoyue gazed at the princess of Zhao, she was struck by how much her once round and cherubic face had thinned. The princess's chin had become pointed, and she appeared significantly more gaunt than before. It was unexpected for the usually carefree and gluttonous princess of Zhao to be plagued by sleepless nights and unease. Yun Ruoyue longed for the princess to retain her innocent demeanor, yet with her man ensnared by the venomous gaze of a serpent, maturity was an inevitable path. Soon, Yun Ruoyue administered a prenatal tonic to the princess, followed by an injection to alleviate her distress. After the injection, the princess's pain began to subside. Subsequently, Yun Ruoyue retrieved several packets of prenatal medicine from her cloth bag and handed them to Nanqing, instructing, "Nanqing, these are prenatal pills. From this moment on, you must ensure the princess takes them 3 times daily, 3 pills each time, until the bleeding ceases. Furthermore, it is advisable for the princess to remain in bed during this period, lying down to preserve her condition. If she remains free from bleeding for a week, her health will gradually improve, and she will then be able to rise and move about." Nanqing accepted the prenatal medicine with heartfelt gratitude. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Princess Li." The princess, overwhelmed with emotion, looked at Yun Ruoyue and expressed, "Sister, thank you for your care. You are pregnant too, and yet I burden you with my troubles." Yun Ruoyue observed the princess's once clear and radiant eyes, now dimmed as if shrouded in a layer of dust, and her heart ached. Tianwei, do not be too sorrowful. The Zhao prince's transformation is merely a consequence of being beguiled by Su Changshao. Rest assured, when he eventually recognizes her true nature, he will undoubtedly regret his choices. The princess of Zhao let out a self-deprecating laugh. What good will regret do? The damage has already been done. I once believed we would grow old together. But now I feel as though we can no longer continue down this path. Tianwei, do not think that way. The Zhao prince loved you dearly. Perhaps he will awaken to the truth. Yun Ruoyue's voice trembled with uncertainty. Yet, even she struggled to believe her own words. Nevertheless, as a pregnant woman, she dared not dishearten her, but rather sought to console her. Let it be, sister. I am utterly disillusioned with him, and wish to speak no more of it. The princess continued, by the way, sister, I have heard that you and Prince Li are heading to Jiangnan for disaster relief. Since Prince Li has not yet secured funds for the victims, I wish to donate 10,000 taels of silver to aid the suffering populace. Please convey my intentions to Prince Li and have him take it to the disaster-stricken areas. Yun Ruoyue grasped her hand firmly. No need, Tianwei. As for the silver, he will find a way. Keep the money for yourself as a safeguard. In due time, Mo Zhu will remain at the Wangfu. Should Su Changshao dare to bully you again, send someone to seek Mo Zhu's assistance. It's all right, sister. My family is relatively well off, and my dowry is substantial. 10,000 taels is not excessive. Nanxing, the princess's aide, was instructed to fetch the silver notes. Yes, your highness, she replied before departing. Seeing the princess's resolve, Yun Ruoyue conceded, very well, I shall accept your heartfelt offering for the disaster victims. However, I fear that in my absence from the capital, Su Changshao may attempt to harm you. Thus, I will provide you with something for your protection. Yun Ruoyue spoke as she retrieved the stun gun from her cloth bag, saying, here lies a stun gun, fully charged. Should Su Changshao dare to harm you, simply press this black button and apply it to her. It will deliver a powerful electric shock. This device is formidable enough to incapacitate even a bull, so keep it hidden well. It can serve as your protection in times of danger. Chapter 1577. Fundraising of 3 million taels. The princess, Zhao, looked at the stun gun with curiosity. Sister, this object is truly remarkable. I have never seen anything like it. Are you saying it contains electricity capable of killing? Indeed, it houses electricity, and its potency is considerable. Thus it should not be used lightly. However, should anyone dare to bully you, they shall find themselves in peril. Yun Ruoyue handed the stun gun to the Princess Zhao, who instantly felt its significance. After examining it, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister. Rest assured, I shall safeguard it well. When you return from disaster relief, I will return it to you. Very well. I hope you deliver the child safely and never have to use it, Yun Ruoyue replied. The auction hosted by the Empress astonishingly raised a total of 1,500,000 taels of silver, coupled with the 50,000 taels she had previously collected. She amassed 2 million taels in merely 2 days. Without pausing, she instructed Madame Wei to leverage her status as Empress to continue fundraising among the populace, striving for a total of 3 million taels. Indeed, upon hearing of the flood in Jiangnan, the citizens of the capital were moved, especially with the Empress herself taking the initiative to raise funds for relief. Families began to contribute, regardless of their means, donating 5 or 10 won, some even giving 2 or 5 taels. One elderly sweeper even donated his lifetime savings of 3 taels into Madame Wei's collection box. Others, already facing hardship, contributed more than half of their rice to Madame Wei's carriage. In a remarkable display of solidarity, the populace united for their kin, raising over 100,000 taels in just 3 days. Thus, by the evening of the 3rd day, when Madame Wei sent someone to tally the silver, it was revealed that the Empress had indeed raised 3 million taels within that brief span. She could scarcely believe it. In haste, she rushed to the palace and arrived at Ronghua Palace, exclaiming, Sister, we have struck gold. It seems the flood in Jiangnan is truly severe, and the people are most pitiable. In the past, our fundraising efforts peaked at several 100,000 taels, yet this time we have amassed a total of 3 million taels, which is a tenth of our national treasury. What? We have raised so much? The Empress, who was enjoying watermelon, stood up in delight upon hearing this news. Indeed, the contributions from the concubines, combined with the auction proceeds, along with the donations from the common folk, amount to a staggering 305 million taels. Sister, with the momentum so favorable, should we continue fundraising? Madame Wei inquired. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress waved her hand, stating, "I believe we should not continue. All things must have their limit. Too much of a good thing can lead to loss. We have gathered enough. If we press further and deplete all of Lord Chu Xuancheng's funds, leaving him with nothing, I fear he may act out of desperation and cause chaos. Tomorrow, we shall cease our fundraising efforts and shift our focus to disaster relief. My sister speaks wisely. We have already amassed 3 million taels, and it is indeed time to withdraw. How does my sister plan to carry out the relief efforts tomorrow?" The queen chuckled, stating that it would be much like before. "We shall simply allocate several tens of thousands of taels, set up a temporary establishment, procure some rice, and prepare a thin porridge to distribute among the impoverished. Given the multitude of starving citizens this time, we shall provide porridge for 7 consecutive days. As a demonstration of my benevolence, the remaining funds will, as before, be kept in your villa. Once this surge of attention subsides, we will divide the proceeds. However, sister, considering we have raised such a substantial sum, even distributing porridge for 7 days would only require a few tens of thousands of taels. Won't that raise suspicions? Might people not question why, after raising so much, we are only providing such a meager amount for disaster relief?" Lady Wei expressed her concerns. The queen pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us do this. Expend a few more tens of thousands of taels to purchase buns for distribution. Inform the public that the remaining funds have already been used to procure grain, which is being transported to Jiangnan for disaster relief. This way, the populace will believe that all the money has gone to Jiangnan and will not inquire further. The regions of Jiangnan are distant and less monitored. You can send people under my banner to distribute some rice porridge there as needed." Lady Wei smiled and said, "This plan is excellent. Should anyone in the capital inquire, I will simply state that all the funds have been sent to Jiangnan. I will then dispatch individuals to distribute porridge here and there in Jiangnan. And if anyone questions it, we will claim it has all been sent elsewhere. Thus, no one will suspect us of embezzling the funds." Nearby Aunt Tao, who was pouring tea, trembled slightly, feeling a wave of disgust rise within her. These two sisters are indeed greedy. They have collected so much yet are willing to contribute only a paltry sum towards relief. The queen smiled and said, "Splendid, let it be so. Furthermore, if anyone inquires about the total amount we raised, simply state that we gathered only 200,000 taels. Many are unaware of who contributed and how much, making this a prime opportunity to keep false accounts. Indeed, sister, you can rest assured. I will create a false ledger while keeping the true accounts hidden, ensuring that no one can discern the difference. By the way, has there been any movement from Chu Xuancheng these past few days?" The queen suddenly asked. "Him? It is said he spends his days in the company of Princess Li, indulging in scents, sipping tea, playing chess, and composing poetry, entirely neglecting any fundraising endeavors. It appears he realizes he cannot compete with you and has thus given up, to avoid further humiliation," Lady Wei declared with satisfaction. The queen narrowed her eyes coldly. "He is not the type to simply concede. Do not underestimate him. He may be concocting a grand scheme, and we must remain vigilant. Sister, he is currently unable to raise any funds. What tricks could he possibly employ? The day after tomorrow marks the 5th day. Let us see how he explains himself to the emperor. Should he fail to gather the required funds, he will undoubtedly face punishment." Lady Wei's face was filled with schadenfreude. Yet the queen felt a sense of unease at Chu Xuancheng's inactivity. She harbored an unsettling feeling that he was plotting something devious, perhaps intending to spring a surprise on her. She hastily instructed Lady Wei, "Sister, send someone to keep an eye on Chu Xuancheng and report any developments. I have an ominous feeling that this fundraising effort has been too effortless. I suspect he may be up to something in the shadows." "Rest assured, sister. I shall promptly send someone to observe him," remarked the Lady of Wei. After leaving the palace, she hastily dispatched a trusted confidant to the entrance of the Prince of Li's residence to gather intelligence. Upon completing the reconnaissance, the confidant hurried back to report, "Madam, there remains not a whisper of activity at the Prince of Li's abode. Those outside are saying that at this critical juncture for fundraising, the prince remains idle, merely indulging in leisure at home. The common folk are expressing their discontent, praising you and Her Majesty as paragons of virtue, claiming that the prince, a grown man, shows less concern for the populace than you do. Is that so?" The Lady of Wei was taken aback by the thought that Chu Xuancheng's reputation might one day falter. "Indeed, it is true. Whispers abound that His Highness the Prince of Li has forsaken the welfare of the people, indulging solely in his own pleasures. While we toil to raise funds, He remains utterly inactive, and the people are condemning him. Wonderful. I never anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would find himself in such dire straits. He must realize he cannot compete with us, hence his surrender. Just wait. Once the deadline arrives, the emperor will lay blame upon him, and he will find himself unable to escape the consequences. The lady of Wei scoffed triumphantly. In the Prince of Li's residence, however, Chu Xuancheng sat quietly in his study, diligently practicing calligraphy. Engaging in this art calmed his mind, refined his spirit, and alleviated his solitude. Thus, whenever he found a moment, he would sit down to practice. Yet today, he had devoted the entire day to this pursuit. As Yun Ruoyue entered with a bowl of chilled mango dessert, he remained absorbed in his task. "My lord, you have been practicing all day. Are you not fatigued?" she inquired, placing the mango dessert upon his desk. Chu Xuancheng looked up and offered her a faint smile. "Fear not, my lady. No matter how weary I may be, I shall not neglect you this evening." "What do you mean by that?" "Such flattery." Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chu Xuancheng set down his brush and stepped forward, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Glancing at the mango dessert, he noticed it was generously drizzled with milk, which struck him as peculiar, prompting him to ask, "My dear, what is this peculiar dish?" "This is a dessert from my homeland, known as mango dessert. I have combined mango with milk, sugar, and light cream, and chilled it. In this sweltering heat, it offers a delightful experience. Do give it a try," Yun Ruoyue explained, nudging the dessert closer to him. With a smile, Chu Xuancheng settled down. Pulling her onto his lap, his voice husky yet soft, "This dessert smells delightful, and I am certain it will taste even better. I shall savor it now." Having indulged in delicacies from land and sea, he anticipated a mundane flavor. However, he was astonished. The combination of mango and milk was exquisitely sweet, evoking the taste of first love. Yun Ruoyue shot him a fleeting glare. "What do you mean by the taste of first love? I am not your first love. Are you reminiscing about your beloved Su?" The mere mention of Su Changshao ignited her ire. Even the Zhao king, who adores the Zhao princess, could betray her for Su Changshao. And what of Chu Xuancheng? His first love remains Su Changshao. They say that former lovers are the most unforgettable. Perhaps one day he will recall Su Changshao and abandon her for the sake of Su, much like Zhao Wang did. With this thought, she abruptly stood from Chu Xuancheng's lap, exclaiming in indignation, "Humph! No wonder everyone says that no man is trustworthy. It appears to be true." Chu Xuancheng was taken aback and quickly grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, asking, "My dear, why are you suddenly angry? Why do you mention Su Changshao? Was she not your first love? You just remarked that the taste of this mango dessert reminded you of your first love. It must have been her that you were thinking of." Yun Ruoyue retorted angrily. Chu Xuancheng inhaled deeply and suddenly declared, "Indeed, I once held deep feelings for her. We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Our bond was profound. She was quite beautiful, a sight to behold." Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue froze, a pang of bitterness washing over her, and tears welled in her eyes from the anger he stirred within her. After finishing his thoughts, Chu Xuancheng leaned in closer, studying her expression intently, and suddenly added, "However, compared to her beauty, yours is in a league of its own." Yun Ruoyue was perplexed by his intentions and snapped, "So, you are merely enamored with my looks?" Chu Xuancheng's gaze fell upon the jade orchid hairpin atop her head, a token of affection he had gifted her. Raising his right hand, he swore, "I swear on this hairpin, I am indeed captivated by your beauty." "What kind of oath is that?" he teased. "I truly am enamored by your looks." After saying this, he could not contain himself and burst into laughter. You jest with me?" Yun Ruoyue found herself torn between anger and amusement, bewildered by his intentions. Once he calmed down, he gazed earnestly at her and said, "My dear, I was merely joking. In truth, beauty holds little significance for me. It is akin to a strawberry atop a pastry. Its absence does not diminish my fondness for the dessert. Beyond beauty, I cherish your kind heart, your courage and wisdom, and your compassion. I admit I once harbored feelings for her, yet in retrospect, they resembled sibling affection more than anything romantic." At this point, he gently cupped Yun Ruoyue's face and continued, "Earlier, I spoke of you as if you were my first love, for since meeting you, my heart beats in rhythm with yours, rising and falling with your emotions. Whenever I see you, my heart races, something I never experienced with her." Yun Ruoyue then realized he had indeed been teasing her, almost to the point of convincing her otherwise. Chu Xuancheng added, "In my youth, I was naive and fell victim to her deceptions. Now, When I think of her, I feel nothing but disdain. There is no love left. It was only upon meeting you that I discovered what true love is. I was blinded then, but fortunately, you helped me see." Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, Yun Ruoyue felt a slight comfort in her heart. "Are you truly speaking from the heart, and not deceiving me?" she asked, her expression still troubled. "Of course. How could I ever deceive you? Come, allow me to share a smile with you." Seeing her sadness, Chu Xuancheng offered her a gentle smile, revealing his bright white teeth. He smiled, as refreshing as a spring breeze, exuding a blend of dominance and deep affection that rendered the world around him pale in comparison. Upon witnessing the fervor of his survival instinct, Yun Ruoyue's tears transformed into laughter. "So, you were merely teasing me. Did you know? Today, I visited the Princess of Zhao, and she was truly heartbroken. The Prince of Zhao has taken Su Changxiao home and intends to marry her as a concubine. That is why I believe there were no good men left in this world and felt anger towards you. People are not the same. Did you just compare me to the Prince of Zhao? Am I as foolish as he is, unable to discern between the good and the bad, having been deceived once? I shall not fall into the same trap again," Chu Xuancheng declared. Yun Ruoyue sighed. The Princess of Zhao was so enraged that it affected her pregnancy. She even experienced bleeding. I administered a protective injection and left her some medication, hoping for the best. Otherwise, I will not spare Su Changxiao or the Prince of Zhao. Rest assured, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you wholeheartedly," Chu Xuancheng asserted confidently. "By the way, when I returned this afternoon, I overheard the common folk discussing how you have yet to raise funds. You mentioned finding a way through the Empress. Have you devised a plan?" Yun Ruoyue inquired with concern. Chu Xuancheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table and replied calmly, "Do not worry. I have spent the entire day in my study, awaiting news from the palace. I have just received word that the Empress and the Lady of Wei will take action tomorrow. At that moment, I shall strike unexpectedly and catch them off guard. As for the disaster relief, I have already begun preparations and will surprise you when the time comes." Upon hearing that Chu Xuancheng had a strategy in mind, Yun Ruoyue finally exhaled in relief. She smiled at him. "I knew you would have a plan. Whatever you do, I will support you. I am your strongest ally. Well, I shall await your surprise. But will you truly not waver like the Prince of Zhao?" Chapter 1581. This lady is flourishing due to the incident with the Princess of Zhao. She momentarily lost confidence in herself. Observing her uncertainty, Chu Xuancheng playfully lifted her chin. His voice enticing, "Yuer, whether a man loves you can be seen in his willingness to touch you. Do you believe that I love you? Why you stop talking? Don't say such things, someone might hear." Yun Ruoyue quickly covered Chu Xuancheng's mouth. This rascal, always seizing opportunities to take advantage of her, clung to her side as if he were a decorative appendage. It dawned on her that he indeed loved her. Unlike the Princess of Zhao, she was not afraid of Chu Xuancheng's heart wavering. If he dared to stray, she would swiftly find several men to infuriate him. Let us see who is more formidable. "Yuer, I shall now demonstrate just how much I love you," Chu Xuancheng proclaimed, gazing deeply into Yun Ruoyue's eyes before gently capturing her lips with his own. That night, the Lady of Wei summoned her trusted aide, Gao Yang. She instructed him to transfer all the raised funds, silver notes, and grains to her secluded villa on the outskirts of the capital, a private estate known only to her. She also dispatched guards to secure the estate, rendering it as impregnable as a fortress, ensuring that no one could intrude. Thus, it became the safest place to store wealth. Once all the silver was transferred to the estate, Lady Wei personally inspected the treasures. Upon seeing the vault brimming with gold and silver, her face radiated avarice, and she erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming how wonderful it was to be related to the imperial family and how effortlessly money could be earned. In her estate, she suddenly possessed 300,000 taels of silver. Indeed, Lady Wei had struck it rich. "Congratulations, milady," Gao Yang said, flashing a charming smile at her. "Gao Yang, I am deeply grateful for your assistance," Lady Wei remarked, reaching out to caress Gao Yang's chiseled face, her eyes glistening with desire. Gao Yang was not only her bodyguard, but also one of her assassins and favored consorts. She had a penchant for men like him, strong and dominant in bed. Gazing at the pile of silver, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with greed as he returned her smile warmly. His calloused hands clasped her somewhat withered ones. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall guard this wealth diligently and ensure it remains out of others' grasp. I am well aware of your capabilities. Now, I have a task for you. Tomorrow, I will personally distribute rice porridge to the disaster victims. You must head to the grain store tonight and purchase 50,000 taels of rice and another 50,000 taels of flour. Then, arrange for the rice and flour to be brought to the street, where they will set up tents to cook porridge and steam buns. Prepare everything overnight, as I intend to assist Her Majesty in disaster relief. 50,000 taels each? Gao Yang inquired. Lady Wei nodded. There are many victims, and Her Majesty will require porridge for 7 consecutive days, which entails considerable expenditure. I will provide you with 120,000 taels, 50,000 for the rice and flour, and the remaining 20,000 will cover the chef's wages. Hire a dozen cooks to prepare the porridge, spending no more than 2,000 taels. The surplus will be yours. Gao Yang was taken aback. His lady was exceedingly generous. He could earn over 10,000 taels in wages, which was quite a fortune. Yet, human nature often craves more. Chapter 1582. Bold embezzlement. There is a saying that insatiable greed can lead one to swallow an elephant. Although Gao Yang was set to receive a substantial amount for aiding Lady Wei, he felt unsatisfied and resolved to procure only 20,000 taels for the rice and flour. Opting for the cheapest options, his intention was to hoard the remaining 80,000 taels for himself. After detailing her instructions, Lady Wei added, "By the way, have you instructed the accountant to prepare the falsified ledger? In case the emperor inquires, it would be prudent for Her Majesty to have a satisfactory response." "Fear not, milady. From the outset of our fundraising, I have ensured the accountant has been crafting the false accounts as before. We currently possess 2 ledgers, one authentic and one fabricated. If Her Majesty wishes to review the accounts, we shall present the true ledger. For anyone else, the false one will suffice. You can trust that my diligence leaves no room for error, and others will remain oblivious to any discrepancies." Gao Yang replied with pride. "Excellent. Safeguard the ledger. And once this tumult passes, I will send someone to retrieve it. At that time, we will transfer all the silver to the estate of the Wei Duke." "Understood, milady." After bidding farewell to the Lady of Wei, Gao Yang hastened to the accountant to withdraw silver, planning to procure rice and flour that very night. Upon noticing the abundance of silver in the cellar, he was tempted to seize it for himself. However, he understood that this wealth belonged to Her Majesty, the Queen, and even with 1,000 bold hearts, he would not dare to touch it. Nevertheless, while he refrained from theft, he was willing to deceive and embezzle. As the custodian of the Queen's finances, a mere act of embezzlement could yield substantial silver with minimal risk, which sufficed for him. A portion of this wealth also belonged to the Lady of Wei, and once he ensured she bore him a son, would not all these riches rightfully belong to him? The more he contemplated, the more enticing the thought became, prompting him to venture out with his men to purchase rice and oil. In the dead of night, he knocked on the door of a grain and oil shop, calling out, "Is anyone there? I wish to buy rice." Hearing the commotion, the shopkeeper, yawning, hurried to open the door. Upon seeing a group of torch-bearing attendants outside, he inquired, "At such a late hour, what brings you here to purchase rice?" Gao Yang replied, "Indeed. Proprietor, do you have a large quantity of rice? I wish to buy a considerable amount." The shopkeeper, realizing he had encountered a lucrative customer, quickly ushered Gao Yang inside. "You all wait outside," Gao Yang instructed his subordinates. "I shall enter alone." Once inside, with the door closed, he looked at the shopkeeper with an air of mystery. "Pray tell, what types of rice do you have, and at what prices?" The shopkeeper responded, "We offer 3 varieties, superior rice at 60 won per jin, medium rice at 41, and inferior rice at 21. Which do you wish to purchase?" "What? How can it be so exorbitant?" Gao Yang exclaimed incredulously. "I recall it was merely 3 to 5 won per jin before. How has it suddenly surged tenfold?" The shopkeeper's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Dear sir, times have changed. Last year, the northern rice-growing regions suffered a locust plague, having the harvest, coupled with this year's floods in Jiangnan, which devastated countless fields and homes. The truth is, there is hardly any rice available in the market. Wealthy merchants prefer hoarding rice rather than selling it, anticipating that prices will soar even higher in the latter half of the year. Currently, there simply isn't enough rice for everyone. At times of severe scarcity, rice may become as precious as gold. Moreover, local officials are wary of rice leaving their jurisdictions, fearing it could disrupt the local grain market. So they have established numerous checkpoints to prevent merchants from selling rice outside. Being able to purchase rice at all is fortunate. To complain of its price would be unwise. For soon, you may find that even with wealth, you cannot procure any." Gao Yang was taken aback. "Is this truly the case?" But this rice is not for my personal consumption. I am procuring it on behalf of a mysterious merchant to aid in disaster relief, merely for humanitarian purposes. Surely, there is no need for such high-quality rice. Do you have any of a lesser grade? The shopkeeper looked at Gao Yang incredulously. Realizing that a merchant intending to provide aid would not seek inferior rice unless his motives were less than altruistic, merely seeking a reputation. However, he indeed possessed a batch of problematic aged rice that he had been unable to sell. Now, with someone at his doorstep, he inquired, "What kind of poor-quality rice are you seeking?" "The worse, the better. I have the most inferior and cheapest rice available, along with some flour." "Do you have any?" Gao Yang, driven by greed, replied. Upon hearing this, the store owner felt a surge of delight within. He had been troubled by the unsellable batch of rice, fearing substantial losses. Now, with someone expressly wanting such rice, his dilemma was fortuitously resolved. Internally, he rejoiced while maintaining a calm facade, stating, "You know, I actually do have such rice in my warehouse. I possess a batch of aged rice that was transported from the north last year. Unfortunately, it encountered a sandstorm en route, resulting in some sand mixed in. If you are indeed interested, I can offer it to you at 10 won per pound. How does that sound? First, take me to see the rice, and then I will make an offer," Gao Yang said. "Very well. It's piled up in my backyard warehouse. Follow me," the store owner responded eagerly, leading the way. This batch of rice had been unsold for quite some time. Occupying valuable space and incurring losses, he had long considered disposing of it. Little did he expect that there would be a day it could be sold. Soon, the store owner brought Gao Yang to the warehouse, retrieved a pair of scissors, cut open a bag of rice, and brought over a lantern for illumination. Upon peering into the bag, Gao Yang was immediately struck by the inferior quality of the rice. The bag was filled with yellowed aged rice, appearing to have been stored for several years. He scooped up a handful for closer inspection and discovered it was intermingled with a considerable amount of sand, small stones, and rice weevils. The weevils were both black and a pale, maggot-like white, which was quite repulsive. Disgusted, he discarded the rice and frowned, saying, "This rice is far too poor. You expect to sell this for 10 won per pound?" The store owner replied leisurely, "My dear customer, one must consider the times. In a good harvest year, this rice would indeed be garbage, unfit even for livestock, worth not a single one. However, given the current plight of the disaster victims who are starving and resorting to eating roots and tree bark, would they truly disdain such rice? A wash with water will rid it of sand and weevils, rendering it unnoticeable. In these times, having a bowl of thin gruel is already considered fortunate. Who dares to be choosy?" Gao Yang nodded, scanning the warehouse and noting that there was quite a bit of such rice, perfectly aligning with his intentions. He then said, "Owner, I shall not waste your time. I will take all of this aged rice. However, your price is too steep. How about 5 won per pound for the entire lot?" Upon hearing this, the store owner felt the price was somewhat low. Yet, considering that good rice in previous years could only fetch that price, he realized that selling this inferior lot at any price was better than incurring losses by keeping it. There was still profit to be made at this rate. Thus, he replied, "Very well, I agree to 5 won. If you require more, I have a network of rice merchants who possess a surplus of unsellable aged rice and flour. If you are interested, I can procure it for you at this price. Many of these grains have spoiled due to improper storage." Chapter 1584. The Queen's disaster relief. However, discarding it would be a waste, and selling it seems unfeasible. Now that there is a gullible buyer willing to purchase, he is more than eager to assist his friends in the merchant guild. Most importantly, he can extract a commission from this transaction. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang was pleased and nodded in agreement, instructing him to procure as much as possible, estimating that they would need around 10,000 taels of silver for rice and flour combined. "Certainly, esteemed customer," the proprietor responded, promptly dispatching a servant to contact the owners of the Rice Merchant Guild. He intended to purchase their inferior rice at 3 won per pound and sell it to Gao Yang at 5 won, thereby securing a profit of 2 won per pound, a truly lucrative venture. Subsequently, Gao Yang settled the payment for the warehouse of rice and sent individuals to transport all the inferior rice to the marketplace. He also hired some short-term laborers to erect a shelter and prepare porridge. Soon, a makeshift shelter was constructed, and the laborers began to open the rice sacks, ready to wash the rice. However, upon unveiling the contents, their eyes widened in disbelief. How can this rice be so poor? It is filled with sand and pebbles, not to mention numerous maggots. Is this fit for human consumption? This is supposed to be the porridge provided by Her Majesty the Queen. How could she permit such rice for the people? I thought it was Her Majesty's benevolence, and I volunteered my services without pay. Who could have imagined her heart to be so callous, offering such rice to the disaster-stricken? Shoo, keep your voice down. Perhaps the Queen's charitable act is merely for show, a facade for her reputation. We cannot provoke her. Let us simply prepare the porridge and remain silent. Upon hearing this, the others reluctantly steeled themselves to begin cooking the porridge. They dared not provoke Her Majesty and thus refrained from spreading word of this matter. Fearing a revolt among the disaster victims, they diligently cleaned the rice as best as they could, washing it repeatedly. However, the sand was so abundant that no matter how thoroughly they washed, remnants remained. Due to the pressing nature of time, they hastily rinsed the rice and placed it into the pot to commence cooking the porridge. As dawn broke, the cooks had successfully prepared the porridge. Even though it was made from aged rice, it emanated a rich aroma. Consequently, nearby refugees were drawn to the enticing scent, hastening towards the source of the steaming porridge, though it remained obscured beneath a wooden lid. Upon inhaling this delightful fragrance, they began to salivate. Looking up, they noticed a banner draped over the shelter, inscribed with the words "Disaster Relief from Her Majesty the Queen." Instantly, excitement erupted among the crowd. Wow, the Queen is providing disaster relief. Everyone, come quickly. We shall have porridge to eat. Her Majesty truly keeps her promises. She has raised funds and immediately commenced relief efforts. This is splendid. I must summon my fellow townsfolk to partake in the porridge. At this moment, Gao Yang hurriedly beckoned to the refugees, stating, "Esteemed individuals, this porridge is funded by the silver raised by Her Majesty the Queen for your benefit. Each person shall receive a bowl. Please form an orderly line." The famished crowd, upon hearing this, rushed forward, eager to secure their share. Gao Yang quickly reassured them, "Please do not push. Her Majesty intends to provide porridge for 7 days, ensuring everyone will receive their portion. Kindly queue up, one by one, to collect your porridge." Wow, the Queen will distribute porridge for 7 days? How splendid. We shall not succumb to starvation. Our deepest gratitude to Her Highness. She is indeed a benevolent soul. Truly, as the matriarch of the nation, she considers the plight of the common folk, and we must express our heartfelt appreciation. Subsequently, Gao Yang dispatched individuals to dispense porridge, while the afflicted lined up, each eagerly awaiting their turn. In chapter 1585, porridge mixed with sand, the first recipient of the porridge hurriedly dashed to a corner. Upon arriving, brimming with excitement to consume the porridge, he was taken aback to discover that the concoction was yellow and contained numerous small stones. He hastily approached Gao Yang and inquired, "My lord, why is this porridge yellow, and why are there so many stones within it?" Before he could finish, others who had received their portions chimed in, exclaiming, "Mine too contains many stones and even a few worms. How revolting! What is the meaning of this? Is this the porridge sent by Her Majesty?" Those who had received their bowls began to voice their concerns. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. He had long prepared his response. With a pained expression, he addressed the crowd, "Dear folks, please remain calm. Her Majesty is exceedingly concerned for your well-being and has instructed me to provide nourishing porridge. Alas, I am truly at a loss, for there is no good rice available in the market. We require a substantial quantity of rice. Yet it is impossible to procure such a quality. Even this old rice was acquired at a significant cost. I wish to provide you with fine rice, but a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. Due to the locust plague in the north last year and this year's flooding in the south, the harvest has been utterly devastated. Good rice is simply unavailable. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at the grain shops. Given the current circumstances, I am powerless to change things, and I implore you to bear with me." Upon hearing this, the crowd's doubts were dispelled. They quickly responded, "It is as such. The market is devoid of good rice. Her Majesty would never deceive us. This old rice was procured at great expense. In these times of famine, it is commendable to obtain such rice. This is Her Majesty's heartfelt intention, and we must not let her down. What of the old rice? Let us simply remove the sand and the worms, and it shall suffice. Indeed, let us rid it of the sand. It is still edible. We have reached a point where we must even consume the most meager sustenance. What do we have to be choosy about? To have this old rice is a blessing. Come, let us partake without wasting this precious food." The multitude, buoyed by this sentiment, carelessly sifted through the sand in their bowls and eagerly consumed the porridge. Their hunger was so profound that, Even with the presence of sand, they relished every mouthful. Observing their gullibility, Gao Yang wore a triumphant expression. These simple folk were easily swayed, much like dogs, dancing to his tune. With a mere ruse, they expressed gratitude towards the queen, demonstrating their innocence. In the study of the Li Wang residence, Chu Xuancheng sat reading, when Mo Li entered. "My lord, I have discovered that Madame Wei has her aide, Gao Yang. Transport the embezzled silver to her villa." She also instructed Gao Yang to procure 100,000 taels of silver to purchase rice and flour for disaster relief. However, Gao Yang only spent 20,000 taels, acquiring a batch of infested, stale rice. This rice was filled with sand. Yet Gao Yang distributed it to the populace under the guise of providing aid. Unbeknownst to the citizens, they were deceived into believing that he could not procure quality rice. And they consumed the sand-laden grains, expressing gratitude to the empress. Mo Li reported. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, "How outrageous! I had thought the Lady of Wei was merely greedy for wealth. Even in her efforts for disaster relief, she would ensure the people received good provisions. Yet her associates fed the populace such inferior rice?" Chapter 1586. The surprise prepared for her indeed, Your Highness. However, it appears the Lady of Wei remains unaware of this situation. Today, I visited several porridge distribution points in the city, discovering they were serving this inferior rice. And the buns were made from spoiled flour. "Your Highness, Gao Yang is distributing such rice for relief. What shall we do now?" Chu Xuancheng inquired, by the way. "How long until the grain that I sent Li San to procure from the neighboring country arrives?" Previously, he had instructed Li San to purchase grain from the streets for disaster relief. However, merchants were hoarding supplies, reluctant to sell, and charging exorbitant prices. From his informants, he learned that Tiansheng country was not experiencing a famine this year and had a sufficient grain yield. Thus, he invested 100,000 taels of silver, sending Li San disguised as a merchant to buy grain from Tiansheng country. He advised Li San to seize the opportunity before Tiansheng country realized what was happening and clear their grain supplies. Once he procured the grain, he was to hastily transport it back to Chu country. This was the only way to ensure timely disaster relief. Otherwise, waiting for the emperor's orders would be too late. Calculating the time, it had already been over 10 days, and Li San and his group should have returned. Mo Li clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I was just about to mention this matter. I have received a pigeon message from Li San. He stated they have successfully acquired the grain and are hastening back to the imperial city. If all goes well, they should arrive by tomorrow morning." Excellent. I hope Li San delivers the grain punctually. For now, we must exercise patience. Once the grain arrives tomorrow, we shall expose the Lady of Wei, allowing the people to see her and the empress's true faces. Chu Xuancheng declared coldly. The thought of the citizens being subjected to such food filled him with indignation. They were the subjects of his father. How could they be treated in such a manner? Mo Li added, "Indeed, our grain has yet to arrive," making it futile to confront the Lady of Wei. For the disaster victims, whoever can provide them with sustenance will earn their allegiance. Although the Lady of Wei has provided them with inferior porridge, it is still better than an empty stomach. Therefore, Your Highness, let us endure for the time being and reassess the situation tomorrow." Chu Xuancheng nodded. "Tomorrow is also the final deadline for the funds the emperor is providing me. Mo Li, prepare diligently. We have a significant confrontation ahead." "Yes, Your Highness." The following morning, as Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue rose, they heard Mo Li's exuberant voice. Your Highness, wonderful news. Li San has returned with the entire convoy, bringing the grain he procured. Is that true?" Chu Xuancheng hurried outside. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked towards Mo Li. Mo Li exclaimed with great excitement, "Indeed, Your Highness. Li San and the convoy are still on the street. I have come ahead to share the joyous news." "Excellent. Relay the message. Everyone prepare to welcome Li San and extend our hospitality to him," Chu Xuancheng commanded. Li San braved numerous perils to procure grain from the Tiansheng kingdom, and he certainly deserves our respectful reception. "Yes, Your Highness," Mo Li replied before swiftly departing. Yun Ruoyue, bewildered by the unfolding events, turned her curious gaze towards Chu Xuancheng. "Li San is transporting grain. Your Highness, what does this mean?" Gently ruffling her hair, Chu Xuancheng smiled indulgently. "This is the surprise I have prepared for you. Come, let us go outside together to witness it." With that, he took Yun Ruoyue's hand, and together they made their way to the main entrance of the Li Wangfu. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance. where the gatekeeper had already swung open the doors. In the distance, they saw Li San, clad in an opulent brocade robe and adorned with a black felt hat, resembling a wealthy merchant as he rode a splendid steed, leading a convoy of ox-drawn carts laden with grain, approaching with an air of urgency. Behind him trailed numerous attendants, diligently managing the carts filled with burlap sacks, creating a scene of impressive grandeur. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. Did you truly send Li San to procure grain? When did this transpire? Upon hearing of the floods in Jiangnan, I instructed Li San to acquire grain, Chu Xuancheng explained. Initially, I intended for him to purchase it in Chu country, but unscrupulous merchants there caught wind of the situation and hoarded supplies, refusing to sell. Thus, I directed him to disguise himself as a merchant and procure grain from the neighboring Tianxin kingdom. Had I not acted swiftly and sent him early, it would have been impossible to secure grain by now. How fortunate you were to act promptly. Had you delayed even a moment longer, news of the disaster in Jiangnan would have reached Tianxin and prices would have soared. Moreover, given the adversarial relationship between our two nations, the Tianxin people would likely have relished the misfortunes of Chu country, possibly refusing to sell us even a single grain, Yun Ruoyue expressed, her concern for the victims evident. So this is your surprise for me? Chu Xuancheng nodded, affirming, indeed, I share your concern for the suffering populace. With this grain, the people shall not face starvation, and I can rest easy. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him, deeply moved. Thank you for your silent sacrifices on behalf of the people. It touches my heart. This surprise is the finest gift I have received this year. You err, as a ruler supported by the people, it is my duty to act. Chu Xuancheng responded. At that moment, Li San dismounted swiftly and approached Chu Xuancheng, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I apologize for the delay. Li San, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise, Chu Xuancheng said as he assisted Li San to his feet. Observing him closely, Chu Xuancheng noted that Li San's complexion had darkened significantly due to the sun, his face weathered and weary, clearly bearing the burdens of his arduous journey. Li San clasped his hands together firmly and declared, Your Highness, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me without fail. You bestowed upon your subordinate a substantial sum of 1 million taels of silver, which he judiciously utilized to procure grain, ultimately acquiring a total of 100,000 stones of sustenance. Excellent. Li San, you and everyone else have toiled diligently, commanded Chu Xuancheng. Emoli, promptly dispatch individuals to receive the grain and transport it to my villa. Yes, Your Highness, Emoli replied. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng turned to Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu, take a team of chefs and hasten to prepare porridge and steam buns. I wish for the disaster victims to partake in wholesome food today. Yes, Your Highness. Mo Zhu acknowledged, swiftly gathering his team to act. After issuing instructions to Mo Zhu, Chu Xuancheng then addressed Lu Ruyin and Feng Qingyang. Ruyin, Scholar Feng, I require your assistance with a matter. Please, Your Highness, instruct us. They both responded with respectful gestures. Chu Xuancheng leaned closer to Lu Ruyin, whispering, You and Scholar Feng must seek out Prefect Zhang and request him to take his men to search the villa of the Wei matron. As Chu Xuancheng leaned in, Lu Ruyin felt a warm breath upon him, causing his face to flush crimson, and he instinctively turned his head aside. What are you doing? Come closer, Chu Xuancheng said, pulling him back to continue their hushed conversation. Lu Ruyin's face was now a deep shade of red, reaching his ears as he stammered, Your Highness, you are too close. I am not accustomed to it. Not accustomed? I am even less so, Chu Xuancheng retorted. Did you comprehend what I just said? I did. Lu Ruyin quickly nodded. Then hasten with Scholar Feng. I await your good news, Chu Xuancheng instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Ruyin said, rubbing his flushed ears before departing with Feng Qingyang. The visage of the prince bore an exquisite beauty akin to that of a woman, having been so close. Lu Ruyin nearly mistook him for one. His heart raced tumultuously. How can this prince be so androgynous? He mused. He quickly resolved to remind himself that his affections lay with Xiao Dai, and he had no interest in this ambiguous figure. After concluding his directives, Chu Xuancheng turned to Li San and the others. Li San, take all your brothers inside to rest. Once you have recuperated, I wish to inquire about your observations during the journey. By the way, did you encounter any dangers along the way? He pondered. Though Li San and his companions had returned safely, they must have faced numerous perils en route. Upon hearing this, Li San recalled with trepidation, Your Highness, during our grain procurement, We indeed encountered considerable challenges due to our unfamiliarity with the terrain. Fortunately, I had brought ample silver. Whenever difficulties arose, I was able to resolve them with money. However, the last 2 days were truly harrowing. While we were in the city of Tiansheng purchasing grain, the crown prince, Fengling Tian, became aware of our activities. Sensing something amiss, he dispatched men to apprehend us, intending to seize our grain and silver. Thankfully, as your highness advised, I had previously secured the loyalty of the city guards. The commander allowed us to leave the city under the cover of night, enabling our escape. Once we fled, we pressed on toward the border, where our Chu state has stationed considerable forces and fortified walls. Prince Fengling Tian, witnessing our entry into the city, was utterly powerless to thwart us, merely watching as we transported the grain away. What a perilous ordeal it had been. Chu Xuancheng inquired with concern. Have there been any casualties among your men this time? In response, Li San replied, None, my lord. Everyone is simply exhausted, but no one was harmed. Chu Xuancheng gazed at Li San with admiration. Li San, you have excelled in your mission this time, and not a single life has been lost. I shall reward you all accordingly. I have already arranged a feast to welcome you back. Please take a moment to freshen up before you join us for the meal. Thank you, my lord, Li San said, bowing respectfully. After making arrangements for Li San and his companions, Chu Xuancheng awaited news of Lu Rian together with Yun Ruoyue at home. 2 hours later, Lu Rian returned. Upon entering the Star Pavilion, he proclaimed, My lord, we have successfully dealt with the estate of the Lady of Wei. Her associates have all been apprehended, and we discovered nearly 3 million taels of silver in her cellar, evidence of her and the Empress as corruption. Chu Xuancheng inquired, What of the Lady of Wei? Has she been captured? Not yet. It is said that she has gone out to provide disaster relief, Lu Rian replied. Shall we pursue her now, my lord? With a calm demeanor, Chu Xuancheng raised his hand and said, No need. I shall take you into the streets to witness a splendid spectacle. Very well. Yun Ruoyue agreed, sensing the promise of an intriguing event ahead. Chapter 1589. The Lady of Wei is stunned soon. Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue arrived at the main street of the imperial city in a carriage. He had learned that the Lady of Wei was currently at the largest porridge distribution point in the city. He instructed the driver to head directly there. As they arrived, they were suddenly met with the cacophony of bowls shattering and angry shouts. Chu Xuancheng lifted the curtain of the carriage to behold a crowd of disaster victims surrounding the porridge stall, smashing their bowls upon the ground and raising their voices in outrage. The Lady of Wei, adorned in opulence and expensive jewelry, stood nervously on a high platform. Observing the tumult below, she turned to a nearby maid and asked, What is happening? Why are the common people so enraged? Where is Gao Yang? Quickly, fetch him. My lady, I do not know where Gao Yang has gone. Please wait. I shall find him at once, the maid said before hastily descending from the platform. The Lady of Wei had only just arrived, intending to showcase her benevolence by overseeing the distribution of porridge, but she had not anticipated this uproar. Meanwhile, the clamor below grew increasingly intense. This porridge is filled with sand. Is this fit for consumption? One voice shouted, Lady of Wei, you claim to be aiding us in disaster relief, yet the sand in this porridge is more than yesterday. Indeed, you serve us sand instead of aid. What kind of relief is this? Another added, My bowl is crawling with insects. There are more bugs than porridge. Is this even drinkable? I would rather gnaw on tree bark and eat grass roots. Lady of Wei, is this how the Empress provides for us? Come, everyone, see for yourselves. This porridge has spoiled and rotted. Even animals would not consume it. The buns are stale and reek. They are utterly inedible. Just yesterday, my grandson ate one of her buns and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea all day. My grandson is still so young. How can he endure such torment? Lady Wei, you must provide us with an explanation. Have you inquired with the Empress? Does she truly care for the welfare of the people? Why has she allowed us to consume such fare? Upon hearing the voices of the crowd demanding answers, Lady Wei finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She hurriedly descended from the high platform, flustered, and approached the stove. Peering into the pot, she was appalled to find it filled with yellow porridge laced with sand. A thick layer of worms floated atop the unappetizing concoction. Enraged, she shot a furious glare at the cook beside her, demanding an explanation. What is the meaning of this? Why is the porridge filled with sand? The cook, trembling with fear, replied, My lady, the rice purchased by Lord Gao is of such poor quality. We had no alternative but to use it to prepare the porridge. What? Could you not have washed it before cooking? Lady Wei's face darkened to the color of a cast-iron pan. She had entrusted Gao Yang with this task, and he had managed to produce such a disgrace. If the Empress were to discover this, it would spell trouble. The cook stammered, "My lady, there is far too much sand, and the number of refugees today is overwhelming. They are clamoring for porridge. We had no time to wash the rice and had to cook it directly." Another female cook interjected, "My lady, this is not our fault. Yesterday, when there were fewer people, we washed the rice and removed most of the sand, which is why there were no complaints. However, today, the influx of refugees is simply too great, and Lord Gao ordered us to prepare it swiftly, or our wages would be docked. We had no time to wash the rice, so we simply put it in the pot. Stop this at once. This is utterly outrageous. Where is Gao Yang? Someone, fetch Gao Yang at once," Lady Wei exclaimed, gritting her teeth. At that moment, a maid returned, looking alarmed. "My lady, I searched the entire street and could not find Gao Yang. I have no idea where he has gone. That wretched Gao Yang. How could he vanish at such a critical moment?" Lady Wei seethed. "Lady Wei, cease your theatrics. The Empress has instructed you to raise funds for disaster relief. Yet you provide us with rice mixed with sand?" At this point, some individuals in the crowd, filled with indignation, stormed forward, glaring at Lady Wei. Seeing the unrest, Lady Wei instinctively took a step back, her heart racing at the sight of the frenzied refugees. Yet she maintained a facade of authority befitting a noble woman. "Halt! No one is permitted to approach. Step back. I am generously providing porridge for you, and yet you dare to cause a disturbance. Speak. Is there someone instigating you from the shadows, attempting to disrupt my charitable efforts and tarnish both my and the Empress's reputation? Who is instigating us? You serve us rotten rice and then accuse us? Your heart is truly wicked. Indeed, we have been starving for days, each of us too weak to stand. My elderly spouse has perished from hunger, and I merely sought to beg for a morsel for my grandson. You, exalted as you are, the Empress and the noble woman, live in luxury while inflicting such suffering upon the common people, serving us food even pigs would refuse. Do you not fear retribution?" Upon hearing their accusations, Lady Wei, in a fit of fury, pointed at them. "You have turned against me. I, out of kindness, offered you porridge, and instead of gratitude, you repay my generosity with slander." The ancients were indeed correct. The insatiable nature of humanity resembles a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. When you offer a little, they crave for more. Had I known your true colors, I would have refrained from distributing gruel. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was incensed. They surged toward the Lady of Wei, hurling their bowls at her, exclaiming, "We do not covet your charity. We refuse your wretched gruel. This porridge will upset our stomachs. You are a heartless lot. Indeed, you possess no genuine intent for benevolence. You merely exploit the common folk for the sake of your own reputation, using us as pawns." Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a bowl struck the Lady of Wei on her forehead, causing her to scream in pain. "Who dares to strike me? Who has the audacity to defy me? Have you all lost your senses? Bring forth those ruffians and have them taken to the authorities for punishment." At her command, her skilled guards advanced, ready to apprehend the most unruly of the distressed citizens. The sight of swords in the guards' hands sent the citizens retreating in terror, their faces pale with fear. "Madam, these men are the most unruly. Shall we capture them?" inquired a guard. The Lady of Wei, wiping the blood from her head, replied fiercely, "Yes, seize them all, especially the one who struck me. Should I lay my hands on him, he shall be torn limb from limb." "Understood, madam." The guards drew their blades and pressed menacingly toward the citizens. The glint of the swords left the citizens trembling, with some children crying out in fright, creating a pitiful scene. "Cease this at once. With me present, who dares to lay a hand on them?" Just as the citizens were engulfed in dread, a chilling voice emerged from a nearby carriage. In an instant, a squadron clad in silver armor from the Su army surged forth, swords drawn. Standing protectively before the distressed citizens, their blades aimed menacingly at the guards of the Lady of Wei. Among them, Lu Rian pointed her sword at the throat of the Lady of Wei, causing her to widen her eyes in disbelief, frozen in shock. "Bold Lady of Wei, how dare you unlawfully detain these citizens and contemplate inflicting punishment upon them? Who grants you such audacity?" At this moment, Chu Xuancheng had dismounted from the carriage, supporting Yun Ruoyue, and directed an angry rebuke at the Lady of Wei. Upon seeing him, the Lady of Wei's eyes blazed with fury. Raising an eyebrow, she retorted, "Chu Xuancheng, how dare you criticize me? No matter my actions, at least I am distributing gruel to the people. And what of you? The emperor has entrusted you with the task of raising funds for disaster relief. What have you accomplished in these days? I have heard that you have either been indulging in affection with your wife or engaged in music and chess. You live your life in such ease. What right do you have to question me? The onlooking citizens, hearing her words, glared at Chu Xuancheng with disdain. Indeed, the lady speaks truth. She and the Prince of Li are of the same ilk. They are both despicable. The emperor has assigned the Prince of Li to raise funds. Yet he pays us no heed, neglecting his duty to assist us in our plight, only indulging in pleasure. He is even worse than the Lady of Wei, for at least she has provided us with some thin gruel, while the Prince of Li offers us nothing. Indeed, it is rather audacious for one to claim the title of a warrior while remaining indifferent to our plight. We are starving. Yet not a word of concern has been uttered. I had previously defended them when the Princess Li was poisoned, only to realize, in an instant, that they possess no conscience whatsoever. The people are now in dire straits, and upon seeing Chu Xuancheng, they erupted in furious denunciation. Hearing their outbursts, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of urgency. She feared that the common folk would misunderstand Chu Xuancheng. After allowing the crowd to express their grievances for a moment, Chu Xuancheng stepped forward, clasped his hands, and addressed them. Esteemed citizens, please lend me your ears. Observing his amiable demeanor and courteous bearing, which stood in stark contrast to the haughty airs of the Lady of Wei, the crowd gradually quieted. Speak your mind, someone softly urged. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the Lady of Wei, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. To speak candidly, I too wish to raise funds. Yet they have all been appropriated by the Lady of Wei and Her Majesty the Empress. I am utterly unable to secure any. After his words, he offered a rueful smile to the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that the nobles had chosen to curry favor, donating their silver to the Empress rather than to the Prince of Li, which explained his recent silence. Given his courteous nature and his timely intervention to prevent the Lady of Wei from arresting anyone, the populace began to trust him. At that moment, Lu Rian interjected. Esteemed citizens, His Highness the Prince of Li has fought valiantly in over 40 battles to protect our homeland. He has faced death countless times, all for the sake of safeguarding the common people. How could such a prince possibly refuse to assist us? Feng Qingyang added, fanning himself. On the very first day the emperor commanded His Highness to raise funds, he personally contributed, inviting the nobles to dine with him, all with the aim of fundraising. Yet the nobles, lacking respect, donated their entirety to the Empress. His Highness believed that the funds given to her would ultimately benefit the people, which is why he refrained from contesting with her. However, he did not anticipate that the Lady of Wei would allow such treatment for us. Thus, he has come to aid everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into discussion. So that is the case. I always knew that the Prince of Li was a hero of the people. He could never stand idly by in our time of need. It appears he trusted the Empress, only to be betrayed. The nobles and affluent have donated all to the Empress to ingratiate themselves, and in just 3 days, she amassed several million taels. Yet we are left with this gruel. Surely, the funds have been embezzled by the Empress and the Lady of Wei. Indeed, they must have embezzled the funds. How else could we be served such wretched porridge? The common folk's outrage swelled once more. The Lady of Wei, sensing the tide turning, hastily retorted, Do not heed Chu Xuancheng's falsehoods. We have not embezzled any disaster relief funds. The Empress has dispatched all the money to Jiangnan for disaster relief. The Empress sent the money to Jiangnan for relief? When did this occur? Chu Xuancheng queried suddenly. The Lady of Wei's gaze flickered, her eyes darting about, revealing her unease. She committed a grievous act, and upon being exposed, was filled with trepidation. This transpired yesterday, when the Empress commanded that silver be transported to Jiangnan to procure grain for disaster relief. The plight of the people in Jiangnan is even more severe and pitiable. Thus, she naturally prioritized their aid. Chu Xuancheng scoffed. I have heard that you raised 3 million taels of silver in just 3 days. Such a sum could hardly all be shipped to Jiangnan, could it? Have you not reserved a portion for the victims in the imperial city? The eyes of Madame Wei flickered with anxiety. Who claimed we amassed 3 million taels? We only gathered 2 million, as evidenced by our ledger. 2 million taels barely suffice for the people of Jiangnan, let alone the victims in the imperial city. Hence, the Empress allocated some silver for relief in the capital, while the remainder was indeed dispatched to Jiangnan. Chu Xuancheng, be cautious with your words lest you tarnish Her Majesty's reputation. At that moment, A middle-aged man clad in a blue official's robe approached, leading a contingent of officers escorting several prisoners. Yun Ruoyue squinted, recognizing him as the prefect Zhang. What brings him here? It seemed this was part of Chu Xuancheng's carefully orchestrated plan. This man is formidable. It is prudent for most to avoid crossing him lest they find themselves ensnared. Upon arrival, Prefect Zhang bowed and announced, I pay my respects to your highness. I have discovered nearly 3 million taels of silver concealed in Madame Wei's villa. When I dispatched officers for a search, I caught her confidant, Gao Yang, pilfering from the cellar. I have apprehended him along with the accountant and the guards. I beseech your highness to dispense justice. After his declaration, he forced Gao Yang, the accountant, and the guards to kneel before Chu Xuancheng. As they knelt, they began to wail, fervently proclaiming their innocence. This is all Madame Wei's doing. We were merely following her orders. We had no knowledge of her treachery. Indeed, they lamented, Madame Wei threatened us. If we did not assist her in embezzling silver, she would have us killed. We had no choice. Gao Yang cast a helpless glance at Madame Wei. It was not his desire to betray her. He dared not defy her. Yet, with Prefect Zhang uncovering the evidence, they had no recourse but to confess under the threat of severe punishment. Hastily shifting the blame onto Madame Wei in hopes of absolving themselves, Chu Xuancheng regarded Prefect Zhang with authority. Master Zhang, did you truly uncover 3 million taels of silver at Madame Wei's villa? Prefect Zhang clasped his hands and replied, Beyond doubt, your highness. There were witnesses among the officers present at the time. My lord, I have not only discovered the hidden silver of the Lady of Wei, but I have also come upon these 2 ledgers. Zhang Fuyin declared, taking the 2 ledgers from his subordinate and presenting them to Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng accepted the ledgers, perplexed, and inquired, What are these ledgers? Zhang Fuyin replied, The accountant just explained that one of these is the true ledger, while the other is a false one. The true ledger records that Her Majesty the Empress has raised a total of 3,500,000 taels of silver, whereas the false ledger only notes 2 million taels. This indicates that not only have they embezzled funds, but they have also altered the amount raised. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing this. All gazes turned toward the Lady of Wei, filled with disdain, as if they wished to devour her whole. Holding the ledgers, Chu Xuancheng advanced step by step toward the Lady of Wei. Did you not claim that you only raised 2 million taels? Why then has Lord Zhang discovered 3 million? Did you not assert that the remaining funds were sent to Jiangnan for disaster relief? Why are they still in your villa? The Lady of Wei, now pale and trembling like a bird startled by the bowstring, stammered in defense, These are my own funds, not the disaster relief money. Do not speak falsely. Zhang Fuyin interjected firmly, Madam, cease your deceit. When Her Majesty the Empress was raising funds, I also contributed with a banknote that, unfortunately, became stained with ink. During my search of your villa, I happened upon that very ink-stained banknote. Moreover, your subordinates have all confessed. Do you still wish to deny it? The Lady of Wei, momentarily shaken, nearly collapsed in fear. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's voice turned cold, Lady of Wei, with both witness and evidence present. What further words do you have? Her pallid face quivered as she pointed at him. Chu Xuancheng, you are framing me. I have not embezzled any silver. With witness and evidence in hand, even as death approaches, you dare to refute? Guards, bind the Lady of Wei, along with her confidant Gao Yang, the accountant, and her thugs. Bring them all to the palace. I shall ensure the emperor sees her true nature. At Chu Xuancheng's command, Lu Rian hastened to bind the Lady of Wei. Meanwhile, enraged citizens hurled their bowls at her, shouting, This Lady of Wei dares to embezzle our silver and forge accounts. Beat her, beat her. As they spoke, a flurry of porridge and vegetable leaves rained down upon the Lady of Wei, leaving her in a disheveled and filthy state. Desperately pushing aside the remnants of her humiliation, she bellowed, You ungrateful peasants. I, out of goodwill, provided you with porridge, and yet you dare to attack me? Cease this at once. Alas, the populace paid her no heed and continued to drench her in the slop. In mere moments, she resembled a drowned rat. Seeing this, Chu Xuancheng raised his hand. Everyone, please calm yourselves. Though the Lady of Wei is guilty, it is the emperor who must render judgment. Only then can she face the appropriate punishment. Spare her life for now. Once the emperor has declared her fate, we may act accordingly. His words finally brought the crowd to a halt, and they ceased their assault on the Lady of Wei. Chu Xuancheng stated, This prince currently requires 10 witnesses to attest that the Lady of the Wei Kingdom has served everyone with spoiled porridge. Who among you is willing to accompany me to the palace to serve as a witness? Upon hearing this, the crowd was eager to enter the palace and share their experiences with the emperor, a privilege they had never dared to dream of before. Now, unburdened by fear, they felt emboldened to face any consequence, even death. Thus, they were more than willing to enter the palace. Several disaster victims immediately raised their hands, proclaiming, "Your Highness, I am willing. I am willing. I too am willing." Chu Xuancheng turned to Lu Ruoyue, instructing, "Select 10 individuals and prepare them to accompany us to the palace shortly." "Yes, Your Highness," Lu Ruoyue replied, promptly setting about her task. She chose 5 men and 5 women, ensuring representation of various demographics, including the young, the elderly, pregnant women, the ill, and children. Eventually, 10 individuals were selected. At that moment, Mo Zhu arrived, leading a convoy carrying several carts filled with rice porridge and steamed buns. Upon seeing the procession, Chu Xuancheng addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, my wife and I are aware of your hunger, which is why we have dispatched individuals to prepare porridge and steamed buns for your benefit. Please form an orderly line, as the Li Wangfu will now commence the distribution of food." "Your Highness, you intend to distribute porridge?" The common people gazed at him in disbelief. Chu Xuancheng smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, and it is all of the finest quality rice porridge, accompanied by fragrant steamed buns." "Is it truly so? This is wonderful. Thank you. Your Highness, you are exceedingly kind." Tears of gratitude welled in the eyes of the people. After enduring 2 days of gritty porridge, they could finally savor a meal of rice porridge. At this juncture, Mo Zhu had hastily dismounted from his cart, bowing respectfully to Chu Xuancheng. "Your Highness, the carts filled with porridge and steamed buns have arrived. I shall have them moved to distribute to the people." "Very well, Mo Zhu. Assist the princess in the distribution of porridge. I must now escort the Lady of the Wei Kingdom and her associates to the palace," declared Chu Xuancheng. Mo Zhu then addressed the crowd. "Please form an orderly line, one by one. Do not rush. Everyone will receive their share." Curiosity arose among the crowd as someone questioned, "Isn't it true that Prince Li has not raised any funds? How can he afford to distribute porridge?" Mo Zhu responded, "Prince Li is deeply concerned for the common folk. Thus he has personally funded the purchase of food to share with you. Not only that, but upon learning of the flooding in Jiangnan over a week ago, he promptly sent individuals to the neighboring Tianshan Kingdom to acquire 100,000 stones of grain expressly for disaster relief." Goodness, is this truly the case? It appears that Prince Li had us in mind all along. He even spent his own money. While we have been blaming him, we ought not to have done so. Someone expressed with remorse. Another added, "Prince Li, having raised not a single coin, nonetheless spent his own funds to procure 100,000 stones of grain. What an immense sum that must be. Can the Li Wangfu sustain such expenses?" The common people were entirely unaware of the financial standing of the Li Wangfu, and the mention of such a vast quantity left them astounded. Mo Zhu smiled gently, reassuring everyone, "Fear not." Fortunately, the prince acted swiftly, purchasing the grain before prices escalated in Tianshan. The 10,000 stones of grain will require over 1,000,000 taels of silver. However, as long as it is for the sake of the common people, His Highness is more than willing. Now that the prince has procured the grain, the people shall not suffer from hunger for the time being. Yet, the recent flooding has been exceedingly severe, and relying solely on the prince's efforts is quite limited. For everyone to have their fill, they must rely on their own means of self-rescue. This is the only way to survive. Indeed, this young man speaks truthfully. How many can the prince save alone? With so many people in the world, we must all be self-reliant to ensure our own salvation. Yes, the prince is truly a good man. He is our savior, akin to a living bodhisattva. I swear, I shall never speak ill of the prince again. Regardless of how others slander him, I shall always believe in him. The common folk spontaneously praised Chu Xuancheng, who felt somewhat embarrassed by the sudden admiration. As the steamed buns were brought forth, he hurriedly lifted the cloth covering them and handed several large white buns to the disaster-stricken citizens before him, saying, "You are subjects of the state of Chu. This is my duty, so there is no need for thanks." As the commoners gazed at the steaming buns, which had cracked open from the steaming, they were immediately moved to tears, swallowing hard at the sight. The buckets of rice porridge and the large buns exuded a rich aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Chu Xuancheng then gently turned to Yun Ruoyue, saying, "Where? I entrust you with the distribution of porridge here. I must return to the palace first. All right, go ahead. You can rest assured, with Mo Zhu and the others here. We will manage, Yun Ruoyue replied with a nod. Be safe and wait for my return, Chu Xuancheng said, patting her shoulder before departing with Zhang Fuyin and the others. Once they left, Yun Ruoyue noticed the crowd of disaster victims pressing forward and quickly called out, Please do not push. There is enough for everyone. Kindly form an orderly line, and I will begin distributing the porridge shortly. As she spoke, she led Feng'er and the others forward to commence the distribution. Personally, she approached the wooden tub filled with porridge, scooping it into bowls and handing them to the citizens in front of her. Next, she distributed the white buns from the steamer to the people. Before long, the citizens had steaming bowls of fragrant rice porridge, each clutching a fist-sized white bun. As they savored the pure white porridge, tears of both sorrow and gratitude streamed down their faces. This porridge is truly white, fragrant, and delicious. It is the best rice porridge I have ever tasted. Thank you, Prince Li and Princess Li. I have never had such a delightful bun. It is large, white, aromatic, and sweet, with no hint of spoilage. It is 1,000 times better than the foul buns given by the Lady of Wei. The Lady of Wei served us porridge mixed with sand. How could it compare to this fragrant white rice porridge? The citizens exclaimed, eagerly finishing every drop of porridge in their bowls. Afterward, they even cherished the grains stuck to the bottom of the bowls, savoring them. Watching the disaster victims devour their meals with such fervor brought moisture to Yun Ruoyue's eyes. The people before her were all emaciated and gaunt, their bodies hunched, faces weathered by hardship, truly a pitiable sight. Especially the children, who, due to prolonged malnutrition, were all small and frail. The small faces, smeared with dirt and disheveled hair, appeared remarkably pitiful. In chapter 1596, the living bodhisattva, an elderly woman approached, wiping her tears as she held her grandson's hand and grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, choking back her emotions. Princess Li, you and the prince are truly benevolent. Thank you. We haven't had a proper meal in days. My husband starved to death, and my grandson ate a moldy bun from the Lady of Wei yesterday, suffering from diarrhea all day. Thankfully, today he can have a sip of your warm porridge. It may save his life, thank you. Others gathered around, their eyes red, echoing, Yes, Princess Li, despite your pregnancy, you still come to distribute porridge. You are indeed a living bodhisattva. Thank you for saving our lives. I bow to you. After expressing their gratitude, they unexpectedly knelt down to offer their respects. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by this display. She hurriedly stepped forward to assist them up, urging them not to overdo their gratitude. I have merely offered a bowl of porridge. I truly have not done anything deserving of such reverence. She did not anticipate that her and Chu Xuancheng's modest act of kindness would elicit such profound gratitude from the people. What wonderfully endearing and simple folk they were. If she possessed the means, she would ensure that they never faced hunger. As someone who had never known hunger in her modern life, witnessing their suffering was heart-wrenching. She sincerely wished for the state of Chu to thrive in peace, with its citizens living in comfort and happiness. No, Your Highness, you cannot fathom how close we are to starvation. At the brink of death, to have a mouthful of warm porridge brings us immense satisfaction and gratitude. I will save this bun for my grandson to have tomorrow, the elderly woman said, tears still streaming down her face. Yun Ruoyue, deeply moved, quickly handed her a bun, saying, Rest assured, I and the prince will send people to distribute porridge for 6 more days, 7 bowls a day. The prince will soon head to Jiangnan for disaster relief. We will do our utmost to halt the flooding and allow everyone to return home. Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly kind. That tall official claimed he could not acquire good rice and flour, which is why we were given such poor porridge. We believed him, not realizing it was a lie. The Prince of Li could procure it, yet he, with millions of taels, could not. It turns out the money was embezzled. That tall official is merely a henchman. The true embezzler is the Lady of Wei, perhaps even the Empress. They are all in cahoots. The Emperor previously did not think to provide disaster relief, only offering prayers. Perhaps he even tacitly allowed the Empress to embezzle these funds. If this is true, then this Emperor is truly outrageous. As the ruler of a nation, how can he treat the common people this way? As they spoke, a sense of nostalgia for Emperor Qingyun emerged among the crowd. Under his governance, the people of Chu lived in peace and comfort, though not excessively wealthy. They had never faced such dire hardships. How had it come to this, that the lives of the common people had grown increasingly difficult? Hearing their words, Yun Ruoyue sighed internally. Since the onset of the flooding, apart from instructing Chu Xuancheng to raise funds for disaster relief, Emperor Hongyuan had not genuinely addressed the hardships faced by the populace. However, the plight of the common people, suffering from hunger, is not solely attributable to Emperor Hongyuan's disregard for their lives. An additional factor is the exceedingly low productivity of the era. The agricultural tools, seeds, and irrigation methods are far inferior to those of modern times. Given the opportunity, she yearns to impart contemporary farming and irrigation techniques, along with advanced methods such as greenhouse cultivation, to the populace, which might significantly enhance grain yields and alleviate their hunger. Furthermore, she intends to establish more medical clinics and recruit additional apprentices to elevate the medical standards in the state of Chu, thereby ensuring the citizens can truly live in peace and prosperity. In the palace, since Emperor Hongyuan experienced the benefits of the elixir, he summoned the empress to bring Li Chonglu into the palace, commissioning him to specialize in the development of the elixir. In recent days, after consuming the elixir, he felt a newfound vigor in bed, conquering several concubines in swift succession. Consequently, his fondness for the elixir grew, to the extent that he insisted on taking it every night before indulging in his concubines. His trust in Li Chonglu deepened, and he appointed him as the national master, tasking him with creating even more potent potions. Today, while he and concubine Shui were engaged in their intimate revelry, they were suddenly interrupted by the report from eunuch Su, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. His Highness, Prince Li, has bound the Lady of Wei and brought her into the palace, accusing her of embezzling disaster relief funds." What? How can this be? Emperor Hongyuan hastily extricated himself from concubine Shui, his expression grave. Moreover, Prince Li claims that this embezzlement is somehow linked to Her Majesty, the Empress. He has summoned numerous ministers to the imperial study to meet with you. Eunuch Su continued. Emperor Hongyuan, taken aback, quickly instructed, "Hasten and assist me in changing my attire. I must proceed to the imperial study at once. The common people are the foundation of the state. If the Empress and the Lady of Wei have indeed embezzled the relief funds, I shall not let them escape unscathed." Soon, Emperor Hongyuan donned his garments and, accompanied by his attendants, swiftly made his way to the imperial study. By the time he arrived, the ministers had already gathered in the side hall. Upon his entrance, all present, led by Chu Xuancheng, promptly bowed in reverence, greeting, "Your Majesty." "Rise," Emperor Hongyuan commanded, then turned his ire upon the Lady of Wei and her companions, who were bound and kneeling on the ground. "Prince Li, you allege that the Lady of Wei has embezzled disaster relief funds. What is the truth of this matter?" Chu Xuancheng stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, the matter must be elucidated beginning with the Lady of Wei distributing kanji on the streets." "Distributing kanji? What is amiss with that? Is it not a charitable act?" Emperor Hongyuan narrowed his eyes, a storm brewing within. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the disaster victims and stated, "Your Majesty, there is indeed a problem. Might we invite these representatives of the victims to recount what they have witnessed over the past few days?" Only then did Emperor Hongyuan notice the 10 ragged, disheveled victims kneeling in the corner. He paused, then commanded, "Very well, you shall speak. Tell us what transpired in these past days." Upon hearing this, the victims presented the bowls of kanji they had prepared, placing them before the emperor. The queen lifted her gaze and beheld the disaster-stricken citizens holding several bowls of porridge and a few yellowed steamed buns. Upon inspection, she noted the porridge was a murky brown, infested with insects and laden with sand. The buns, too, were discolored, emitting a pungent odor that churned her stomach. "What is this?" she inquired, her face ashen. One of the afflicted replied, "Your Majesty, this is the porridge provided to us by the Lady of Wei. She and the Empress, under the pretense of fundraising, amassed 300,000 taels of silver. Yet this is what they offer us, such vile porridge and spoiled buns. The buns are not only yellow but also blackened and foul-smelling. Those who consumed them suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea. Your Majesty, the Lady of Wei and the Empress do not genuinely wish to aid the victims. They merely feign concern, attempting to deceive us with food unfit even for swine. And we, the common people, have suffered terribly at their hands." Upon hearing these accusations, Emperor Hongyuan and his ministers were visibly taken aback. The emperor's gaze fell upon the porridge, fury igniting within him as he slammed his palm upon the table. "Is this fit for human consumption? Lady of Wei, what is the meaning of this?" Startled, the Lady of Wei quickly responded, "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. The rice and flour were procured by my subordinate, Gaoyang, who deceived me into believing he had purchased quality grains for the people. This matter does not involve me." Gaoyang remained silent, his head bowed in trepidation. Emperor Hongyuan fixed the Lady of Wei with a piercing glare, his hands gripping the dragon throne tightly as he ground his teeth. "Where is the Empress? Just days ago, she assured me that she was diligently raising funds to assist the victims. How has it come to this? Summon the Empress immediately." Eunuch Su interjected, "Your Majesty, I have already dispatched someone to inform her." No sooner had he spoken than the Empress, clad in resplendent red, rushed in with urgency. Upon seeing the Lady of Wei bound, her complexion drained of color, her heart raced. Could it be that the Lady of Wei's embezzlement had been uncovered? Hastening forward, she bowed before Emperor Hongyuan. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Might I inquire why the Prince of Li has brought the Lady of Wei to the court? What transgression has she committed?" Eunuch Su had previously informed her of the Lady of Wei's binding. Anger surged within her, propelling her to the study. "You have arrived at an opportune moment. I seek answers. The victims claim you and the Lady of Wei raised 300,000 taels of silver, yet provided them with such porridge. What is the explanation for this?" Emperor Hongyuan demanded. The Empress cast a furtive glance at the porridge, her heart quaking in alarm. "Your Majesty, I have not left the palace and am unaware of the circumstances." At that, she turned to the Lady of Wei, signaling her with her eyes, "Sister, please enlighten me. How could the porridge I instructed you to distribute turn out like this? Have you also been deceived?" The Lady of Wei nodded vigorously. Her gaze filled with ire as she directed it toward Gaoyang. "Sister, I entrusted this task to Gaoyang, providing him with 120,000 taels of silver to procure quality rice and flour for distribution. Yet he purchased this inferior grain. He must have embezzled a significant portion of the funds." Upon reaching this point, she hastily pleaded for mercy from the Emperor. "Your Majesty, this matter is solely the doing of Gaoyang, who embezzled disaster relief funds to procure this inferior rice for the populace. It is unrelated to me, although I must admit my negligence in supervising my servants allowed this to transpire. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall leave the palace immediately to procure quality rice and flour to distribute to the people, thus restoring the tarnished reputation." Zhang Fuyin interjected. "There is no need for Madame Wei to concern herself. As public outrage over this substandard porridge swells, I have witnessed His Royal Highness, Prince Li, personally contribute funds to provide the citizens with decent porridge, thereby salvaging the dignity of the royal family." Upon hearing this, the ministers turned to regard Chu Xuancheng with admiration, silently commending him. Emperor Hongyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Prince Li had also provided porridge. He regarded him gravely and remarked, "Prince Li, you have done well. However, might it be that Madame Wei has been deceived by Gaoyang in this matter?" Madame Wei and the Empress had been tirelessly engaged in organizing disaster relief for days, scarcely resting, their sincere intentions now marred by this unfortunate incident. It was evident that their subordinates, motivated by greed, had betrayed their trust by purchasing inferior rice to distribute to the people. Chapter 1599. The exposure of the truth. Emperor Hongyuan's comments aimed to preserve the dignity of the Empress and Madame Wei, as their integrity reflected upon him. Upon hearing this, the Empress promptly responded, "Your Majesty speaks truly. The fundraising and relief efforts were entrusted to my sister, who in turn delegated responsibilities to her servants. It must be among these servants that the misappropriation occurred. When the truth comes to light, it is unjust that we should bear the blame. I implore Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly." Madame Wei concurred, "Your Majesty, this entire affair is the sole fault of Gaoyang and has nothing to do with me or the Empress. I beseech you not to succumb to the slander of others and to spare the Empress any distress." She had been anxious when first brought in, realizing the gravity of the situation, but then considered shifting the blame onto Gaoyang, confident that the Emperor would protect the Empress, her sister. With a scapegoat in place, she felt reassured. Gaoyang, hearing this, exclaimed, "Madam, how can you place the entirety of the blame upon me? I confess to having embezzled a small sum to purchase slightly inferior rice. However, this is merely a reflection of your own actions. Were it not for your audacity in embezzling the entire disaster relief funds, I would not have dared to follow your lead." These two elderly women, faced with exposure, sought to cast all responsibility upon him, expecting him to take the fall. After all, he was alone, with no ties to them, since they had shown no integrity. He felt justified in not acting justly. Emperor Hongyuan listened with a perplexed expression, wondering what this meant about following examples. Zhang Fuyin, seizing the moment, declared, "Your Majesty, this is precisely what I wish to report. The Empress and Madame Wei previously raised substantial funds under the guise of disaster relief. The populace believed them to be genuinely concerned, yet last night, I was informed by citizens that the porridge distributed by Madame Wei was, in fact, mixed with sand. This morning, I hastened to the streets and discovered that the porridge provided to the populace was, in fact, a wretched concoction laced with sand. Instantly, I began to suspect that her intentions regarding disaster relief were insincere, prompting me to investigate further. I overheard a commoner claim to have witnessed Gao Yang, a servant of the Lady of Wei, transporting all the silver collected for relief to her private estate. Without delay, I dispatched individuals to search that estate. Upon my arrival with officials to conduct the search, I was astounded to find nearly 3 million taels of silver hidden in her cellar. At that moment, Gao Yang was in the midst of pilfering the silver, while the accountant was busy fabricating 2 sets of ledgers. It then dawned on me that the Lady of Wei had been amassing wealth under the pretense of fundraising. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I promptly apprehended them all and confiscated the ledgers. As I spoke, I handed the 2 ledgers, one genuine and one counterfeit, to Eunuch Su, stating, "Your Majesty, these are the ledgers I discovered during the search." The authentic ledger records that the Empress had raised a total of 305,000 taels, while the falsified one only notes 200,000 taels. The genuine ledger was for their own scrutiny, while the fake was intended to deceive others. At this juncture, Lord Chu Xuancheng interjected, "Your Majesty, I can also testify to this matter. Today, while in the marketplace, I distinctly heard the Lady of Wei say that the reason for providing the populace with such inferior rice porridge was that she and the Empress had sent all the raised funds to Jiangnan for disaster relief, leaving them with no means to procure better porridge. Yet, Lord Zhang discovered these funds at her estate. Upon capturing the hired hands, they all confessed. Thus, it is evident that the Empress conspired with the Lady of Wei to amass funds under the guise of disaster relief, with no genuine intention to assist the people. They merely sought to embezzle the silver." Chapter 1600. The complete betrayal. Upon hearing this truth, the Emperor gazed at the Empress with profound disappointment. While he might have overlooked other transgressions, this particular betrayal was unforgivable. He advanced toward the Empress, his face pale with fury, and gritted his teeth. "Empress, did you not profess to care deeply for the common people? If that were true, then why was the disaster relief fund found in the Lady of Wei's estate?" The Empress, internally alarmed yet maintaining a facade of composure, replied, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. My intent in raising funds was indeed to provide aid during the disaster. I had already instructed my sister to ensure that this batch of silver was transported to Jiangnan for relief. I am bewildered as to how this silver ended up in her estate. Sister, what is the meaning of this?" In that moment, she shot a glance at the Lady of Wei, who appeared increasingly anxious. Suddenly, she stood up, approached Gao Yang, and struck him across the face, exclaiming, "How dare you betray my trust? I entrusted you with the task of transporting the relief funds to Jiangnan, yet you have diverted them to my estate. Gao Yang, I have treated you well. Why would you act in such a manner? Do you have no regard for the Emperor, the Empress, or the common people?" Gao Yang, taken aback by the slap, glared at the Lady of Wei, retorting, "My lady, was it not your command to divert the funds? We have merely been following your orders. And now you seek to cast the blame solely upon me?" Chu Xuancheng interjected at an inopportune moment, saying, "Madame of Wei, if Gao Yang truly covets your silver, why would he relocate to your villa? Why not execute his plan directly, transporting it to Jiangnan and embezzling the funds along the way?" The Madame of Wei's gaze flickered, panic evident as she replied, "Who knows his intentions? Perhaps he has yet to make the transfer. In any case, I instructed him to transport all the disaster relief funds to Jiangnan, yet he took it upon himself to divert them, serving this porridge to the common people. Your Majesty, both the Empress and I are wrongfully accused. I beseech you to discern the truth." Chu Xuancheng chuckled coldly. "Madame of Wei, if Gao Yang's testimony alone is deemed unreliable, what can be said of your thugs and the accountant?" He then turned to Emperor Hong Yuan, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, it is imperative to ascertain whether it is the Madame of Wei or Gao Yang who has misappropriated these funds. We could imprison these servants and apply rigorous interrogation. I am confident the truth will soon emerge." Upon hearing this, the Madame of Wei's composure faltered. Her thugs were mere rabble, loyal only to Gao Yang for monetary gain. Should her downfall occur, they would swiftly turn against her. Indeed, fearing the prospect of severe punishment and wishing to protect Gao Yang, the thugs hastily declared, "Your Majesty, it is the Madam of Wei who sought to embezzle these funds. We merely acted on her orders. Even if we had 1,000-fold courage, we would not dare to misappropriate such a vast sum." The accountant trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Your Majesty, the account records were also directed by the Madam of Wei. She instructed me to maintain one genuine ledger and one false one. The true one was for the Empress's eyes, while the false one was for you, all to facilitate her embezzlement of the disaster relief funds. This has been her method not only this year, but in previous years as well." Gao Yang seized the opportunity to add, "Indeed, Your Majesty, in past years, the Madam of Wei has utilized the guise of fundraising to embezzle substantial amounts. Last year, she misappropriated 500,000 taels of silver using the same method. She had us transfer the money to her villa first, and once the storm had passed and attention waned, she commanded us to move the silver to her ducal residence for her lavish spending. We merely acted on her behalf, receiving only our basic sustenance. While all the profits were accrued solely by her, we had no part in it." Chapter 1601. Disappointment. The accountant hastily prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. "Your Majesty, I confess everything. I beg for your forgiveness. I acted solely to make a living. I was compelled to assist the madam. Please spare my life." The thugs echoed their pleas for clemency. "You dare to slander me." The Madam of Wei slumped to the ground, her face ashen, trembling with fear. The Empress, upon witnessing this, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The truth had been exposed. With both eyewitnesses and evidence at hand, the scheme had unraveled. Not only could she not protect the Madam of Wei, but she also risked implicating herself. In her despair, she cast a painful glance at the Madam of Wei, then suddenly lunged forward, striking the madam across the face. "Sister, did you truly commit these acts? I entrusted you with such a vital responsibility regarding disaster relief. To my utter dismay, you have embezzled the disaster relief funds for your own indulgence. I am profoundly disappointed in you." The Lady of Wei, startled, received a sudden slap that left her weak and trembling. Upon witnessing the sorrow in the Empress's eyes, she instinctively understood that her time was running out. The Empress was prepared to sacrifice her to save herself. In a fit of rage, the Empress continued, "This year, the Northwest has suffered from severe drought, and the South has experienced the most catastrophic flooding in a century. I have been consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep, subsisting on a vegetarian diet, praying to the deities for the welfare of the common people. The Emperor, too, has been tormented by thoughts of his subjects, finding no peace. I have exhausted every means to raise funds for disaster relief and entrusted you with this vital responsibility. It was my trust in you, believing that as the wife of a duke, you would empathize with the people and not act like others who line their own pockets. Yet, you have audaciously used the guise of disaster relief to embezzle funds, deceiving all and causing untold suffering to the populace, jeopardizing the reputations of both the emperor and myself. You have broken the law and deserve a harsher punishment." At this juncture, the Empress fixed her gaze on the Lady of Wei and softened her voice. "Sister, did you consider the only son of Duke Wei, Jiang Hong, while engaging in such actions? Have you done anything to accumulate virtue for him?" Upon hearing her son's name, the Lady of Wei froze in shock. She realized that the Empress intended for her to take the blame. With evidence against her, further denial would be futile. The Emperor would not trust her and could implicate the Empress, endangering Hong. She believed that if she accepted the guilt, the Empress would ensure Jiang Heng's well-being. With this thought, she gazed deeply at the Empress and said, "Sister, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. I was momentarily blinded by greed. And in my folly, I embezzled the disaster funds behind your back. I have betrayed your goodwill. I have wronged the Emperor, and I have wronged the common people. I deserve the harshest punishment." As tears streamed down her face, she sobbed. Seeing her confession, the Empress sighed in relief. "Indeed, it was you. I am utterly disappointed." The Emperor, upon hearing the Lady of Wei's admission, wore a thunderous expression. His instincts told him that this incident was inextricably linked to the Empress. The Lady of Wei had merely chosen to take the blame. He cast a resentful glance at the Empress, filled with fury. How dare she be so audacious as to embezzle disaster relief funds? Did she not fear the people's wrath was already boiling over? Did she think his reign was so secure? The common people are the foundation of the nation, and now many disaster victims had fled to the capital. If public sentiment continued to destabilize, leading to unrest, his empire would be at risk of collapse. Chapter 1602. Execution in 3 days. He then turned his gaze towards the Lady of Wei, hurling 2 account books at her in fury. You, Su RuoyueShe, ever since Jiang Jing's death, I have taken care of you and your son out of respect for him. Yet, you have transformed into a greedy rat, embezzling the relief funds donated by the public. Your insatiable greed. Do you honor the deceased Jiang Jing? Do you honor me? The Lady of Wei collapsed to the ground, murmuring, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. The concubine willingly offered to surrender all the embezzled silver, pleading for the emperor to spare her life. It is too late. You have engaged in corruption for so many years. Surely, you are beyond redemption. Your deplorable actions have incited public outrage and tarnished the imperial reputation. My spies have reported that your son, Jiang Hong, is a ruthless tyrant, having caused the deaths of several individuals within your household. I have resolved to revoke the hereditary privileges of the Wei Duke's estate and to strip Jiang Hong of his title as heir. Furthermore, I will confiscate your entire fortune for the state. Upon hearing this, Madame Wei was immediately overcome with panic. The glory of the Jiang family and her hard-earned savings were now at stake. She implored, Your Majesty, please spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongdoings. I beseech you to reconsider your decree. If Hong loses his status in the Wei Duke's estate, how will he survive? Emperor Hongyuan retorted sharply. Your crimes are heinous and beyond measure. Do you still dare to bargain with me? Guards, take her away and confine her in the dungeons. In 3 days, she shall face execution in the marketplace as a deterrent to others and to quell the public discontent. Only by executing Madame Wei publicly can we bring closure to this matter. As the gravity of her punishment sank in, Madame Wei's body collapsed to the ground. She stared in shock, her eyes wide with fear, drenched in cold sweat, trembling as she pleaded, Your Majesty, are you truly going to take my life? Sister, I implore you, intercede on my behalf. I swear I shall not err again. The Empress slowly closed her eyes, a solitary tear slipping down her cheek. With a steely gaze directed at Madame Wei, she declared, Sister, you have committed an unforgivable sin. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall care for Hong. Realizing the finality of her fate from the Empress's words, Madame Wei understood that her doom was sealed. Enough of this idle chatter. Guards, do not delay. Take this criminal away and execute her at noon in 3 days. Emperor Hongyuan commanded with fury. Yes, Your Majesty, responded the guards as they entered to drag Madame Wei away. Her body, paralyzed by fear, offered no resistance as she was led off. Suddenly, she caught sight of Chu Xuancheng's icy stare, causing her to recoil in terror. This was undoubtedly his doing. He had colluded with the Zhang family and searched her estate. She glared at Chu Xuancheng with deep resentment, wishing to see him suffer. Yet, she also recognized that her prior actions against Yun Ruoyue had provoked his vengeance. Consumed by hatred, she found herself powerless as a prisoner, unable to retaliate. She dared not curse Chu Xuancheng, fearing for Heng's safety. Her only hope was for Heng to survive, though she realized that the Jiang family was now utterly ruined. After Madame Wei was taken away, Emperor Hongyuan cast a look of disdain at Gao Yang and the accountant, stating, As for the minions of Madame Wei, drag them out as well. In 3 days, they shall be executed alongside her. I intend to make an example of them to deter any future corruption in disaster relief funds. Please, Your Majesty, spare us. Have mercy. Gao Yang and his associates pleaded in fear, believing that by betraying Madame Wei, they might save their own lives. However, they soon discovered there would be no escape from their grim fate. The guards promptly seized them, dragging them away as well. After dealing with these individuals, Emperor Hongyuan cast a furious glare at the Empress. As for you, although this matter does not directly concern you, the Lady of Wei is your sister. Her transgressions are, in essence, your transgressions as well. Who permitted you to be so lax in your oversight, allowing her to act so arrogantly in public? From this moment forth, you shall reflect upon your actions in the ancestral temple for a month and transcribe the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. Additionally, you are to pay a fine of 500,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. Do you accept this? The Empress, though inwardly indignant, had no choice but to respond, Yes, your servant understands. At that moment, Emperor Hongyuan turned to Chu Xuancheng, the Prince of Li. Today marks the final deadline for your fundraising efforts. How much have you managed to collect? Chu Xuancheng glanced at the Empress and replied, Your Majesty, I have only managed to gather 50,000 taels of silver. What? The emperor exclaimed, I commanded you to raise 180,000 taels, and you have brought me a mere 50,000. What is the reason for this? Calmly raising an eyebrow, Chu Xuancheng replied, because all the funds were collected by the empress. On the first day of fundraising, I hosted a modest banquet to encourage the esteemed officials and nobility to contribute. However, they refused to donate to me, claiming they had already given to the empress. Fortunately, Chancellor Han and others eventually contributed some silver, otherwise, I would have struggled to collect even 50,000. Emperor Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The empress quickly interjected, Prince Li, they trusted me and wished to donate their silver to me. This is their decision and not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for you. I understand, Chu Xuancheng said, but it troubles me greatly to see so much silver not being utilized for the benefit of the people. Seeing the situation, Chancellor Han promptly suggested, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, since the Empress has already gathered the funds and time is of the essence, there is no need to send the prince for further fundraising. I believe the silver collected by the Empress should be entrusted to the prince, allowing him to take it to Jiangnan for disaster relief. Master Li concurred, Indeed, Your Majesty, public discontent is rising, and the people are suffering. If we do not address this calamity promptly, it may threaten the very foundation of the state. Governor Zhang added, Your Majesty, the funds raised by Her Majesty are also intended for the victims of the disaster. However, given the recent incident concerning the Lady of Wei, the Empress has lost considerable public support. I believe that these charitable donations should be entrusted to the prince for disaster relief to regain the people's trust. Moreover, this matter cannot be delayed any further. Rumors of rebellion among the disaster-stricken populace in Jiangnan are already circulating. Upon hearing this, the Empress shot a look of resentment at Governor Zhang. Emperor Han Yuan understood that the situation was urgent and that swift action was required. Yet, the thought of allowing the funds raised by the Empress to ultimately benefit Chu Xuancheng, thus enhancing his reputation, left him feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, prioritizing the welfare of the people was imperative. With a heavy heart, he declared, Very well, since all of you advocate for this course of action, I shall allocate the 300,000 taels of silver raised by the Empress, along with the 500,000 taels in fines, to the prince for disaster relief in Jiangnan. Prince, I entrust this significant responsibility to you. Do not let me down. Chu Xuancheng immediately bowed, assuring the emperor, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall utilize these charitable funds judiciously for the benefit of the people. I will never engage in the deceitful practices of the Lady of Wei, enriching myself at the expense of others. Chapter 1604. The benevolent King's donation. Han Taifu stroked his beard and nodded. Your Majesty, we, your ministers, hold great faith in the character of Prince Li. His moral integrity is invaluable. I have heard that just over 10 days ago, he dispatched individuals to Tiansheng Nation to procure rice, expending 1 million taels of silver. This clearly demonstrates his genuine concern for the populace. He is not the type to embezzle charitable funds. As an elder statesman, I believe that alleviating this disaster is a collective responsibility of all ministers, not solely that of Prince Li. The 1 million taels he previously spent on grain should be deducted from the current disaster relief fund. Otherwise, imposing such a heavy financial burden solely on his household is excessively taxing. Indeed, Your Majesty, added Li Taisher, we owe a debt of gratitude to Prince Li for his foresight in procuring grain in advance. Had he waited until now, not only would the prices have soared, but the sellers would likely refuse to sell. This incident illustrates that Prince Li possesses far greater foresight than Emperor Han Yuan. Little did the emperor realize that Chu Xuancheng was contemplating the long term, surpassing even his own royal perspective. Thus, he conceded, Very well, I shall heed your advice and allocate 1 million taels from the disaster relief fund to support Prince Li. That will not be necessary, Your Majesty, Chu Xuancheng interjected suddenly. I am grateful for the kind intentions of Han Taifu and Li Taisher, but I resolved from the outset that the grain purchased would be a donation from the prince's estate, and I never anticipated any compensation from Your Majesty. I appreciate your grace, yet I do not wish to claim this reimbursement. With the grain I have acquired, and this additional 3,500,000 taels, I am confident that our relief efforts will yield significant results. Upon hearing this, the ministers silently praised Chu Xuancheng. A prince willing to contribute 1 million taels to disaster relief clearly does not covet such sums, and thus they fully trusted him. Emperor Han Yuan was equally astonished by Chu Xuancheng's generosity. Most individuals, in an effort to display their benevolence, would contribute at most a few tens of thousands of taels. Yet he had donated a staggering 1 million taels. The emperor found it difficult to comprehend his motives. This realm belonged to him. So why would Chu Xuancheng exert himself so? At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Your Majesty, His Excellency the Benevolent King has arrived." As he spoke, the Benevolent King, clad in a flowing white robe, entered with an air of grace. Having awaited his summons outside the hall, the Benevolent King had already overheard Chu Xuancheng's remarks, and he smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, since my elder brother is willing to donate 1 million taels for the people, I too shall pledge 1 million taels." Before the assembled ministers, princes typically referred to themselves as subjects, substituting their father's title with Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the ministers began to extol the virtues of the Benevolent King. "Your Majesty, both His Excellency the Benevolent King and His Excellency Prince Li are so benevolent. Our state of Chu is brimming with talent and vitality, with all eager to contribute. I am certain our land will recover from adversity, enduring for generations to come. Your Majesty, with such a considerable sum, I am confident that we shall overcome this calamity." The ministers expressed their admiration, declaring the two princes as dragons among men. Emperor Han Yuan, stroking his beard, laughed heartily, "Excellent, Xuancheng and Yun. As you both demonstrate such earnestness, my people will surely be saved." With that, he turned to the two, stating, "Now that the fundraising matter is settled, you two shall set forth tomorrow without delay to the disaster-stricken area to provide aid. Remember, to prevent incidents like that of Lady Wei, which incite public suspicion, every coin spent must be meticulously recorded, with the accounts remaining authentic and immaculate." "Yes, Your Majesty. You need not worry," replied Chu Xuancheng. Chapter 1605. Accompanying troops. After speaking, he continued, "Your Majesty, the natural disasters are severe at present, with numerous bandits and robbers emerging in various provinces. If they learn that I and the virtuous prince intend to provide disaster relief, they will undoubtedly devise schemes to ambush us for the relief funds and supplies. I believe it is prudent to allow me to lead 2,000 Xiansu troops to escort the relief silver. Otherwise, the delivery of these funds and provisions to the disaster-stricken areas remains uncertain. He must bring sufficient personnel for the relief effort, fearing that someone might seize the opportunity to assassinate him." Chancellor Han also expressed his agreement, stating, "Your Majesty, I concur with the ideas of Prince Li. The journey for disaster relief is fraught with peril, with countless formidable bandit groups. If the prince does not bring additional protection, the supplies may indeed be seized. Furthermore, upon reaching the various provinces, should there be no soldiers present, the local officials may neglect him and refuse to heed his commands, consequently hindering the relief efforts." Grand Master Li added, "Indeed, many local officials in those provinces are corrupt. With each disaster relief initiative, they exploit the situation, embezzling funds meant for the people, leaving them with nothing. These officials, driven by greed, may even bribe the imperial envoys, and if such attempts fail, they will leverage the remoteness of their locations to eliminate the envoys. Moreover, there are conspiracies brewing in the southern regions, and if Prince Li brings more soldiers, he might even quell those disturbances." Emperor Han Yuan did not anticipate that the typically neutral Chancellor Han and Grand Master Li would frequently advocate for Chu Xuancheng and hold him in high regard. This discomforted him. Yet he recognized that these esteemed ministers acted for the welfare of the realm rather than favoring Chu Xuancheng, which somewhat eased his mind. Should Chu Xuancheng continue to be so earnest, devoted to the people, and not covet his throne, he would consider retaining him for the time being. He cast a grave gaze at Chu Xuancheng, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of allowing him to bring so many soldiers, fearing a potential rebellion. However, upon reflection, leading merely 2,000 troops seemed inconsequential against his own vast army of hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, with Yun Ruoyue remaining in Shengjing, he doubted Chu Xuancheng would dare to revolt. With that thought, he declared, "Very well, in the interest of safeguarding these provisions and funds, I consent to Prince Li bringing 2,000 Xiansu troops along. As for Prince Jean, he may also bring 500 guards to accompany him. Prince Jean is currently my most favored son, and I shall ensure he is well protected. In addition to the visible guards, I will also dispatch covert operatives to safeguard him." "I am most grateful, Your Majesty," replied Chu Xuancheng and Prince Jean, bowing in unison. Observing Chu Xuancheng's spirited demeanor, the Empress felt a pang of anguish. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms until they bled, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. She had painstakingly raised considerable funds, only to see Chu Xuancheng benefit from her efforts, effectively sewing him a fine garment of reputation. When he succeeds in disaster relief, the populace will undoubtedly express their gratitude, enhancing his renown significantly. Meanwhile, she, as empress, would become the pariah, vilified due to the scandal involving Lady Wei. Once the nobles who donated to her become aware of this matter, they shall no longer place their trust in her, and it is likely that their financial support will cease. At this juncture, Chu Xuancheng clasped his hands and addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have heard that following a great calamity, there may be a devastating plague. I fear that if such a pestilence were to spread, it could lead to dire consequences. Might I request to bring my princess along? She possesses exceptional medical knowledge and understands the methods of water management. Her presence would undoubtedly yield significant results." Suddenly, the wise king interjected, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Princess of Li is highly skilled in medicine. With her assistance, we may be able to aid even more individuals." Chapter 1606. Departing to alleviate the disaster, he was also apprehensive about leaving Yun Ruoyue in the imperial city, fearing for her safety. Everything he fought for was for her sake. If harm were to befall her, what would be the purpose of his struggles? Upon hearing the wise king's words, Chu Xuancheng cast him a dispassionate glance. Although Emperor Han Yuan was reluctant to allow Chu Xuancheng to take Yun Ruoyue, the very vulnerability he wished to protect, he could not overlook the terrifying prospect of a plague and conceded, "Very well, you may take the Princess of Li with you. However, her pregnancy is unstable and her health is frail. How can she endure the long journey to Jiangnan?" Chu Xuancheng replied, "At that time, I can have the wise king send a portion of supplies to Jiangnan for immediate relief, and my princess and I will hasten our pace, ensuring we do not delay in providing aid." Emperor Han Yuan nodded, "Good. You must take good care of the Princess of Li throughout your journey. If there is indeed to be a plague following this disaster, her assistance will be essential, so she must not encounter any mishaps." "Yes, Your Majesty," Chu Xuancheng affirmed. Early the next morning, Chu Xuancheng donned a suit of golden armor, draped a fiery red embroidered cloak adorned with auspicious clouds over his shoulders, and wore a golden helmet. Mounted on a magnificent white steed, he led the procession toward the palace gates to partake in the sword-bestowing ceremony hosted by the emperor for him and the wise king. Ahead, banners fluttered in the wind, and horns sounded as a contingent of silver-armored Su soldiers paved the way. Seated astride his war-horse, Chu Xuancheng exuded an air of formidable majesty. Following him were several horse-drawn carriages, one of which was a striking red carriage bearing Yun Ruoyue, Feng and Xiao Dai. Behind them marched rows of well-trained, impeccably organized Su soldiers, safeguarding the carts laden with provisions and relief funds, their presence impenetrable, deterring any would-be intruders. The long line of supply carts extended from the western to the eastern edge of the city, moving forward with an unyielding resolve. Upon hearing the horns, the citizens opened their doors to behold the procession of supplies destined for Jiangnan, moved to tears and filled with fervent hope. The emperor had finally dispatched an imperial envoy to provide relief, and they yearned for the calamity to conclude swiftly, allowing them to return to their tranquil lives. Soon, the procession reached the palace gates, which were already under strict guard. Layers of imperial forest guards surrounded the area like an impenetrable fortress, exuding a chilling authority. The civil and military officials had arrived early to await the occasion, their voices occasionally filling the air with conversation. As Chu Xuancheng's party approached the palace gates, he caught sight of the wise king's contingent approaching from the opposite side. With a steely gaze and an imposing demeanor, Chu Xuancheng surveyed the scene ahead, radiating an aura of unparalleled gallantry. Before him, the virtuous prince rode a magnificent white steed, unadorned by armor, but instead clad in an elegant moonlight-colored brocade robe embroidered with bamboo motifs, intricately adorned with elaborate needlework. His waist was cinched with a jade belt, and atop his head rested a jade crown, complementing his lustrous black hair and tall, graceful stature, reminiscent of the finest orchids and jade trees, exuding nobility and refinement. Upon spotting Chu Xuancheng's entourage, he offered a courteous salute, inclining his head slightly, acknowledging the arrival of his imperial brother. Chu Xuancheng's gaze was cold and distant, and he returned the gesture with a subtle nod, his expression radiating an air of aloofness. At that moment, the grand gates of the palace slowly opened, revealing rows of palace maids and imperial guards, who surrounded the emperor's palanquin as it emerged. Among them, a few lavish canopies were present, under one of which, adorned with a bright yellow embroidered dragon, sat the formidable Emperor Hongyuan. Chapter 1607. The sword-bestowing ceremony. Behind Emperor Hongyuan sat the enchanting snow concubine, draped in exquisite purple garments. Originally, the empress was meant to accompany the emperor on this occasion, but due to her transgressions, the emperor had chosen Snow Concubine in her stead. As Snow Concubine gazed upon the resplendent Chu Xuancheng atop his steed, a pang of bitterness gripped her heart, and her expression faltered momentarily. Upon the emperor's appearance, both Chu Xuancheng and the virtuous prince dismounted, walking side by side to the forefront, leading the assembly in a respectful bow. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. All ministers, rise," commanded the emperor. As the palanquin came to a halt, Emperor Hongyuan descended with the assistance of eunuch Su. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Chu Xuancheng and the virtuous prince. "Li Wang, Xian Wang, I hereby command you to travel to Jiangnan to provide relief from disaster. You must exercise self-restraint and public duty, and fulfill your mission to save the people of Jiangnan from calamity." Chu Xuancheng stepped forward, cupping his hands in deference. "Rest assured, your majesty, I shall exert every effort to meet expectations and accomplish the task at hand swiftly." The virtuous prince echoed. "I too shall diligently uphold my responsibilities and work in concert with my imperial brother to provide aid." "Excellent." Emperor Hongyuan nodded in satisfaction, turning to eunuch Su. Commenced the sword-bestowing ceremony. Eunuch Su promptly led several eunuchs bearing the imperial sword forward, raising his voice to announce, "We shall now commence the sword-bestowing ceremony. Please step forward, Xian Wang and Li Wang, to receive the sword." Upon his command, both princes knelt on one knee, extending their hands to accept the sword. Eunuch Su lifted the imperial sword from the tray, proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, it is decreed by the emperor." As Li Wang and Xian Wang prepare to journey to Jiangnan for disaster relief, the emperor has specially commissioned this imperial sword for you. During your travels, whether among royal kin or officials, the sight of this sword shall be akin to the presence of the emperor himself. Compliance is imperative. Should anyone disobey, they shall face execution without exception. "We accept the decree," they proclaimed, each solemnly receiving the weighty imperial sword. One side of the blade was engraved with a soaring phoenix, while the other depicted a dragon soaring amidst the clouds, embellished with the celestial arrangement of the Big Dipper above and surrounded by ornate patterns, exuding an exquisite and opulent grandeur. With utmost care, they grasped the sword firmly in hand. The emperor gazed at them, stating, "The sword-bestowing ceremony is complete. This imperial sword symbolizes my presence. You must wield it wisely." "Yes, your majesty," they replied in unison. After the completion of the ceremony, the emperor returned to the palace with his concubines. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng had already mounted his horse, sword in hand, and declared, "Everyone, let us depart." With this command, the procession began to advance towards the city gates. The wise king followed closely behind him, exuding an air of authority. Meanwhile, the convoy laden with provisions and disaster relief funds was making its grand way down the street. Upon receiving the news, the townsfolk eagerly opened their doors and gathered along the roadside to witness the spectacle. Observing the striking figures of Chu Xuancheng and the wise king, as well as the carts brimming with relief silver and grain, the populace could not help but erupt in cheers. "Wonderful! The emperor is sending the Li prince and the wise king to provide aid. The people of Jiangnan shall be saved." Indeed, I heard the Li prince personally funded 1,000 stones of grain for the journey to Jiangnan. He truly cares for the common folk, a remarkable man. The wise king is commendable as well. I heard he donated 1,000,000 taels of silver. With such extraordinary individuals in our nation, I feel an immense sense of pride. It is said that the Li princess, despite her precarious condition, intends to accompany them to Jiangnan to heal and assist others, unlike the Wei lady and the empress, who are only concerned with embezzling funds. Chapter 1608. Execution at the vegetable market. Rumor has it that the Wei lady will face execution for her embezzlement of disaster relief funds in 2 days. Let us witness her fate together at the market. Yes, such a woman deserves no sympathy. Fortunately, the emperor has corrected the chaos, promptly unearthing this embezzler and entrusting the relief funds to our two princes. Otherwise, the common people would still be in peril. Indeed, these two princes represent the future of Chu state. The townsfolk continued to extol the virtues of Chu Xuancheng and the wise king, filling Yun Ruoyue in the carriage with pride. She had once perceived Chu Xuancheng as an aloof and proud king, detached from the affairs of the world. Little did she expect his profound concern for the people and their welfare. She had not misjudged him after all. Before their departure, Chu Xuancheng had arranged soft cushions in the carriage, ensuring her comfort during the journey. He had also brought along several midwives, as well as the maidservants attending to Yun Ruoyue, along with the household physician and various belongings, requiring multiple carriages. Hearing the commotion outside, Yun Ruoyue lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced at Chu Xuancheng ahead. He appeared ethereal, like a celestial being, radiating an indescribable nobility. His handsome features reflected an innate grandeur that made one feel unworthy in his presence. The wise king, too, was a remarkable figure, exuding elegance. Encountering these two handsome men on the journey was a visual delight that uplifted the spirits. 2 days later, at the west side of the vegetable market, the emperor was set to execute the Wei lady and her accomplices for corruption. Thus, the townsfolk rose early, gathering at the market entrance, creating a bustling throng. At noon, under the blazing sun, the earth was scorched to a golden hue. In the distance, one could see officials escorting a convoy of prison carts. Among them, the foremost cart contained the Wei lady, clad in a white prison uniform, her neck adorned with shackles, her hands bound with coarse rope, and her feet locked in fetters. A placard hung on her back, inscribed with her name, adorned with a crimson circle above, within which lay the character for decapitation. The prison carriage approached slowly, and her expression was painfully numb. Occasionally, bystanders hurled rotten eggs and discarded vegetable leaves at her, quickly enveloping her in a stench. Jiang Heng, accompanied by several attendants, stood amidst the crowd. Upon seeing the carriage of the Lady of Wei, he cried out with a heart-wrenching wail, "Mother, mother, do you see me? I have come to see you." Startled, the Lady of Wei turned her gaze toward the crowd, spotting her son standing there in agony. You must leave at once. Do not concern yourself with me, lest I bring you trouble," she urged. "No, mother, I am unafraid. What will become of me if you are gone?" Jiang Heng sobbed. "Just days ago, the magistrate Zhang came to the Duke of Wei's residence, seized our plaque, and confiscated our entire estate. The emperor has stripped me of my title, and they have cast me out. Thankfully, my aunt sent someone to secure me a small dwelling. Otherwise, I would be homeless." The Lady of Wei's heart sank upon witnessing her son's disheveled state. Although he still wore a resplendent robe, it had long since become soiled, and he appeared utterly despondent, accompanied only by a single servant, which painted a picture of utter destitution. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "My child, how could they treat you thus? You are the descendant of a loyal minister. You must heed your aunt's counsel and strive to live on." Chapter 1609. The ungrateful son. When she learned that the empress would send someone to care for her son, she felt a semblance of relief, believing her death might be worthwhile. Jiang Heng, however, responded with fury, "Mother, I refuse. I will seek vengeance against Chu Xuancheng. It is they who have brought you to this state, and I will kill them." The Lady of Wei quickly interjected, You must not pursue revenge. I have come to my senses. It was my insatiable greed that instigated our downfall. Should you seek retribution and fall into peril, how could I face your father in the afterlife? You must listen to your aunt, live peacefully, reform your ways, and never seek vengeance on my behalf." Understanding that Jiang Heng could not hope to contend with Chu Xuancheng, she forbade him from seeking revenge. After all, it was her actions that had led to their misfortune. Chu Xuancheng was formidable, and her son stood no chance against him. Such a pursuit would be tantamount to courting death. As she faced her impending demise, her only wish was for her son to live safely, avoiding the path she had taken. Yet, Jiang Heng, consumed by hatred and youthful fervor, would not heed his mother's pleas. "Mother, do not concern yourself with my quest for vengeance. I know what I must do. But if you leave me like this, what shall I do? I have no servants, no concubines, no fine horses or luxurious carriages, nor a grand residence to call home. Mother, please do not die. Do not leave me." The Lady of Wei gazed at him, disappointment etched on her face. It seemed she had indulged him too much, as she faced her end. Her son was more preoccupied with whether she could continue to provide him with a life of luxury, rather than expressing concern for her imminent demise. Truly, he was a most ungrateful wretch. A doting mother often leads to a wayward son, as the sage has rightly proclaimed. It is she who has indulged her son to such an extent. At that moment, An officer noticed Jiang Heng conversing with Lady Wei of the state of Wei and quickly approached him, forcibly dragging him away, urging him to step aside and not interfere with the execution. "Let me go? That is my mother. I want to speak with her," Jiang Heng protested, struggling against their grip. "Enough of your nonsense. You are not permitted to approach the prisoner. Now move aside," the officers retorted, shoving Jiang Heng to the ground. Meanwhile, the prison carriage bearing Lady Wei was gradually moving away. Jiang Heng hastily scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Mother, don't leave me. Mother, since you are near death, please tell me, have you hidden away any money? Just tell me where, and I shall retrieve it." Upon hearing this, Lady Wei was filled with sorrow and pain. She closed her eyes in despair, her expression numb, as if her throat were constricted by a ball of cotton, rendering her speechless. Behind her, Jiang Heng's voice echoed as he called out, "Mother, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. You have accumulated so much silver. I know you have purchased numerous properties. You must have hidden some money. Please, tell me where it is, so that I can find it." Lady Wei resolutely shut her eyes, determined not to reveal anything. She lamented that she had wasted her efforts raising this son, who, even at this critical juncture, only sought wealth and did not recognize her as his mother. A chilling realization washed over her. She regretted her indulgence that had shaped him into such a person. More importantly, she could not provide Jiang Heng with any money. If he acquired funds, he might hire an assassin to kill Chu Xuancheng, which would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Soon, the officers had escorted the prison carriage to the execution grounds, where all prisoners were brought down, led up to the platform, and commanded to kneel. Upon seeing Lady Wei and the others brought to the guillotine, the crowd erupted in fervor, hurling rotten vegetables and shouting in condemnation. Chapter 16:10. The execution. The emperor is wise. Lady Wei, the embezzler, is finally to face her death, a true delight for the people. The woman had audacity beyond measure, greedily embezzling 300,000 taels of silver, only to provide the disaster-stricken with rice porridge mixed with sand. Such a person deserves no pity. She should descend to the 18th level of hell, suffering the torments of fire and oil. It is said that Lady Wei not only misappropriated funds but also maintained male consorts, exhibiting a disgraceful lifestyle, devoid of propriety. Her son, too, is a bully, preying upon the weak and tormenting many to death. Such individuals deserve to perish. The emperor is enacting divine justice this time. Yes, execute her. Eliminate these parasites. And let us see who dares to embezzle again. The crowd below raised their fists, shouting in excitement. Silence. Grand Eunuch Su stepped forward, waving his hand to quell the uproar. Holding a royal edict, he commanded immediate attention. As the crowd quieted, he unfurled the edict and proclaimed, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor declares, the Jingzhaoyin has uncovered that Lady Wei, Su Ruocheng, conspired with her accomplices to embezzle the 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver raised by the empress. As the wife of the Duke of Wei, Su Ruocheng has led a life of luxury and debauchery, misappropriating charitable funds. I have decided to strip Su Ruocheng of her title as Lady of Wei, confiscate her assets, and seize all her property. The decree was pronounced, sentencing Su Ruocheng and her accomplices to execution by beheading. Upon the proclamation, the populace erupted in jubilant cheers. Yes, yes, execute her swiftly. Such a person deserves death, they proclaimed with fervent anger. The cries of the people sent tremors of fear through Madame Wei, causing her legs to buckle beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. After securing the imperial edict, Eunuch Su approached Madame Wei and whispered to her, "Madam, Her Majesty the Empress has sent me to convey a message. You may depart in peace. Rest assured, she will take good care of Jiang Heng." Both the Empress and Lord Su are deeply sorrowful over the execution, yet they cannot be present to bid you farewell. I have been dispatched to accompany you on your final journey. Hearing the names of her brother and sister, Madame Wei was engulfed in despair. The fact that even they dared not come to see her off was a clear indication of the wrath she had incurred, leaving her with no hope of survival. The thought of death sent shivers through her. Her opulence and fame were lost, and the luxurious life she once enjoyed was now beyond her grasp. Regret consumed her. With tears brimming in her eyes, she looked at Eunuch Su and said, "Thank you, Eunuch. Please return and inform Her Majesty that as long as she and my brother remember me, I shall face death unflinchingly." Though her words were brave, her trembling lips betrayed her fear. At that moment, the executioner, Zhang Fuyin, glanced at the sun overhead and declared, "Very well, it is now the appointed hour. Executioner, Proceed. With that, he cast a white command token to the ground, signifying the immediate execution of his orders. Yes, my lord. The executioner responded. The constables hurriedly dragged Madame Wei to the front, intending for her to be the first to be executed, while the others formed a queue behind her. Madame Wei, paralyzed by terror at the mention of execution, lacked the strength to walk and was forcibly brought forward by the constables. Cold sweat poured from her, rendering her as dazed as a child, unable to articulate a single word. Meanwhile, the executioner, bare-chested, broad-shouldered, and intimidatingly robust, approached with a long blade in hand. As he stood before Madame Wei, he took a swig of liquor and sprayed it onto the blade. Execute her, Zhang Fuyin commanded with fury. He understood that the current public outrage could only be quelled by swiftly executing Madame Wei. Without hesitation, the executioner raised his blade and, with a swift stroke, severed Madame Wei's head, thus ending her life. This gruesome spectacle startled many onlookers. Witnessing Madame Wei's execution brought a wave of relief and satisfaction to the crowd, releasing the pent-up anger within them. Subsequently, the remaining individuals faced their fates in turn. After witnessing the execution, Eunuch Su returned to the palace, his heart heavy with trepidation, and entered the Ronghua Palace. At that moment, the Empress and Su Ming sat there with grave expressions. The Empress's eyes were red, as if she had been weeping, while Su Ming bore a shrewd and inscrutable demeanor, revealing nothing of his emotions. I pay my respects, Your Majesty, and to you, sir, Eunuch Su announced upon entering. Upon seeing him, the Empress hastily rose and inquired, what transpired? Was the execution carried out? With a face marked by sorrow, Eunuch Su replied, alas. The execution has indeed taken place. However, before departing, the lady remarked that with the Empress and Lord Su thinking of her, she felt no regrets in death. The Empress, pained, closed her eyes momentarily and sighed. She gazed into the distant sky and softly uttered, Sister, you may depart in peace. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Hunger for you. She understood that the one thing the lady from Wei could not let go of was Zhang Hong. Only by caring for him could she truly honor the sacrifice of the Wei lady. After delivering the message, Eunuch Su withdrew. At that moment, in the main hall, besides Su Ming and the Empress, only Aunt Tao was quietly preparing tea nearby. A tumult of frustration brewed within Su Ming, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, no wonder Chu Xuancheng remained so composed previously without raising funds. He must have long been plotting against you. This time, it was your negligence and underestimation that led to RuoyueShe's downfall. Upon hearing this, the Empress straightened her posture, invigorated. This matter was known solely to her and her sister. How could Chu Xuancheng be aware? His calm demeanor since the moment she began raising funds indicated that he had already uncovered their secret. Elder brother, who do you think leaked the secret to him? Su Ming surveyed the hall. Apart from him and the Empress, only Aunt Tao was immersed in her tea preparation. Suddenly, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes, and his right hand tightened into a fist. The Empress, noticing Su Ming's expression, realized the implications. She immediately glared at Aunt Tao, demanding, Chun Tao, come here. Did you divulge my secrets? Chun Tao, the name of Aunt Tao, stiffened at the Empress's cold command, her face paling. She hurried over and knelt, trembling in fear. Your Highness, are you suspecting this servant? I have not betrayed you. I have served you for many years, and I believe your Highness knows my character. If I intended to betray you, why would I wait until now? The Empress paused, reflecting. Indeed, Chun Tao had been by her side for many years, and after numerous tests of loyalty, she had deemed her trustworthy. Little did she know, Chun Tao's previous loyalty was merely a facade to gain her trust. Awaiting this very day, the Empress scrutinized Chun Tao's face, her suspicion rising. Yet, when I conferred with the lady from Wei, you were always present. This matter was known only to the three of us. Who else could it be? Chapter 16:12. Are you worthy of trust? With the Empress's doubts weighing heavily upon her, Chun Tao's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure. Your Highness, how could this servant, dwelling in the depths of the palace, have encountered outsiders? According to the lady from Wei's testimony, apart from me, her subordinates were all aware. Those subordinates are numerous and untrustworthy. It is plausible that one of them may betray her for personal gain. I am innocent. Please see the truth, Your Highness. The Empress hesitated, considering, indeed, the lady from Wei had dispatched many to transfer the silver to her villa. It was entirely possible that her servants had already betrayed her. Thus, it seemed Chun Tao was not the one to have betrayed her. Su Ming cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Chun Tao before addressing the Empress. Enough. It seems she is not the culprit. In my view, it must be Ruocheng's servants who have betrayed her, and in turn, implicated you. The Empress let out a sigh of relief. Although she suspected it was not Chun Tao, once the seed of doubt was sown, she could no longer see Chun Tao in a favorable light. She declared, "Chun Tao, you may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty," Chun Tao responded swiftly before retreating. Once she was gone, the Empress gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, if it is not Chun Tao, then it must be Ruocheng's servants. Ruocheng truly is unreliable. Her incompetence nearly led to my own downfall." Su Ming, however, cast a cold glance at Chun Tao's departing figure and remarked, "Not necessarily. In my opinion, Chun Tao herself may also be suspect." The Empress gasped in astonishment. "What? Chun Tao is my own protege. How could she possibly be involved? Did you not just claim she was innocent? Why the sudden suspicion?" Su Ming's gaze turned steely. "It is merely an instinct." She appeared terrified, yet feigned composure. "However, I lack concrete evidence. This is merely conjecture. Have someone watch her closely for any unusual behavior. If nothing arises, then perhaps I am being overly cautious." Relying solely on mere glances and gestures, Su Ming still could not ascertain Chun Tao's integrity. Nevertheless, caution was always prudent. Hearing this, the Empress's suspicions deepened, and she nodded, saying, "Very well. I shall ensure someone keeps watch over her. Regardless of her innocence, I shall refrain from discussing any matters in her presence." Having doubted Chun Tao, the Empress knew that the latter would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Thus, she could no longer be trusted. Su Ming sipped his tea and rose, stating, "Remember, in this world, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Trust no one but yourself." The Empress suddenly turned to Su Ming, a glint of coldness in her eyes. "What of you, brother? Are you trustworthy?" Su Ming replied coolly, "As I said, you can only trust yourself. So, I cannot even trust you?" The Empress scoffed. "Brother, ever since Tianyu and Changshao divorced, you have ceased to concern yourself with him. I know you are secretly supporting the Xianwang, intending to wed Yuyao to him and elevate him to power. Am I correct?" At this, Su Ming did not deny it. He, ever the strategist, replied, "I have always supported Tianyu. Who could have anticipated his impulsive nature and foolishness that led him to repeatedly fall to Chu Xuancheng? How can you expect me to support someone like that? So you will abandon me? I am your sister, and we are both members of the Su family. Our fortunes are intertwined. If I suffer, so shall you. Furthermore, even without Tianyu, I have the sixth Prince Xiling. Once he matures, he can take Tianyu's place and has the potential to become the crown prince." The Empress retorted angrily. Chapter 16:13. Pardon for the Prince of Jin, Su Ming sighed. "But the Emperor currently favors the Xianwang. What of it? The Xianwang's mother is but a fallen woman. I am the true Empress. Even if Tianyu falters, Xiling is my flesh and blood, a legitimate son. He will be 18 by the end of the year, as long as you support him. He too can soar and become a worthy candidate for the crown prince," the Empress asserted. Witnessing the Queen's overwhelming fury, Su Ming coldly remarked, "You remain as impulsive as ever. It is no wonder that Prince Jin mirrors your recklessness, acting without regard for the consequences. Did you truly believe I supported the virtuous king out of genuine intent? A person of his ilk shares no common ground with us. My only motivation was to feign support, having noticed the Emperor's favor towards him. Currently, his strength pales in comparison to Chu Xuancheng's. It is only with my assistance that he may rise, enabling a fierce rivalry between him and Chu Xuancheng. When they are left to mutually annihilate each other, it will present an opportune moment for Xiling to ascend." Upon hearing these words, the Queen's spirits soared. "So that is the case. My brother, I must apologize. I misjudged you. I had thought you would genuinely support the virtuous king while neglecting Xiling. You are right. We must first elevate the virtuous king to a position where he can contend with Chu Xuancheng. Let them tear each other apart like dogs, and we shall reap the benefits." Seeing her comprehension dawn upon her, Su Ming finally exhaled in relief. "Remember, regardless of the circumstances, we are family. Do not be deceived by the virtuous king's outward benevolence. I can discern his ambition, which rivals that of Chu Xuancheng. Such a man, once empowered, may very well turn against us. We cannot place our trust in him. For now, Xiling is still vulnerable. We must safeguard him, allowing him to live discreetly and avoid becoming a target. The pursuit of power is always drenched in bloodshed. Those at the vortex of such chaos are the first to perish. Only those who endure to the end emerge as true victors. Very well, brother. We shall proceed as you suggest. But what of Tianyu? He has been imprisoned for so long, and Lan Wu's condition has worsened. If the emperor does not release him soon, his life will be irrevocably ruined. The queen expressed her distress. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. In light of the recent calamity, the emperor intends to grant a general amnesty. I shall petition him to include Tianyu among those pardoned. Upon hearing this, the queen was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes brimming with tears. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, dear brother. Outside the palace of Ronghua, Chun Tao stood pruning flower branches, her gaze frequently darting towards the main hall, anxiety gnawing at her. She understood that her position had become precarious. The queen and Su Ming had begun to harbor suspicions about her, and from this moment forth, she could no longer associate with Li Jinzong or send messages to Li Wang, lest she be discovered by the queen. Her demise would be inconsequential, but she feared for the safety of Li Jinzong and others. He was a spy whom the prince had painstakingly placed beside the emperor, and he could not be allowed to come to harm. 2 days later, Emperor Honyuan indeed announced before the court that, due to the natural disaster, he would observe 3 days of fasting and purification, as well as reduce taxes for the affected regions for 3 years, while also granting a general amnesty. This amnesty would apply to a number of criminals, excluding those guilty of treason, deception against the sovereign, and heinous acts of murder. Su Ming seized the opportunity to present a petition, stating that due to Lan Wu's pregnancy and Prince Jin's recent good behavior in prison, he requested the emperor to release him as well. Emperor Honyuan, already inclined to free Prince Jin, acquiesced to Su Ming's request and included him in the amnesty. Thus, on that very day, Prince Jin emerged from the dark, damp confines of his cell, finally basking in the light of day once more. The queen escorted Chu Xiling and the 7th princess, Chu Yunyan, to meet him. As soon as the crown prince stepped out of the prison gates, he tilted his head to gaze at the long-mist sky and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I am finally free. Chu Xuancheng, Su Changxiao, you wretched pair, await my vengeance. Tianyu, cease your outbursts. The queen hurriedly interjected, rushing from a nearby path to cover his mouth. With a stern expression, she admonished, lower your voice. The area is rife with your father's spies. Your mother assured him you would not err again, which is why he released you. Should you act rashly once more, even your mother cannot save you. Mother, why are you here? The crown prince gazed at them in disbelief. Chu Xiling stepped forward, stating, brother, we have come to retrieve you. Father has issued an amnesty, granting you freedom. Indeed, brother, it was no small feat for father to forgive you this time. Come, let us express our gratitude. Chu Yunyan chimed in. Express gratitude? Had it not been for his blind trust in that vile woman, Su Changxiao, I would not have languished in confinement for so long. Do you have any idea of the torment I endured? I was treated worse than a beast. It was he who decreed my imprisonment, causing me such suffering, and now you expect me to thank him? The crown prince shouted in fury. Can you stop this at once? Do you wish for your father to hear such words? Do you truly wish to remain imprisoned forever? The queen glared at him, exasperated. He had only just gained his freedom, and yet he dared to speak so recklessly. If the emperor's covert guards were to overhear, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, there were no guards in the vicinity, otherwise he would be doomed again. Chu Tianyu anxiously surveyed his surroundings, and upon seeing no one eavesdropping, he relented, saying, Fine, I shall remain silent. But, mother, I have also heard whispers in the prison that father has begun to support the wise prince. He has forsaken me. What are we to do? The queen replied, For now, you must do nothing. Return home, recuperate well, and allow Lan Wu to bear you a healthy son. Once your wounds are healed, I will take matters into my own hands and arrange for you to select a new princess. You are still your father's legitimate heir. He would not have released you otherwise. You must demonstrate your worth, strive to achieve great deeds for your father, and earn his respect anew. Only then will you have the opportunity to rise again. Understanding the damp and dismal conditions of the prison, the queen was acutely aware of the wounds the crown prince had sustained from beatings, which had become infected. Therefore, he required immediate recuperation. What can I achieve in such a state? The crown prince gestured to his disheveled appearance. We shall discuss this once you have recovered. At that time, you may petition your father and return to the Southern Army to lead the troops. Only by commanding military power and achieving merit can the princes secure their positions. The queen instructed. Upon hearing her words, the crown prince momentarily suppressed his anger. He then inquired, I have heard that my second aunt was executed by father. The queen had appointed her own people to care for the crown prince in prison, so he was well informed about events outside. The queen nodded, briefly recounting to the crown prince the events surrounding the beheading of the Lady of Wei. The crown prince clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. How dare that Chu Xuancheng usurp your achievements, mother? If only I could take that silver to aid the disaster relief. Chapter 16:15. The unwanted cast-offs. The queen continued, indeed. If you could assist in disaster relief, you might regain the people's favor, and perhaps the ministers would rally behind you. First, focus on your recovery, then approach your father, expressing your desire to aid the victims. Surely, he would forgive you. Very well, mother, I shall heed your advice, the crown prince replied with a nod. Upon returning to the princess residence, he discovered that everything had changed. During his confinement, Lan Wu's belly had remained flat, yet now it was as round as a ball. The once vibrant estate, filled with the lively presence of Su Changxiao, had turned desolate and cold, with barely a soul in sight. Without Su Changxiao to manage the household, chaos reigned, with neither master nor servant holding their place. It was evident that this family required a new mistress. After nursing his injuries for several days, the crown prince, feeling somewhat restored, resolved to take Lan Wu out for a stroll. It had been a long time since he had wandered the imperial city, and now that he had finally gained his freedom, he intended to don splendid garments and adorn himself with a golden crown and jade belt for a promenade. Otherwise, no one would realize that the crown prince had returned to the world. Before long, both the crown prince and Lan Wu were clad in resplendent brocade robes, accompanied by a servant and holding fans, as they made their way to the bustling streets. The lively atmosphere invigorated the crown prince. It was far more delightful than the oppressive confines of the dark prison, and he had no desire to return to that wretched place. My lord, look. The two people ahead, nestled together, appear to be the king of Zhao and Su Changxiao. Lan Wu suddenly halted, pointing with her fan toward the distance. Following her gaze, the crown prince beheld Su Changxiao, her expression tender as she leaned against the king of Zhao, both of them admiring the trinkets at a roadside stall. A sweet yet bashful smile graced her face, and they appeared as a couple. This scene incited a rush of blood to the crown prince's head, fury surging within him. How could that wretched woman be entwined with the king of Zhao? My lord, you may not be aware, but they have been together for some time now. It is said that after a drunken encounter, the king of Zhao intends to take Su Changxiao as a concubine. Moreover, she previously used me to gain favor in front of him, leading to my embarrassment in public. Lan Wu recounted the incident, revealing how Su Changxiao had manipulated her. Upon hearing that Su Changxiao had the audacity to collide with Lan Wu's belly, the crown prince was consumed with rage. This treacherous woman, in her pursuit of a man's sympathy, dared to harm his unborn child. Just wait, I shall avenge this, he declared, striding purposefully towards Su Changxiao. Coldly, he positioned himself between her and the king of Zhao, sneering, "Ah, Su Changxiao, it has been a while. Have you begun to cozy up to the king of Zhao? What is this? With Chu Xuancheng no longer wanting you, have you sought out another? It's you. Were you not imprisoned in the dungeon? How have you escaped?" Su Changxiao, holding a skewer of candied hawthorns, froze at the sight of the crown prince. Upon seeing the Prince of Jin, her countenance darkened, and a heavy weight settled in her heart. Recalling the last time the prince had kicked her and the child she lost, she instinctively sought refuge behind the Prince of Zhao, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am afraid." The Prince of Zhao immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. His gaze icy as he addressed the Prince of Jin. "What do you intend to do, brother?" "What do I intend to do? I would rather inquire, Prince Zhao. Does your household lack women? How is it that you are entangled with this tarnished woman? Are you not aware that she is cast aside by me? You cherish what I have discarded. Do you derive pleasure from picking up the remnants of my past?" The Prince of Jin retorted with derision. Chapter 16:16. A fight breaks out. "You, Chu Tianyu, I warn you, cease your prattle. Our affairs are none of your concern." The Prince of Zhao fumed. The Prince of Jin, however, smirked with satisfaction. "She is my ex-wife. How could it not concern me? Prince Zhao, do not blame me for failing to warn you. This woman harbors a wicked heart and has never been sincere with anyone. She views you merely as a stepping stone for her ascent. Once she climbs higher, she will discard you like a worn shoe. The moment you lose your wealth and power, she will cast you aside just as she did with Chu Xuancheng. Do not follow in my footsteps or those of Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, do not listen to his fabrications. I am not that kind of person. Were it not for his violent actions that led to my miscarriage and his insistence on favoring concubines over his wife, I would never have sought a divorce. I was compelled to part ways with him, and now he seeks to sow discord between us. He is merely envious of our bond. Do not believe his words. Su Changxiao pleaded pitifully from behind the Prince of Zhao. The Prince of Zhao quickly patted her hand in reassurance. Changxiao, rest assured, I will not believe him. At that moment, he glared at the Prince of Jin, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chu Tianyu, are you not a man? To insult a woman in such a manner? Is it because Changxiao has spurned you that you lash out in humiliation on the street? I warn you, if you utter another word of insult, I will not hold back. Such audacity, Prince Zhao. Today I shall speak. Let us see how you intend to confront me. The Prince of Jin replied, his confidence swelling. I have heard that you have shared a bed with her. Surely you have witnessed her wanton nature. How does it feel to indulge in what remains of me? Scoundrel! The Prince of Zhao shouted, fury erupting as he swung his fist, landing a solid blow to the Prince of Jin's face, causing him to stagger. Enraged, the Prince of Jin retaliated, how dare you strike me? I will kill you. With that, he unleashed a powerful gust of energy towards the Prince of Zhao. The Prince of Zhao quickly set Su Changxiao aside and engaged the Prince of Jin in combat. Their martial skills were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce exchange where neither emerged victorious. Both men bore the marks of the battle, their faces mottled with bruises, much to the dismay of the two women watching. Meanwhile, Lan Wu stood with her hands on her hips, hurling insults at Su Changxiao. You vile woman. Last time, you intentionally collided with my belly. Now that Prince Jin has emerged, just wait and see. You will have your share of suffering. Su Changxiao did not behave as recklessly as Lan Wu, shouting and cursing. She was aware of the many onlookers around her and would not act as foolishly as Lan Wu, causing a scene in the streets. She approached Lan Wu, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in her eyes, and ominously declared, do you think I fear him? He is merely a fallen prince who repeatedly makes mistakes. I do not regard him at all. Let me tell you, the humiliation you have inflicted on me today will not go unpunished. You will face dire consequences. After the insults from Prince Jin, she had already vowed in her heart. She would ensure that Lan Wu's child would perish, leaving Prince Jin without an heir. In the future, if any woman associated with Prince Jin were to conceive, she would eliminate them, denying him any descendants. Ultimately, she would take it upon herself to slay Prince Jin, avenging her own grievances. She would not allow this pair of treacherous lovers to enjoy peace. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to offend her. Chapter 16-17. Must a concubine's marriage be reported? Upon hearing Su Changxiao's words, Lan Wu was so frightened that she quickly cradled her belly and took a couple of steps back. Why did this woman's gaze seem so terrifying? As if she were a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell? She bit her lip, her face pale, and said, do not make threats against me. No matter how downfallen he may be, Prince Jin is still the legitimate son of the Empress. Just wait. When he becomes the crown prince one day, you will be the one crying. Su Changxiao let out a cold laugh. Based on his current state, you believe he can ascend to the status of crown prince? Your expectations are quite naive. As she spoke, she suddenly advanced toward Lan Wu, her eyes coldly sweeping over her rounded belly. Lan concubine, you dare to be arrogant before me while pregnant? Have you never experienced the pain of miscarriage? Would you like me to assist you in savoring the sensation of a stillborn? Su Changxiao appeared like a vengeful specter, causing Lan Wu to retreat even more swiftly. The woman's gaze was too fearsome, and she genuinely feared for her own safety. She hurriedly ran towards Prince Jin, stumbling as she implored, my lord, please stop. Let us leave. Prince Jin and Prince Zhao had been engaged in a fierce battle, each sustaining injuries. Both had long wished to cease hostilities, for neither could best the other, and they had merely exchanged blows until they resembled battered figures. Now, with Lan Wu's intervention, they both found an opportunity to step back and simultaneously halted their attacks. With his defenses raised, Prince Jin glared at Lan Wu. What is it, Lan'er? Lan Wu, in a panic, replied, my lord, I am feeling unwell. Let us not stoop to their level. Moreover, if the emperor learns that you resorted to fighting upon your arrival, it would not bode well. Let us return home for now. Upon hearing this, Prince Jin felt a tightening in his chest. He glared at Prince Zhao, seething, humph. This time, I shall let you off, but should you dare to act arrogantly again, do not expect any mercy from me. With that, he took Lan Wu by the hand and left. Prince Zhao, filled with resentment, glared at him, thinking, it is I who has spared you. Next time you dare to bully Changshao, I shall confront you each time we meet. Seeing Lan Wu and Prince Jin retreating in defeat, Su Changshao hurried over to assist Prince Xiao. Upon seeing his battered visage, she was overcome with emotion and began to cry, "My lord, you are injured. I am so sorry. It is all because of me that you were harmed. I have brought this misfortune upon you." "I am fine," he reassured her. It was he, Chu Tianyu, who took the brunt of the beating. He has sustained numerous internal injuries, while I have merely incurred some external wounds. A little application of medicine upon returning home will suffice. It is nothing of great concern, remarked the Prince of Zhao. Su Changshao, aware that he was merely putting on a brave face, chose not to expose him, for this man was quite concerned with his pride. She responded, "Yet you bear marks on your face. What shall we do when it comes time for our wedding?" Upon hearing the mention of marriage, the prince averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. "The matter of our union has yet to be reported to my father. Would you kindly allow me to visit the palace first and discuss it with him?" In truth, he was thinking of Wei Er, feeling a pang of softness in his heart. He had heard that Wei Er had been so distressed by him that she experienced a miscarriage, which left him quite worried. He knew she did not wish for him to wed Su Changshao, and thus he began to waver in his own intentions regarding their union. The thought of Wei Er caused his heart to ache deeply, as if it had been sliced and salted repeatedly. Su Changshao assumed that marrying the prince was a foregone conclusion, only to discover that the emperor's consent was necessary. She said, "My lord, as a prince, must you truly report to the emperor, even for taking a concubine? Generally, other princes do not need such permission when marrying a concubine. However, given your prior status as the Princess of Jin, the situation is different. The emperor's approval is indeed required," replied the prince, his expression troubled. Su Changshao immediately scoffed. "Do you disdain me for being a divorced woman? Do you wish to avoid marrying me? If you do not desire this union, simply say so. I assure you, I will not pursue you. Yet, my lord, if you are retreating in fear, why accompany me on shopping excursions?" With that, she abruptly released his hand and walked away. "Changshao, do not leave." The prince, seeing her anger, hurried after her. He found himself in a dilemma. For Wei Er's sake, he did not wish to marry her. Yet he had already crossed paths with her and felt compelled to take responsibility. Reflecting on how a young woman was subjected to scrutiny because of him, he expressed with genuine remorse, "I am sorry, Changshao. Rest assured, I shall marry you. It is my intention to ensure your well-being and alleviate your distress caused by Wei Er, which is why I accompanied you today. Let us return home first. I will tend to my facial injuries and then seek permission from the emperor." Upon hearing his words, Su Changshao ceased her tears and embraced his arm, affectionately stating, "My lord, I knew you would not abandon me. You possess such masculine valor. Your word is your bond, unlike Chu Tianyu, who frequently goes back on his promises." Flattered by Su Changshao's praise, the prince felt even more compelled not to let her down. He thumped his chest resolutely. "Very well. I shall enter the palace tomorrow to clarify matters with my father. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, I will not waver. I shall marry you. You are truly wonderful, my lord." Su Changshao nestled her head against his chest, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips. In the Prince Zhao's residence, within the main courtyard of the princess, fragrant incense lingered. "My lady, I have heard that the prince fought with the Prince of Jin on the streets for Su Changshao's sake." The princess' face was left bruised and battered, and now Su Changshao is tending to his wounds. Nanqing entered the courtyard, carrying a basin of freshly dried garments. The princess sat at the stone table, quietly reading a Buddhist scripture. Upon hearing Nanqing's words, she froze momentarily, then bitterly curled her lips in a self-deprecating smile. "His matters are of no concern to me. Do not mention him again." Nanqing gazed at the royal consort's prominent belly, tears suddenly welling in her eyes. "My lady, the prince is your husband. How can his affairs be irrelevant to you? He is currently ensnared by Su Changshao's deceit, and I have heard that he intends to enter the palace tomorrow to request the emperor's decree to take Su Changshao as a concubine. From henceforth, the Zhao Wangfu will gain another mistress. What will you do then?" The Zhao consort's heart trembled, yet she chuckled lightly. "What can I do? I must simply endure. It is already a foregone conclusion that he will marry her. What difference does my dissent make? Rather than provoking his displeasure, it is wiser to keep my distance to avoid disrupting their affection. My lady, you truly suffer greatly. The prince once loved you so dearly. How could he change so quickly?" Nanqing found it hard to believe that love could vanish in an instant. Yet, this was the stark reality. The Zhao consort gazed at the distant flowers and remarked softly, "Is it not common for men to change their hearts? Especially those of high status. Having multiple wives is merely customary. With wealth and power, if one grows weary of a partner, it is but a matter of finding another. Only fools would hope for genuine love from such men." Chapter 16:19. Not jealous, not sad, however. The maid discerned that the prince once held genuine feelings for you. He has merely been blinded by that woman. Genuine feelings? Are they so devalued now? If he truly cared, how could he inflict such pain upon me? The Zhao consort bitterly curled her lips, her hand caressing her round belly. She could sense the child within stirring restlessly, perhaps also feeling her distress. Veyer. At that moment, a faint trembling voice suddenly emanated from outside the courtyard. Urgently, the prince pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. The Zhao consort was taken aback to see him there. "What brings you here? Are you not in love with Su Changxiao?" Looking up, she observed the prince's face marred with bruises, a look of embarrassment etched across it. A cold smile crept upon her lips. He must truly adore Su Changxiao to be so consumed with jealousy. The prince advanced towards her, his voice laced with urgency. "Veyer, you had a scare the other day. Are you feeling better now?" Seeing him approach, the Zhao consort instinctively took a step back. "Thanks to the prince's concern, I am well now. However, had you arrived any later, I might have already given birth." "Veyer, are you blaming me for coming late?" "I apologize. I was in a fit of anger and somehow neglected to visit you. Though my body was absent, my heart was always with you," the prince said earnestly. As he reached for her hand, the Zhao consort coldly withdrew it, her expression devoid of emotion. "Your Highness, we have reached this point. There is no need for pretense. Rest assured, I can survive without your visits. Su Changxiao awaits you. Do not keep her waiting." Witnessing the Zhao consort's indifference shattered the prince's heart piece by piece. Helplessly, he cast her a glance, biting his lip. "I am sorry, Veyer. It is all my fault for letting alcohol cloud my judgment and for hurting you. Thus, I must take responsibility for her. Otherwise, what kind of man would I be? You need not apologize to me, for I have no right to blame you. Nor do I wish to. I have heard that you are to enter the palace tomorrow to seek the emperor's decree to marry her. I wish you success in that endeavor. On your wedding day, I shall certainly wish you both a lifetime of happiness and companionship." The Princess of Zhao spoke with a calm demeanor, though her heart bled with anguish. The man who once stood up for her had now turned to champion another. The Prince of Zhao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. "Veyer, do you not feel jealousy or sorrow? Why does your expression remain so placid, as if undisturbed by the tide of emotions? Has your love for me truly faded?" The Princess of Zhao cast him a sardonic glance. "You wish for me to feel envy, to wallow in sorrow? Very well, let me indulge in jealousy. I do not wish for you to marry her. I desire that you expel her from your residence. Would you comply?" The Prince of Zhao paused, letting out a resigned sigh. "I am sorry, but I have already promised her a legitimate status. As a man, I cannot go back on my word." "Then why do you expect me to feel jealousy? You have made your choice. What purpose would my jealousy serve? Do you believe that my envy could sway you from marrying her?" The Princess of Zhao replied with bitter irony. "I am sorry, Veyer. Do you truly feel nothing upon seeing my face?" The Prince of Zhao trembled as he looked at her. In the past, she would rush to care for him at the first sign of injury, showing more concern for him than for herself. Yet now, when she observed the wounds upon his countenance, she exhibited no reaction, as if she were gazing upon a stranger. Chapter 16:20. Seeking permission to marry a concubine, the Princess of Zhao regarded him with a dispassionate glance, her tone light. "What do you wish me to feel? This is but a mark left by your rivalry with Su Changxiao. It is your affair, not mine. Why should I feel anything?" "Veyer," the Prince of Zhao said helplessly. "I am not competing for her affection. It is the crown prince who instigated the conflict. Enough. Do not speak further. I am weary and wish to rest. Nanqing, show our guest out," the Princess of Zhao declared, already retreating into her chambers. Nanqing could only offer an apologetic glance at the Prince of Zhao and bowed respectfully. "I bid you farewell, Your Highness." Seeing the cold silhouette of the Princess of Zhao, the prince felt an ache within him that was almost unbearable, as if his heart were being torn asunder. He had never experienced such pain before. He understood that it was his betrayal that had brought about her coldness. This was not her fault, but rather his own weakness, as he had foolishly sought to embrace both sides, ultimately losing her. Early the next morning, the Prince of Zhao fulfilled his vow to Su Changxiao and entered the palace to request the emperor's decree. In the imperial study, Emperor Hongyuan scrutinized the prince before his gaze settled on the bruises adorning his face. It seems your affection for Su Changshao is genuine, even in such a state. You dare to come before me to seek permission to marry her? The Prince of Zhao knelt upon the ground, his expression one of deep discomfort. Father, I am sorry. All of this is my fault. Had I not acted recklessly in my inebriation and sullied Su Changshao's virtue, I would not be compelled to marry her. Virtue? Does she even possess virtue? I see you as a fool, incapable of discerning the true nature of a woman. Emperor Hongyuan retorted angrily. The Prince of Zhao gazed at the emperor in confusion. Father, you all claim that she is not a good person, yet I find her to be quite admirable. She is utterly devoted to me, holding me in high esteem and showing great concern for my well-being. As a delicate woman, her existence in this world is fraught with challenges, and society often seeks to tarnish the reputation of women, particularly those of striking beauty. They derive amusement from discussing and mocking the private lives of these enchanting women, deliberately belittling and ridiculing them. She is innocent, a victim of circumstance. Her only fault lies in her extraordinary beauty. I beseech you, Father, do not misconstrue her intentions. Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Zhao, Emperor Hongyuan sighed deeply. Since ancient times, heroes have found it difficult to resist the allure of beautiful women. It seems the Prince of Zhao has indeed been captivated by Su Changshao. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, while outsiders retain perspective. He himself is not exempt from this fate, having become infatuated with Xue Fei. Unable to extricate himself from her spell, he remarked, "But what does it matter how fond you are of her? She was previously the Princess of Jin. Even if you take her as a concubine, what will the world say of our royal family should this news spread?" The Prince of Zhao countered, "Father, she and my elder brother have divorced. Their lives are now separate. Moreover, it was my brother who wronged her first. Must she then live as a widow for him? Are we to allow my brother the privilege of multiple wives and a bustling household while forbidding a divorced woman from pursuing her happiness? Impudent!" Emperor Hongyuan exclaimed. "It is not that I would prevent her from marrying, but I never anticipated she would become entangled with you. If she were to wed another, I would raise no objections. Yet, the thought of her marrying you, would it not lead others to believe that you two brothers are vying for the same woman? Please, Father, quell your anger. That day, I too had indulged in drink and made a grave mistake. Now, the gossip surrounding us has tarnished her reputation. If I do not marry her, she may find it impossible to face the world again," the Prince of Zhao confessed. Hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan suddenly thought of Su Ming, who is fiercely protective of Su Changshao. If he were to learn of the Prince of Zhao's involvement with her and oppose their union, it could lead to discontent. Sighing in resignation, he said, "Very well. If you hold affection for her, taking her as a concubine is permissible. However, how do you intend to explain this to the Prince of Jin?" "Father, why must I explain anything to him? It was he who struck me. He has never valued Changshao, and now that she is with me, he is consumed by jealousy, even resorting to violence in public. Should I still regard such a person?" The Prince of Zhao said indignantly. "Regardless, he is still your elder brother. Such words are unbecoming. As siblings, you ought to embody brotherly love and unity. How can you resort to violence over a woman?" Emperor Hongyuan replied, exasperated, gesturing dismissively, "Enough. You truly give me no peace of mind. Very well. I consent to your marriage with Su Changshao. Now be gone." "Thank you, Father," the Prince of Zhao said, finally releasing a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and hastily departing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xuancheng and the grain convoy of the Xian Wang had been traveling along the official road for 2 days, preparing to rest at a tea house. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng was leading the troops, mounted on a fine steed, directing the Xuanzi army to unload their supplies and take a break. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, Fenger and her companions were the first to leap down. Just as they were about to extend a hand to assist Yun Ruoyue, Emoli suddenly called out, "Fenger, Joer, lend me a hand." Upon seeing Emoli struggling to balance a large assortment of food in his arms, the two rushed over to help him. Noticing that Fenger and the others had departed, Yun Ruoyue decided to disembark from the carriage on her own, for it was not particularly high, and she could easily grip the handrail to descend. However, just as she placed one foot out, the horse caught a whiff of the food in Emoli's grasp and, unable to resist, took 2 steps in his direction. As the horse moved, the wheels of the carriage rolled forward, and with a gasp, Yun Ruoyue found one foot suspended in midair, having not yet completed her descent when the carriage lurched. Alarmed, she let out a scream and fell heavily towards the ground. "Your Highness!" Feng and the others gasped in horror at the sight. At that moment, a figure clad in white dashed over like the wind, catching Yun Ruoyue just before she could hit the ground. The force of the impact caused the white figure to crash to the earth with a heavy grunt, sharp pieces of porcelain embedding into his back. Fortunately, he had managed to support Yun Ruoyue, preventing her from falling. Believing she was about to fall, Yun Ruoyue was astonished to find someone had rushed in to catch her. Hearing the painful grunt, she turned her head and was startled to discover that it was the virtuous king who had saved her. He still held her aloft with both arms, yet his expression bore a grimace of pain, as if he were straining under her weight. Alarmed, she quickly inquired, "Your Highness, you saved me. Are you all right?" "I am fine, but are you unharmed?" The virtuous king managed to reply through gritted teeth. He was acutely aware of the propriety regarding physical contact between men and women, and even in this moment of urgency, he maintained his distance, ensuring that Yun Ruoyue did not lean against him, lest Chu Xuancheng misunderstand. Startled by the sudden jolt, Yun Ruoyue was relieved to find she had not sustained any serious injuries. "I am fine, but what about your hands? Are they all right?" she asked, concerned that the force of her impact must have numbed his arms. The virtuous king clenched his teeth. "I am also unscathed, do not worry." At that moment, Chu Xuancheng, having just organized the rest of the group, returned from a distance. He had witnessed Yun Ruoyue's perilous fall and, filled with concern, had been about to use his lightness skill to swoop in for a rescue when he noticed that the virtuous king had already intervened. Realizing he was too far to reach her in time, he hastened over, landing gracefully on the ground. Once steady, he rushed to Yun Ruoyue's side. "Yuer, are you all right?" "I am fine. Please check if the virtuous king is hurt," Yun Ruoyue replied, her voice laced with worry as she looked towards the virtuous king after being assisted by Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng quickly turned to help the virtuous king up. "Third brother, are you injured?" "I am well," the virtuous king replied as he rose, though he suddenly coughed twice, discomfort evident in his demeanor. Observing him more closely, Chu Xuancheng noted that his clothes were covered in dust, his brows were furrowed deeply, his complexion slightly flushed, and he intermittently rubbed his arms. It was evident that he had exerted considerable effort to rescue Yun Ruoyue, resulting in a significant impact on his arms. Such a method of saving someone, if not executed properly, could easily lead to fractured hands. Without a moment's hesitation, the virtuous prince dashed forward, his speed surpassing even that of the nearby Mo Li, indicating that he had not considered his own safety, his heart solely fixated on Yuer. For her sake, he feared not death. The thought that the virtuous prince had rushed to save Yuer while he himself had been unable to did not sit well with Chu Xuancheng. How he wished he could have been the one to save her. Upon noticing the prince's distressed expression, Yun Ruoyue hurried over to express her concern. "Your Highness, are your arms all right? Should I take a look?" The virtuous prince, catching the gaze of Chu Xuancheng, quickly retreated a couple of steps and politely replied, "I am fine, just a bit sore and numb in the arms. A moment's rest will suffice." As he spoke, he rubbed his arms. "What about your back? I saw you knocked to the ground by my force, and there were shattered porcelain pieces everywhere. Is your back bleeding?" As she spoke, Yun Ruoyue swiftly moved to check his back. The virtuous prince retreated a few more steps, waving his hand. "My back is fine. There is no need for the princess to worry." "Oh my, your highness, look. Your back is covered in blood. There are even shards of porcelain embedded in it." At that moment, Feng suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly pulled the prince closer, insisting he turn away from her. Upon inspecting his back, she was taken aback to find it drenched in blood, with several porcelain shards embedded within. "Your highness, you have so many shards in your back. And you didn't tell me. Quickly, sit over there. I will help you remove these shards and bandage the wounds." "No need. I can have the military doctor assist me later," the virtuous prince replied courteously. Chu Xuancheng interjected, "Yuer's medical skills surpass those of the military doctor, and her remedies are superior. It would be wise to allow her to tend to your wounds. You will heal more swiftly. Really, it's unnecessary. The princess is with child, and I do not wish to burden her," the virtuous prince replied with a hint of aloofness. He longed for little Yu to aid him, but he was reluctant to provoke Chu Xuancheng's ire towards her. He feared that Chu Xuancheng might scold her due to his injury. Chapter 1623. Enduring the pain in silence, Chu Xuancheng then grasped his hand firmly, leading him to a nearby tea house to sit down. "What are you dawdling for? If your injury doesn't heal properly, it could affect our relief efforts. Since you insist, I shall rely on your sister-in-law's assistance, the virtuous prince acquiesced. With the prince's agreement, Yun Ruoyue promptly approached, calling for Feng to fetch the medical kit as she took a pair of scissors and began to cut away the fabric from the princess' back. Upon removing the clothing, she discovered not only large shards embedded in his back, but also numerous smaller ones. A glance revealed a multitude of fine porcelain pieces covering his back, but fortunately, they were not deeply embedded, thus posing no fatal threat. She quickly remarked, "These shards are both dense and numerous. Without precise tools, it would indeed be challenging to address this. If any fragments of porcelain remain unextracted, it could lead to infection and potentially severe complications." At this juncture, she swiftly turned her gaze toward Feng. "Feng, quickly fetch the tweezers. I must assist His Highness in removing these porcelain shards." "Yes, Your Highness." Feng promptly selected a disposable pair of tweezers from the medicine cabinet and handed them to Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue hastily found a stool to sit upon and began to extract the shards from the prince's back. Throughout this procedure, he did not utter a single sound. Even as the pain in his back intensified, he gritted his teeth, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness. From a young age, his mother had instilled in him the belief that he was a man, a prince, and that he must never show vulnerability in the face of adversity, but rather endure it. Thus, even amidst excruciating pain, he remained silent. Yun Ruoyue, noticing his tense demeanor, could not help but comment, "Your Highness, you must be in considerable pain, no? If it hurts, you should cry out. It might alleviate some of the discomfort. Holding it in will only make you feel worse." Chu Xuancheng interjected, "We are men. What is this minor injury in comparison? When we are on the battlefield, we face wounds far more severe, and we must endure without a sound, lest we be labeled as fearful of pain or death." Yun Ruoyue gazed at him with tenderness. "Is it truly so? Do men not feel pain? I believe men experience pain as well. When you feel it, be brave enough to voice it. Letting it out can lighten the heart, making one feel as if the sky is vast and open, rather than bottling it up." Chu Xuancheng paused, reflecting on her words, which seemed quite reasonable. Sometimes, expressing oneself can indeed be more beneficial than suppressing one's feelings. Hearing Yun Ruoyue's suggestion, the prince finally let out a muffled groan. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Once he vocalized his discomfort, he found that it did indeed provide him some relief. Holding it in, as he had been, was quite uncomfortable. Yun Ruoyue smiled at this, then immediately resumed her diligent work of clearing the porcelain shards. In her task, she exhibited remarkable focus. Her skilled hands moved with precision, showcasing her exceptional medical expertise, which caused Chu Xuancheng to smile faintly. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Chu Xuancheng quickly retrieved a brown silk handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from her brow. "Where are you fatigued?" "I am not weary. It is the prince who bears the pain and exhaustion for my sake," Yun Ruoyue replied, raising her hand to dab at the sweat at her temples before continuing her meticulous extraction of the porcelain shards from the prince's back. Before long, she had completed the extraction and checked to ensure no fragments remained. Only then did she commence the disinfection of his back. After applying the iodine antiseptic, she proceeded to administer some medication, ultimately wrapping a long strip of gauze around his back. Once secured, she handed him several anti-inflammatory pills, instructing him to take them with water. Upon finishing all these tasks, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As she stood up, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to falter. Chu Xuancheng quickly supported her. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. I suppose I just sat for too long and feel a bit lightheaded." "A brief rest will suffice," Yun Ruoyue hastily replied. The prince then rose and, with a respectful gesture, expressed, "Thank you, sister-in-law. You have worked hard. It is I who should be grateful to His Highness, were it not for your timely intervention." "I might have faced grave peril," Yun Ruoyue replied earnestly. "Not at all. I merely happened to be nearby. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for you to dwell on it, sister-in-law." The virtuous king quickly waved his hand. "Enough of your pleasantries. Allow me to accompany you for a moment's respite." As Chu Xuancheng spoke, he cast a vigilant glance at the virtuous king before guiding Yun Ruoyue to a nearby seat. His gaze lingered distantly upon the virtuous king, a profound darkness settling in his eyes. After spending the night camped near the tea house, the following morning, the virtuous king set forth early with 500 guards, escorting a shipment of disaster relief silver and provisions. Chu Xuancheng, needing to tend to Yun Ruoyue, opted to proceed at a slower pace. The virtuous king's wound, having rested overnight, was beginning to scab over and showed signs of improvement. Once he had departed with his entourage, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue disguised themselves, preparing to masquerade as a merchant caravan to take a shortcut towards Jiangzhou. Chu Xuancheng donned an elegant crescent white brocade robe, adorned with golden thread and intricate cloud patterns, embodying both grace and opulence. His silky black hair was tied up high, crowned with a jade coronet. His demeanor was serene, exuding an air of refined nobility, akin to a rare jade. Yun Ruoyue also shed her royal attire for a lightweight pink shirt. She styled her hair in a lively flying fairy bun, securing it with the emerald orchid hairpin gifted by Chu Xuancheng, and touched her face with a hint of powder, transforming into a strikingly beautiful lady. However, Chu Xuancheng insisted she wear a veil, for the journey was fraught with danger. Should bandits discover a great beauty within their carriage, it could spell trouble. This disguise served a dual purpose. First, to allow Yun Ruoyue a glimpse of the true Jiangzhou, unclouded by the embellishments of officials traveling with the main force. Second, to visit someone of significance. Once attired, he and Yun Ruoyue boarded a carriage, accompanied by Mo Li, Xiao Dai, Feng and Aunt Bing. Setting off ahead of the main group, the midwives and others naturally accompanied them, with Lu Ruyan and her hidden guards ensuring their safety. He further dispatched Feng Qingyang to impersonate him and Zhou to pose as Yun Ruoyue, having them sit in the carriage to mislead any onlookers. After all, neither officials nor common folk had seen them before. Thus, their ruse would go unnoticed. With everything in place, they commenced their journey, by not traveling with the main force. Yun Ruoyue and the others bore witness to the true devastation of the disaster areas. The roads were strewn with refugees, each person clad in tattered garments, their faces gaunt from starvation, moving with little strength. Along their path, the ground was littered with the remains of the deceased. The bodies of the starving lay exposed, some torn apart by ravenous wild dogs, others decaying in the fields, a sight of utter sorrow. Yun Ruoyue had never encountered such a scene. As she beheld the corpses outside the carriage, her eyes brimmed with tears. Observing her distress, Chu Xuancheng quickly enveloped her in his embrace, gently stroking her head. "Where? I too cannot bear such sights. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to rescue them." Chapter 1625. The displaced. If he were the emperor, he would never treat the common people in such a manner. Upon witnessing the plight of these disaster-stricken individuals, his eyes brimmed with tears. It is often said that a man does not shed tears lightly. Rather, it is because he has not yet encountered true sorrow. Yun Ruoyue sighed deeply, overwhelmed by the suffering of the people in the disaster area. If only I were a deity, I could save them. Where? Should the opportunity arise for me to seize this realm, I promise you, I shall ensure that the populace enjoys a prosperous life. Chu Xuancheng declared resolutely. He could not bear to see the foundation laid by his father, the emperor, destroyed by Emperor Han Yuan. In the decades since Han Yuan ascended the throne, he presented himself as a wise ruler, yet behind the facade, he indulged in extravagance and vice, seeking only pleasure, engaging in internal strife, harming loyal ministers, and supporting treacherous officials. This led to the gradual decline of the nation's strength and the suffering of its people. The current calamity had laid bare the court's failings. Observing the distress of the populace, he felt a profound sorrow and yearned to take control of the realm himself to govern it properly. "My lord, trouble approaches. A group of displaced individuals is rushing towards us, seemingly intent on robbery." At that moment, the alarmed voice of Feng pierced the air. Chu Xuancheng hastily lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to see 2 or 3 dozen disheveled refugees charging towards their convoy. As they approached, the sight of a large, white steamed bun in Feng's hand made their mouths water. "Look, there are people in that carriage eating buns. They have food. Let us go and ask for some," one of them exclaimed. Indeed, in this year of disaster, they must be from a wealthy family to afford a carriage. "Let us hurry and ask for a few buns to stave off our hunger." Mo Li, witnessing the refugees advance, feared they intended to rob them, and swiftly drew his sword, shouting, "Bold ones, halt! You shall not come any closer." The sight of his gleaming blade sent the refugees recoiling in fear. "Mo Li, put away your sword," Chu Xuancheng urged, pulling back the curtain to glance at the approaching crowd. "But my lord, what if they seek to seize our possessions?" Mo Li expressed his concern. "Fear not, Feng. Divide our provisions in half and offer them to them," Chu Xuancheng commanded. Feng hesitated. "But my lord, we have limited supplies." What if we give half away and find ourselves lacking? That will not happen. I have arranged for extra provisions to accompany us discreetly. We shall not be in want. Hurry, if you do not act quickly, they may indeed resort to robbery, and that would be dire. Chu Xuancheng responded decisively. In times of calamity, one cannot expect people to maintain decorum or virtue. If the refugees truly attempted to rob them, would he resort to violence? Thus, the only course was to promptly share some rations to prevent conflict. Seeing the situation unfold, Fenger called out, "Everyone, please do not crowd. My master has a kind heart. Since you wish for buns, please listen to me. Form an orderly line, and I will distribute them to you, all right? All right." The refugees exclaimed excitedly, beginning to line up. However, lacking the habit of queuing, the line twisted and turned like a writhing worm. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward. "Fenger, let me assist you." "I shall help as well," Aunt Bing added, stepping forward to lend her support. Xiao Dai hurriedly approached Yun Ruoyue, closely following her, fearful that she might fall victim to an assassination. Fortunately, after observing for a while, she realized that the individuals surrounding them were merely powerless disaster victims, which alleviated her concerns. Chapter 1626. A relief effort as Fenger and Aunt Bing emerged from the rear carriage bearing several bags of steamed buns. Yun Ruoyue swiftly retrieved them and distributed them to the distressed individuals. "We haven't brought much food on this journey, so each of you may have one for now. Please, eat." "Thank you, madam," the victims exclaimed, and upon receiving the buns, they ravenously devoured them without hesitation. It was evident how starved they were. As they finished the buns in mere moments, without even a burp to signify their satisfaction. Once they had consumed the buns, their eyes hungrily fixated on the carriage, as if they could penetrate its confines with their gaze, yearning for more sustenance. Observing this, Chu Xuancheng realized the gravity of the situation. He stepped forward abruptly, pulling Yun Ruoyue back, and proceeded to toss the remaining buns to the victims. "We are giving you all the buns. If you ration them, they should last for 2 days. During this time, I urge you not to head towards the imperial city. The journey is long and devoid of food, and you may perish from hunger before you even reach the city. We have already witnessed many starving corpses along the way. The emperor has dispatched a special envoy to the southern regions for relief efforts. If you wish to survive, it would be wiser to head towards Jiangzhou, Qingzhou, Yongzhou, and Jizhou. There, you will find the envoy bringing food for the relief efforts. Do you understand? This route is closer to Jiangnan and further from the imperial city. Many who attempted to escape perished on the journey, not reaching the city before succumbing to hunger, rather than die on the road. It was better for them to return to Jiangnan, where supplies were already en route. Additionally, he secretly allocated 1 million in relief funds to Li San, instructing him to pose as a merchant and procure food from neighboring nations such as Shuiyue and Donglan. Only with ample supplies could he save more lives. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with joy. Is it true? Has the emperor truly sent a special envoy to Jiangnan for disaster relief? Will there be food for us there? Yes, you need not worry, Chu Xuancheng replied. I don't believe it. Those officials are all habitual embezzlers. Even if the emperor sends people for relief, by the time those officials take their cut, will there be anything left for us? Indeed, I have never received food from the government, another added. We cannot rely on them. We must depend on ourselves. Perhaps returning to Jiangnan is futile, and we would still starve. It might be better to venture into the imperial city. I have heard it is filled with wealthy individuals who often offer porridge. We might get lucky and secure a meal or two. Besides, the emperor surely does not wish to see his subjects perish within the city. Upon hearing their remarks, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, Please remain calm. The distance to the imperial city is indeed great, and without sufficient food, you will not make it. Furthermore, do you know who the emperor has sent for the relief efforts? Who? The victims inquired with curiosity. Yun Ruoyue proudly declared, It is His Highness, the King of Li, Chu Xuancheng. Have you heard of the name of the King of Li? It is said that he personally contributed 1 million taels of silver to purchase grain for the victims of disaster. Moreover, this time he travels with the emperor's bestowed imperial sword, which grants him the authority to execute tyrants and corrupt officials alike. With His Highness's unyielding and righteous temperament, any avaricious official daring to embezzle his silver would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Furthermore, the grain is to be delivered directly to the disaster victims by the Xiansu army, bypassing the hands of the government entirely. Thus, can you still doubt that food will reach those in need? Chapter 1627. The malevolent physician really? If it is indeed princely, then that would be splendid. Indeed, we have certainly heard of the prince's formidable reputation. He is the valiant guardian of our nation. Known to all, it is said that he fears not even death in his quest to protect the realm. Such a person, who places life and death aside, must possess a lofty vision, unlike those greedy officials whose narrow-mindedness confines them to mere grains of food and personal gain. With Prince Li coming to provide relief, let us return to Jiangnan. Perhaps we might truly survive. Yes, I long for my homeland. I have yearned to return. If it were not for the fear of floods and starvation, I would not wish to leave my home. Now that Prince Li has come to offer aid, there is hope. Yun Ruoyue, observing the change of heart among the crowd, quickly added, "Indeed. And Prince Li will surely devise strategies for flood control and assist us in rebuilding our homes." Is that true? How wonderful. If we can rebuild our homes, we would gladly return to our homeland and not linger in exile. After expressing their gratitude to Yun Ruoyue and her companions, the crowd took their steamed buns and retraced their steps. Subsequently, Yun Ruoyue and her companions continued on their journey. Chu Xuancheng gazed earnestly at Yun Ruoyue, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "I did not expect you to have such faith in me, Yuer." Hearing her praise and witnessing the pride shining in her eyes filled him with profound emotion. Yun Ruoyue nodded resolutely, "Of course. Previously, I perceived you as cold and aloof, thinking you indifferent to the common people. I had no idea you cared for them so deeply. It seems you are warm-hearted beneath your icy exterior." Chu Xuancheng gently caressed her small face, his intense gaze fixed upon her. "Indeed, I am cold on the outside yet warm within. But my warmth is reserved solely for you. Aside from Yuer, he would not extend such intimacy and tenderness to anyone else. His warmth was meant only for her." Upon hearing his words, Yun Ruoyue felt her ears flush with color. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted the moment. "My lord, my lady, look. There is another group of disaster victims over there." To alleviate the awkwardness within the carriage, Yun Ruoyue hastily lifted the curtain and spotted a cluster of victims squatting beneath a large tree not far away. They were huddled closely together, clutching the clothing of one person, seemingly pleading for something. Yun Ruoyue leaned in to listen, hearing a voice imploring, "Qin Longzhong, please save my fellow townsman. Save Ming Zheng. You are a renowned physician with exceptional skills. Have mercy and save him, or he will perish." Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly glanced to the side and saw a young man lying on the ground, bare-chested. The young man, presumably in his early 20s, possessed a physique brimming with muscular definition, showcasing an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles and prominent pectorals. A red cloth was tied around his head, indicative of a martial artist. Yet, this robust figure lay there in agony, appearing frail and listless, evoking a sense of pity. Upon hearing the commotion, Dr. Qin disdainfully pushed away the hands of the crowd, his face contorted with disgust. "If you wish for me to aid him, bring forth silver. Without it, there shall be no discussion. If you cannot provide silver, kindly release me and do not hinder my duties to the magistrate." "Dr. Qin, we are but refugees fleeing disaster. Where would we procure silver?" One of the villagers pleaded. "By mere chance, you have come across Meng Zheng, which signifies a connection. Although he cannot offer you silver, his martial prowess is formidable, and he possesses a natural talent for military strategy. He is intelligent. If you choose to save him, he may one day repay you manifold." Dr. Qin, with a scoff, replied arrogantly, "What talent? Merely a performer of tricks, nothing more. Your words are meaningless. Without silver, there is no negotiation. I only attend to the affluent and the powerful. He lacks the means. Do not expect my assistance." With an impatient kick, he urged the crowd to disperse, warning them not to impede his journey to tend to the magistrate. "Doctor, please do not leave. Meng Zheng is on the brink of death. You must assist him." They understood the need for payment and medical care and vowed not to burden him without compensation. "Name your price. We shall gather what we can. Perhaps we can manage to raise the sum." After the suggestion, one villager quickly produced a few copper coins from his pocket, prompting others to follow suit. Some even removed their shoes to retrieve the coins hidden within the soles. In no time, each person held out several trembling copper coins towards Dr. Qin. "This is the last of our copper. We offer it to you, beseeching you to save this child, Meng Zheng. He is an orphan, raised on the kindness of our village, and we cannot bear to see him perish. It would be such a waste." A villager wiped his tears with his sleeve, overcome with emotion. Dr. Qin glanced at the coins, dismissively swiping them from their hands, sending them clattering to the ground. He then scornfully remarked, Is this all the copper you possess? You expect me to treat him? You impoverished wretches, spare us the humiliation. My fees begin at no less than 20 taels of silver. Anything less is not worth my time. My dear, I never knew such a mercenary physician existed in this world. Today has truly opened my eyes. How does such a person even deserve the title of doctor? A voice, cold and authoritative, emerged from a nearby blue cloth carriage. The crowd turned to see a woman clad in pink, her abdomen notably rounded. She wore a white veil that obscured her face, revealing only her keen, discerning eyes. Though her face was obscured, it was evident to all that the young woman possessed a dignified and exquisite demeanor. Beside her sat a gentleman clad in white, exuding an air of nobility that was striking. His beauty was extraordinary, captivating all who beheld him as if he had descended from the celestial realms. He radiated an aloofness, reminiscent of a king, commanding respect and an aura that kept others at bay. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Chu Xuancheng coldly remarked, "Indeed, this person bears the countenance of a rogue, a veritable mouse droppings. How audacious! Where do such impertinent young girls and boys come from? Daring to insult me as a mere mouse dropping?" Qin Longzhong exclaimed, his fury ignited as he glared at the occupant of the carriage alongside his apprentice. "It is you I speak of," Yun Ruoyue retorted, already seeking support from Chu Xuancheng to disembark from the carriage. Once on the ground, she approached Qin Longzhong with a cold demeanor, stating, "You, who stand by in the face of peril, driven by greed and a disdainful spirit. How can you dare to call yourself a physician? I too am a physician, yet I have never encountered a sycophant such as yourself." Infuriated by the audacity of the woman before him, Qin Longzhong shot back, "You insolent girl! How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you even know who I am? I am Qin Fu, the most renowned physician in Jiangzhou, highly esteemed by the governor himself. To insult me is to court death." With that, he raised his hand menacingly, preparing to strike Yun Ruoyue. Enough! Before Qin Longzhong's hand could descend, a chilling voice intervened. Chu Xuancheng, having swiftly approached, raised his hand and coldly swept his sleeve towards Qin Fu.